Chapter 1. Encounter at Yinshan Number 1 High School. All characters in this narrative are of legal age. Jiang Cheng. Hurry up. Pass me the ball. On the playground of Yinshan University affiliated Number 1 High School, Wei Wuxian shouted at the top of his lungs. Jiang Cheng, clutching the ball, found himself surrounded by opponents with no escape in sight. The countdown timer was nearing its end, and the scoreboard continued to display the scores. The ball in Jiang Cheng's hands was pivotal to the outcome of this match. Upon hearing Wei Wuxian's call, Jiang Cheng leaped with all his might, the bright, scorching sun bathing him in light, sweat glistening on his brow. With a perfect arc, the ball soared past the outstretched hands of his adversaries. There, Wei Wuxian raised both hands and caught the ball securely. Nice shot! Wei Wuxian beamed, a smile spreading across his face as he kissed his thumb, seemingly praising his own steadiness and skill in catching the ball. With one hand dribbling the ball while the other gestured to Jiang Cheng and their other teammates, Wei Wuxian declared, "Just watch me." Annoyed by his antics, Jiang Cheng shouted, "Wei Wuxian." Understanding his frustration, Wei Wuxian retorted, "Jiang Cheng, can you not trust me? As long as the ball is in my hands, victory is assured." As he spoke, Wei Wuxian skillfully dodged the opponents attempting to intercept him, creating distance before leaping into the air, his wrist flicking as he released the ball. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the transparent tempered glass of the backboard, shaking the entire hoop. The ball rebounded, and in that tense moment when everyone held their breath, it grazed the rim before. It went in. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling that this three-pointer, made just seconds before the timer expired, had sealed the fate of the basketball match. With the outcome determined, Wei Wuxian joined Jiang Cheng and the others at the center of the court, facing the students from Qishan Number 1 High School across the way. The two groups stood facing each other, a palpable tension in the air. Wei Wuxian held his head high, declaring, "You lost." When Chao huffed disdainfully, threatening, "Wei Wuxian, just you wait." Unfazed, Wei Wuxian whistled nonchalantly, gesturing with his middle finger alongside Jiang Cheng and Nie Huaisong, making silly faces at the students from Qishan Number 1. Laughter erupted among the group, celebrating their hard-won victory. As the match concluded, the crowd began to disperse, the cacophony gradually fading away. At that moment, the sun seemed to dip below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the land, elongating the shadows of everyone on the field. Dressed in a sleeveless athletic top, Wei Wuxian lifted his shirt to wipe the sweat from his brow. His back was soaked, sticky with perspiration, yet a satisfied smile adorned his face. Suddenly, a damp towel flew toward him, landing perfectly on his head. The towel was still moist, evidently just wrung out, yet it had been partially dried. Wei Wuxian pulled the towel from his face and casually began to wipe it across his skin. After the exertion of the game, using this towel revitalized him, as if he had been reborn. He glanced at the person across from him and said, "Thanks." Jiang Cheng, wiping his own sweat, remarked, "You should be more mindful of your image." Once finished, Wei Wuxian fanned himself with his hand, scanning the area. He noticed several young girls glancing in their direction, whispering among themselves. Feeling a swell of pride, Wei Wuxian boasted, "What's the big deal? I'm not shy about my physique." Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Seeing Wei Wuxian flaunting himself and waving at the girls in the stands, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but facepalm. "You're such a show-off." At that moment, Jiang Cheng placed the towel he had been using aside, only to be startled when a bottle of water suddenly appeared before him. The owner of the bottle was a girl with a bun hairstyle, her round face flushed. It seemed her friends behind her were cheering her on, revealing the courage it took for her to approach Jiang Cheng with the water. Taking a deep breath, the girl said, "This is for you." Jiang Cheng glanced at her, then at the water in her hand. After a brief pause, he replied expressionlessly, "I don't like drinking water. Thank you." With that, he turned on his heel to look for Wei Wuxian, who was already chatting and laughing with some girls, holding a bottle of water that someone else had given him. Jiang Cheng, noticing him approach, Wei Wuxian glanced back, spotting the girl who had offered Jiang Cheng the water. Leaning in, he whispered in a voice only Jiang Cheng could hear, "That girl likes you, aren't you going to acknowledge her feelings?" Jiang Cheng retorted, "Whether she likes me or not is her business, not mine." "You, my friend," Wei Wuxian chided. You're gonna hurt her feelings. Jiang Cheng remained silent. Wei Wuxian, adopting a knowledgeable tone, offered, let me teach you how to handle such situations. Jiang Cheng shot back, get lost. Don't lecture me on nonsense. The more Jiang Cheng resisted, the more enthusiastic Wei Wuxian became. Listen, next time a girl shows interest in you, if you're not interested, express your gratitude for her gesture first, then gently decline by explaining your reasons. You could say you have someone you like, or that you're not ready for a relationship yet. This way, she won't feel awkward. After finishing his advice, Wei Wuxian asked, got it? Jiang Cheng firmly replied no. Wei Wuxian. Jiang Cheng continued, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? If you want to refuse, just do it clearly. If you say it like you did, you're just leaving her hanging. Player. Wei Wuxian. How did this turn into him being the player? With nothing more to say to this stubborn, straightforward guy, Wei Wuxian resumed his banter with those around him, effortlessly navigating the conversation among the girls. When he grew tired and thirsty, he simply opened the water bottle someone had given him and took a drink. His head tilted slightly back, his Adam's apple bobbing as he drank. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, and he spotted someone. Jiang Cheng was busy picking up the belongings Wei Wuxian had carelessly discarded, some of which belonged to him. If lost, it would be his things that were gone. Where's my watch? Jiang Cheng exclaimed as he looked up and saw Wei Wuxian staring blankly in a particular direction. Curious, Jiang Cheng followed Wei Wuxian's gaze, but saw nothing unusual, just a sea of people. At that moment, Wei Wuxian snapped back to reality and dashed toward the direction he had been staring. Wait, Wei Wuxian. My watch. No one paid him any heed as Jiang Cheng let out an impatient sigh and followed after him. Wei Wuxian sprinted swiftly, skidding to a halt in front of two individuals, a middle-aged man accompanied by a youth. The youth had pale, glassy eyes, devoid of warmth, gazing at the world with an indifferent demeanor. Wei Wuxian found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away from the youth's exquisitely pale face, akin to fine jade. Hello, Director Jean. Though his words were directed at the balding, middle-aged man, his eyes remained fixated on the youth. The boy was strikingly handsome. Chapter 2. Fated Encounter. The youth's gaze swept over Wei Wuxian before he quickly averted his eyes. Jean Quan, the grade director of the second year at Yinshan No. 1 High School, had intended to reprimand Wei Wuxian for running so fast that he might collide with other students. However, before he could voice his admonition, he heard Wei Wuxian's polite greeting and swallowed his words. At that moment, Jiang Cheng arrived, standing beside Wei Wuxian. Still riled up from earlier, he gave Wei Wuxian a hearty slap on the back and said, Hello, Director Jean. Jean Quan nodded, briefly surveying the two before his gaze settled on Wei Wuxian. Looking at the unexpectedly serious youth before him, Jean Quan remarked, Wei Wuxian, you two are dressed like this, the league must have concluded? Jiang Cheng nodded. Wei Wuxian replied, Of course, Director Jean. We secured first place and brought glory to our school. Jean Quan patted his shoulder appreciatively. Good. If only you could be this well-behaved in the future, without causing any trouble. Wei Wuxian protested, Director Jean, what are you saying? Haven't I always been well-behaved? This guy was the master of playing innocent after gaining an advantage. Jean Quan chuckled and shook his head before turning to Jiang Cheng. The other day, Director Yu inquired about you. Although she has been quite busy lately and is abroad, she has been keeping tabs on your situation. Jiang Cheng realized it had been quite some time since he last saw Yu Ziyuan. The last time was after she had quarreled with Jiang Fengyan and left. At that time, everyone thought she was merely upset and would return once she calmed down, but unexpectedly, she booked a flight abroad that very night. 2 months had passed since then. Listening to Jean Quan, Jiang Cheng nodded. As the two conversed, Wei Wuxian appeared to be attentively listening, yet his eyes frequently darted toward the face of the youth beside him. Wei Wuxian was making all sorts of exaggerated expressions in the youth's direction, but the boy resolutely ignored him. Noticing this, Jiang Cheng, though puzzled by Wei Wuxian's intentions, was certain he was up to no good. Greetings. This was a silent conversation conducted through lip movements by Wei Wuxian with the young boy, yet it remained uncertain whether the boy was oblivious or otherwise, as his face maintained an expression of calm indifference. Hey, why are you not speaking? Once again, the inquiry was conveyed through lip reading. and Wei Wuxian's motions were somewhat exaggerated. Jiang Cheng, sensing the disruption, gave him a light smack on the back, urging him to behave. Yet, how could Wei Wuxian possibly comply? A few moments later, perhaps due to the intensity of Wei Wuxian's gaze, which was impossible to ignore, the boy finally turned to meet his stare. Their eyes locked, and after a brief moment, Wei Wuxian flashed a smile at the young man, nudging his companion Jiang Cheng with his elbow. Jiang Cheng, look at this person. Jiang Cheng offered no response, seemingly unaware, and inadvertently nudged the wrong individual. The elbow jabbed into Jin Quan, who immediately adopted a stern demeanor, ready to reprimand the offender, especially after he had just praised this individual for their recent good behavior, only to find their true nature exposed so soon. However, Wei Wuxian was astute in reading the room. Noticing the shift in expression, he quickly backtracked, delivering a hasty apology that left no room for anger. Seizing the moment, Wei Wuxian inquired, Director Jin, who is this person? What brings you to personally guide him? And why are you holding on to that school uniform? Surely you aren't assisting him with it? Jin Quan glanced at the uniform in his possession, indeed a token of assistance for someone else. Yet, this matter was not easily explained. He replied, mind your own business, it's not your place to ask. Wei Wuxian pouted. He generally shared a friendly rapport with Jin Quan, often visiting his office for tea when no one was around. He typically stayed updated on school events and holidays through Jin Quan, but this time he was left uninformed. After Jin Quan departed with the boy, Wei Wuxian casually draped an arm over Jiang Cheng's shoulder and remarked, who is this person? Such a grand reception. Jin Quan is the most senior figure in this school. To have him escort someone for a mere campus tour seems rather excessive. Jiang Cheng shook his head. I do not know, but he appears to be someone not easily provoked. Do not entertain any foolish ideas. Do not engage with those whose backgrounds you are unaware of, or I shall not assist you further. Relax, relax. I know my limits, Wei Wuxian reassured him with a gentle pat. After all, I didn't do anything inappropriate. Jiang Cheng swatted his hand away. Didn't do anything inappropriate? What were you doing then? Flirting with a stranger? When will you ever act with some seriousness? Jiang Cheng, your voice is too loud, Wei Wuxian complained, digging into his ears, as if trying to remove the deafening words Jiang Cheng had just unleashed. Flirting? I'm not as frivolous as you suggest. I merely appreciated the beauty of someone who happens to be attractive. Ha ha ha. Jiang Cheng scoffed, unable to hide his disdain. Wei Wuxian had just flirted with some girls on the athletic field, and now he was doing the same with this boy. Truly remarkable. Wei Wuxian continued, but honestly, that person is quite striking, standing there like a statue of jade. No wonder those girls I was chatting with fell silent upon seeing him. If he is a transfer student, we ought to make his acquaintance beforehand. Who knows, we might become friends in the future. You friends with him? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. You wouldn't have taken a liking to him, would you? Get out of here. Wei Wuxian instinctively elbowed Jiang Cheng back. I've told you since childhood that I'm attracted to women regardless of my evolution. I will always seek a beautiful female, Omega. Ha! Jiang Cheng immediately retaliated, refusing to be outdone. At the same time, he warned, since you harbor no such intentions, then be mindful of your conduct. That person seems rather formidable. Understood? Understood. As he finished speaking, Wei Wuxian suddenly recalled something and punched his fist into his other hand, declaring, since Jean Lao doesn't want to divulge information about that person, I shall investigate his office. Surely, there must be some list or documentation there. Await my good news. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng to utter another word, Wei Wuxian dashed away. Jiang Cheng could only express his exasperation. He had just been disregarded by Wei Wuxian as if his words were mere nonsense. Chapter 3. A spark of interest. Wei Wuxian, ever the spontaneous spirit, found himself captivated by a glance at the youth he had just encountered. Theo, encapsulate his impression in a single word. It would be intriguing. This individual exuded an aura distinctly different from anyone Wei Wuxian had met before, particularly with his stoic demeanor and lack of mirth. Wei Wuxian felt an irresistible urge to uncover some amusement amidst this solemnity. Although he had just promised Jiang Cheng to refrain from causing trouble, he merely sought companionship. Surely, there was no harm in that. When one develops an interest in another, it is only prudent to seek understanding beforehand. Navigating through the corridors, Wei Wuxian arrived at the office building, eventually locating Jin Quan's office. As expected of a distinguished educator, he had his own private office, avoiding the need to share space with other instructors. Upon entering, Wei Wuxian rummaged through several areas where documents might be stored, searching fruitlessly for any trace of the enigmatic youth. It seemed he had made the trip in vain. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to leave, dreading the possibility of being caught by Jin Quan for sneaking into his office. Just as he was about to rise from his crouched position by the filing cabinet, Wei Wuxian's eyes caught sight of the comic book that had been confiscated by the homeroom teacher and entrusted to Jin Quan. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a comic published abroad that had surged in popularity due to its compelling narrative and intricate reasoning, rendering it nearly impossible to find. Wei Wuxian had only recently acquired a legitimate copy through great effort. When it was taken from him, Jin Quan had informed him that he could only reclaim it upon graduation. However, since it had come into view now, it seemed fortune favored him, allowing his cherished comic to return to his possession sooner than expected. He swiftly retrieved the comic from the cabinet and tucked it into his shirt. After restoring the office to its original state, he prepared to exit. Just as he reached for the doorknob, a voice interrupted him. "This is my office. If you ever need anything, feel free to come find me here." Before Wei Wuxian could open the doorknob turned. Panic surged through him. Jin Quan was returning. Instinctively, he pressed himself against the wall, hiding. The door swung open, and Wei Wuxian found himself trapped behind it. The heavy footsteps of two individuals entered the room. His heart leaped into his throat, fearing that Jin Quan might close the door, thus exposing him. If discovered, he would undoubtedly lose his comic, perhaps even facing its destruction. Holding his breath, Wei Wuxian dared not make a sound, praying he would remain undetected. Fortunately, the two did not intend to shut the door. Jin Quan rambled on, offering a series of thoughtful reassurances, almost leading Wei Wuxian to believe that the person accompanying him was his son. Peering through the narrow gap between the door and wall, Wei Wuxian caught sight of the boy he had noticed earlier on the sports field, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and black trousers. A minimalist ensemble. Yet, it was evident that they were not related, as their appearances did not align, and Wei Wuxian found it hard to imagine the boy bald in his later years. Observing the boy's profile, he noted how he merely responded with the occasional to Jin Quan's remarks, displaying an air of arrogance that surpassed even Jiang Qing's. The boy's tone, posture, and demeanor all echoed that of an aloof idol, reminiscent of the protagonists in romantic novels favored by young girls. Wei Wuxian realized that this individual was not a student from their school. He had never heard of such a character. However, it appeared that he might indeed be a transfer student. He mused that if this boy were to enroll at their school, the number of girls bringing him water during sports would likely diminish. As he absent-mindedly touched his nose, the boy shifted slightly, turning his head ever so slightly. Wei Wuxian's heart raced anew. Although the boy showed no overt sign of awareness nor directed his gaze, Wei Wuxian was convinced he had been spotted. He quickly retreated, pressing himself against the door, silently praying that the boy would not expose him. Just then, he heard Jin Quan's voice asking, "What's wrong?" The boy replied, "Nothing." His voice was melodious, low, and steady, striking a balance between youth and maturity. Jin Quan continued, "Wait a moment, I have something for you." With that, he began rummaging through the cabinets behind him. What a perfect opportunity! As Jin Quan turned his back, Wei Wuxian edged out from behind the door. Yet, just as he was about to fully emerge, his clothing snagged on the protruding doorknob, producing a faint sound. He quickly glanced at Jin Quan, relieved to find that his focus remained on his search, oblivious to the noise Wei Wuxian had made. Sighing in relief, as he redirected his gaze, he unexpectedly locked eyes with the boy inside the room. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he hastily freed his garment from the doorknob. He managed a sheepish smile, clasped his hands together, and silently mouthed a plea to the boy. Please, don't say anything." Chapter 4. The transfer student Wei Wuxian considered himself not strictly a superficial admirer of beauty. Yet, under the current circumstances, perhaps due to the sensation of being caught, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him, causing his heart to skip a beat as he unconsciously pressed his lips together in silence. The unspoken request lingered in the air, their silent gazes locking. A mere few seconds felt like an eternity. Perhaps Wei Wuxian's sincerity touched the boy, Or perhaps he simply chose to disregard the situation. The boy eventually averted his gaze, turning away. Wei Wuxian chuckled softly. Regardless of the outcome, evading Jin Quan's notice was paramount. He cautiously retreated towards the door, but just as he was about to exit, Jian Quan had found what he was looking for and turned back. Jian Quan immediately spotted the sneaky Wei Wuxian. "What are you doing?" With that pointed question, the previously stealthy Wei Wuxian straightened up and casually strolled forward, feigning innocence as if he had just arrived. Approaching the boy, he stood beside him, greeting Jian Quan brightly. "Good day, Director Jian." Jian Quan glanced at him, adjusting his glasses. "What brings you here?" Wei Wuxian replied earnestly. "I'm here on behalf of my classmates to inquire about the first-place prize for the inter-school athletic competition. Didn't the school mention there would be a reward? We plan to use the prize money for class activities, perhaps a movie outing together." Jian Quan pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "Do you students really lack a little prize money?" "Not quite," Wei Wuxian countered, "but this money is different. Regardless of whether it's a few dozen or a few hundred, it's hard-earned. Spending it brings a sense of accomplishment." Jian Quan smiled, clearly pleased. "Well said. It's good to understand the value of money. You are indeed a promising student," he continued. "There's no need to rush regarding the prize. Once the school approves it, it will be issued to your homeroom teacher in the form of a check. You can then take it to the school bank to collect it." "That is fantastic," Wei Wuxian exclaimed, glancing at the boy beside him before adding, "I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Director Jian." With that, he dashed away, clutching his stomach in glee. Once Wei Wuxian departed, Jian Quan shook his head. "That boy is wonderful, but he is a bit too mischievous." As he spoke, Jian Quan handed a silver pin to the boy, stating, "This is a directive from above. They have appointed you as the student council president. I informed them you have just returned and may not be familiar with the school's systems, which might hinder your performance, but they insisted that this is the best way to cultivate your leadership skills." The boy accepted the pin, replying, "I understand." Time swiftly passed, and evening descended. Yun Shunizhong maintained a serious approach to study schedules, with early and late self-study sessions. However, during these times, no teachers conducted lessons. It was a period for students to study independently, occasionally supervised by homeroom teachers or grade coordinators. The recent athletic meet had spanned 3 days. Although it had concluded, students remained spirited and engaged, chatting and playfully teasing one another. Wei Wuxian was engrossed in the comic he had surreptitiously retrieved, using his textbook as a makeshift cover when suddenly, someone at the back door, who had been dozing off, appeared to have heard a noise, poking his head out curiously. With a sudden sound, the previously lively classroom fell into an eerie silence. Wei Wuxian, like a startled bird, abruptly straightened his posture, hastily stuffing his comic along with his textbooks back into his desk. However, half a minute passed, and despite the anticipation, the person he imagined would suddenly appear did not arrive. After surveying the room and confirming that indeed no one was coming to patrol, he casually tore a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it at the instigator. "Nia Huaisong, why aren't you sleeping properly? Why are you making such a racket?" Instantly, the room erupted into noise once more. Nia Huaisong retaliated by throwing the paper back, then leaned his head out a bit, saying, "I truly saw Zhang Gu just now, and there was someone unfamiliar beside him." The Zhang Gu Nia Huaisong referred to was their homeroom teacher, Zhang Sheng, who taught their class in the second year. Each grade, be it first, second, or third year, was divided into 2 regions, A and B, with the intention of fostering a sense of competitive spirit among the students. After each examination, the teachers from both regions would engage in a friendly rivalry, comparing the average scores of their respective classes. The outcome not only affected the teachers' year-end bonuses, but also their professional reputation. Zhang Sheng, who had also been their class teacher during their first year, was fresh out of university, possessing a humorous and lively personality. The age gap between him and the students was minimal, leading many to affectionately call him Zhang Gu. Wei Wuxian idly twirled a pen in his hand and remarked, "So you mean he was accompanied by someone unfamiliar?" In the midst of his contemplation, Nia Huaisong coughed again. Although everyone had been tricked by this, it was a trick that, regardless of how many times they fell for it, they would always wholeheartedly believe. However, this time it was indeed genuine. A figure was seen passing by the window adjacent to the corridor. Soon, a person appeared in the classroom. Zhang Sheng stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over the students below. Then pinpointing, "Nia Huaisong, Nia Huaisong shivered and dared not speak. Zhang Sheng's tone was stern. The entire building is engaged in quiet study, yet your class is the loudest, especially you, Nia Huaisong. You're coughing. Did you know that your cough is louder than others' conversations? The sudden seriousness startled everyone. Wei Wuxian, puzzled, tapped his fingers together, wondering why Zhang Sheng was so irate today. Typically, he was quite easygoing. Had he perhaps ingested something explosive? 2 seconds later, observing the silence from the students below, Zhang Sheng's demeanor shifted dramatically. After nearly 2 years, I finally caught the opportunity to say this. Wei Wuxian's class was usually very quiet, with decent discipline. Perhaps due to the recent sports event, everyone was still riding the wave of excitement, resulting in some noise. The students exclaimed, "Zhang Gu, you scared us to death. We thought you were possessed by a ghost." Just a joke, just a joke. Zhang Sheng laughed while clapping his hands. Seeing you all so relaxed, I thought I'd give you a little wake-up call. As he spoke, he gestured towards the door. From the shadow outside, a figure stepped in. Chapter 5. Guessing the surname to determine identity. This person wore the same school uniform that had been unanimously voted as the most perfect attire by the school association. Yet, a school uniform is still a uniform. It can never compare to the comfort of one's own clothes. However, this uniform seemed to fit the young man as if it had grown from him. Tailored specifically for him, neat and capable, as if he were destined to be awarded the title of the model student at the next school assembly. From the moment this individual entered through the door, as he walked towards the podium, the students below could no longer contain their excitement and chatter. And why heavens, isn't this the handsome guy we saw this afternoon after the basketball game near the sports field? He was with Director Jean at that time. Yes, I thought to myself, how come we have never encountered such a figure in our school? And now he turns out to be transferred to our class? The room buzzed with animated discussions. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxian fixed his gaze on the individual at the podium and nudged his desk mate Jiang Qing. Hey. Jiang Qing pushed his arm away. What are you doing? Wei Wuxian replied. This guy is indeed a transfer student, and he's in our class. Jiang Qing retorted. What does that have to do with you? Wei Wuxian chuckled. How about this? Let us make a bet. If I guess this person's surname correctly, you owe me a week's worth of sock washing. If I guess wrong, I'll wash your socks for a week. Wei Wuxian, are you being childish? Jiang Qing couldn't be bothered to look at him. No bet. Jiang Qing had no intention of indulging in such trivial games, especially since he knew Wei Wuxian had peeked at the roster in Director Jin's office. Regardless of whether Wei Wuxian had seen the roster, Jiang Qing would not take the bet. However, from the back door, Nia Huaisong overheard Wei Wuxian's words, leaned back, and immediately stretched his head over. I'll bet, Wei Gu, you didn't even speak to him when you approached this afternoon? And he didn't even glance at you, which shows you really don't know each other. Jiang Qing and Wei Wuxian were desk mates, and Nia Huaisong was just behind Jiang Qing across the aisle. Wei Wuxian also leaned back, responding, True, we indeed didn't know each other at that time. At the podium, Zhang Sheng called for silence. Everyone, please quiet down while we allow our new classmate to introduce himself. The young man picked up the chalk from the podium and turned to the blackboard to write. Just as he began to write, Wei Wuxian declared, Pay attention, this boy's surname is Lan. Nia Huaisong looked at the blackboard. And sure enough, the first character written was Lan, followed by the 3 characters Lan Wangji. Wei Wuxian was the first to shout out the character Lan before the young man even finished writing his name. After completing it, Lan Wangji turned to introduce himself. Lan Wangji, a transfer student in the 2nd year. Soon as he uttered those few words, the crowd fell into silence. Zhang Sheng, seemingly aware of Lan Wangji's reserved nature, added, Classmate Wangji has been studying abroad since a young age and has just returned. From now on, you will all be classmates, a family, so be sure to help each other out. Since Lan Wangji spoke so little, Zhang Sheng continued to elaborate, helping everyone to understand more about him and facilitating Lan Wangji's integration into the class. After Wei Wuxian correctly guessed the surname, Nia Huaisong felt somewhat dissatisfied, believing that Wei Wuxian must have spoken to him beforehand. Hence his accurate guess. Otherwise, with so many surnames, how could he have guessed so easily? Nia Huaisong questioned. You must have cheated. Wei Wuxian twirled his pen, asking, Are you trying to back out? How could that be? Among brothers, what we value most is trust. Nia Huaisong hesitated. But if you truly cheated, how is that my fault unless you tell me how you guessed it? Wei Wuxian replied. Do you really want to know? Nia Huaisong nodded. Wei Wuxian smiled and tapped his temple with 2 fingers, saying, "This is called wisdom, the kind that can earn the top rank in the grade." Okay. If Wei Wuxian really wanted to explain it that way. Nia Huaisong found himself at a loss for words. Wei Wuxian reminded, "Remember, my socks, for a week." Got it. After speaking, Nia Huaisong turned his head in a dejected manner and withdrew into himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng, having finished explaining Lan Wangji's situation, was preparing to assign him a seat. Zhang Cheng initially intended to place Lan Wangji in a front-row seat. However, those positions had been predetermined and he could not displace anyone for Lan Wangji's benefit. Consequently, he could only seat Lan Wangji in the back for the time being, promising to rearrange the seating after the next round of results. The back row was essentially the domain of Wei Wuxian, a space where he typically entertained himself. Though Wei Wuxian could be a bit rowdy at times, he always exercised restraint. Naturally intelligent, he achieved excellent grades without much effort, yet he refrained from disrupting the classroom order simply because of his own academic prowess. When faced with subjects he already mastered, Wei Wuxian either dozed off or engaged in origami, or perhaps doodled aimlessly. Despite his antics, Wei Wuxian was amiable, polite, and understood boundaries, earning the fondness of nearly every teacher who came to know him. At this moment, Zhang Cheng was guiding Lan Wangji toward him, and serendipitously, there was an empty desk beside Wei Wuxian in the aisle, unoccupied by any student. This desk, which ideally should have been locked away in the school's storage, had been repurposed by Wei Wuxian to accommodate students' papers and assignments. As they were already in their second year, the volume of textbooks was considerable, and with assignments piling up, there was little room left for studying. Thus, this desk served a practical purpose. However, at present, the desk held no papers or assignments awaiting grading. It was merely cluttered with Wei Wuxian's belongings, his uniform carelessly tossed in the drawer, alongside books he had no intention of organizing. Zhang Cheng shot a glance at Wei Wuxian, who promptly received the signal and sprang into action. "I'll clean up right away," Zhang Cheng informed Lan Wangji. "You can sit here for now. When we rearrange the seating next time, you won't have to occupy this spot." The way he said it implied that Lan Wangji was somehow suffering a great injustice. There were only a handful of students in the class, and this seat had been vacant. Now that Lan Wangji occupied it, there would inevitably be another student seated there after the next arrangement. Wei Wuxian clicked his tongue, pondering, this person's status is indeed extraordinary. Every teacher he encounters treats him with such courtesy. Chapter 6. Encountering a person, stirring the heart. It is worth noting that the teachers here are all elite members of society, possessing not only high academic qualifications and commendable character, but also the formidable mental fortitude to resist the pressures of wealth and power. Otherwise, one could easily be threatened and lose their job in this institution. Lost in thought, Wei Wuxian absent-mindedly twirled the pen between his fingers. After Lan Wangji settled into his seat, Zhang Cheng returned to the podium and delivered a few words, essentially stating that the recent sports meet had concluded, urging everyone to refocus and prepare for the upcoming monthly exam. After this, the students began to disperse. Once Zhang Cheng left, the classroom was initially filled with hushed conversations. But gradually, the noise subsided, and everyone began to study earnestly. Zhang Cheng was engrossed in solving problems, while Wei Wuxian found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do. After a while, with nothing else to occupy him, Wei Wuxian glanced over at Zhang Cheng, who was diligently working on a test paper. Half a minute later, he shook his head. Noticing his movement, Zhang Cheng asked, "What are you doing?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Zhang Cheng, you got this question wrong. The answer should be 13." Zhang Cheng shot him a silent glare. "Mind your own business." Wei Wuxian quickly retorted, all right, I won't meddle." He shifted his position, turning his body and head to one side. To his right sat Zhang Cheng, immersed in his work, while to his left, the new student Lan Wangji was organizing his belongings. Leaning on the desk, Wei Wuxian propped his chin on his hand. His gaze fixated on Lan Wangji as he tidied up. "You're Lan Wangji, right? That's a rather pleasant name." Suddenly, unable to contain himself, Wei Wuxian initiated conversation. Lan Wangji paused momentarily, then turned to look at him. Wei Wuxian continued, "Thanks for earlier this afternoon. You seem so cold, yet you have a sense of loyalty." Lan Wangji remained silent, averting his gaze. Well then, ignored once more, Wei Wuxian decided not to press further. It was their first day getting acquainted, after all. A lack of conversation was to be expected. It is often said that the surrounding atmosphere significantly influences one's study mood. Seeing everyone else engrossed in their work made Wei Wuxian feel somewhat out of place. After a brief hesitation, he began rummaging through his desk pocket for his own test paper. However, his belongings were not very orderly, and it took him quite some time to locate the paper he needed. He had to bend over and even lean into the desk pocket to search, till last. When Wei Wuxian finally unearthed his crumpled test paper, he straightened up only to have a piece of clothing fly in from the side. Landing on his desk, it was his uniform, which now belonged to Lan Wangji's desk. Wei Wuxian glanced at the uniform and then at the person who had thrown it. Lan Wangji stated plainly, "It's yours." Under normal circumstances, one would express gratitude, but inexplicably, Wei Wuxian, without thinking, blinked at him. Lan Wangji, "Oh, so you can talk," like a sunflower blossoming in sunlight. Wei Wuxian perked up at Lan Wangji's words and asked, "How did you know this was my uniform? It doesn't have my name on it." Lan Wangji chose not to respond, merely casting a glance before returning to his task. Wei Wuxian pressed on, "Why are you silent again? Are you shy?" Lan Wangji, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Oh, don't be shy. You ignored me before, and I can treat it as if we didn't know each other. Not knowing each other and not talking is perfectly normal. But now we are classmates, and since you are sitting next to me, we are practically desk partners. If you have any questions or anything you don't understand in this school, feel free to ask me. If anyone bullies you, you can mention my name. As long as you are in this school, there is not a soul who doesn't know me. Just mentioning my name will earn you some respect." Before Wei Wuxian could finish, Zhang Cheng's lighthearted voice interrupted, "There you go again, boasting." Wei Wuxian nudged him with his shoulder. Shoo, focus on your test paper." Zhang Cheng did not respond. Wei Wuxian continued, "But you seem so gentle and tall. You don't look like someone who would attract trouble you just transferred here from abroad, right? Given the vast cultural differences between here and there, you might find it challenging to keep up with the curriculum. Feel free to ask me anything. My grades are top-notch." Despite all his chatter, Wei Wuxian received no reply from Lan Wangji. Having traveled abroad himself, he had encountered many warm and enthusiastic foreigners, accustomed to friendly greetings and gestures. Yet, this person raised in another country seemed to have absorbed none of that warmth. "All right, then, take your time organizing." Wei Wuxian thought perhaps he had come on too strong and startled Lan Wangji. It seemed building friendships required a more gradual approach. Sitting up straight, Wei Wuxian picked up his pen again, but at that moment, he thought he heard a soft from the person beside him, as if in response to his earlier comments. However, it was so faint that Wei Wuxian wondered if it was merely a figment of his imagination due to speaking too much and experiencing a lack of oxygen. Tilting his head slightly, he found Lan Wangji still engaged in organizing his belongings. Wei Wuxian rubbed his nose. Although he had initiated the conversation, he remained unfazed, yet there was still a tinge of disappointment, akin to bumping into an impenetrable wall. Wei Wuxian muttered under his breath, "Rude." It was unclear whether those 3 words were directed at himself or Lan Wangji. After that, Wei Wuxian fell silent, and after a period of time, the evening self-study period came to an end. Their evening self-study was but a single session, designed to help students cherish time and hone their willpower while also allowing for rest. After class, Zhang Cheng stood up and stretched, gathering his things from the desk. Nia Huaisong also rose from his seat and, noticing Wei Wuxian still bent over the desk in earnest concentration, inquired, "What is up with him? Did he suddenly change his ways?" Zhang Cheng pointed to his own temple, saying, "His brain must be fried. Just ignore him." Nia Huaisong replied with an, "Oh, shall we leave together?" Zhang Cheng responded, "You go ahead. I'll keep an eye on this fried-brained fellow." After Nia Huaisong left, Zhang Cheng returned the watch he had placed on the desk back to his wrist and addressed Wei Wuxian. "I've never seen you so diligent. Aren't you planning to head home?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian suddenly straightened up, startling Zhang Cheng. "What is going on? Are you possessed?" Wei Wuxian declared, "I understand now." Zhang Cheng was perplexed, asking, "What have you come to understand?" Wei Wuxian replied, "I realize now why Lan Wangji has not spoken to me. I have yet to introduce myself, having not even shared my name. Engaging in conversation without such sincerity feels disingenuous. I must seek him out." Wei Wuxian rambled on. Zhang Cheng wore an expression of concern, as if to say, "Are you all right?" Meanwhile, Wei Wuxian was entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, only to find that Lan Wangji had already departed from the classroom. Casting a glance at the now vacant seat, he dashed out of the room like an arrow. "Zhang Cheng, observing the papers scattered on the floor. Felt speechless. Upon picking them up, he discovered they were all completed, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Chapter 7. Pleased to meet you. After Wei Wuxian burst out, he scanned the surroundings and, amidst a sea of students clad in identical uniforms, pinpointed the figure he sought. He sprinted towards the person, placing a hand on their shoulder, slightly out of breath as he said, "Lan, why are you walking so swiftly? You vanished right after class." Lan Wangji was compelled to halt, gazing at the panting Wei Wuxian, and inquired, "What is it?" Wei Wuxian continued, "I spoke at length in class, but neglected to mention my name." As he wiped his slightly sweaty hands on his clothing, he extended his hand, declaring, "I am Wei Wuxian. It's a pleasure to meet you." The smile that graced his face radiated genuine warmth, causing Lan Wangji to momentarily freeze, staring at both him and his outstretched hand. "Why are you dawdling? If you don't shake my hand, I will feel quite awkward," Wei Wuxian urged. "I do not feel that way," Lan Wangji replied. "What?" Wei Wuxian questioned. Without further comment, Lan Wangji extended his hand in return, stating, "Lan Wangji." Under the expectant gaze of Wei Wuxian, he added, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Now, that felt right. After they released their hands, Wei Wuxian casually draped his arm over Lan Wangji's shoulder as they walked forward. "Regardless of whether you are aiding me this afternoon, I must thank you for providing cover. Otherwise, old Jean would have surely discovered my sneaky entrance into his office. Thus, I insist on treating you to something to eat. What would you like?" As Wei Wuxian continued to chatter, he failed to notice Lan Wangji had come to a halt. Puzzled, he turned to him, only to hear Lan Wangji say, "I prefer not to be touched by others." Meeting Lan Wangji's gaze, Wei Wuxian blinked several times, finally realizing that Lan Wangji was expressing a desire for personal space. Very well, everyone has their principles, yet this individual had an abundance of them. Not wishing to impose, Wei Wuxian withdrew his arm from Lan Wangji's shoulder. He leaned back, hands behind his head to avoid unintentionally leaning closer, trailing behind Lan Wangji as he walked. By the way, since you just transferred here, has the school assigned you a dorm?" Lan Wangji replied, "Yes." Wei Wuxian nodded. "I thought as much. If you weren't assigned a dorm, where would you stay?" "My dorm is in Building 2. Room 301. Typically, our dorms house only 2 or 3 people. I share mine with my desk mate, Jiang Cheng, and most of the boys from our class reside on this floor. If you ever need anything or find yourself in a bind, feel free to come to the 3rd floor. We are all classmates, after all, and once you're in the same class, you are one of us." Lan Wangji halted. "You?" Wei Wuxian inquired. "What's wrong?" Lan Wangji continued. "Are you the class monitor?" In Lan Wangji's understanding, in a new class, only the class monitor would typically have more instructions for the other students, though sometimes the monitor might not say much. Depending on individual personalities, Wei Wuxian waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Our class monitor is that pretty girl with a ponytail sitting at the front, named Luo Qingyang." Lan Wangji opened his mouth, as if to voice something but hesitated. Sensing he had something to say, Wei Wuxian quickly pressed, "What are you thinking?" "It's nothing," Lan Wangji sighed. "Then let us go. I'll treat you to some snacks." "No need," Lan Wangji replied. "Just a little snack. There's no need to be polite. I dislike owing favors to others. Consider this a way to repay you for your help today." Lan Wangji fell silent. Wei Wuxian took a step back. "How about this? You tell me your dorm room number, and I'll bring you some snacks." Lan Wangji remained quiet. Wei Wuxian urged, "Just tell me. I'm not asking for your measurements or anything. Just a room number. Why be shy?" Surrendering to Wei Wuxian's persistence, Lan Wangji finally said, "Building 2, room 116, got it." With their conversation concluded, Lan Wangji no longer glanced at him. Striding forward, Wei Wuxian attempted to catch up. But at that moment, a hand landed on his shoulder. Jiang Cheng, appearing like a ghost, suddenly chimed in, "Do you like him?" Jiang Cheng pondered aloud. "You've always claimed to prefer girls, but people can change. Have you developed a new taste?" Wei Wuxian, bewildered by this line of thought, delivered an elbow jab. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Cheng, anticipating this reaction, dodged. "If you don't like him, why are you so eager to pursue him? Can't you see that Lan Wangji is not inclined to engage with you?" Wei Wuxian replied truthfully, "I didn't feel that way." Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. "With your brashness and tendency to be oblivious, Lan Wangji has surely already discerned what kind of person you are. Any further interaction would likely drive him to frustration." Wei Wuxian chased after him. "You're not him." How can you know if he'll be annoyed with me? Classes resumed normally the following day. It was Monday, and as per tradition, the entire school conducted morning exercises and a flag-raising ceremony. Once everything concluded and morning study nearly wrapped up, everyone returned to the classroom, feeling both exhausted and overheated. Wei Wuxian opened a bottle of water on his desk and took a sip. When Jiang Cheng approached, asking for some, Wei Wuxian swiftly pulled it back just as Jiang Cheng was about to take it. Jiang Cheng asked, "What are you doing?" Wei Wuxian teased with a playful tone. "Isn't this what you said yesterday? I don't like drinking water, thank you." "Get lost. Hurry up," Jiang Cheng exclaimed, swatting a book over. He was well aware that this was indeed his remark from yesterday, and seeing Wei Wuxian mimic him sent his temper flaring. At that moment, Nia Huaisong, dragging himself in through the back door, inquired, "What are you two doing?" Wei Wuxian tossed the water bottle to Jiang Cheng and said to Nia Huaisong, "You wouldn't believe it. After the competition yesterday, Jiang Cheng, Wei Wuxian." Jiang Cheng's furious shout interrupted Wei Wuxian's words. Wei Wuxian patted Nia Huaisong's shoulder. "See? This guy explodes like he's eaten gunpowder. He won't even let me finish." Chapter 8. The prize. Jiang Cheng's expression soured at the remark. Glaring at Wei Wuxian, Nia Huaisong, oblivious to their cryptic exchange, took the water bottle from Jiang Cheng after he had a sip. However, just as he did, he overheard Wei Wuxian speaking to Lan Wangji, who had just returned to his seat. "Lan, are you thirsty? I have water here. Would you like some?" As Wei Wuxian prepared to reclaim his water bottle from Nia Huaisong, he realized it contained only a sip of water. Before he could reach out for it, Nia Huaisong had already drained it. He twisted the cap of the bottle tightly, then flung the cap towards the back wall, where it ricocheted like a firecracker before landing on the ground. "I am done drinking," Wei Wuxian exclaimed. "How can you drink so fast?" Unable to procure any water, he turned back, chuckling. "This guy drinks like a water buffalo." He finished the entire bottle. Nia Huaisong countered, "When Jiang Cheng gave it to me, there wasn't a full bottle left, just a couple of sips. It's clearly you two who drank it all." The bottle had been left over from the previous night. After chasing Jiang Cheng around the campus, Wei Wuxian had gone to the school store and bought a bag of snacks. He delivered the entire bag to Lan Wangji's dorm, only to find upon his return that the snacks had been returned untouched. Since Lan Wangji did not want them, Wei Wuxian distributed the snacks among the other dorm residents. After consuming all the snacks, only one bottle of water remained, the very one they had just shared. With class nearly over, Wei Wuxian glanced at the clock above the blackboard, noting there were less than 10 minutes until the bell. Grabbing Jiang Cheng's arm with one hand and reaching for Lan Wangji with the other, he suggested, "Since class is about to end, let us just leave the classroom. No one will come to check." He waved to Lan Wangji. "Come on, let us go together." Lan Wangji's gaze briefly fell upon the hand that was outstretched, and he said, "I am not thirsty." Wei Wuxian intended to say something further, but Jiang Cheng could no longer endure it. He muttered, "Useless," and with the force of Wei Wuxian tugging at his sleeve, began to walk out. Reluctantly, Wei Wuxian had no choice but to follow. Upon reaching the doorway, Wei Wuxian wrapped his other arm around Nia Huaisong's neck, and the three of them exited the classroom simultaneously. Lan Wangji stared at the gap left by the departing trio for a few seconds before withdrawing his gaze. As the three moved forward, Nia Huaisong remarked, "Wei Gu, why do you seem so attentive to the new arrival?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Do I?" Jiang Cheng coolly interjected, "Is it even a question? Buying snacks and handing him water. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're pursuing him. Hey, why did you hit me?" This marked the third time Wei Wuxian had heard Jiang Cheng insinuate his interest in Lan Wangji. Wei Wuxian retracted his hand and retorted, "Deservedly so. Who told you to spout nonsense?" Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes. "Be careful on the stairs. You too." Nia Huaisong chuckled as he separated the pair, positioning himself between them. Turning down the staircase, the three exited the teaching building. At this time, there were few lingering outside the classrooms, and they encountered no teachers, but they did spot their class monitor. Wei Wuxian was the first to greet Luo Qingyang. "Class monitor, why are you holding a document bag? What's inside?" Upon realizing it was the three of them, Luo Qingyang approached and loosened his grip on the tightly held document bag, leaning closer to whisper, "This contains the prize money our class earned from the sports meet." Prize money? Wei Wuxian had only inquired about the prize money yesterday. He hadn't expected it to be distributed so soon this morning. Nia Huaisong asked, "How much?" "Sure, keep your voices down. Luo Qingyang urged. Their essay total of 6,000. The three of them widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang Cheng remarked, that is indeed quite a sum. Nia Huaisong added, I thought it would be at most a few hundred. Maybe 1,000 at WD just buy ice cream and that would be it. I can't believe it's actually 6,000. It's incredible. Luo Qingyang cautioned, keep it down. Let us not spread this around for now. According to the seniors from last year, the prize money was supposed to be only 1,000. Yet we've been allocated so much this time. Even Director Jean was surprised. Listening to their conversation, Wei Wuxian pondered. He too felt the school had been unusually generous this time. Although the school was not financially challenged, it even established a scholarship for the top 3 students each year at the end of term. Aimed at encouraging those from economically disadvantaged families, this was merely a sports meet between ordinary schools to assess students' physical capabilities. The prize money being so substantial was indeed rare. Luo Qingyang made a gesture for silence. Regardless, let us keep this under wraps for now. Wei Wuxian responded, understood. As the three exited the area and headed towards the cafeteria, Nia Huaisong exclaimed, so this means our whole class can finally go out to watch a movie together. Wei Wuxian remarked, such opportunities are indeed scarce. When the time comes, the three of us can sit together, chatting and discussing the plot. It will be delightful. Jiang Cheng interjected, it's just a movie. You two have seen plenty already. Nia Huaisong countered, watching a movie alone in a theater is entirely different from renting out the entire place with the whole class in life. Beyond mere food and entertainment, it's about the experience. Wei Wuxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the experience is paramount. When the homeroom teacher comes during self-study, we should have a proper discussion about this. During the break, Wei Wuxian continued to contemplate the movie outing and the school's unexpected generosity regarding the prize money, even declining Jiang Cheng's invitation to play basketball. After class, the students gradually stepped out for some fresh air. Wei Wuxian remained deep in thought, when suddenly he noticed movement from the corner of his eye. He turned to see Lan Wangji, holding something, exiting through the back door, seemingly with a purpose. For reasons unknown, Lan Wangji always possessed an inexplicable allure for him. Wei Wuxian instinctively wanted to follow and see what he was up to but hesitated, fearing Lan Wangji might find him bothersome, thus suppressing his urge to pursue. Chapter 9. Student Council. Approximately 20 minutes later, Jiang Cheng and the others returned, drenched in sweat. Jiang Cheng wiped his face and drank some water. Once his body had mostly recovered, he picked up the watch that had been resting on the table. Noticing his actions, Wei Wuxian said, "Oh, I thought you found that watch." Jiang Cheng glanced at him. "If you hadn't found it, just wait and see." This watch had been borrowed by Wei Wuxian from Jiang Cheng before the competition yesterday. He had other matters to attend to and didn't want to delay the game. Thus he borrowed Jiang Cheng's watch to keep track of time. Playing basketball involves vigorous movement, and since the watch face is quite rigid, wearing it while playing could lead to accidental damage to both the watch and the person. Therefore, when entering the competition, Wei Wuxian had placed the watch on a nearby shelf, unsure if it was his or Jiang Cheng's jacket pocket. When Jiang Cheng had yelled at him about losing the watch, Wei Wuxian hadn't paid it much mind, knowing full well it was not lost. The reason Jiang Cheng was so concerned about this watch was not only due to its considerable monetary value, but also because it had been a gift from Jiang Fengmian 2 years prior. Wei Wuxian recalled that day vividly. It was shortly after they graduated from middle school, and Yu Ziyuan had taken Jiang Cheng to her company for training. Naturally, Wei Wuxian couldn't remain idle, so he was taken by Jiang Fengmian to the Jiang Corporation for learning, where he was praised for his strong learning abilities. On that day, when Yu Ziyuan learned of this, she had a fierce argument with Jiang Fengmian, claiming he was overly attentive to Wei Wuxian while neglecting his own son. Jiang Fengmian was unaware of what Jiang Cheng had been doing at Yu Ziyuan's company over the years or what skills he had acquired. As he had never inquired about it was only through Yu Ziyuan's revelations during their quarrel that Jiang Fengmian discovered Jiang Cheng was capable of handling significant project data, organizing it meticulously, a skill he had mastered several years prior. At that time, Jiang Cheng was merely 15. Every summer vacation, Jiang Cheng would systematically learn at the company under Yu Ziyuan's guidance, and all of this remained unknown to Jiang Fengmian. After learning of this, perhaps out of guilt for his negligence towards his child, he sought out Jiang Cheng and gifted him the watch as a reward, along with the paternal praise Jiang Cheng had longed to hear. Thus, Jiang Cheng cherished this watch greatly. However, had the watch truly been lost yesterday, Wei Wuxian believed Jiang Cheng would have been intent on skinning him alive. Perhaps even to the point of tears. Jiang Cheng was still polishing his watch, a routine he performed several times a day. Wei Wuxian stood, stretching his back. Sitting for too long had left him uncomfortable. He twisted left and right, swayed back and forth, when suddenly he felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. It was not an earthquake, but rather the sound of a large group of people running and moving about in the teaching building. Clearly, it wasn't just Wei Wuxian who noticed. A commotion erupted outside the classroom, prompting many students to step out to investigate what was happening. Wei Wuxian was also drawn in. Their classroom was on the third floor. Providing a decent view, he leaned over the railing, peering down at the crowd, but saw nothing but students purposefully heading in a particular direction. Curiosity piqued, Wei Wuxian decided to follow them downstairs to see what was afoot. He waved to those still inside. Jiang Cheng, are you going to check it out? It seems something is happening over there. Although Wei Wuxian was unaware of the specifics, the direction of the crowd suggested it was towards the administrative building. Jiang Cheng replied, I'm not going. Class is about to start. He didn't finish his sentence, for as soon as Wei Wuxian heard not going, he had already dashed off. Descending the stairs, Wei Wuxian casually grabbed a passing classmate and asked, Hey, do you know what is going on? Why all the commotion? The student, familiar with Wei Wuxian, replied, I heard someone got into a fight with the student council members, just like what happened to you last time. Last time The individual departed to witness the commotion, and Wei Wuxian followed suit. However, he sensed that this situation was likely different from the last time. It did not appear to be a fight. The school maintained stringent regulations regarding campus violence, enforcing severe consequences for such behavior. Minor infractions might result in a reprimand and a few months of reflection at home, while more serious offenses could lead to expulsion. As such, students typically preferred to downplay conflicts, and if matters escalated to a point where a duel was necessary, it would not attract such a large audience. After all, no one wished to endure the embarrassment of being sent home by their parents after receiving a disciplinary note. If a confrontation were to occur, it would have to be discreet, arranged outside the school grounds, with clear agreements to ensure confidentiality. Before long, a throng of students gathered at the foot of the administrative building, all craning their necks like fledglings eager for food, peering upward. Yet, not a soul dared to take the initiative to ascertain what was transpiring within those walls. The building boasted a total of 6 floors, and it was around the 4th floor that Wei Wuxian caught sight of some figures through the window. Narrowing his eyes, he squinted harder and recognized one of the individuals standing by the window, a tall and slender classmate. Nicknamed Stick, whose real name was Qiao Lei. Wei Wuxian called out loudly, Stick, what are you all doing? You've drawn the attention of the entire school. The nickname had been bestowed upon him by the others. And as soon as Qiao Lei heard Wei Wuxian's voice, he eagerly leaned out of the window, then turned back as if to converse with those inside before calling out again, It's nothing. Nothing serious, just a minor issue with our student council. You all may return to your business. Wei Wuxian retorted, If it's nothing, why all the fuss? Qiao Lei insisted, I assure you, it's truly nothing. If you don't believe me, come up and see for yourself. With that invitation, Wei Wuxian boldly made his way inside the administrative building, taking the elevator up. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he glanced at the nameplates on the various doors and knocked on the conference room door. Without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open. The conference room was spacious, filled with numerous individuals, some standing and others seated. In the center stood a massive table, capable of accommodating around 20 people. Yet the atmosphere was far from cheerful. Upon entering, the first figure Wei Wuxian noticed was Qiao Lei near the window, followed by another familiar silhouette. Lan Wangji? Wei Wuxian exclaimed. Chapter 10. While you're idle. I am, not as Wei Wuxian pushed through the door, he immediately captured the attention of everyone present, striding confidently toward Lan Wangji. Lan Wangji remained seated, his eyes fixed steadily on Wei Wuxian as he approached. Wei Wuxian remarked, I initially thought you had stepped out for a restroom break, but it seems you've come here instead. Lan Wangji, perplexed by Wei Wuxian's unexpected presence, offered no reply. Wei Wuxian smiled and moved directly in front of Lan Wangji, who occupied the main seat of the room, flanked by others who resembled his subordinates. Despite his earlier astonishment at Lan Wangji's presence, Wei Wuxian showed no signs of surprise regarding Lan Wangji's authoritative position. Besides Lan Wangji and Qiao Lei, the other attendees also appeared familiar to him, and they too recognized Wei Wuxian. Qiao Lei approached and tugged at Wei Wuxian's clothing, questioning, What are you doing up here? Wei Wuxian replied, Didn't you invite me up? Qiao Lei faltered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had merely made that statement to convey that nothing significant was happening, not expecting Wei Wuxian would actually come. At that moment, someone piped up, "Wei Wuxian, why are you here? Are you planning to cause trouble again?" Wei Wuxian feigned nonchalance. "Oh no, I'm a model student. How could I possibly engage in such disruptive behavior?" A few individuals scoffed at his words, and Wei Wuxian noted their disbelief. With a facade of innocence, he continued, "Why is it that you all doubt me?" Another voice chimed in, "Enough with the nonsense." Wei Wuxian turned to the speaker, slowly applauding. "Ah, is that not the esteemed president Yu of our student council? What brings you to this corner?" He glanced at Lan Wangji, adding, "It seems President Yu is preparing to step down." Yu Jun cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. "Don't come here spouting nonsense. I can't stand your antics." He turned to Wei Wuxian. "Is this someone from your class? Did you send him to irritate me?" Wei Wuxian wore an expression of resignation. "You dog. While you seem to find pleasure in seeking trouble, I certainly do not cast your issues upon me. If I were to pursue a vendetta, it would not be through others." The animosity between Wei Wuxian and Yu Jun traced back to long before this moment, and the tension had now escalated. "Why?" Yu Jun retorted. "If this person isn't you're doing, then whose is it? He's occupying my seat, and our student council hasn't been recruiting recently." Wei Wuxian countered, "Of course, he isn't you're doing. He was sent by old Jean. If you don't believe me, go inquire in old Jean's office." Why? Yu Jun, naturally skeptical, dismissed the notion. "Even if he was assigned by Director Jean, that doesn't grant him the right to sit in my position." The audacity of this individual was astounding. Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji. "This fellow must have suffered a concussion while playing on the slide as a child, for he has no sense of reason now. What did you say to them earlier?" Lan Wangji regarded Wei Wuxian with an expression that suggested he was aware of what Jin Quan had conveyed to him, implying that Wei Wuxian had indeed overheard their earlier conversation. Lan Wangji stated, "The position of student council president is mine." Wei Wuxian inquired, "And what follows?" Lan Wangji glanced at the notepad he had brought, stating, "I will revamp the student council and eliminate unnecessary roles and activities." Before Wei Wuxian could respond, someone interjected, "You think you can just say eliminate and revamp? Who do you think you are? This school isn't your personal domain." After this remark, Yu Jun stated, "Wei Wuxian, he is addressing you directly. You should be clear by now. We have no intention of causing trouble. If someone is trying to oust me from my position as president, even the principal's presence today wouldn't make me concede." Although Wei Wuxian had never been involved in the student council and was unaware of the intricate relationships at play, he surmised that there were likely vested interests involved, especially within their school. Nevertheless, while he intended to support Lan Wangji, he couldn't ignore the fact that Lan Wangji's earlier approach had been rather domineering, asserting his intent to unseat the current president without offering any explanation or evidence. Despite the long-standing rivalry between Wei Wuxian and Yu Jun, with many past conflicts, he recognized that Yu Jun was not without redeemable qualities. It merely required a compelling justification to sway him. Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji, then noticed the silver badge adorning Lan Wangji's school uniform on his left chest. Instantly, his eyes lit up as he sought confirmation of his thoughts. Wei Wuxian boldly perched himself on the armrest of Lan Wangji's chair, nearly pressing against his arm, prompting Lan Wangji to subtly shift away. Settling comfortably, Wei Wuxian reached toward Lan Wangji's chest. In response to the unexpected contact, Lan Wangji instinctively recoiled, but the chair back offered no retreat, leaving him with no choice but to endure Wei Wuxian's inquisitive touch. Leaning closer, Wei Wuxian observed that the badge bore a swirling cloud design, the emblem of Wangxian No. 1 High School, with the words Student Council President inscribed along its edge. In that moment of realization, his movements stilled as he pondered, when Yu Jun shouted, "What are you two doing? This is the place for you to be flirting." Their proximity and actions suggested an intimacy that bordered on inappropriate, with Lan Wangji almost brushing his forehead against Wei Wuxian's, while Wei Wuxian seemed poised to sit on his lap. Clearing his throat, Wei Wuxian straightened, offering Lan Wangji an apologetic smile. "My apologies. The inscription on this badge is rather small." So I leaned in a bit closer. Lan Wangji averted his gaze from Wei Wuxian's now magnified face, slightly tilting his head away. Wei Wuxian rose, addressing Yu Jun. "You're simply seeking justification, aren't you? After all, it's quite humiliating to be ousted in such a manner." "Why?" Yu Jun responded. "What nonsense are you spouting now?" Wei Wuxian replied. If you think about it with that smooth brain of yours, you should understand that if there weren't someone orchestrating this, who would dare to usurp your position? I wouldn't even accept the title of student council president if it were offered to me for free. Chapter 11. The rumored individual. To speak frankly, their student council lacks the practicality of those found within the university, and theirs does not even offer any credits. Instead, it is preoccupied with trivial matters. Aside from instilling fear in ordinary students and flaunting their authority, they possess little else. Ultimately, genuine power resides with the school leadership. After all, they are merely students. The saying sour grapes comes to mind. The student council is not an entity one can simply join at will. Should you dare to provoke our student council again, be warned that we will report your deeds to the principal. And you may very well find your graduation delayed, they threatened. Wangxian shook his head at their menacing words. Why, Yujun remarked, your indifference towards this position does not imply that others share your sentiment. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been joined by another individual in my role. The arrogance of those who wield power through the influence of others is indeed striking. Wangxian sighed and said to Yujun, engaging in rational discourse with you seems futile. Allow me to share a story instead. Have you heard of a notable figure from our school? He was the president of the student council from the previous cohort. Though his name eludes me, however, he undertook an action that left a profound impression on me, and since we are all students here, I trust you may have heard of it as well. In this society, power and wealth are monopolized by so-called elite capitalists and affluent families, making it exceedingly difficult for the common folk to rise. Wangxian is a school that aids ordinary individuals in transforming their destinies. As long as one excels academically and meets the admission criteria, the institution will alleviate all financial burdens, including tuition, meals, accommodation, and future employment issues. Everything will proceed smoothly. It is truly a testament to the philosophy that knowledge can alter fate. Yet, even with meticulous arrangements, beneath a polished exterior, there can lurk hidden decay. Approximately 3 or 4 summers ago, an incident occurred. A female student successfully underwent a transformation into an Omega, but, due to her impoverished background and having been raised by her grandparents, she had never received any education on this subject. Consequently, her understanding was severely lacking. When she sensed unusual changes in her body, she was completely bewildered, unsure of what to do or whom to approach. Perhaps while making her way to the school infirmary, she encountered a person dressed as a teacher. Responding to her request, this individual led her away. A passing young man witnessed this scene. He had initially intended to check on the female student, who appeared weak and unsteady, but the teacher had acted first. Since the timing of such transformations varies, some complete theirs at 14 or 15, while others do so at 16 or 17, but it never extends beyond 18 years of age. Lest they require medical intervention, the young man discerned that he had not yet undergone this change, for he could not detect the potent pheromones emanating from the female student after she was taken away. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant. The young man followed discreetly and saw the person resembling a teacher escort the female student into their vehicle, seemingly intending to take her off campus. Although there was an infirmary within the school, the young man maintained a friendly disposition, considering that perhaps the teacher was merely taking her outside for medical attention. He returned to the spot where he had seen the female student and the teacher, only to find that the area had become occupied by several individuals. The air was thick with pheromones, leaving him curious about the source, which was undeniably enticing. One of them sniffed deeply and remarked, "This scent is reminiscent of peaches. One can only imagine how delightful the beauty on the other side must be." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately sensed something amiss. The worst-case scenario began to unfold in his mind, prompting him to seek out other teachers. Through his descriptions of the individual's physique and appearance, they quickly identified the person who had taken the female student. Yet, no one was willing to take initiative in addressing the matter. When the young man conveyed the specifics of the situation to those he approached, they either insisted that the teacher must have taken her to the hospital or claimed ignorance of the person's residence. The records of Wangxian's faculty, including their home addresses and family details, were meticulously documented, easily accessible in electronic files. Yet, they feigned ignorance and refused to assist, initially bewildered by the chilling indifference of individuals. The young man later realized that their reluctance stemmed from the fact that the individual in question was the vice principal of Wangxian. Even if it was evident that this vice principal might be engaged in wrongdoing, none dared to intervene to rescue the abducted female student. In light of the prevailing ineptitude, the young man sought assistance from another source. However, when he inquired about the vice principal's specific home address from other teachers. They all posed the same questions. What do you need the vice principal for? What is the matter? A simple answer would suffice, yet it felt akin to overcoming arduous trials, more challenging than withdrawing one's own funds from a bank. They demanded proof of purpose before divulging any information. At each instance, the young man regarded them coldly, knowing that if he revealed the truth, he would likely receive an answer akin to those before him. The reality remained that regardless of how he approached the inquiry regarding the vice principal's residence, no one would divulge the information. After all, he was merely a student, an individual whose grievances could be easily dismissed. Unworthy of concern. Ultimately, with no other recourse, the young man sought out the director, Jian Quan, armed with a particular item. Jian Quan was an individual dispatched from above, whose authority sometimes surpassed that of the principal. With Jian Quan's support, the young man, accompanied by a group, headed towards their destination. From the onset of the incident until this moment, a total of 20 minutes had elapsed. Fortunately, Jian Quan's residence was not far from the school. The drive would take less than 10 minutes, yet, during the span of nearly 30 minutes, countless misfortunes could transpire. Confronted with those eager to knock on doors, the young man gestured, "No need to call. Simply break the door down." The accompanying individuals exchanged glances, and Jian Quan declared, "Follow his lead." With Jian Quan's directive, only then did the accompanying talents dare to take action. When the incident ultimately led to the female classmate. She had already been drugged, but fortunately, nothing had yet transpired. The female classmate was rushed to the hospital, while the vice principal was taken to the police station by the youth. Rape of an Omega is a grave offense. Had the act been committed, the vice principal would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Yet, the matter did not conclude there. Chapter 12. The youth's methods, swift and decisive as the incident, did not escalate due to the timely intervention of the arriving youth and others. It was likely that the vice principal would only be detained for a few days before being released. However, the severity of the situation was such that it could not be overlooked. True criminality is not defined solely by the aftermath of tragedy, but rather must be thwarted in its infancy to prevent further calamities. Yet, it seemed that the vice principal's status and connections were formidable. Soon, the youth learned that he would be out of the police station in 3 days. Such conduct is intolerable to true justice. The youth went to the hospital to obtain the female classmate's medical report, which indicated that she had been administered contraceptives, a premeditated act. This report could serve as evidence, prompting the youth to summon the victim. The female classmate, feeling fortunate to have been rescued, was nonetheless apprehensive about confronting the vice principal. She was merely an ordinary person without wealth or influence, and feared that if she pursued the matter too aggressively, she and her family might face retribution. Nevertheless, the youth earnestly assured her that everything would be all right. After all, he was the one advocating for justice, and any potential retaliation would likely be directed at him. Moreover, to let the vice principal go unpunished would allow the perpetrator to remain unaccountable. Moved by the youth's conviction, the female classmate agreed to pursue legal action, thus initiating a lawsuit. Under the weight of the youth's compelling evidence, the opposing side exhibited no signs of panic, as if they had prepared for this very scenario. During the trial, the defendant's lawyer presented a formidable defense, asserting that as an alpha, the vice principal's actions were influenced by the female classmate's pheromones, leading to the subsequent events. The physical attraction due to instinct rendered his actions excusable. As the law does provide for such circumstances, akin to a mentally ill person committing acts of violence outside their conscious control. Furthermore, the evidence presented by the youth merely indicated that, despite being enticed by the Omega's pheromones, the vice principal still took the initiative to administer contraceptives, suggesting that his intentions were not entirely malicious. Rather, he wished to prevent the girl from a life-altering pregnancy. When the plaintiff's attorney inquired why the vice principal thought to administer contraceptives instead of alerting the authorities, the defendant's lawyer reiterated the legal principle. One cannot expect a person devoid of conscious awareness to act in accordance with rational thought. It was already a remarkable feat that the vice principal was able to do anything under such conditions. Due to this legal provision, the vice principal was effectively exonerated, and his position remained unscathed. The youth lost the case. However, no one anticipated that 2 months later, the youth would file an appeal, this time with multiple joint signatures. In the interim, he had meticulously reviewed nearly a decade's worth of student records from the school and discovered a list of students who had abruptly withdrawn without explanation, all of whom were ordinary children from families that had transitioned into Omega status. This series of events could not possibly be mere coincidence. The youth visited these locations one by one, ultimately gathering substantial evidence that proved the vice principal to be a habitual predator. Eventually, the vice principal was arrested and imprisoned. Following this incident, the youth's reputation soared within Wangxian No. 1 High School, echoing throughout all secondary institutions. No one knew the true identity of this decisive and ambitious youth, with some attributing his success to luck and others speculating that he must possess connections of considerable import. While much about the youth remained elusive, one fact was clear. He was the president of the student council. During his tenure, the school seemed to have received some news, prompting significant adjustments at Wangxian No. 1. Those who had engaged in clandestine alliances and mutual protection were reassigned, and the institution underwent a series of reforms. Most importantly, a new course on physiological knowledge was introduced to help students understand their bodies and promote healthy development, resulting in a more stringent and improved system at Wangxian No. 1. Wangxian merely recounted the gist of the senior's story. And though 3 to 4 years had passed, the senior's deeds continued to circulate unfadingly. When Wangxian briefly mentioned the senior, everyone immediately recognized whom he referred to. Wangxian remarked, "Why bring him up? Do those two have some connection?" Wangxian shook his head. "I believe after hearing about that senior's achievements, you must be curious why, when seeking help, no one in the school dared to provide any leads. Instead, he could directly command Jing Quan, whose status in our school you all understand well. I mention this not to imply any relationship between them, but rather to highlight that this individual beside me possesses something left behind by that formidable senior." Someone inquired, "What object?" Wangxian replied, "The student council president's badge. That senior made such significant contributions to the school, and what he left behind is destined to be passed down to every subsequent student council president." Wangxian turned to June, saying, "You lack it because you do not possess the qualifications." His words rang with conviction. If what he claimed were true, presenting the badge would prove it. Suddenly, someone caught sight of the gleaming object adorning Lan Wangji's left chest. The speaker faltered mid-sentence, and not only he but everyone finally noticed the shiny emblem on Lan Wangji's chest. June clenched his fist in frustration. Most of those present hailed from various prominent families, having emerged from the chaos of warlords in their early years, establishing their power amidst the turmoil. While some retained ancestral estates from that era, the differences between individuals remained stark. Moreover, the notion of tokens held a natural reverence among those from noble families. They understood that there were always those beyond their reach, and they recognized that the senior in question was no ordinary individual. Chapter 13. Attending physiology class, however, June stepped forward to gaze at Lan Wangji, stating, "Though you possess this item, I remain unconvinced. The members of the student council have followed me for 2 years. Do you really think you have the ability to manage them effectively?" Lan Wangji replied. "If they are disobedient, they can be replaced." Hearing Lan Wangji's words, one could not help but notice the similarity in his demeanor to that of the formidable senior of June, and the others clearly did not anticipate Lan Wangji's response. Logically, while replacement was the quickest and simplest solution, if one lacked the respect of the body, even numerous replacements would yield no results. June chuckled. "How about this? I will give you a chance. Let us compete. If I win, I willingly concede the position and serve under you. But if you lose, you shall never set foot in this administrative building again." Lan Wangji remained silent, disinterested in engaging in contests. According to directives, this position was his assignment, and he was meant to take over regardless. Just as Lan Wangji was about to speak, Wangxian interjected, "What will you compete in?" June appraised Lan Wangji, stating, Shooting. Wangxian had gone to the shooting range with Jiangqing a few times and had decent aim, though he had never undergone formal training. He was uncertain of June's capabilities, but the ease with which he proposed such a challenge indicated considerable skill. Uncertain of Lan Wangji's proficiency, Wangxian intended to dissuade him, only to hear Lan Wangji respond, "All right," as the two reached a consensus regarding the competition. The door to the conference room swung open, likely due to spectators reporting to a teacher, who then appeared. After some explanations, the group dispersed, and June and Lan Wangji scheduled their competition for this Friday after school. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Wangxian and Lan Wangji promptly returned to the classroom, arriving half a minute before the teacher. Upon seeing Wangxian return, Jiangcheng casually remarked, "Did you go off to eat shit, returning so late?" Wangxian gave him a gentle shove. "Jiangcheng, Your words are truly repulsive. Jiang Qing glanced at Lan Wangji and Tiao Lei, who had returned with Wei Wuxian, and chose not to respond further. During the evening study session, Wei Wuxian and his peers finally had the opportunity to discuss the matter of the bonus with their homeroom teacher, Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng was also perplexed as to why this year's bonus was so generous, but since it had been given, they would certainly accept it. After a thorough discussion, they collectively decided that Zhang Sheng would apply for a day out after the monthly exam had concluded, which would coincide with a trip to the cinema. Conveniently, there was still a week remaining before the exam. With a newfound anticipation in their lives, each day brought them closer, and everyone was filled with excitement. On Wednesday, it was time for Wei Wuxian's class to attend the health education course. This class was not held weekly. It typically occurred only once a semester. Each session covered similar content and precautions, repeated to ensure retention. After taking attendance, the students of Class A3 began to line up in order of height. The tallest among them was their physical education representative, Tiao Lei, while Wei Wuxian stood second to last, with Jiang Cheng directly in front of him. Once in line, Wei Wuxian leaned onto Jiang Cheng's shoulder, his gaze wandering this way and that, until it landed on Lan Wangji, a transfer student. Lan Wangji had yet to attend a physical education class, having stood at the back during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. The class monitor, Luo Qingyang, looked at Lan Wangji's height and instructed, "You can stand in front of Tiao Lei." Following this guidance, Lan Wangji took his place in the line. Wei Wuxian peeked back at him and began to chuckle, shaking slightly as he did. Jiang Cheng remarked, "What are you up to now?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Lan Wangji is right behind me." Jiang Cheng, speechless, retorted, "Get lost." Once the line was organized, they set off for the Medical College of Yunxin University. Since the distance between Yunxin No. 1 High School and the university was not too great, they opted to walk rather than take the school bus, reaching their destination after a brief 10-minute stroll. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a young woman who appeared more like a student of the medical college than a teacher. She was tall, striking, with an air of coldness and pride, truly a captivating presence. Her long hair was elegantly styled, and she wore a pristine white lab coat with a pin tucked into the flat pocket on her chest. A name tag hung around her neck, indicating her identity. Wei Wuxian craned his neck to see, just as the female student said, "As we enter, please be careful not to touch the items in the display cases. Some have been preserved with special chemicals, and direct contact can be harmful." The student guided them through a long, wide corridor lined with various anatomical models that were not easily identifiable. Wei Wuxian pointed to one of the models and said, "I guess that's the gluteus maximus." Jiang Cheng concurred, "It should be." The corridor featured an array of unique anatomical models, likely used by medical students for observation. After navigating the corridor and turning a corner, they finally arrived at their intended destination, where 3 lifelike human models awaited them. The female student began to explain the differences among the human types: alpha, beta, and omega. Many students had seen such models before, often taken to exhibitions by their families, but for some, this was their first experience. Gasps and exclamations filled the air as the trio of models vividly illustrated the physical distinctions among the 3 genders. It was undeniable that alphas possessed inherent advantages in various aspects. After taking in the sight, Wei Wuxian cast an inexplicable glance at Lan Wangji, then stealthily began comparing him to the 3 models. Lan Wangji was listening to the female student's lecture when he turned and met Wei Wuxian's curious gaze. Wei Wuxian alternated between clicking his tongue and shaking his head. Lan Wangji responded, "What is it, Wei Wuxian?" After a lengthy comparison, Wei Wuxian could not draw a conclusion. Lan Wangji, clad in his uniform, appeared tall and slender, and while he seemed more robust than a beta, he appeared somewhat leaner when compared to an alpha. Chapter 14. Innate compatibility. Meeting Lan Wangji's gaze, Wei Wuxian was about to deliver a witty remark when Jiang Cheng abruptly pulled him back, insisting, "Behave yourself." Reluctantly, Wei Wuxian reined in his thoughts and turned to Jiang Cheng, and the two began whispering animatedly about the lifelike models. Lan Wangji vaguely caught snippets of their conversation, including Wei Wuxian's comment about Jiang Cheng not being particularly strong. The two then playfully exchanged light punches. Wei Wuxian called out, "Nia Huaisong, Nia Huaisong." Hearing his name from the line, peeked out and waved for him to come over. Upon joining them, Wei Wuxian inquired, "I remember you mentioned you are a beta, right? What distinguishes a beta from someone like me?" Nia Huaisong asked, "Why do you want to know?" Wei Wuxian replied, "I'm just curious." I don't quite grasp the differences between the two. Could you explain? Nia Huaisong reflected seriously for a moment before responding. To be honest, I differentiated at 14. So I'm not sure why you're so late. As for the differences, he pondered again, then concluded, there isn't much of a difference. Wei Wuxian mused. So, betas can only pair with betas, and even then, only female betas can produce offspring. That's obvious. Zhang Cheng interjected. I remember when we went to the exhibition, you weren't left at home. How do you not know this now? Wei Wuxian protested. I'm not ignorant. I'm just a bit puzzled. Zhang Cheng pressed. What are you puzzled about? Wei Wuxian questioned. Can betas not pair with alphas or omegas? Alphas, of course, can only pair with omegas. Zhang Cheng was already tired of addressing Wei Wuxian's foolish inquiries, certain that he had been dozing off during previous exhibitions. The group continued to follow the female student, and Zhang Cheng simply moved ahead. Wei Wuxian shrugged. Zhang Cheng is an alpha, so naturally, he believes that alphas can only pair with omegas, a stubborn belief. But I think there should be room for other possibilities. Nia Huaisong glanced at Zhang Cheng's departing figure and said, I get what you're saying, but I can't articulate it clearly. The person leading us will likely address these matters, so let us listen. As they caught up with the group, the female student indeed began discussing this topic. While alphas and omegas are considered inherently compatible partners, she advised that alphas and omegas should aim for a compatibility rate of 95 or higher when seeking partners, as this would help avoid unnecessary complications in life. Seizing the moment, Wei Wuxian posed a question. But what if one cannot find a match with such a high compatibility? The female student replied. If that's the case, then keep adjusting downward, but regardless, never fall below 90. Wei Wuxian pressed further. They say alphas and omegas are naturally compatible partners. What if an alpha falls for another alpha? Or an alpha likes a beta, or a beta likes an omega, or an omega likes another omega? What should one do then? The female student was momentarily taken aback. Wei Wuxian continued, in matters of affection and love. Which is more crucial, compatibility or the feelings of love? His barrage of questions captivated the attention of everyone present. Generally, it was widely accepted that alphas were destined to pair with omegas. However, if such dilemmas arose, what choices would one make? Surely, these questions were not uncommon in society, given the complexity of human emotions. The female student remained silent for a moment, her gaze fixed on Wei Wuxian. Through the emotions reflected in his eyes and the subtle expressions that often went unnoticed, it became evident that he was genuinely seeking answers, not attempting to cause disruption. Although initially caught off guard, the female student quickly regained her composure. Emotions are priceless, but if you ask me, as a doctor, I must assert that compatibility always outweighs mere affection. Wei Wuxian countered. But, the female student interjected, I understand what you're implying. You're suggesting that even with high compatibility, if two individuals do not share mutual affection, what should be done? Wei Wuxian nodded, and the female student, demonstrating her commendable knowledge, responded, the fact that you can pose such a question only indicates that you do not yet fully comprehend the matter. You have yet to encounter that person with whom you share an innate connection. It is essential to understand that if the compatibility between two individuals surpasses 95, it is virtually impossible for them not to develop some feelings for each other. Once they meet, an undeniable attraction will ensue. Wei Wuxian chose not to add anything further. Following this exchange, the female student reiterated, moreover, whether you identify as alpha or omega, the primary consideration for a partner should always be each other. It is not to say that you cannot develop feelings for a beta, but rather that betas lack pheromones. If one were to fall in love with a beta during subsequent sensitive or estrous periods, one would find no solace, only the torment akin to climbing mountains or plunging into the sea. After conveying this, the female student provided an implicit answer to Wei Wuxian's earlier naive question. She then continued guiding her peers through the exhibits, with some following her lead while others explored independently. Zhang Cheng approached Wei Wuxian, who had been standing in place. Foolish bird, did you not consider the nature of your inquiries? You presented what should be common knowledge as if it were an enigma of the century. Wei Wuxian chuckled softly. These questions inherently exist. It is merely that no one has paid them heed until now. Zhang Cheng replied, when you speak of existence, are you referring to the notion of alphas being attracted to alphas and omegas to omegas? Wei Wuxian remarked, Zhang Cheng, I've noticed you also have a penchant for asking frivolous questions. Isn't that precisely the inquiry I was making? Zhang Cheng scoffed coldly. Such a scenario is impossible in my entire life. I have yet to witness a single pair, Chapter 15. Yet to differentiate upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian contemplated responding, perhaps to suggest that just because one has not seen something does not imply its absence in the world. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a piercing scream echoed through the venue. Ah! Following the sound, everyone turned to look, and the female student hurried over to assess the situation. It appeared that 4 students had encountered some mishap, one of whom was shaking uncontrollably, seemingly with a transparent liquid on their hand. The female student inquired, "What happened?" The student replied, "This container had no lid. I don't know who bumped into me just now, but my hand ended up inside it. What was that wet, sticky substance? Is my hand going to be all right?" The female student's gaze shifted to the opened container, and she appeared visibly fatigued, having cautioned everyone against touching anything within the venue before their arrival, yet still, it had been mishandled. Observing the female student's apparent distress, on the verge of tears, she patiently reassured, "The contents are corrosive, but there's no need for excessive worry. Just take a left at the exit. There's a restroom where you can wash it off within 10 minutes. The female student rushed out upon hearing this. Wei Wuxian approached to take a look. It seemed the container had just been opened. The female student promptly closed it again, as the tour neared its conclusion. They exited the department and arrived in the main hall for the final segment. The female student was now accompanied by several colleagues of a similar age, who began guiding others for health examinations. Before the examinations commenced, the female student, seated at a table organizing materials, asked, "You are all in your second year, around 17 or 18 years old. Surely none of you have yet to differentiate." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian felt as though she was addressing him directly, and he raised his hand slightly. "I have not done this." The female student paused her sorting, turning her gaze towards Wei Wuxian. He was at a loss for words. While she regarded him with a mixture of surprise followed by understanding, seemingly concluding that since Wei Wuxian had not differentiated, his earlier questions were quite reasonable. Wei Wuxian glanced around. Indeed, he appeared to be the only one in his class who had yet to differentiate. No, there was another. Lan Wangji, who had originally been assigned to a group for health checks, had now rejoined Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian exclaimed in astonishment, "Lan Zhan, you haven't differentiated either." Because Wei Wuxian had not undergone differentiation, he could neither perceive nor sense pheromones, rendering everyone indistinguishable from himself. Upon hearing his name, Lan Wangji shot him a glance, fully aware of what he meant. Wei Wuxian chuckled softly, "I read it in your textbook. If it displeases you, feel free to call me by my name in return." Lan Wangji averted his gaze. The female student regarded the two with curiosity. Her inquiry had been routine, as late differentiation among adolescents was relatively rare. 1 in 100 would be considered significant. Yet, here were 2 in a single instance. The female student personally led both of them to another examination room. After the checkup, the results would take a few days to be processed. The female student took down their contact information, stating that she would inform them once the results were available, and in case of any issues, they could reach out. Receiving a note with a contact number, Wei Wuxian asked, "How should I address you?" "Senior." The female student displayed her name tag hanging from her neck. "My surname is Wenqing, a second-year medical student at Wangxian University." Initially, Wei Wuxian had assumed she was an upperclassman, perhaps a senior or a graduate student. But he was taken aback by her youth. Being only in her second year, she was already capable of such responsibilities, akin to a seasoned medical practitioner, indistinguishable from the doctors he typically encountered during consultations. Upon returning to school and settling back into his seat, Wei Wuxian conversed with Lan Wangji. "Lan Zhan, what is your condition? While everyone else has differentiated, I remain as I am. I thought I might have some undiagnosed ailment. Yet it turns out there is someone else like me." Wei Wuxian spoke with a hint of relief at having company. "It's nothing." Lan Wangji appeared entirely unperturbed by his delayed differentiation. Wei Wuxian continued, "If it's nothing, then it means we share the same predicament. No issues found in the health examination, yet we remain undifferentiated. However, I believe that since there are no problems, I will eventually differentiate, and it will certainly be as an alpha. What about you, Lan Zhan?" Lan Wangji cast a glance at him. "Don't look at me like that." After being scrutinized, Wei Wuxian glanced at himself and suddenly understood. "I see, you dislike me calling you that name, don't you? I already told you at the school clinic that you were free to call me back." Lan Wangji remained silent. "You still feel it's unfair, don't you?" Wei Wuxian remarked. "In that case, let me share another name of mine. Only my family refers to me in that manner, as it sounds more intimate. Wei Wuxian opened his book and, next to his wild signature, carefully inscribed 2 characters, lifting it to show Lan Wangji, "Look, it's this. Of course, since I've shown it to you, we are friends now, if you wish to call me that." "I have no objections." Lan Wangji's gaze fell upon the name inscribed in his book, Wei Ying, before he lowered his eyelashes slightly, lost in thought. "All right, silence again," Wei Wuxian remarked, closing his book. At that moment, Jiang Cheng, who had been resting his eyes on the table, suddenly interjected, "He is not an Omega. Be careful how you tease him. He might hold a grudge." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wei Wuxian suddenly recalled a question. "Jiang Cheng? Did you know from the very beginning that Lan Zhan had not differentiated?" Jiang Cheng replied, "I wasn't aware. Everyone usually wears inhibitors, and the school has strict regulations against the release of pheromones. Any violation results in punishment. Unless everyone already knows each other or has been closely grouped together, it's nearly impossible to detect." Wei Wuxian responded with an "oh," then quietly speculated, "So it's still possible for Lan Zhan to differentiate into an Omega, right?" Jiang Cheng's expression turned to one of exasperation. He sat up straight, lifting his head with an incredulous tone. "Haven't you always claimed to prefer female Omegas?" Wei Wuxian countered, "My admiration for female Omegas has no bearing on whether Lan Zhan is an Omega." "Ha ha!" Jiang Cheng let out a cold laugh, feeling exasperated by Wei Wuxian's incessant attention towards Lan Wangji, constantly hovering around him. He had long since lost the desire to comment on it. Chapter 16. Attending the banquet. Jiang Cheng reclined back onto the table, appearing somewhat weary and unwell, prompting Wei Wuxian to refrain from bothering him further. Wei Wuxian straightened his posture and glanced out the window and towards the door. Noticing that no one was approaching at that moment, seizing the opportunity, he discreetly retrieved his hidden phone from his desk pocket. Although the school had not explicitly forbidden them from bringing phones, it had clearly prohibited their use during class. As the screen of Wei Wuxian's phone lit up, Jiang Cheng, who was resting his head on the table, immediately sensed the light and turned his head to change his position. Wei Wuxian opened a messaging app, inputting the contact information that Wenqing had previously provided, and added her as a friend. He sent a message reading Wei Wuxian. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, a reply came through, "I know. There will be records after the physical examination." Following that exchange, the two ceased messaging. Wei Wuxian's fingers occasionally scrolled through the chat application, uncertain of what to do. As his gaze shifted, he found Lan Wangji observing him intently, his attention fixated on Wei Wuxian's phone. Lan Wangji diverted his gaze from the device, and their eyes met in response to Lan Wangji's gaze. Wei Wuxian blinked, suddenly realizing that the shooting competition with Yu Jun had yet to commence. However, as the president of the student council, Lan Wangji was undoubtedly aware of the rules prohibiting casual attire during physical education and the ban on phones in the classroom. With this thought in mind, Wei Wuxian discreetly stowed his phone away. Although Lan Wangji did not vocalize his disapproval, the unspoken reprimand was palpable. Wei Wuxian chuckled, "Lan Zhan, you are watching me so intently without saying a word. Are you ignoring me because you find me so captivating?" Lan Wangji replied, "The phone. The school regulations clearly state that phones are not to be used in the classroom." How true it was that one often invites what they think about. Wei Wuxian shuffled his chair closer to Lan Wangji and lowered his voice, "Lan Zhan, keep your voice down. If the homeroom teacher or old Jean comes by and hears us, I'll be in for a scolding." Lan Wangji responded, "If you are aware of this, then do not bring it." Wei Wuxian playfully pinched Lan Wangji's arm. All right, I promise there won't be a next time. Just pretend you didn't TC it this time. Will you?" His actions were endearing as he kneaded Lan Wangji's shoulder to help him relax. Noticing Lan Wangji's silence, Wei Wuxian continued, "Come on, Lan Zhan. We've become quite familiar with each other, and considering our unique situation of being 18 and still unmarked, it's rare to find such a pairing among 200 people. If my phone gets confiscated, I'll spend a sleepless night. Please, just overlook it." Lan Wangji had no intention of confiscating Wei Wuxian's phone. Even if he didn't hand it over to the homeroom teacher, he would keep it safe and return it after the week ended. However, Lan Wangji withdrew his arm from Wei Wuxian's grasp, maintaining his calm demeanor as he acknowledged with a soft "Thanks." Wei Wuxian grinned as he settled back onto his chair. At that moment, Jiang Cheng turned his head back, revealing one eye as he regarded Wei Wuxian. "I recall you've already had 2 phones confiscated." Wei Wuxian's smile faltered. "Don't speak." The week can pass swiftly or slowly, and today's final class happened to be physical education. After an invigorating session of exercise, the week came to a close. After school, there was no evening study session, and as the weekend approached, some chose to stay at school while others opted to return home. After freshening up in the dormitory, Jiang Chang gathered his belongings and called out to Wei Wuxian in the inner room, "Hurry up, my dad just messaged me to come home early." Wei Wuxian was still washing his hair. "Did Uncle Jiang say what it's about?" Jiang Chang scrolled through his chat history. He mentioned there's a banquet tonight that we're supposed to attend. Once Wei Wuxian finished washing his hair, he emerged with a towel. "What kind of banquet is it, and what time do we need to go?" Jiang Chang busily fiddled with his phone. "I think around 8 it's supposed to be quite the affair. Do you want to go?" Wei Wuxian pondered for a moment. 8 is fine. I should be able to make it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chang realized Wei Wuxian intended to slip away. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, Wei Wuxian reassured him, "Don't worry, I will definitely attend, but I have a few other matters to attend to first." "Well, I want to be responsible for you," Jiang Chang remarked as he turned to leave the dormitory. Wei Wuxian dried his hair and sent a message to Lan Wangji. "Are you ready?" "I'm almost there." Almost instantly, the chat box displayed, typing. Lan Wangji replied, "When did you add me?" Wei Wuxian countered. "How did you know it was me?" Lan Wangji responded with 6 dots. Wei Wuxian then sent a voice message. "I believe I added you the day you transferred, but you probably didn't notice or acknowledge me." Lan Wangji scrolled up through the chat history and indeed found a message, a sticker of a little rabbit peeking out from a hole, which was his greeting to him. Lan Wangji reflected on how he had added numerous people that day, and Wei Wuxian's message must have been buried beneath others. Just as he was contemplating this, a video call request came through. Instinctively, Lan Wangji accepted it without thinking. As the call connected, Wei Wuxian's enlarged face with damp, tousled hair filled the screen, and his cheerful laughter rang out. "I thought you wouldn't pick up my video call." "I'm surprised you did." Before he could finish his sentence, the video call switched to voice. Wei Wuxian's voice abruptly cut off, followed by, "All right, I guess you would do that." Lan Wangji directly inquired, "What is it?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Where are you right now?" "In the dormitory. I'm heading downstairs to find you so we can confront that you dog and see what kind of spectacle he intends to create." Lan Wangji was about to suggest he could manage on his own when he noticed Wei Wuxian had already stepped outside and was now heading downstairs. Wei Wuxian waved his phone with one hand while the other beckoned him. "Lan Zhan." His voice echoed through the air, the sounds bouncing between their phones as they both communicated via voice. "Lan Zhan, Lan Zhan, Lan Zhan." The repeated echoes reverberated in Lan Wangji's ears. Wei Wuxian, with his hair still damp and sticking up from the moisture, approached Lan Wangji. The loud call of Lan Zhan had created a cascade of echoes that traveled through both their devices. Wei Wuxian, deciding to end the voice call, noticed Lan Wangji still staring at him. He ruffled his hair, which was only partially dried. "What's wrong?" Only then did Lan Wangji come to his senses and glanced at his phone. "Nothing." Wei Wuxian then suggested, "Shall we go?" Chapter 17. I will protect you. Wei Wuxian took the lead, continuously chatting about Yujun's shooting competition request as Lan Wangji followed behind, his attention momentarily captured by the unruly tuft of hair atop Wei Wuxian's head. Wei Wuxian was never one to walk steadily. He swayed as he moved, and the dampness of his hair had caused it to stand upright. However, since it was now half dry, the hair had softened and become bouncy. By the time they reached the designated school gate, Wei Wuxian's hair had completely dried. With a casual swish of his hand, he groomed himself into a neat appearance. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxian rubbed the back of his neck. The rest of his hair dried easily, but the hair at the nape of his neck was a bit longer. After a few quick strokes, it was drying swiftly as they waited at the gate. Sensing someone's gaze, Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji. "Lan Zhan, were you just staring at me?" When Wei Wuxian looked over, Lan Wangji had already withdrawn his gaze, but upon being pointed out, he glanced once more at the nape of Wei Wuxian's neck before averting his eyes again. Wei Wuxian continued, all right, don't go silent on me again. If you didn't look, then you didn't look. Even if you did, I wouldn't mind." Wei Wuxian spoke in a rather nonchalant manner, genuinely indifferent, as if he were casually inquiring whether someone had eaten, to which the response was negative, and then he would casually offer to treat them. It was a mere exchange of words. Yet perhaps the speaker's lack of intent led the listener to feel a certain peculiarity. The nape of the neck can indeed be considered a private area for both A and O. as it houses glands that can emit pheromones. This area, particularly for O, holds an even greater sense of privacy. Although it is deemed private, it does not align with the traditional notion of privacy. People do not deliberately wear high-collared garments to conceal it, nor do they overtly display it for all to see. However, should an O choose to flaunt the glands at the nape of their neck for others to see and smell, it would be akin to seduction. Nevertheless, both of them remained undifferentiated, akin to the most ordinary beta, rendering the matter rather inconsequential. As people gradually emerged from the school gate, after a span of 5 to 6 minutes, Yujun and his companions finally appeared. Yujun had shed his school uniform and donned a cap, resembling a rogue. "Oh, you really came," Wei Wuxian responded. "Since you are here, how could we possibly not show up? However, you took your sweet time. We've been waiting ages. One might think you were crawling here." Yujun, reluctant to engage in conversation with Wei Wuxian, was well aware of his verbal prowess. Sparring words with him yielded no benefit. It was rare for Lan Wangji to take the initiative and inquire, "Where to?" Yujun replied, "Since this is a competition, let us do it properly. Regardless of the venue or equipment, we shall employ the best." The club's venue was too small, so they decided to head directly to an outdoor shooting range. In the blink of an eye, Wei Wuxian, Lan Wangji, and Yujun along with his 2 underlings took a taxi to the outskirts. As the high-rises and the cacophony of honking horns faded away, the scenery began to open up, indicating they had left the urban area. Wei Wuxian surveyed the surroundings while Yujun and his companions led the way in their vehicle. After approximately half an hour, they still had not reached their destination. If one were to calculate, they were likely over 30 kilometers away from their school at this point. Wei Wuxian felt a bit overwhelmed and nudged Lan Wangji with his arm, saying, "Lan Zhan, do you think Yujun and his group might have set a trap in the outskirts, waiting for us to arrive so they could unleash their wrath upon us, leaving our bodies to the wilderness?" Wei Wuxian's imagination was indeed quite vivid. Seeing him in such a vigilant state, Lan Wangji asked, "Are you afraid?" "How could I be?" Wei Wuxian patted his chest, asserting, "With my build, I could easily take on all 3 of them." It's just you. Lan Wangji, with his fair and refined appearance, did not strike one as someone who would engage in brawls. "What about me?" he inquired. "I merely think that if they truly have an ambush waiting, I might not be able to protect you," Wei Wuxian confessed. "I could manage 3 or 4, but any more than that, I would have to flee." But in this desolate wilderness, Wei Wuxian continued to voice his concerns. Yet Lan Wangji paid little heed, his mind fixated on the 3 words, "protect you." Lan Wangji had not anticipated that Wei Wuxian was worried about him, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for how to react. Unaware of Lan Wangji's unusual demeanor, Wei Wuxian continued to glance outside while retrieving his phone to activate the location services and navigation. He reasoned that if Yujun truly intended to cause trouble, it would be prudent to be prepared. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he could at least send out his location. However, soon the once expansive fields were replaced by a dense thicket of trees, and as they progressed further, a mountain obstructed their path ahead. The vehicle could ascend no further beyond the foot of the mountain and had to come to a halt. Upon disembarking, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "You dog, what are you up to? In these remote hills, if a bear were to come out and eat you, no one would come to your rescue." Yujun smiled at Wei Wuxian and replied, "Country bumpkin, I knew you had never been to this place. Do you really think this is some godforsaken land?" Wei Wuxian looked up at the towering mountain. It was indeed lofty and imposing, and climbing it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Moreover, this was a place he had never visited before, and he could not help but imagine that upon scaling the mountain, they might stumble upon a cave halfway up, hiding some martial arts manual or the like. "The shooting range is up there," Yujun indicated, walking forward. The foot of the mountain was equipped with stairs, and it appeared he was genuinely prepared to lead the ascent. Gazing at the seemingly endless mountain, Wei Wuxian had already begun to feel the fatigue of climbing. Even before he had taken a step, he shouted, "Hey!" Yujun and the others halted to look at him, and Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji, saying, "Lan Zhan, why don't you relinquish your title as student council president to him? It would save me the hassle of climbing this daunting mountain." "It feels like a death sentence," Yujun retorted, "Useless." Wei Wuxian jumped up, "You dog." Yujun shot back, "Useless." Frustrated, Wei Wuxian ground his teeth. He truly did not wish to climb, and he had no idea when he would return after reaching the top. He had to be back by 8 o'clock to join Jiang Cheng and Uncle Jiang for a banquet. Amidst their playful banter, Lan Wangji interjected, "No need to climb. There's an elevator." Chapter 18. The shooting range. To hear that such a high mountain was equipped with an elevator, Wei Wuxian's eyes widened in surprise as he looked around eagerly. Where's the elevator? Lan Wangji moved ahead, and about 10 meters away from the wide stone steps, there was a hidden stone door that was not immediately obvious. However, upon approaching, one could clearly discern the gap between the stone door. The group gathered around. Wei Wuxian leaned against the stone door, peering left and right, and then knocked on it. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "The elevator's opening button is above on your right." Startled, he realized there was someone speaking. It was remarkably intelligent. The sudden voice took Wei Wuxian and the others by surprise. Subsequently, as expected, while feeling around, Wei Wuxian located a protrusion in an inconspicuous spot and pressed it. The door opened. Beyond the stone door lay a long, dark passage extending deep into the mountain, resembling a tunnel. The group remained motionless, with Lan Wangji being the first to step inside. As they entered, the stone door closed automatically, and in the darkness, the sensor lights on the tunnel walls flickered to life. They continued forward, and after a while, they arrived at the mountain's core, where a door appeared before them. Lan Wangji pressed a button next to the elevator, and the elevator door opened. Inside was a perfectly ordinary elevator, albeit larger than the usual ones. The walls of the elevator were adorned with 4 buttons, presumably leading to the lower levels of the mountain. While they pondered which button to press, Lan Wangji swiftly pressed one, and the elevator door closed. Almost immediately, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the elevator ascended vertically. The speed of the ascent exceeded that of a typical elevator, causing Wei Wuxian to instinctively grasp Lan Wangji's arm, who, this time, did not retract his hand. Time passed without a clear indication, but during the rapid ascent, the pressure on their eardrums was quite uncomfortable. After a while, with a ding, the elevator doors opened, indicating they had arrived. The group stepped out, and the elevator door closed automatically behind them. The sensation of weightlessness dissipated, replaced by the solid ground beneath their feet, which felt remarkably pleasant. Wei Wuxian covered his ears. Although he was uncertain of their location, the novelty of having an elevator installed within a mountain intrigued him. When he had first heard Lan Wangji mention the elevator, he had envisioned one of those stair-lift contraptions built from steel framework on the outside. However, considering the type of elevator leading here, it seemed that anyone could access this place. This mountain did not appear to be open to the public nor a tourist attraction. It was likely private property. Regardless, the installation of an elevator within the mountain was an impressive feat of engineering. Wei Wuxian could not help but glance at Lan Wangji, whose arm he still held, before releasing his grip. Lan Wangji also cast a glance in his direction. Upon exiting, the 5 found themselves in a courtyard, greeted by a picturesque scene of vibrant spring colors, with clear waters and lush mountains. Wei Wuxian was momentarily taken aback by the beauty before him. Having grown accustomed to the towering buildings of the city, such a serene and verdant setting was truly refreshing. The sight of greenery and blooming flowers, the rounded archways with wooden panels, the greenish marble path beneath their feet, the gracefully curved eaves, and the exquisitely crafted wooden structures made him feel as if he had been transported to an ancient era. Had it not been for the smartphone in his hand and the sneakers on the feet of a nearby individual wearing headphones, that moment, someone nearby inquired, "Brother you, where is this? Weren't we supposed to go to the shooting range?" Yujun appeared somewhat bewildered. "How would I know where this person has taken me? Previously, I ascended the mountain through the main entrance." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian grasped that Yujun must have visited this place a few times, albeit without delving deeply into it. The estate was evidently grand, and constructing such an expansive area atop a mountain implied substantial wealth or power. Indeed, a considerable amount of both. Yet, Yujun's words suggested that the shooting range might be accessible to the public, perhaps open to those willing to pay. Wei Wuxian inquired, "So, where do we go next, you rustic fool?" Yujun shot him a glance and began to lead the way. After all, he had visited this place a few times, and perhaps wandering around would reveal familiar sights, making the route recognizable. However, contrary to expectations, the area was astonishingly vast. Occasionally, they spotted a few attendants passing by, but none dared to engage in conversation, fearing they might be mistaken for thieves. Following Yujun, Wei Wuxian mocked him as they walked. Frustrated, Yujun snapped, "Shut up." After nearly another 10 minutes of wandering, Yujun chose to concede. He pulled out his phone, seemingly intending to make a call. Just then, Wei Wuxian's phone rang. Casting a glance at Yujun, he almost thought it was his phone that was being called. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Jiang Cheng as soon as he answered. Jiang Cheng's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Wei Wuxian, where the hell have you been?" Anticipating the loud reprimand, Wei Wuxian instinctively held his phone at a distance, without waiting for a response. Jiang Cheng continued, "Do you not understand that arriving late to a banquet is the minimum courtesy? It is already 7 o'clock. We will not wait for you any longer. If you wish to come, you must take a taxi yourself." With that, Jiang Cheng hung up. Subsequently, Wei Wuxian received a location message. He refrained from checking the location, and at that moment, Yujun finished his call, his expression revealing he had probably received a scolding as well. The atmosphere fell into silence. Wei Wuxian remarked, "Lan Zhan, do you happen to know the way? Perhaps you could guide these fools." Wei Yujun retorted coolly, as if he would know the way. "That is utterly ridiculous." Lan Wangji surveyed the surroundings and truthfully replied, "I forgot." Wei Wuxian shrugged. "Well, that. Wei Yujun chuckled. "You forgot. You speak as if it were true. Given my family's relationship with this household, I have only accompanied my father a few times from the mountain gate. Do you really think this place is open to anyone?" Wei Wuxian quipped, "You dog, perhaps you should keep quiet. Who insisted on coming here to compete? Now look, we don't even know the way." Yujun countered, "Well, who was it that insisted on showing off their abilities, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? If not for that, we would have reached the shooting range by now." Wei Wuxian retorted, "Keep bragging. Scaling such a high mountain in just a few minutes, you truly are impressive." As these two rivals bickered, they began to tug at each other's collars, on the verge of a fight. At that moment, an attendant appeared before them, stating, "Physical altercations are strictly prohibited here. Violators will be expelled." Hearing this, the two released each other. The attendant instructed, "Please follow me." The group then trailed behind him. After traversing a short distance beyond this area, Yujun recognized their position, and indeed, further ahead lay the shooting range. Once they descended, Yujun transformed from his earlier frustrated demeanor, enthusiastically explaining the details of the shooting range and outlining the competition rules. Before the competition began, Wei Wuxian examined a handheld air gun resting nearby, alongside various archery equipment, all clearly showing signs of frequent use, suggesting that many came here for training. Moving on, Wei Wuxian approached a target 10 meters away. The target had recently been replaced, with the old ones lying nearby, riddled with numerous holes, small ones likely made by air guns, larger ones by arrows, and some of medium size. Wei Wuxian traced the perforations with his fingers, and an inexplicable thought crossed his mind. These holes resembled those left by real firearms. However, he dismissed the notion, as the competition was about to commence. Due to their earlier detours, night had already fallen. Competing in such dim light, with a considerable distance to the target, made it highly probable for shots to miss. Wei Yujun took the lead, air gun in hand, positioning himself with an air of confidence and perceived charm. One hand in his pocket, he aimed and fired. The sound of the shot echoed, and immediately, his follower rushed to check the result, announcing 7 points. Yujun clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied with his score. "The light is too dim. Under normal conditions, I could easily score 9. If he could achieve a minimum of 9 points, it suggested he often scored 10 in typical circumstances. Quite impressive indeed." Though Wei Wuxian had never practiced shooting, he couldn't ascertain whether Yujun was exaggerating. Yet even in this murky twilight, a score of 7 was commendable. It was now Lan Wangji's turn. By the time Lan Wangji stepped up, the darkness had deepened further since Yujun's shot. Wei Wuxian stood, realizing that if he hadn't known the target's direction beforehand, he would have struggled to locate it upon entering. "I'm amazed," Wei Wuxian remarked. "It's nearly pitch black. How can we even compete?" Lan Wangji remained silent, his demeanor composed and unassuming, holding the gun with one hand while the other rested calmly at his side. After Wei Wuxian's comment, a shot rang out. Lan Wangji had fired. Sighing, Wei Wuxian was taken aback by Lan Wangji's eagerness. Just as he had spoken, Lan Wangji had already taken his shot. After a moment, Yujun's underling inspected Lan Wangji's target, but remained silent for an extended period. Wei Wuxian called out, "Why the silence? Cat got your tongue." The attendant stammered, 9 points. Upon hearing 9 points, Wei Wuxian's eyebrows shot up in such darkness and from a distance of 10 meters. Achieving that score was nearly akin to blind shooting. Lan Wangji, with his calm and unpretentious demeanor, might indeed be a genius. Yu Jun, seemingly incredulous that Lan Wangji could score 9 points, rushed over for confirmation. Curious if Lan Wangji could truly see the target in such dimness. Wei Wuxian picked up the air gun Lan Wangji had set down, loaded it, assumed a stance, and aimed steadily before taking a shot. After firing, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "You dog, come help me see my score." Whether he didn't hear or simply chose to ignore him, Yu Jun remained silent. Wei Wuxian had no choice but to check for himself, counting and discovering it was 6 points. Rubbing his head, he felt his score was rather poor compared to Lan Wangji. "And Yu Jun, did you practice beforehand?" Lan Wangji queried, having approached without Wei Wuxian noticing. Wei Wuxian shook his head. No, although he had played around with Jiang Cheng in other locations, it was merely for fun and experimentation. Based on Yu Jun's claims, Lan Wangji seemed to have undergone systematic training, while Wei Wuxian's experience barely scratched the surface. "You did quite well," Lan Wangji remarked. Wei Wuxian's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected Lan Wangji to praise him. "Really?" he asked. Lan Wangji affirmed, "In night shooting, scoring 6 points is already a pass. For someone without practice to achieve such a score is commendable." Flattered by the compliment, Wei Wuxian felt a surge of pride. He had always thought he possessed a talent for shooting but had simply lacked interest. Encouraged, Wei Wuxian began to consider systematically learning shooting as a hobby or skill. However, after the initial excitement, he suddenly realized it was likely already 8 o'clock. In a panic, he pulled out his phone to check the location and see how far it was, to his dismay. The signal was poor, and the page took an eternity to load. As he paced anxiously, Lan Wangji inquired, "Do you know the name of the banquet venue?" Wei Wuxian replied, "When Jiang Cheng sent me the location earlier, I caught a glimpse of the interface. It seemed to be called Yunshan Buji Chu. The name sounded almost poetic. I've never heard of it, so it must be quite far." Lan Wangji opened his mouth as if to speak. But just then, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "The signal's back." The location page opened, the image gradually loading until Wei Wuxian saw the starting point and destination converge in disbelief. Stunned, he paced back and forth, trying various directions. Then exclaimed, "Is this really Yunshan Bujichu?" No sooner had Wei Wuxian finished his astonishment than Yu Jun seemed to revive from a stupor, standing before Lan Wangji. "Have you trained as well?" Lan Wangji replied, "I have learned." Wei Yu Jun once again scrutinized Lan Wangji, then remarked, "Once a word is spoken, even a team of horses cannot chase it back. It is my lack of skill that has led to this. The position of student council president is yours." Lan Wangji replied, "I am not vying for this position with you. I simply have my own matters to attend to." Wei Yu Jun stated, "There is no need for further words. The night vision strikes true, and I am entirely convinced." In an instant, Yu Jun appeared transformed. Throughout Wei Wuxian's recollections, this individual had always been one unafraid of trouble, stirring up conflict wherever he went. Likely due to the considerable influence of his family, seemingly linked to the military. However, to bring such an arrogant person to submission was no small feat. Yet Lan Wangji accomplished it effortlessly. Wei Wuxian, indifferent to such matters, was unaware of the significance of the night vision strike, but observing Yu Jun's demeanor, it was evident that Lan Wangji was indeed impressive. Chapter 20. Zhang Yanli and her companions departed from the shooting range. With Yu Jun leading the way, he was familiar with the area and knew precisely where to go next. After traversing a stretch of road illuminated by streetlights, a magnificent building resembling a palace suddenly came into view. The crowd grew larger and more vibrant, a stark contrast to the previous desolate atmosphere. Wei Yu Jun seemed to have spotted someone he recognized and dashed off, followed by his 2 companions, who also hurried away upon seeing familiar faces, leaving only Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji behind. Gazing at the resplendent, palace-like edifice, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Lan Zhan, can you believe it? Jiang Cheng told me after school that Uncle Jiang is taking us to a banquet. I had planned to accompany you to meet Yu Jun, but it seems this is the very venue of the banquet." Wei Wuxian repeated what a coincidence several times. Just as Lan Wangji was about to respond, someone called out to Wei Wuxian from behind, "Xian." Turning around, he was surprised to see Jiang Fengyan accompanied by Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yanli. Upon spotting Jiang Fengyan, Wei Wuxian called out, "Uncle Jiang." Jiang Fengyan nodded and then moved away from the group to greet those in suits nearby. Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yanli approached. Jiang Yanli remarked, "I told you Asian would come. He arrived even faster than us." Wei Wuxian called out, "Sister, that dress looks stunning on you." The gown, a light purple satin mermaid-style spaghetti strap, was complemented by an airy sheer shawl that subtly concealed her shoulders and collarbone. Jiang Yanli smiled, adjusting the hem. "It's a bit long. I feel it's cumbersome to walk in." Wei Wuxian complimented, "But it truly looks magnificent." Jiang Yanli replied, "Flattery will get you nowhere." Jiang Cheng interjected, clearing his throat, "It's a banquet, and you should at least consider your attire." Wei Wuxian glanced at himself, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and long pants, quite ordinary. Though not perfectly suited to the formal attire around him, it was hardly disastrous. He then looked at Jiang Cheng, finding it amusing that his usually carefree demeanor was now so formal. Jiang Cheng asked, "What are you laughing at?" Wei Wuxian stifled his laughter. "It's already quite fortunate that I made it to the banquet. Let's not be too demanding, especially since the school doesn't provide decent clothes for me." Jiang Cheng scrutinized him. "If that's the case, you should explain how you arrived here. When I sent you the location, we had already departed, so it doesn't make sense for you to beat us here." Wei Wuxian responded, "Curious to know." Jiang Cheng replied, "Of course." Wei Wuxian glanced behind him, realizing that Lan Wangji, who had been standing nearby, had vanished, leaving him uncertain whether he had departed or wandered off. Jiang Cheng snapped his fingers in front of Wei Wuxian. "What are you staring at over there?" Wei Wuxian replied, "I was looking for someone, but it seems they have already left." He then suggested they head towards the dessert area, where an array of fruits, cakes, and tea awaited. At a banquet like this, how can one not eat? It would be dreadfully boring otherwise. Jiang Cheng cast him a sidelong glance, pathetic. "Everyone else is socializing, and you're just here eating cake." Wei Wuxian picked up a plate of cake and began devouring it, not forgetting to offer Jiang Yanli a piece. "You go socialize. I'm here to eat." After finishing one slice, he reached for another, savoring its delightful flavor, which was wonderfully fragrant, the creaminess perfectly balanced. "Sister, try this. It's also delicious." As he was about to fetch another piece for Jiang Yanli, another hand reached out simultaneously. Wei Wuxian looked up to find a familiar face. The other person, surprised to see Wei Wuxian, hesitated for a moment before noticing Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yanli beside him, retracting their hand and maintaining a respectful distance. Wei Wuxian held the piece of cake, offering it to Jiang Yanli. She replied, "Asian, that's too much. I can't finish it." Wei Wuxian reassured her, "No problem. If you can't finish it, just toss it, or give it to Jiang Cheng." Jiang Cheng retorted, "Toss it, or give it to me? Am I some sort of trash bin?" Before Wei Wuxian could reply, the familiar face spoke up, "Wei Wuxian, you remain ever the same." Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Ah, Jin Konke, are you referring to me?" Jin Zishuan huffed, "What are you calling me?" Wei Wuxian grinned, "Peacock, of course." This playful exchange caught Jiang Cheng's attention, prompting him to pull Wei Wuxian aside. "This isn't school." Wei Wuxian replied, "And what of it? Just because we're not in school doesn't mean I should hold back." Jiang Cheng urged, "Temper your demeanor. We are here for a banquet." Their silent exchange was entirely observed by Jin Zishuan, who then turned his gaze towards Jiang Yanli. His gaze lingered momentarily before he remarked, "Miss Jiang, I trust you will keep a close eye on your brother. Today I shall not hold his antics against him, but should he offend others here, I assure you, I won't be so accommodating." After finishing his statement, Jin Zishuan departed for another dessert table. Wei Wuxian scoffed, "That guy certainly oversteps, acting as though he has some sort of brother-in-law." Jiang Cheng slapped him on the back, "Keep your comments to a minimum. He hasn't done anything today, so why provoke him?" Wei Wuxian countered, "Whether he has or not is irrelevant. His past actions are enough to irritate me." Jiang Yanli gently placed her hand on Wei Wuxian's shoulder. "Asian, should you encounter him again, there is no need to engage. This will help avoid any unnecessary confrontations." Wei Wuxian replied with a hum, "Understood." To understand why Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng held such disdain for Jin Zishuan, one must delve into history. The Jin and Jiang families were once fierce rivals in the business world. However, once Madame Jin married into the Jin family and Yu Ziyuan into the Jiang family, their friendship blossomed, fostering a transition from competition to camaraderie between the two families. Before Jiang Yanli and Jin Zishuan were even born, Yu Ziyuan and Madame Jin had made a pact during their school days. Should their future children be of matching genders, they would unite as in-laws. Thus, when Jiang Yanli was born and later identified as an Omega at the age of 16, while Jin Zishuan, 3 years her senior, became an alpha at the same age. Their betrothal was solidified, a commitment long since established. Chapter 21. The emotional peacock distributes cards during the childhood of Jiang Yanli, Jin Zixuan, Wei Wuxian, and Jiang Cheng. The two families would often gather during festivals. The adults engaged in conversation while the children played, but from a young age, Madame Jean had told Jin Zixuan that he already had a fiancée. Initially, this piqued his curiosity about who this person might be. However, as he listened more, a sense of resentment inevitably brewed within him. Coupled with the fact that he had grown older and understood the implications of the term wife, he found himself disliking the notion of an arranged marriage. Thus, during his first year of middle school, at the tender age of 12, Jin Zixuan, amidst the relentless teasing of his elders, finally lost his temper. He declared that he would no longer allow Jiang Yanli and her family to visit, for their constant coming and going only served to amplify his discomfort. At such a young age, he was already subjected to ridicule not only from his own family, but also from his classmates regarding the engagement arranged for him. Consequently, whenever he encountered members of the Jiang family at his home or visited them, Jin Zixuan opted to evade them entirely, either by stealthily slipping away or by maintaining a sullen demeanor when face to face. Due to Jin Zixuan's attitude, Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian frequently seized the opportunity to berate him. Now, the three of them attended the same school, although fortunately not in the same class or even the same district. Wei Wuxian and his group were situated in District A, while Jin Zixuan was in District B. The school was expansive, with a considerable number of students, and typically, they rarely crossed paths during classes. However, whenever they did meet, it inevitably resulted in a clash akin to a flash of lightning. For Jin Zixuan, this was his first encounter with Jiang Yanli after his transformation into an alpha. As expected, Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng continued to gossip about Jin Zixuan's shortcomings, and perhaps noticing their presence, Madame Jean pulled Jin Zixuan over. Upon her arrival, Madame Jean immediately released Jin Zixuan and took Jiang Yanli's hands. Initiating a warm exchange of pleasantries, Madame, Jiang Yanli greeted Ali. "When did you arrive?" "We didn't see you earlier," Madame Jean responded. "Not long ago, just a moment ago," Jiang Yanli replied. By the way, why are there only the three of you here?" "Where is Ziyuan?" Madame Jean inquired. "My mother went abroad 2 months ago. She should be returning soon," Jiang Yanli explained. "She went abroad without informing me? If she had, I could have joined her for a vacation. When she returns, I must have a word with her," Madame Jean said. Wei Wuxian counted silently. He noted that amidst the continuous chatter between the two women, he popped a grape from the table into his mouth and remarked, "How many sentences do you think Madame Jean will speak before she pushes Jin Zixuan towards our sister?" Jiang Cheng glanced at Jin Zixuan, who stood uncomfortably like a stick behind Madame Jean. 6 sentences, Jiang Cheng predicted. "I'll wager 8. Wei Wuxian countered. As they observed, one with arms crossed and the other munching away. It indeed came to pass that after the 9th exchange, Madame Jean turned towards the still Jin Zixuan and beckoned. "Zixuan, come here. Why are you just standing there like a fool?" Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian exchanged resigned smiles. Both had guessed incorrectly. Jin Zixuan approached reluctantly under Madame Jin's authoritative gaze. "Miss Jiang," he greeted. "Zixuan," Jiang Yanli nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Jin pressed, "What, Miss Jiang? You've known each other since childhood. Is there such formality? Call her Ali." Though Jin Zixuan dared not contradict his mother, he hesitated to comply. Caught in a dilemma, Madame Jin scolded. "You, Jiang Yanli," linking arms with Madame Jean, reassured, "It's all right. Zixuan is merely being polite." Madame Jean retorted, "Look at you. Ali is so kind and speaks on your behalf. Can't you show some courtesy?" Jin Zixuan remained silent. "Engage in a proper conversation with Ali. I will go greet others over there. If I catch you trying to escape, just wait until I get you home," Madame Jean warned before departing, leaving the pair in an awkward silence. Yet, the discomfort rested solely on Jin Zixuan, while Jiang Yanli maintained a gentle and kind expression throughout. Observing the two standing stiffly in silence, Wei Wuxian suggested, "Shall we take our sister away? If she stays with that boy, she'll surely be upset." Jiang Cheng countered, "If you take her away, what about Jin Zixuan? He'll get scolded and will blame us for his predicament, leading to trouble for both of us." Wei Wuxian shrugged, "A few scoldings are nothing. Let us just watch from here. He wouldn't dare act too recklessly. Besides, have you forgotten? Our sister likes that boy." Jiang Cheng reminded. Wei Wuxian huffed, "If not for that, I would hit him every time I see him." After a lengthy standoff, Jin Zixuan finally spoke. Miss Jiang should have been well aware of my stance over the years. Thus, I have no further words to waste, I know, Jiang Yanli replied. Then I kindly ask Miss Jiang to clarify matters with her family and sever this unwelcome connection at the earliest opportunity. Jin Zixuan stated. Jiang Yanli's expression remained neutral, her eyelashes gently lowering. Jin Zixuan opened his mouth to say more when suddenly, something struck him on the head, a grape, which rolled across the ground after landing. Turning to the source, he exclaimed, Wei Wuxian, that wasn't me this time. Wei Wuxian protested as Jiang Qing approached. Mind your tone when speaking, Jiang Qing admonished. Had they been outside, Jin Zixuan would have erupted, but he retorted, Am I being impolite? Wei Wuxian challenged, You dare to say such a thing? What do you mean by unwelcome connection? This was a bond established long ago by both our families, a connection that predates your very existence. You claim you cannot sway your family, yet you want us to speak out and become the scapegoats for the discord between our families. Jin Zixuan replied, No parent wishes to see their daughter unhappy. I believe that as long as Miss Jiang is willing to voice her thoughts, it would be far more effective than my protests. Ignoring Jin Zixuan's reasoning, Jiang Cheng directly questioned, Are you implying that you would bully my sister? Jin Zixuan remained silent. Jiang Cheng continued, I advise you to carefully consider your actions and how you wish to proceed. Whatever you choose to do, handle it yourself and do not unleash your frustrations on those uninvolved. Jin Zixuan, seething with frustration, finally declared, Arguing with you is pointless. Both our parents have stated that Miss Jiang is gentle and understanding, why previous remarks were quite clear. I kindly ask you all to maintain some dignity. With that, Jin Zixuan turned on his heel and walked away. Frustrated, both Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng felt the urge to celebrate. Just as they reveled in their small victory, Jiang Yanli interjected, Xian. Cheng, I need some time alone. Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian exchanged glances, uncertain, Is something wrong, sister? They asked in unison, It's not your concern. I simply have some matters I need to contemplate, she replied. Chapter 22. The abrupt conclusion of the banquet. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian glanced at each other, sharing a moment of silent understanding. Jiang Cheng nudged Wei Wuxian, prompting him to suggest, Let's just wander nearby. If anything comes up, send us a message. Jiang Yanli nodded in agreement. After the duo departed, Jiang Cheng looked back at Jiang Yanli, reflecting, It seems we may have mishandled the situation. We didn't mess up. Even if we did, it's not our fault. It's Jin Zixuan's problem. Who told him to trouble our sister because he can't handle his own affairs? Wei Wuxian replied. Even if it went awry, it simply allowed our sister to see Jin Zixuan's true colors. A person with such arrogance is not worthy of lifelong trust. As they strolled near the banquet area, they encountered Nie Huaisong. The three of them quickly engaged in lively conversation. During their chat, Nie Huaisong leaned in with a conspiratorial air and asked, Do you know what this place we're standing on is called? We re at Yunshan Bazichu, as indicated by our phones, Wei Wuxian answered. Nie Huaisong nodded. Indeed, it is named Yunshan Bazichu, but do you know why it bears that name? Are you aware of the mountain's history? Who pays attention to the name of a mountain? Jiang Cheng retorted. You don't understand, Nie Huaisong replied. According to historical records, this entire continent was once dominated by 5 powerful factions, and Yunshan Bazichu was one of them. However, as time passed, the other factions gradually declined, while this particular one endured the trials of time and has been passed down through generations. In earlier years, about 100 or 200 years ago, it was an era of warlords battling for control. Foreign invaders continually threatened our homeland, and it was this faction that defended against the external foes, safeguarding our territory, Nie Huaisong elaborated. Listening to you feels like a story. Wei Wuxian remarked, If what you say is true, why haven't we heard any of this in our history classes? Nie Huaisong replied, Just because it's not in history books doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Although most undocumented history is deemed apocryphal, perhaps it is the tales of the unrecorded that reveal the true essence of historical epics. That's nonsense, Jiang Cheng interjected. If this is something that is even mentioned in history books, how do you know about it? Nie Huaisong wore a smug expression, as if to say, Aren't I impressive? That's exactly what I'm about to share with you. Nie Huaisong lowered his voice even further, stating, The reason we have yet to hear about the events transpiring here is due to occurrences that took place decades ago. Everything in this place was shrouded in secrecy, tightly controlled by the military, and has only recently resurfaced after a period of adjustment. Thus, My assertion that the individuals associated with this enigmatic locale possess significant connections holds true. We should make an effort to meet them, as forging such relationships would be most advantageous. Jiang Qing scoffed. You speak as if it were a fact. Indifferently, Nia Huaisong replied, if you choose not to believe, so be it. Regardless, I intend to greet them once the banquet commences. As he spoke, Nia Huaisong appeared to spot someone he recognized and waved enthusiastically as he ran over. Wei Wuxian leaned against the staircase railing and inquired, Jiang Cheng, what are your thoughts on this? Jiang Cheng shot him a glance. Have you also succumbed to that fellow's delusions? Wei Wuxian countered, but you mentioned earlier that Uncle Jiang is introducing us to some prominent figures. Jiang Cheng retorted, while they may be considered significant, it does not necessarily mean they are of great stature. They could merely be slightly more influential than us. Both men surveyed the venue, noting that nearly all the anticipated guests had arrived, and the hour had already surpassed 8 o'clock, yet the so-called host of the banquet had yet to make an appearance. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng nudged Wei Wuxian with his elbow. Look in the direction of 3 o'clock. Isn't that Wen Chao? Wei Wuxian glanced over, observing that Wen Chao was accompanied by a slightly taller individual, along with several figures clad in black. The individuals in black appeared to have received some sort of directive and began to disperse. Wei Wuxian remarked, I can't shake the feeling that they harbor ill intentions. Jiang Qing replied, let them be. As long as they do not create trouble in our presence, we need not concern ourselves with their actions. Minutes passed as Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng roamed the palatial venue before making their way back to find Jiang Yanli. Jiang Yanli was seated by an exquisite tea table, and just as the two approached, a sudden loud crash resonated from the ceiling, followed by the complete extinguishment of all lights within the banquet hall. Shouts and cries echoed through the darkness. Startled, Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng dashed to Jiang Yanli's side. Sister! They exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yanli stood, bewildered. What caused the sudden power outage? Wei Wuxian speculated, I don't know. Perhaps it's due to unstable voltage, considering we are in the mountains. After about a minute, the power was restored, and everything seemed to return to normal. Spotting Zhang Fengmian searching the area, Jiang Cheng called out, prompting Zhang Fengmian to approach. Oh, not wander around here tonight. We shall return home after the banquet concludes. He instructed. Wei Wuxian asked, Uncle Jiang, has something occurred here? Zhang Fengmian replied, I am uncertain, but it seems the banquet is unlikely to proceed as planned. Indeed, as Jiang Fengmian finished speaking, a voice emerged from the banquet sound system, apologizing for the earlier blackout. Due to the power outage, some incidents have occurred. The banquet's organizer was electrocuted while inspecting the circuit and requires immediate medical attention. Therefore, we regret to inform you that you may all leave tonight. Following this announcement, the hall erupted in a chorus of complaints and sighs. Jiang Qing asked, what shall we do now? Zhang Fengmian replied, we shall return home, with the orderly guidance of the white-clad attendants. Wei Wuxian and his companions arrived at the cable car station. Wei Wuxian glanced at those who had boarded the cable car and inquired, did you all come up using this afternoon? Jiang Cheng responded, how else would we have ascended? Did you think we climbed the stairs? Wei Wuxian chuckled lightly but remained silent. Once aboard the cable car and fastened in, they descended safely after 10 minutes. Before the entrance of Yunshan Bujichu, a number of private vehicles were parked. As Wei Wuxian followed Zhang Fengmian forward, he cast a glance at the concealed elevator before retracting his gaze. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure and approached. Lan Zhan, what brings you here? I thought you had already departed, Wei Wuxian exclaimed. Lan Wangji replied, I could not find a taxi. Wei Wuxian reached out to grasp his wrist. That can be easily resolved. My uncle drove here, and I'll ask him to give you a ride. Lan Wangji allowed himself to be led to Zhang Fengmian. Upon reaching Zhang Fengmian and the others, they were still waiting outside for Wei Wuxian. Jiang Cheng began to shout, where have you been? It's dark and the road is long. If you get forgotten, you can find your own way back. Wei Wuxian explained, I saw someone I knew. He proceeded to introduce Uncle Jiang. This is Lan Wangji, my classmate alongside Jiang Cheng. He couldn't get a taxi, and I was wondering if you could help him get home. Zhang Fengmian, momentarily surprised by Lan Wangji's appearance, quickly masked his reaction and said, of course, everyone get in. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Yanli occupied the passenger seat, while Wei Wuxian, Jiang Cheng, and Lan Wangji settled into the back. With Wei Wuxian in the middle, during the drive, Zhang Fengmian glanced at the rearview mirror several times, seemingly assessing Lan Wangji. As they traveled, both Wei Wuxian's and Lan Wangji's phones buzzed almost simultaneously. Wei Wuxian opened his and discovered a message from Wangxian. The test results are out. See you tomorrow morning at Wangxian University Medical School at the same location as last time. After reading his own message, Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji's phone, noting a similar message. By the way, Lan Zhan, you haven't mentioned where you're staying, Wei Wuxian prompted. Just as Lan Wangji was about to respond, Wei Wuxian interjected, how about this? You can stay at my place tonight. I have to go to Yunshan University tomorrow to check the results anyway. Zhang Yanli turned to ask, has something happened? Wei Wuxian replied, nothing much, just a physiology class at school. Lan Zhan and I need to check on our progress since we haven't fully developed yet. Zhang Yanli acknowledged, your condition does require frequent monitoring. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt. Zhang Yanli announced, I'll head back to school now. I have a club activity tomorrow, so I won't be returning home. Zhang Fengmian nodded, and Zhang Cheng and Wei Wuxian reminded her. Be careful on your way back to the dormitory. As the car resumed its journey, Wei Wuxian asked, Lan Zhan, have you thought it over? Would you like to come back with me? Zhang Fengmian interjected. Since you both plan to visit Yunshan University tomorrow, why not go together? Lan Wangji glanced at Wei Wuxian and, after a moment of silence, softly replied, Upon returning to the Zhang family residence, a standalone villa in the center of a city, Zhang Fengmian informed them, you can stay here. I must return to the company. With that, he drove away. Wei Wuxian observed the departing vehicle. Uncle Zhang is quite busy. It's so late, and he still needs to return to work. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. Upon entering, they changed into slippers. The villa, spacious with 2 levels and numerous rooms, was mostly unkempt. The rooms for Wei Wuxian, Zhang Cheng, and Zhang Yanli were typically used during their weekend breaks, while Zhang Fengmian and Yu Ziyuan's rooms, though seldom occupied, were regularly cleaned. Wei Wuxian inspected the remaining vacant rooms, finding them devoid of bedding and unkempt, unsuitable for habitation. He led Lan Wangji to the door of his own room, suggesting, how about this, Lan Zhan, why don't you sleep with me? My bed is quite large. At that moment, Zhang Cheng emerged from the bathroom, having just finished washing up, and overheard Wei Wuxian's remark. He shot a glance at Wei Wuxian but chose to remain silent and returned to his own room. Lan Wangji glanced into the room but did not speak. Instead, he turned to leave. Wei Wuxian hurried after him. Lan Zhan, where are you going? Lan Wangji made his way to the living room and settled beside the sofa, saying, I can sleep here. Wei Wuxian sat on the sofa, which was moderately comfortable, but lying down felt different from it was too soft, and he worried it might cause back pain the next day, though a cushion might help. Seeing that Lan Wangji was determined to sleep there, Wei Wuxian refrained from further protest. The bathroom has disposable toiletries. Feel free to help yourself if you need them. Lan Wangji nodded. After getting ready, Wei Wuxian lay on the bed. Although autumn had arrived, the weather had not yet turned cold enough, but it was still possible to catch a chill if one did not cover themselves with a blanket at night. Feeling the noticeable drop in temperature compared to the daytime, Wei Wuxian got up and brought an extra thin blanket from his room to the living room. Upon entering the living room, he noticed that although the lights were off, Lan Wangji's phone was lit up, as if he were chatting with someone. Wei Wuxian turned on the light and said, I brought you a blanket. You can cover yourself with it if you feel cold. Lan Wangji accepted the blanket and replied, Thank you. The next day, when Wei Wuxian got out of bed, Lan Wangji was already ready, while Zhang Cheng had yet to rise. After tidying up, Wei Wuxian found Lan Wangji eating breakfast in the living room. Wei Wuxian sat down beside him, and Lan Wangji pushed another plate of food towards him, savory pastries and soybean milk. Wei Wuxian remarked, Did you buy this? Lan Wangji simply responded with Wei Wuxian took a bite and commented, I prefer spicy food. This pastry is rather bland, but having something is better than nothing, thanks. After breakfast, Wei Wuxian knocked on Zhang Cheng's door, saying, Zhang Cheng, Lan Zhan and I are leaving. I've left breakfast for you on the table, so remember to eat. 2 seconds later, a sleepy voice from inside replied, Got it? Wei Wuxian shrugged and said, This guy always feels drowsy on Sundays. Let us not bother with him. Once the two exited, they took a taxi directly to Yunshan University. The Yunshan University School of Medicine. Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji stood in the same hall where they had previously undergone a physical examination. Waiting for Wangxian. In the corners of the hall, there stood a weighing scale and a height measurement device. Although they had already been measured last time, boredom led Wei Wuxian to step onto the scale once more. Your height is 180 centimeters, announced a mechanical female voice, echoing through the spacious hall. Lan Wangji glanced over, and Wei Wuxian smiled at him. Lan Wangji then averted his gaze. Wei Wuxian approached Lan Wangji and, comparing their heights, asked, "By the way, Lan Zhan, how tall are you?" Lan Wangji turned to look at him. Their eyes nearly level, the height difference was minimal, hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Wei Wuxian stood on his tiptoes, trying to see the top of Lan Wangji's head. Perhaps driven by a sense of competition, Lan Wangji straightened his posture, standing tall. Wei Wuxian chuckled, "Lan Zhan, even if you're not taller than me, there's no need to do that." Lan Wangji replied coolly, 182. Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Mm." Lan Wangji walked over to the height measurement device, and the mechanical voice declared, "Your height is 182 centimeters." Seeing this, Wei Wuxian couldn't help but laugh even more. 1 meter 82 was 1 meter 82, and did it really need to announce it so loudly? As Wei Wuxian was about to tease him further, a figure entered from the door. Wangxian, dressed in her white coat, approached them. Upon entering the hall, Wangxian glanced at both of them and said, "Follow me in a document room." Wangxian typed a few commands on the open computer, and soon 2 photocopies emerged from the nearby printer. She picked up the copies, glanced at the names, and handed them to Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji. Wei Wuxian began to read the report. Height, blood type, vision, heart rate. All indicators were normal. Then he looked at the section on secondary sexual characteristics. It still read undifferentiated. This was expected, and Wei Wuxian felt little about it. Below that was a line of professional terminology that he could hardly comprehend. Wei Wuxian turned to glance at Lan Wangji's report and noted the same undifferentiated status. Lan Wangji appeared equally unperturbed. Wei Wuxian inquired, "Dr. Wan, what do these terms mean? Can we still differentiate, or is this how it will be from now on? Or does it require more time?" Wangxian, holding 2 copies, replied, "I researched your condition in the database. 4 years ago, there was someone with your situation." Wei Wuxian asked, "What happened to that person? Did they differentiate?" Wangxian responded, "They successfully differentiated, and they became an alpha." Hearing this, Wei Wuxian felt reassured. That's good. It's just a matter of time. However, Wangxian's expression darkened as she looked at the examination forms. Her 2 words reignited Wei Wuxian's worries. She pointed to one of the indices on Wei Wuxian's report and said, "You and your classmate here are different. He is expected to differentiate by the end of this year. But you?" "Ah," Wei Wuxian exclaimed in confusion. "Why not?" Wangxian explained, "Your hormone levels have remained at 0, and your secondary sexual characteristics lean towards neither side, remaining at 0. This means you will likely maintain this undifferentiated state in the future." Wangxian's explanation left Wei Wuxian feeling somewhat dazed. "But the doctors who examined me before never said this. They all claimed I was just a late developer, that it was merely a matter of time." Wangxian replied, "Perhaps you were younger then, and anything was possible. But now that you are an adult, and your hormone levels remain unchanged, it seems unlikely you will differentiate in the future." Her words struck Wei Wuxian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him feeling both stunned and deeply affected. He had always believed he would surely differentiate into an alpha as he grew up, yet the reality was that he might not even have that opportunity. Wei Wuxian fell silent, his thoughts concealed from others, but it was evident that he was struggling internally. Wangxian stepped forward and called Lan Wangji aside. "Input your information into the database. Given your situation, you should have a medical record from previous examinations. However, there seems to be no data on the information network. Did you perhaps not live in the country before?" Lan Wangji nodded. Wangxian pondered his response for a moment, then continued, "Your hormone levels are nearly identical to that of Wei Wuxian, yet your condition appears significantly better. It's possible that you or your family were already aware of your situation and sought specialized treatment abroad, which has now led to your recovery." Wangxian's words caused Lan Wangji's eyes to widen slightly in surprise. Noticing his astonishment, she added, "Nothing escapes the discerning eye of a doctor, but rest assured, your examination results are strictly confidential and will not be disclosed." After a brief silence, Lan Wangji replied, "Thank you." Wangxian stated, "It is my duty to maintain patient confidentiality." Lan Wangji glanced at Wei Wuxian, who was standing still, and asked, "If he underwent treatment like I did, could he recover?" Wangxian shook her head. "He has missed the optimal window for medical treatment. The likelihood of restoring his hormone levels to normal with targeted therapy at this stage is slim. And I assume your treatment took nearly a decade." Lan Wangji nodded. Wangxian continued, "Thus, your method would not only be too late for him but also take far too long." After their discussion, Lan Wangji returned to stand beside Wei Wuxian. Wenqing advised, during this time, remember to rest well, keep some suppressants handy, and if you notice anything unusual with your health, seek medical attention promptly. Lan Wangji nodded. As the two were about to leave the office, Wei Wuxian asked, Dr. Wan, since I don't belong to the beta category and have no one compatible with me, does that mean I will be alone for the rest of my life? Seeing the dejection in his expression, Wenqing comforted him, that won't be the case. You previously asked me whether compatibility or love is more important. Compatibility is indeed paramount, but not everyone finds their perfect match with a strong compatibility. Most of us are ordinary people, and the compatibility between ordinary people is generally not high. They come together primarily out of mutual affection. Therefore, love can transcend all barriers. I hope you encounter someone in the future who can traverse mountains and seas to reach you. Her words offered Wei Wuxian a small measure of solace, though it was only a slight improvement. On the way back to the villa, Wei Wuxian was unusually quiet, a first for Lan Wangji since they had met. Lan Wangji opened his mouth as if to offer some comforting words, but they did not come. After a while, Lan Wangji's phone vibrated, and he glanced at it before replying with a simple mm. Observing Wei Wuxian's despondency, he said, There's no one at my home, and I just returned without a key. I can? He hesitated, not finishing his sentence, as their relationship was still relatively new, having known each other for just a week. Staying over was one thing, but extending it felt somewhat inappropriate. Unexpectedly, Wei Wuxian, with his head down and lost in thought, replied, Of course, you can stay. It's just Zhangcheng and me at home. You can stay as long as you want. Lan Wangji responded, Thank you. After Wei Wuxian returned to the villa, Lan Wangji, occupied with other matters, did not enter, and the two parted ways. Inside, Wei Wuxian changed into slippers, while Zhangcheng, unsure of what he was doing in his room, poked his head out upon hearing a sound. Zhangcheng first glanced behind Wei Wuxian and, seeing no one following him, inquired, How did the test results turn out? Wei Wuxian replied, They're no different from the previous results. Zhangcheng let out an "oh" and was about to ask about his lunch plans when Wei Wuxian had already retreated to his room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Zhangcheng. Chapter 25. Thunder and rain time swiftly passed to the evening. On the living room table lay the takeout Zhangcheng had ordered at noon, untouched, including Wei Wuxian's portion. Now cold, gazing at the uneaten meal, Zhangcheng glanced again at the firmly shut door of Wei Wuxian's room. A nagging feeling told him that Wei Wuxian's test results were likely significant. Thus, he approached Wei Wuxian's door and knocked. No response came from within. Calling out a couple of times yielded no answer. Concerned, Zhangcheng noted that the door was locked from the inside, compelling him to search for a spare key. Uncertain of its whereabouts, he rummaged through the drawers in the living room cabinet, relieved to find everything was neatly organized, making his search straightforward. Upon finding the key, Zhangcheng proceeded to unlock the door. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, the doorknob was turned from the inside, and the door swung open. Upon seeing Wei Wuxian, Zhangcheng grasped the man's shoulders, demanding, What's the matter with you? You've been holed up in here all day without a word? Wei Wuxian rubbed his eyes, appearing dazed as if just awakened. What are you doing? I've just been sleeping since I got back. I am exhausted, he yawned as he spoke. Zhangcheng scrutinized Wei Wuxian, then asked, Where's your test report? Wei Wuxian turned and retrieved the report from the table, handing it to Zhangcheng. After a careful examination, Zhangcheng found everything normal except for some incomprehensible medical jargon. Finally, he noted the section on secondary sexual characteristics, which, unsurprisingly, remained undeveloped. Having grown accustomed to such circumstances, Zhangcheng shoved the report back into Wei Wuxian's hands. If someone didn't know better, they might think you'd been struck by some terminal illness and were wallowing in despair. It's dark. Come out for dinner. Wei Wuxian ambled into the living room to eat, while Zhangcheng reclined on the nearby sofa. Wei Wuxian balanced a bowl of rice in one hand and fiddled with his phone in the other. Zhangcheng remarked, The homeroom teacher sent a message in the group. The monthly exam is next Wednesday, and we're going to the movies on Thursday night. Wei Wuxian replied, Yeah, I saw. After checking unread messages, he continued, Nia Huaisong invited us to his house tomorrow. Are we going? Zhangcheng said, Sure, we don't have anything else to do. After finishing dinner, Wei Wuxian went to the bathroom to wash his face. Staring at his reflection in the mirror for a moment, he exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, It's nothing serious. Subsequently, Wei Wuxian entered Zhangcheng's room, where Zhangcheng was seated on a cushion, engrossed in a game. Upon seeing Wei Wuxian, he tossed him a controller. After a round of play, Jiang Cheng emerged victorious. Why do you seem so off today? Wei Wuxian leaned back against the cushion. What's off about me? Jiang Cheng began another match. I can't quite put my finger on it. You just seem different, almost as if you've experienced a breakup. Get lost? Wei Wuxian kicked him lightly. You, a perpetual singleton who has never even held a girl's hand. How would you know what heartbreak feels like? Jiang Cheng scoffed. Mutual understanding. Wei Wuxian sat up again, controller in hand, just as the doorbell rang. Jiang Cheng, puzzled, remarked, everyone has keys. Nobody would ring the doorbell. Who could come over at this hour? Wei Wuxian paused momentarily before tossing the controller aside. I know who it is. With that, he dashed out to answer the door. Outside stood Lan Wangji, holding 2 cups of milk tea. Wei Wuxian greeted, Lan Zhan, you're back. Have you eaten dinner? Lan Wangji nodded, changed into slippers, and followed Wei Wuxian inside. In the living room, Wei Wuxian said, I was just playing a game with Jiang Cheng. Do you want to join? Lan Wangji replied, no need, as he handed 1 cup of milk tea to Wei Wuxian. Surprised, Wei Wuxian accepted. Did you buy this for us? Wei Wuxian nodded. Then thank you. He took the milk tea and headed into Jiang Cheng's room, where Jiang Cheng stood at the door, watching them. Wei Wuxian pushed him back into the room. Jiang Cheng asked, why is he here again? Wei Wuxian shoved a cup into Jiang Cheng's hand. What do you mean again? It's perfectly normal for classmates to help each other out and stay over for a night or two. Jiang Cheng inserted a straw but remained silent. Later that night, as fierce winds howled outside and heavy rain began to pour, Wei Wuxian emerged from the bathroom to find an additional person in his room. What are you doing here? Did you come to find me for something? Lan Wangji replied. It's raining, as if to emphasize his point. A loud clap of thunder echoed, sounding as if the heavens were about to collapse. Indeed, rain was imminent. Thanks for the heads up, Wei Wuxian said, checking all the doors and windows to ensure they were securely closed. Once satisfied, the torrential rain began to fall, splashing against the ground. Returning to his room, he found Lan Wangji still standing in the same spot from when he had informed Wei Wuxian about the rain. Noticing Wei Wuxian's puzzled expression, Lan Wangji added, thunder. Wei Wuxian blinked a couple of times, then realized what he meant. Lan Zhan, you're not afraid of thunder, are you? Lan Wangji neither admitted nor denied it. Feeling that Lan Wangji was not the type to openly confess such fears, Wei Wuxian decided to spare him any embarrassment. The weather is chilly, and there aren't any extra blankets here. You should sleep with me tonight. Lan Wangji said nothing, exited the room, and returned with a mat and a thin blanket from the sofa. Seeing him like this, Wei Wuxian felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, but out of respect, he refrained from doing so. As the night wore on, with the lights dimmed, Lan Wangji did not lie down beside Wei Wuxian but instead made a makeshift bed on the floor. Later, as the night deepened, Wei Wuxian was already fast asleep in bed, while Lan Wangji's phone vibrated, lighting up with a message from an IP address overseas. This may be useful, but there is a probability of over 90%, perhaps even 100%, that it will affect your instinctual desires. Once bonds are formed, no matter how that person feels in the future, your emotional needs and instincts will be inextricably tied to them. While they can easily detach, Lan Wangji replied, I understand. Chapter 26, The Emission of Information Pheromones. The next morning, Wei Wuxian awoke naturally, his tousled hair a testament to his slumber. He noted that Lan Wangji's makeshift bed had already been tidied away. Wei Wuxian squinted at the empty space on the floor for a few seconds, then stretched and got out of bed. After tidying up, he wandered through the villa, munching on a slice of bread, searching for Lan Wangji. Having combed through every room without finding him, he was left with only Jiang Cheng's room to check. Arriving at the door, he pushed it open. Jiang Cheng, do you know where Lan Zhan went? Jiang Cheng was seated at the table, book in hand, taking advantage of the early hour to memorize content. This habit, instilled in them since childhood by Yu Ziyuan, had lapsed somewhat in recent months due to her absence from the country. But now, with exams approaching, he had resumed it. Since Wei Wuxian had entered without knocking, Jiang Cheng snapped, get lost. Having received no information regarding Lan Wangji's whereabouts, Wei Wuxian was about to close the door when Jiang Cheng suddenly called out, wait! Wei Wuxian halted his movement. Jiang Cheng wrinkled his nose, frowning as he approached. What's that smell? Wei Wuxian sniffed at himself in the air. What smell? Jiang Cheng leaned in closer to sniff Wei Wuxian, then recoiled as if burned, a look of disgust on his face. Why do you smell of another alpha's pheromones? What did you do last night? Alpha pheromones? Wei Wuxian sniffed again, then recalled he couldn't detect any scent. I was just sleeping last night. I didn't go anywhere. Jiang Cheng shook his head as he opened the windows in the room, seemingly in distress. Seeing his exaggerated actions, Wei Wuxian's lips twitched. Hey, is it really that serious? Do I really smell of alpha pheromones? Jiang Cheng shouted. What do you mean that's serious? Don't you know that alpha territory awareness is very strong? You barged into my room reeking of that scent without any attempt to mask it. It's driving me insane. It was the first time Wei Wuxian had witnessed Jiang Cheng in such a state. Previously, during his sensitive periods, Jiang Cheng merely appeared irritable, and it was best to avoid provoking him. However, this time, it seemed he was genuinely intent on confronting Wei Wuxian. Watching Jiang Cheng lose control, Wei Wuxian instinctively rubbed his arms and then closed the door behind him, leaving Jiang Cheng alone in the room. Cursing and swearing, alpha pheromones? Upon returning to his room, Wei Wuxian found himself pondering this question, pulling up his shirt to take a deep breath. Naturally, he was not naive enough to believe that the pheromones emanated from his own body, especially since he had only been classified the day before. Thus, there was only one possibility. It belonged to Lan Wangji. Contemplating this likelihood, Wei Wuxian promptly pulled out his phone and dialed Lan Wangji. Beep, beep, beep. After a prolonged silence, the call was finally answered. Hello, it was Lan Wangji's voice, though it sounded even deeper and hoarser than Wei Wuxian remembered. Wei Wuxian ventured to ask, Lan Zhan, have you differentiated? And are you an AIFA? A soft came from the other end, faint yet heavy with the effort of restraint. Wei Wuxian remarked, you sound like you're in discomfort. Is someone with you? Should I come to find you? Lan Wangji replied, it's nothing with that. The call was abruptly ended. Wei Wuxian sat in his room for a while. Then, unwilling to give up, he pulled at his clothing and the bedding to sniff them again. Still detecting nothing. Resigned, he opened all the windows in the room, allowing the air to circulate and disperse the lingering scent of pheromones more rapidly. After completing this task, Wei Wuxian made his way to the living room, where he found a still-warm breakfast laid out on the table, presumably purchased by Lan Wangji. It was the same pie and soybean milk as the morning before, but this time, the pie was notably spicy. Thoughtful, Wei Wuxian mused. After an indeterminate amount of time, approximately an hour later, Jiang Cheng finally emerged from his room. Upon seeing Wei Wuxian in the living room, Jiang Cheng instinctively took a large step back, exclaiming, don't come any closer. Wei Wuxian's lips twitched again. Did this guy seriously think he had differentiated into an AIFA? With a smile, Wei Wuxian rose from the sofa, but Jiang Cheng continued to retreat until he nearly bumped into the wall. At the opportune moment, Wei Wuxian explained, Jiang Cheng, why the drastic reaction? That pheromone isn't mine. I haven't differentiated. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng cast a suspicious glance his way. Why this time? Wei Wuxian had approached him, appearing to have changed into a different set of clothes. The previously overwhelming scent of another AIFA's pheromones had significantly faded. Although some remnants lingered, they were now bearable. Jiang Cheng let out a sigh of relief. The intensity of Wei Wuxian's pheromones earlier had enveloped him entirely, making it understandable that he had been unable to discern its source. Now, it was much clearer, and Jiang Cheng asked, if it's not yours, could it be Lan Wangji's? Wei Wuxian nodded. It seems Lan Zhan suddenly differentiated last night and went to the hospital early this morning. Newly differentiated pheromones tend to overflow uncontrollably. It was indeed wise of Lan Wangji to seek medical attention promptly. However, Jiang Cheng interjected, if he differentiated, why is there such a strong scent of his pheromones on you? Wasn't he sleeping in the living room? Oh, about that, Wei Wuxian nonchalantly explained. It was pouring rain yesterday, and Lan Zhan was afraid of the thunder, so I invited him to sleep with me. Jiang Cheng would never believe that someone like him would be frightened by thunder. In a mechanical tone, Jiang Cheng inquired, you shared a bed? Wei Wuxian replied, no, he slept on the floor. Jiang Cheng fell silent. Indeed, the aggressiveness of AIFA pheromones was quite potent, especially when newly differentiated and uncontrollable. This certainly accounted for the initial intensity of Wei Wuxian's pheromones that morning. Yet, the mere contact with such pheromones was enough to incite Jiang Cheng's urge to lash out, demonstrating just how domineering Lan Wangji's pheromones were. After breakfast, it was nearing 10 o'clock. Wei Wuxian, sprawled on the sofa, took a moment to clear his mind when suddenly his phone rang. Someone was calling him. Wei Wuxian absent-mindedly pressed the answer button. Hello? It was Nia Huaisong's voice on the other end. Brothers, Didn't we agree yesterday to come to my house to hang out? Why haven't I seen you yet? Chapter 27. Seeking divination. Wei Wuxian sat up from the sofa. His voice laced with lethargy. I'm feeling a bit lazy. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable lack of motivation for anything. On the other end, Nia Huaisong said, Come on, I already made plans yesterday. You can't go back on your word. In truth, Nia Huaisong hadn't elaborated much yesterday, intending to discuss it once they arrived at his home. There's an ancient town a few dozen kilometers away that's hosting a temple fair these days. Today is the first day. Let us go explore. Although it was described as a temple fair, Wei Wuxian still felt a lack of enthusiasm. Nia Huaisong continued, The locals say this temple is quite effective. Since exams are next week, we should go pray for good grades. Wei Wuxian replied, Do you think I need to pray? Nia Huaisong insisted, All right, I know you do well in your studies. Even if you're not praying for grades, you could ask for romantic fortune or something. After all, you haven't differentiated yet. Perhaps a visit will change your luck. Wei Wuxian inwardly sighed at such superstitions, yet Nia Huaisong's words made him waver. Despite the medical conclusion, what if a miracle truly existed? After hanging up, Wei Wuxian headed straight to Jiang Cheng's room to call him. Based on the location Nia Huaisong provided, it took them nearly 40 minutes to arrive. As they approached the entrance of the bustling town, they immediately noticed the throngs of people milling about. Nia Huaisong was squatting on a conspicuous large rock, fiddling with his phone while waiting for them. Upon seeing the two approach, he tucked his phone into his pocket, exclaiming, You finally made it. You have no idea how long I've been waiting. Wei Wuxian retorted, Do you know how far this is from a city? We've been walking for 40 minutes. Nia Huaisong chuckled, There are benefits to distance. I assure you this trip will be worthwhile. Wei Wuxian responded, You said it must be so. Nia Huaisong added, Actually, before coming here, I was with Tiaozi, but once his partner arrived, he went off with them as he spoke. Nia Huaisong draped his arms over their shoulders, saying, You see, those who forget their friends for the sake of love are truly untrustworthy. When it counts, a true brother is invaluable. Let us go, let us have some fun. The three of them entered the marketplace, which was bustling with visitors. The streets were not particularly wide, and with stalls selling snacks lining both sides. The central path was only about 5 or 6 meters wide. As the crowd surged, the three were jostled apart, and Jiang Cheng, growing impatient, exclaimed, What is so fun about being crammed in here? After being pushed aside, the person apologized, and Nia Huaisong redirected them, saying, It's precisely the crowd that makes it lively and entertaining. Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng allowed Wei Wuxian to pull him along as they followed Nia Huaisong through the marketplace. Indulging in food and drink until they were full, they even caught a mysterious and eerie performance just outside the temple. After watching the show, they received a wooden token strung with a red thread, inscribed with numbers, seemingly serving as an entry number. After a while, it was finally their turn. They stepped through the Vermilion Gate, where the number of visitors inside the temple was strictly regulated. Outside it was a sea of people. Yet within, it was serene, with everyone behaving respectfully and refraining from loud noise in such a solemn place. They wandered around the temple, admiring a centuries-old ginkgo tree, where many couples were seen making wishes beneath its branches. Wei Wuxian spotted Tiao Lei and his partner tying red ribbons together at the tree, and the three of them teased them briefly before moving on as they walked. Nia Huaisong remarked, Tiaozi and his girlfriend have such a good relationship. Oh heavens, when will I ever find a partner? Wei Wuxian replied, A partner doesn't just fall from the sky. Why pray to the heavens? Instead, use that time to explore the courtyard more. You might just find someone who catches your eye. The three chatted and laughed until they finally entered the main hall. In front of the hall stood a massive incense burner, filled to the brim with incense sticks. Several worshippers had just finished offering their prayers and departed. Leaving it their turn, Wei Wuxian prepared to take an incense stick from the nearby monk and was about to bow in reverence when the bald monk suddenly proclaimed, Sincerity is key to efficacy. Wei Wuxian approached the bald master, yet the latter's gaze did not fall upon him. A look of bewilderment instantly graced Wei Wuxian's face, as he pondered whether he had merely imagined the encounter or if the skepticism towards superstition that filled his heart was etched upon his countenance. He accepted the incense stick, unconsciously nodding in acknowledgement. Holding the lit stick level with his brow, he performed 3 deep bows. In that fleeting moment, his heartfelt wishes surged forth. He hoped for the well-being and happiness of those he cherished. with no desire for his own health to improve, only wishing to remain as unremarkable as an ordinary person. Upon concluding his prayers, Wei Wuxian opened his eyes and inserted the incense stick into the vast incense burner before him. Turning around, he immediately locked eyes with Nia Huaisong and Jiang Cheng. The two seemed unaware of how long they had been bowing, remaining silent as they stood there, motionless, observing him. The expressions on their faces were complex, yet Wei Wuxian deciphered their sentiments with ease. It was as if they were silently questioning his disbelief. How could one who professes skepticism engage so fervently in worship? Wei Wuxian's brows twitched slightly. Choosing to disregard their teasing gazes, as customary, after completing the incense offering, one could proceed to a nearby seat to consult the oracle. The trio approached the master seated on a mat at one end, where he was twisting prayer beads, with a divination tube and writing materials laid out on the table before him. Nia Huaisong was the first to sit on the mat opposite the master. The master lifted his gaze and inquired, "What do you wish to seek?" Nia Huaisong replied candidly, "A romantic relationship." The master grasped the divination tube and began to shake it, moments later gesturing for Nia Huaisong to draw a fortune. Nia Huaisong drew a slip and handed it to the master, who examined it before inscribing something on a palm-sized piece of paper. Nia Huaisong took the paper from him. Wei Wuxian, curious to see what fortune Nia Huaisong had received, was nudged by Jiang Cheng, who said, "It's your turn." This fellow, Wei Wuxian thought, could have drawn his fortune first if he was so eager. Wei Wuxian settled onto the mat. The master asked, "What do you wish to seek?" Wei Wuxian responded, "Before that, I would like to ask you a question, master. What kind of wishes do most people have when they come here to draw fortunes?" The master's eyes were devoid of emotion. A pair that had witnessed the vicissitudes of life and had grown indifferent to it all, he replied, "Romance, peace, health, prospects, wealth, these are common requests." Wei Wuxian then inquired, "Are there many who return to express gratitude after drawing their fortunes?" The master stated, "Matters of the world do not guarantee results simply by seeking them. To draw a fortune does not precisely fulfill one's wishes. It merely serves as a small guiding light on the path of life." Upon hearing the master's response, Wei Wuxian let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, it was merely a quest for consolation. He contemplated further, finding no interest in other matters, and if he had to wish for something, it would only be a vague possibility regarding his own differentiation. Wei Wuxian declared, "Then I wish for health." The master scrutinized Wei Wuxian, not perceiving any apparent issues with him. However, he was not one to speak unnecessarily. Holding the divination tube, he gently shook it as before. After a series of steps, Wei Wuxian received a prepared fortune slip. Next was Jiang Cheng's turn. Wei Wuxian rose and moved aside, opening his fortune slip, only to find two vertical words staring back at him. "Man proposes, heaven disposes." What could this mean? Nia Huaisong leaned over to glimpse his slip. Wei Wuxian asked, "What does yours say?" Nia Huaisong pulled out his own slip, and they exchanged glances. Unfolding it, Wei Wuxian saw that Nia Huaisong's read, "Easy to gain, easy to lose. Hard to gain, hard to lose." If interpreted literally, Nia Huaisong's fortune seemed straightforward, suggesting that if something is acquired too easily, it will be lost just as swiftly, while that which is hard to attain is worth holding onto firmly. Recalling Nia Huaisong's earlier request for romance, Wei Wuxian queried, "When did you break up with your last partner?" Nia Huaisong replied, "Just last month." Wei Wuxian probed, "How long did you date?" Nia Huaisong answered, "A week." Hearing this, Wei Wuxian couldn't help but nod, then turned to the master drawing fortunes for Jiang Cheng and gave a thumbs up. "This master truly is remarkable." Nia Huaisong continued to prod Wei Wuxian. "Why are you nodding and shaking your head? What's going on?" Wei Wuxian earnestly patted Nia Huaisong's shoulder, saying, "Brother, this fortune has already revealed to you that anything acquired too easily will lead to a lack of appreciation. Take some time to reflect." Nia Huaisong responded. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng finished drawing his fortune and stood up. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wuxian turned to inquire of the master what Jiang Cheng's fortune meant, to which the master simply replied, "One must grasp the essence." Wei Wuxian fell silent. Before long, the three exited the temple. Wei Wuxian asked Jiang Cheng what he had sought, as he had not paid attention to the happenings around him while focused on Jiang Cheng's and Nia Huaisong's fortunes. However, Jiang Cheng chose not to divulge, claiming Wei Wuxian was superstitious. Regarding this matter, Wei Wuxian had come with a playful attitude. Scientifically established realities would likely remain unchanged regardless of the outcome. This endeavor merely served to provide a sliver of comfort. Once the event had passed, he would forget it, and although he had not differentiated, it did not affect his daily life. Aside from difficulties in military enlistment due to medical examinations and potential challenges in finding a partner affecting future generations, there was little else to consider. Life must go on. Tomorrow was Monday, and there would be morning exercises. Even though he would not return to school on Friday evening, he still had to attend morning exercises on Monday morning and needed to leave a bit earlier to avoid being late. Nonetheless, the place where Wei Wuxian and his companions resided was not far from the school. A taxi ride would take no more than 5 or 6 minutes. That evening, Wei Wuxian began to review several test papers from the bookshelf in his room. Time flew by swiftly. After a while, he realized he had been studying for nearly 2 hours and that it was just shy of 11 o'clock. Wei Wuxian stood up from his stool. Stretching, and his gaze fell upon the neatly folded blanket nearby. He picked up his phone and opened the messaging interface. Staring at the profile picture of the person he contemplated calling, Wei Wuxian hesitated, considering whether to make the call, especially given the late hour. Yet, what if that person had mentioned yesterday that no one was home? If he were alone in the hospital, that would be quite unfortunate. After much deliberation, Wei Wuxian decided to call. The other end picked up almost immediately, as if they had not yet fallen asleep. "Hello, it's me, Lan Zhan," Wei Wuxian said. "I called so late to ask if you would be coming back tonight." "And how is your health?" Lan Wangji replied. "I am at the hospital, not returning." Surprised that he was still in the hospital, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Ah, you're still there? What happened? Is it serious?" Lan Wangji's tone was indistinct. "It's nothing serious. Just a flare-up of the sensitivity period coinciding with differentiation. I need to be isolated for a while." Wei Wuxian remarked, "That sounds quite serious." Lan Wangji responded with a soft Wei Wuxian added, "Are you unable to sleep because you feel unwell?" Lan Wangji answered with another Wei Wuxian had never experienced the sensitivity period of an alpha. He had only heard others speak of it and could not fully comprehend. He recalled how Jiang Cheng had isolated himself in his room during his sensitivity period, refusing to engage with the outside world, and how he would grab anyone who approached him by the collar and throw them aside. Just imagining it made Wei Wuxian feel somewhat uneasy. The sensitivity period could transform a normal person into such a frenzied and volatile state. However, Lan Wangji's tone during their conversation was no different from usual, aside from being slightly heavier in breath. While Lan Wangji was feeling unwell and unable to sleep, Wei Wuxian was wide awake. Wei Wuxian tapped the tip of his pen against his test paper and said, "By the way, have you seen the messages in the group? We have a monthly exam next Wednesday, and on Thursday evening, our entire class is going to watch a movie. Will you be able to return to school for the exam?" Lan Wangji replied, "I should be able to." Seeing that Lan Wangji did not seem inclined to end the conversation, Wei Wuxian continued discussing various topics with him. They chatted for nearly 10 minutes before hanging up. Before ending the call, Wei Wuxian curiously asked, "By the way, Lan Zhan, I've noticed something strange." "What is it?" Lan Wangji inquired. Wei Wuxian replied, "It feels like you've become more talkative since you fell ill. You weren't like this last week when I met you." There was a brief silence on the other end before Lan Wangji responded, "I was sick." Well then, Wei Wuxian thought, not giving it much more consideration. After all, some people become irritable when ill, so it was only natural that others might become more communicative when unwell. The time passed, leading into the next day. Monday arrived, and indeed, Lan Wangji did not come to school. The day passed, and Tuesday afternoon found Wei Wuxian staring at the empty seat beside him, pondering various thoughts. At that moment, Nia Huaisong suddenly appeared, patting him on the back before plopping down onto Lan Wangji's vacant seat. "Hey, bro, what are you doing sitting here all alone?" Chapter 29. What it feels like to be an alpha. Wei Wuxian withdrew his drifting thoughts and remarked, "Daydreaming." Nia Huaisong drew his chair closer to Wei Wuxian's position and said, "Stop daydreaming. I have some news you might want to hear." Wei Wuxian replied, "Go on." Nia Huaisong, with an air of mystery, whispered, "You should remember last Friday when, at Yunxian Bazichu, there was an unexpected power outage, causing everyone present to disperse hastily." Wei Wuxian acknowledged, "I remember." "What of it?" Nia Huaisong lowered his voice further. The reason the banquet ended so abruptly was that a spy infiltrated the gathering. The spy cut off the power in an attempt to commit murder. Fortunately, the backup power was activated, restoring the lights. Although the spy failed, To prevent panic and further casualties, they decided to cancel the banquet. After sharing this, Nia Huaisong noticed Wei Wuxian's lack of reaction and nudged him. Are you in a stupor? Why are you unresponsive? Wei Wuxian responded flatly, Nia Huaisong. I believe that besides inheriting the family business, you have another viable path ahead. Nia Huaisong, unperturbed, inquired, what path? Wei Wuxian replied, you could enter the entertainment industry. Your storytelling ability is impressive and imaginative. If you persevere, in time, you could become an excellent director. Quite taken aback, Nia Huaisong exclaimed, are you joking with me? He genuinely thought Wei Wuxian had uncovered some hidden talent within him. Nia Huaisong insisted, I speak the truth. This is first-hand information from an insider, absolutely reliable. Wei Wuxian nodded absent-mindedly, I believe. His tone was exceedingly dismissive. Forget you, Nia Huaisong retorted, shoving him lightly as he prepared to leave. Just as he stood up to take a step, Wei Wuxian suddenly grabbed him again. What are you doing? Nia Huaisong asked. Wei Wuxian leaned in closer and quietly inquired, whom have you shared this with? Nia Huaisong replied, only with you do I consider you a brother and share everything with you. How could you doubt me? Wei Wuxian nodded, understood. This matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it to others. After saying this, Wei Wuxian was the first to exit through the back door, leaving Nia Huaisong in a state of bewilderment. Nia Huaisong was utterly flabbergasted by Wei Wuxian's remark, having initially revealed the secret to him, only to be asked to keep it under wraps. It was utterly absurd. As evening fell, Lan Wangji had yet to return to school. By Wednesday, the examination room had been prepared the previous night, with students placing their textbooks in the corridor to maintain the classroom's tidiness. The examination seating was organized by shuffling the entire grade and ranking them by performance. Wei Wuxian often occupied the top position, making exam room 1 essentially his designated seat. With 30 candidates in the examination room, these were the C-Army de la C-Army of the entire sophomore class. As Wei Wuxian settled into his seat, he greeted everyone who entered the room with casual conversation. However, upon spotting a figure that irked him, he stretched his leg just as the person was about to enter. Causing them to stumble, Wei Wuxian, came the familiar, unchanging tone of Jin Zixuan as he nearly lost his balance. Wei Wuxian feigned surprise. Oh dear. My apologies, Jin. This space is quite cramped, and I inadvertently stretched my leg. I truly am sorry. Though he uttered words of apology, his lack of sincerity was palpable. Jin Zixuan, incensed by Wei Wuxian's antics, cursed him vehemently, but for Wei Wuxian, the insults were entirely inconsequential. The more Jin Zixuan railed against him, the more delighted Wei Wuxian became. Unfazed, he hummed a tune while nonchalantly twirling his pen. Jin Zixuan was well aware that Wei Wuxian thrived on his irritation. The angrier he got, the more satisfaction Wei Wuxian derived. Struggling to suppress his urge to lash out, Jin Zixuan took a deep breath and managed to calm himself, remarking, I truly do not understand the point of your actions. Wei Wuxian replied, what significance do you seek? Jin Zixuan retorted, if you think that by annoying me, you can make your sister appealing to me, then go ahead. With that, Jin Zixuan returned to his seat. His seemingly casual remark had more weight than a direct insult, implying that all of Wei Wuxian's antics were merely drawing Jiang Yanli's attention, an assertion laden with confidence. Truly, he was like a peacock, brimming with self-assurance, demanding recognition even when met with disdain. Wei Wuxian gestured playfully at Jin Zixuan's retreating figure, then felt a tap on his desk. Turning around, he saw Jiang Cheng. Exams are underway. Act serious, he admonished. Just then, the invigilator entered the room, prompting Wei Wuxian to retract his hand and sit up straight. The day's examinations concluded, and upon returning to his class, Wei Wuxian slumped over his desk for a moment. Jiang Cheng inquired, were the exam questions too difficult? Exhausted? Wei Wuxian replied, not at all, I just couldn't submit my paper early, which was quite stifling. Jiang Cheng. Wei Wuxian remained motionless, propped on his desk, while Nia Huaisong asked, are you going to dinner? Jiang Cheng gave Wei Wuxian a nudge. If you're not going, we're leaving, Wei Wuxian said. You all go ahead. I don't feel like eating tonight. Since the exam was over by the afternoon, it was nearly time for dinner. The classroom was nearly empty and silent, with Wei Wuxian resting his head on the desk for a while. The tranquility was so profound that even the faintest footsteps in the corridor could be heard. Sensing someone approaching, Wei Wuxian noticed the person passing behind him, followed by the sound of a chair being moved. He suddenly sat up straight and exclaimed, Lan Zhan. When did you return? Lan Wangji replied, this morning. After breakfast, Wei Wuxian had gone directly to the examination room and had not returned since, given the school's vastness. It was unsurprising they had not crossed paths. Wei Wuxian asked, how is your health? Lan Wangji responded, I am fine now. Wei Wuxian leaned closer to Lan Wangji, who asked, what are you doing? Without answering, Wei Wuxian leaned in to inhale his scent. Although he could not perceive anything, he felt a wave of nostalgia, exclaiming, I never expected this. We went for a physical examination together, and Dr. Wen said you wouldn't differentiate until the end of the year. Yet here you are ahead of schedule. Curiously, Wei Wuxian asked, what does it feel like to be an alpha? After a brief silence, Lan Wangji replied, what do you think it should feel like? Wei Wuxian pondered seriously. An alpha is generally superior in physical prowess and intellect compared to others. You must feel quite robust now, right? His inquiries often caught others off guard. After a few seconds of silence, Lan Wangji replied, there is no significant difference. Chapter 30. The whole class watches a movie. Perhaps Wei Wuxian was aware that his question was rather peculiar. He chuckled lightly. Soon after, Lan Wangji stood up to head for dinner, and Wei Wuxian followed suit. The afternoon examinations concluded on Thursday, and everyone returned to the classroom to retrieve their books from the corridor. Since the movie outing had been prearranged, with the cinema booked in advance, the class only needed their homeroom teacher, Zhang Jing, to count heads before boarding the school bus. On the bus, Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji sat in the same row, with Zhang Cheng and Nie Huaisong seated behind them. Wei Wuxian pulled out his phone, flipping through posters of newly released films to show Lan Wangji, this is the movie we all chose together last Monday night. Since you weren't able to join us, I thought I'd let you know in advance. It's a detective romance, and everyone online says it's fantastic. Lan Wangji simply responded with an As Wei Wuxian rambled on. Lan Wangji occasionally offered a brief acknowledgement, yet he was truly capable of engaging anyone in lively conversation. Nie Huaisong glanced at Zhang Cheng and then at Wei Wuxian, asking, when did Wei Gu and Lan Wangji become so close? Wasn't it just last week when Lan Wangji ignored him? Zhang Cheng reclined in his seat with his eyes closed. Who knows? They seem to have sorted things out after a nap. Nie Huaisong exclaimed. Zhang Cheng's words sounded perfectly ordinary, as he indeed had taken a nap, and the next day, the two had become friends. However, Nie Huaisong's exaggerated reaction suggested he might have been teasing. His eyes widening and mouth agape, raising his voice, who with whom? Wei Gu and Lan Wangji. Did they really have a nap together? Is it what I think it is? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Cheng slightly furrowed his brows and half-opened his eyes. Upon seeing Nie Huaisong's mischievous expression, he understood that this fellow was being intentionally provocative. However, choosing to disregard the matter, he closed his eyes once more. Nie Huaisong's exclamation was rather loud, and coupled with the presence of Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji seated in front of them, his outburst caught the attention of nearly everyone in the vehicle. Sleeping? Nie Huaisong, you mean Wei Wuxian, and the name of the individual behind him was one he dared not utter. Although Lan Wangji had not been in their class for long, his aloof demeanor and taciturn nature, along with his ability to easily wrest the position of student council president from the notorious bully Yu Jun, made him someone students typically avoided provoking unless he initiated trouble. Despite this, even if the name remained unspoken, many had already heard Nie Huaisong's call. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Wei Wuxian turned around to confront Nie Huaisong. What nonsense are you spouting? Nie Huaisong grinned even more mischievously. Zhang Huanin said it. He claimed you and this gentleman beside you have been sleeping together. He reiterated the statement. Wei Wuxian attempted to strike him, but Nie Huaisong deftly evaded. Under normal circumstances, Wei Wuxian would not take such jests to heart and would often play along, as everyone understood it was merely a joke meant to enliven the atmosphere. However, given that the target of the jest was Lan Wangji, Wei Wuxian felt that jesting with him might not be prudent. He cast a questioning glance at Zhang Cheng. Although Zhang Cheng had his eyes closed, he accurately sensed Wei Wuxian's gaze, opening his eyes with an expression that conveyed indifference. I didn't say anything. It was his misunderstanding that he propagated. Nie Huaisong was indeed speaking with ill intent, but upon noticing Wei Wuxian's genuine concern and displeasure, he promptly backtracked, explaining, "Oh, it's just sleeping." As if no one else has ever done that at school, we all nap together. With this clarification, it became clear to everyone that he was merely teasing. Some averted their gazes, while others continued to revel in the spectacle. After returning to his seat, Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji beside him. Though Lan Wangji's expression remained inscrutable, not overtly angry, Wei Wuxian sensed that he might still be displeased. Turning back to Nia Huaisong, he admonished, "Be serious. Not every joke is appropriate." Nia Huaisong gestured in response. Once Wei Wuxian turned away again, Nia Huaisong immediately reported to Jiang Cheng, "Why has he become so stingy? He used to play along with my jokes." Jiang Cheng, still with his eyes closed, replied nonchalantly, "Don't mind him. He is just being unreasonable." Wei Wuxian remained preoccupied with the possibility that Lan Wangji had taken the jest to heart or was bothered by something else. He made a point to explain to Lan Wangji, "Nia Huaisong enjoys making such juvenile jokes. Please don't take it to heart." Lan Wangji inquired, "Does he do this often?" Wei Wuxian nodded, "But he means no harm." Truly, Lan Wangji remained silent. In the cinema, their entire class had reserved the venue, and with popcorn and soda provided for everyone, they settled into their seats as the film commenced. This movie was an animated adaptation of a comic that Wei Wuxian adored, and he was well acquainted with its characters. As the climax approached, Wei Wuxian practically leaped from his seat in excitement, exclaiming, "I knew he was the culprit." Jiang Cheng, seemingly having anticipated this moment, pressed him back down. "Calm down. You're blocking the view for those behind us." Once the antagonists revealed themselves, Wei Wuxian instinctively began discussing the plot's nuances with Jiang Cheng. The moment that old man appeared, I knew he wasn't a good person. "I never misjudge when it comes to identifying the culprit." Jiang Cheng retorted, "The reasoning was indeed well constructed, but I find certain aspects of the film's plot to be somewhat exaggerated. Would anyone truly condemn an entire building of innocent lives over trivial matters? There are thousands of innocent people at stake. Moreover, is it not foolish for someone to risk their life returning to a collapsing building for the sake of love? I see that sheer madness." Wei Wuxian countered, "Murder requires a motive. Even the most trivial reason can ignite someone's propensity for crime. Once someone is prepared to kill, whether it's one person or an entire building, it matters little to them. However, regarding your second point, I believe that love is a reason in itself. Saving someone you love requires no justification." Jiang Cheng clarified, "It's not about saving. It's about martyrdom. Given his abilities, how could he possibly save anyone when the building collapses and the door is blocked by rubble? Should he dig with his hands? If they weren't the protagonists of this story, all within that building would have perished long ago." Wei Wuxian maintained, even if they aren't the protagonists, their choices, along with their feelings and trust for one another, would inevitably prevent this catastrophe. Jiang Cheng scoffed, "It's merely the protagonist's halo." Wei Wuxian clicked his tongue, "Jiang Cheng, sometimes you really kill the mood." Jiang Cheng replied, "Just stating the facts." Turning away, Wei Wuxian realized that their differing perspectives on the story would lead nowhere. At this moment, Nia Huaisong, seated beside Jiang Cheng, interjected, "I find such love to be truly moving and enviable." Right? Wei Wuxian, finding common ground with Nia Huaisong, playfully slapped Jiang Cheng and they switched places, leaving Jiang Cheng seated beside Lan Wangji. The two continued to watch the film and engage in quiet discussion. Jiang Cheng, Lan Wangji, mutually silent. After the film concluded, everyone exited together. The plan was to take the school bus back, but with funds ample, they were reluctant to return so soon. Having entered their second year, opportunities for such outings as a full class would be scarce. The class urged their homeroom teacher, Zhang Jing, to take them to an amusement park, but he expressed concerns about the crowds, fearing that with over 30 students, they might get separated. Moreover, with differing preferences for rides, it would be challenging to ensure everyone enjoyed themselves. As discussions unfolded, the consensus was clear. No one wanted to return early to it was evening and following their exam. They had yet to have dinner, leading the entire class to decide on dining out together. Initially, their homeroom teacher hesitated, worried about the class funds being insufficient for such a large group. However, the students insisted they would cover any shortfall, and so they proceeded to a restaurant. Seated at a large round table, Wei Wuxian discreetly spoke to the attendant, who soon returned with 2 bottles of fruit wine. Jiang Cheng remarked, "The teacher said we're not allowed to drink." Wei Wuxian replied, "I know, but we are all of age now. It's permissible. Besides, it's not actual wine. Just 2 bottles of fruit wine with a low alcohol content, akin to a beverage. Even children can drink it. With so many of us at this table, each person would only have a small cup, and drinking one is no different from drinking water." Before long, the 2 bottles of fruit wine were consumed. Wei Wuxian finished his cup and, standing on one leg atop his chair, declared, "What is the point of just eating? Are we all here just to fill our stomachs?" Tianlei retorted, "What else would we do if not eat?" Wei Wuxian suggested, "How about we play a game?" Nia Huaisong inquired, "What game?" After some contemplation, Wei Wuxian proposed, "How about a game of pass the parcel? I'll fetch 2 more bottles of wine. We'll pass the wine around, and whoever ends up with it must drink or perform a talent." The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen commented, "I think you just want to drink. 1 more bottle should suffice. Any more and someone might truly get drunk." With another bottle of fruit wine acquired, the 10 of them prepared to play. Luo Qingyang took charge as the drum player, standing with her back to the table, opening a drumbeat audio on her phone, signaling the start of the game. As the cup was passed swiftly around the table in a clockwise direction, some deliberately slowed their handoffs. When the music stopped, Tianlei claimed, "This cup is mine. I'll drink it." He then downed it in one go, clearly relishing the moment. When the music resumed, the cup landed in Wei Wuxian's hands, and unlike Tianlei, he had no intention of passing it on, finishing it himself when the music halted. Wei Wuxian laughed after finishing, and Tianlei joined in. Someone remarked, "What are you two doing? You're supposed to pass the cup during the game. Not just drink for yourselves exactly. This isn't fun if you don't play by the rules." Wei Wuxian sheepishly admitted, "Sorry. I really wanted to drink." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Cheng rolled his eyes, clearly having anticipated this behavior. Nia Huaisong proposed, "Let us add a rule. The cup cannot remain in one person's hands for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise, that person must not only drink but also tell a truth, take on a dare, or perform a talent. Let us see who dares to monopolize the cup then." After Nia Huaisong completed the rules of the game, it continued, and this time no one monopolized the proceedings. Of course, Wei Wuxian, after several attempts, still could not draw a card as he observed the nearly empty bottle. He realized that this was the final round of the game, akin to passing the flower amidst the drumbeat. Upon receiving the cup, he remained still, contemplating that speaking heartfelt truths and performing acts were not of great consequence. He decided to drink first. Unexpectedly, upon receiving the cup, he felt the intense gazes of Jiang Cheng and Nia Huaisong compelling him to pass it along. Reluctantly, Wei Wuxian handed the cup over, and just as he did so, the drumbeat ceased, and the cup landed in Lan Wangji's hands. A collective gaze fell upon him. Lan Wangji's plate was remarkably clean, devoid of any bones or spilled soup, leaving one to wonder if he had eaten anything at all at tea that moment, aside from the cup of fruit wine that Wei Wuxian had just handed him. There remained another untouched cup to his right, previously distributed. Wei Wuxian thought perhaps Lan Wangji simply did not enjoy drinking, especially since everyone else at the table, whether male or female, had already consumed theirs. As Wei Wuxian was about to speak, he was taken aback when he saw Lan Wangji lift the cup and drink it all in one go. Wei Wuxian patted Lan Wangji on the shoulder, exclaiming, "So you can drink? I thought you couldn't, and I was hoping you'd let me have that cup." Lan Wangji remained silent. Wei Wuxian added, "But I still think you don't actually want to drink. You just don't wish to disrupt the rules of the game, so why not let me have that cup on your table?" His question went unanswered, for Lan Wangji had, under Wei Wuxian's watchful gaze, reclined back in his chair, tilting his head back. Wei Wuxian, bewildered, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Meanwhile, Luo Qingyang, noticing someone lying down, rushed over to check on him. Some were concerned that something might be wrong and sought out the homeroom teacher. Upon discovering that it was Wei Wuxian leading the group in drinking, Zhang Sheng had no time to reprimand him. After all, only someone with an alcohol allergy could collapse after a mere cup of fruit wine. If it truly were an alcohol allergy, it could be life-threatening. Zhang Sheng did his utmost to help Lan Wangji up, preparing to take him to the hospital for an examination. Realizing the possibility of an alcohol allergy, Wei Wuxian immediately assisted in supporting Lan Wangji. However, just as they reached the door of the private room, Lan Wangji regained consciousness. Seeing his arms being supported by 2 people, Lan Wangji instinctively withdrew them and stood upright. The sudden loss of weight caused both Wei Wuxian and Zhang Sheng to turn in surprise. Wei Wuxian spoke, "Lan Zhan, you're awake?" Zhang Sheng inquired, "Is something wrong?" Lan Wangji shook his head. Still unconvinced, Zhang Sheng prepared to take him to the hospital for a checkup. Lan Wangji declared, "There is nothing wrong." Although Zhang Sheng still wished to have Lan Wangji examined, he relented, acknowledging his words. Zhang Sheng instructed Lan Wangji to return to his seat and asked Wei Wuxian to accompany him outside. Consequently, Wei Wuxian faced a considerable reprimand. As he endured the scolding, Wei Wuxian echoed, "Brother Zhang is right. I won't do it again." Zhang Sheng retorted, "You think there will be a next time?" Wei Wuxian quickly clarified, "What I meant was that there won't be a next time." Despite his youth, Zhang Sheng's admonitions resembled a chant, leaving Wei Wuxian feeling overwhelmed. That moment, the door to the private room opened, and Lan Wangji emerged, standing beside Wei Wuxian with his head slightly bowed, in stark contrast to Wei Wuxian's carefree demeanor. Lan Wangji appeared as a child who, having made a mistake, was genuinely reflecting on his actions. Wei Wuxian inquired, "Lan Zhan, why are you out here?" Lan Wangji replied, "To listen to the scolding." Wei Wuxian was perplexed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He observed Lan Wangji with his head lowered, his gaze directed downwards, and his expression grave, truly appearing as if he had come to receive a reprimand. Zhang Sheng asked, "Why would you come to listen to the scolding?" Lan Wangji responded, "There is a family rule against drinking." This statement left both Wei Wuxian and Zhang Sheng momentarily speechless, not only due to the existence of his family rules, but also the manner in which he articulated his thoughts. Although Lan Wangji typically maintained an exceedingly serious demeanor, he spoke with a gravitas that made Wei Wuxian want to laugh for reasons he could not quite comprehend. However, upon reflection, Wei Wuxian finally understood the source of the peculiar dissonance he often felt during their conversations. Lan Wangji's actions and his mode of expression were steeped in an antiquated elegance. Despite living in modern society, there was still an air of artistry reminiscent of scholars and poets of yore, who spoke in riddles and appeared somewhat enigmatic. Lan Wangji's behavior at such a young age evoked the notion of being precociously mature. Beyond this, Wei Wuxian speculated that perhaps Lan Wangji's upbringing abroad contributed to his demeanor, as foreign cultures undoubtedly differed from their own, leading to certain stereotypes. Nevertheless, while he was astonished, Wei Wuxian found it entirely reasonable that a family would have rules passed down through generations. It was Wei Wuxian who had proposed the drinking, so it was impossible for Lan Wangji to be reprimanded alongside him. Zhang Sheng insisted that Lan Wangji return to eat, but Lan Wangji stood resolutely, unwilling to budge, determined to hear the reprimand. Wei Wuxian thought to himself how strange it was for someone to eagerly seek out punishment. When their eyes met, Wei Wuxian asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lan Wangji replied, "You are being reprimanded. I should comply accordingly." Wei Wuxian queried, "What do you mean? Why should you comply just because I am being scolded?" Zhang Sheng seemed to notice that Lan Wangji had exhibited some peculiar behavior after finishing the cup of wine. His demeanor normal yet subtly unusual. To prevent Lan Wangji from fixating on receiving a reprimand, Zhang Sheng suggested they both return to the private room. Upon entering, Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Your timely intervention saved me from an endless scolding from the homeroom teacher." Lan Wangji remained silent as they both resumed their seats. Jiang Cheng inquired about what had transpired outside, to which Wei Wuxian casually explained before continuing to eat. Initially, they should have focused solely on their meal. Following the reprimand, Wei Wuxian behaved more obediently, refraining from any further mischief. After finishing their meal, Nia Huaisong glanced at the time and noted that it was still early. The evening study session had yet to conclude. He proposed, "Does anyone wish to play werewolf?" Someone asked, "Now?" Nia Huaisong nodded. "Do you all know how to play?" Tai-Dai replied, "Of course." He then inquired among the others present. Most of those in attendance were familiar with the game, though a few admitted, "I've heard of it but never played. I'm not sure if I can manage." "No worries, just listen to the roles and pay attention to the discussions," Nia Huaisong assured. He turned to Wei Wuxian, asking, "Wei Gu, will you play?" Wei Wuxian responded, "Of course. How could I not join if there's something to do?" Nia Huaisong exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Wuxian, encouraging him to ask Lan Wangji. Since Lan Wangji had returned, he had been seated quietly, his gaze lowered, remaining still and silent, appearing somewhat dazed. Wei Wuxian leaned closer, tilting his head to inquire, "Have you played before?" His tone unconsciously carried a hint of coaxing. Lan Wangji unexpectedly met Wei Wuxian's gaze, and after a brief pause, replied, "No." Wei Wuxian nodded, "That's fine. If you haven't played, we can start with the simplest version." After some discussion, Nia Huaisong suggested, "Since a few are new and have never played, let us keep it simple without special skills. This might slightly disadvantage the werewolves in terms of numbers." But hopefully, they can conceal themselves well. Those receiving the werewolf cards will know how to play, which should balance things out with the newcomers. Wei Wuxian went outside to request a deck of cards. Feeling that 10 players were too few, he fetched 2 more from the adjacent room, culminating in a 12-player game. The 12 cards displayed their respective roles. 1 seer, 1 witch, 1 hunter, 1 guard, for villagers, and 4 werewolves. Since they also needed a narrator to read the script, Wei Wuxian brought in a server standing at the door of the private room. With the numbers now sufficient, they were ready to begin. After distributing the roles, Wei Wuxian glanced at his own card, a triumphant expression crossing his face as he placed the card face down on the table. The signal from the narrator. Night falls, please close your eyes, the game commenced. After a series of skill activations, Wei Wuxian opened his eyes, first observing the expressions of those around him before locking eyes with Jiang Qing and Ye Huaisong. Wei Wuxian scrutinized each person with his gaze. Some averted their eyes, while others held his gaze defiantly, such as Ye Huaisong, who returned his stare with equal intensity. After surveying the room, the narrator announced, "Last night, players 1 and 2 were eliminated. Player 1, do you have any final words? On that fateful night, 2 lives were abruptly extinguished. The first spoke, 'I am a witch, lacking in skill, for I cannot save myself. When the judge inquired whether I would administer poison, I did so, ultimately poisoning the second. I owe my apologies to the second.' The second, having met their demise by poison, had no final words when it was time to speak. Ye Huaisong declared, 'I am the seer. Last night, I discerned our Wei Gu, revealing a golden blessing, and a red mark for execution. I shall bestow upon him a golden water.' Wei Wuxian responded, 'Since it is already golden water, I shall refrain from further comments for now, waiting to see whether anyone else claims to be the seer before deciding whether to accept this golden water.' Lan Wangji interjected, 'Seer, 3 is golden water.' Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji, surprised to discover he too was a seer, his luck quite formidable. However, after reporting his findings, Lan Wangji fell silent. Jiang Cheng stated, 'Civilian, pass.' Following this, everyone, including Tiao Lei and Luo Qingyang, declared themselves civilians. With 1 werewolf among the 2 seers, it became evident that this was a game of observation. Lan Wangji's sparse words and lack of emotion rendered him less convincing than Ye Huaisong, whose arguments consistently surpassed Lan Wangji's. When it came time to vote, Ye Huaisong and Lan Wangji found themselves in a tie of 4 votes each. In the event of a tie, both seers were permitted to speak again. But the result remained unchanged, leading them to the night phase. The next day, the judge announced, "Player 4 has died. Player 4, please deliver your final words." The 4th player stated, "There is but 1 civilian here." Ye Huaisong reported his findings. 5 is marked for execution. Within my vision, Lan Wangji is undoubtedly a wolf, rendering any need to verify his identity unnecessary. His reported golden water on 3 remains uncertain. Perhaps a ploy by the good Lan Wangji to rally support. Wei Wuxian commented, "Listen to the execution and the next seer's words. I too am merely a civilian." Player 5 protested, "Brother, I assure you, I am a civilian. Even if Seer Nye marks me for execution, I cannot reveal my role to defend my identity. Yet now, I clearly see my stance alongside Seer Lan, hoping he reports a favorable finding to clear my name." Lan Wangji stated, "Wei Ying, golden water." After which, he fell silent, neither disputing nor sharing his thoughts on whom he had discerned. Jiang Qing, pass. After some discussion, Luo Qingyang remarked, "It's already the 2nd night, and not a single seer has perished. How shall we vote?" Tiao Lei suggested, "Since we cannot identify the seer, let us proceed with executions. The witch has already died, and no one can poison at night." Wei Wuxian countered, "What do you mean by executing? What if 5 is a civilian? While civilians may resist, this is not the way, especially since there will still be deaths at night. I propose a stalemate." Player 5 nodded vigorously, yet ultimately, Player 5 was voted out on the 3rd night. Another peaceful night unfolded. Nye Huaisong stated, "Although Wei Gu suggested a stalemate yesterday, 5 was the werewolf I identified, and I could not abstain from voting against him. I did not expect so many to follow my lead." Wei Wuxian recalled that those who voted alongside Nye Huaisong included Tiao Zi, Kun Er, Player 3, and Jiang Wanin. Suddenly, Nye Huaisong cast a piercing gaze at Wei Wuxian. "Wei Gu, you were my golden water, yet you chose to vote against me?" Nye Huaisong's gaze was filled with conviction. embodying the demeanor of a true seer. However, Wei Wuxian was unfazed. I am the golden water for both of you. Logically, I possess a higher standing than you two, who are merely uncertain seers, and my vote against you bore no consequence. You should report your findings first, and I shall summarize. Nia Huaisong continued. Last night, I verified player 3 as golden water. My inquiry aimed to discern whether they were Lan Wangji's werewolf accomplice or merely a pawn to rally votes. Lan Wangji stated, Zhang Huanin is golden water. Jiang Qing, pass. This fellow passed again, prompting Wei Wuxian to question, Jiang Cheng, do you not wish to speak? Why did you vote for 5? Jiang Cheng replied, there is nothing to say. It would have been the same regardless of whom I voted for. Wei Wuxian, 3. I voted randomly as well. I could not vote for the seer. What if the true seer were eliminated? Tiaozi remarked, I reiterate my previous statement. If there is a marked execution, let us proceed with it, Kun Er echoed. I share the same sentiment as player 3, Wei Wuxian stated. It is now the third night, and the seer remains. This suggests a continued effort to obfuscate the truth. Based on known verifications, both player 3 and I are golden water from the two seers, thus we are assuredly good. Player 4 was slain, claiming to be a civilian, while player 1 is a witch. Allow me to analyze. If Lan Zhan is the seer, he can ascertain that player 3, I, Jiang Cheng, and player 1, the witch, are all good. However, the witch has been eliminated, if Nia Huaisong is the seer. Aside from those he has marked for execution, I and those who aided in voting out 5 should be deemed good. Isn't that perspective overly broad, merely following Nie's thought process? Nia Huaisong replied. Where is my perspective excessive? The identities I have discerned are limited, and while many have followed my lead, what if they are merely deceiving wolves? Nia Huaisong's arguments indeed far surpassed Lan Wangji's, whose mere reporting of findings failed to inspire confidence. Wei Wuxian remarked, Jiang Cheng is golden water for Lan Zhan, yet he voted for 5. Lan Zhan must have intended to identify a wolf, only to find himself with golden water instead. Yet, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of this is low, as Lan Zhan has not reported any marked executions. Tiao Lei inquired. So what are you implying? Who do you believe is the wolf? Wei Wuxian's gaze shifted between Lan Wangji and Nia Huaisong. I know who the werewolf is. We cannot afford to vote for civilians any longer. If we must vote, I suggest we eliminate Seer Nia. Nia Huaisong exclaimed, Why? I am the seer. If you vote me out, who will help you find the wolves? I was the first to grant you golden water. Nia Huaisong's expression was one of indignation. Wei Wuxian waved his hand dismissively. Calm down. I merely suggested it. If you truly are voted out, so be it. Yet the outcome resulted in a tie. On the 4th night, once more, a peaceful night ensued. Nia Huaisong stated, Forgive me, class leader, but you are the wolf, Wei Wuxian. Pass. Lan Wangji. Tiao Lei, wolf. Jiang Qing. Pass. Tiao Lei remarked, Remarkable, the seer, Lan, has finally identified a wolf, and it is indeed me, a confirmed civilian. Luo Qingyang added, I was previously unable to discern who the true seer was, but now it is clear. I am a civilian and stand firmly with the seer Lan. Compared to his earlier statements, Tiao Lei's words became increasingly aggressive. With 2 marked executions, Tiao Lei was ultimately voted out. On the 5th night, Jiang Cheng met his end. The judge inquired, Do you choose to fire? Jiang Qing glanced at Lan Wangji and then at Nia Huaisong. Before resolutely pointing at Lan Wangji, the judge announced, Lan Wangji is out. When it was time to speak, Nia Huaisong declared, The werewolves are now quite evident. Players 2, 5, and Lan Wangji have been eliminated. The class leader remains unvoted. He is the final wolf. If we vote him out, we shall win. Luo Qingyang continued to argue. Player 3 stated, Regardless, my trump card is impenetrable. I shall heed Wei Ji's counsel. Kun Er added, I clearly see that I am a civilian. With only 5 of us left, if Nia Huaisong is indeed the seer, then both player 3 and Wei Gu are golden water, leaving the last wolf as the class leader. Yet I remain concerned that Nia Huaisong may not be the seer. After a moment of silence, everyone turned their gaze toward Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian remarked, Since you have all deferred to me, my suggestion is to vote for Nia Huaisong. The incredulity on Nia Huaisong's face was palpable. Why? I am the seer. If I am voted out, how will you find the wolves, if I leave? We lose, Wei Wuxian replied. Even if the seer departs, the good will not lose. The peaceful night has persisted. Jiang Cheng is not the guard, thus the guard remains. Ultimately, due to Wei Wuxian's words, Nia Huaisong was voted out. Nia Huaisong was left speechless. On the sixth night, darkness fell, and all were instructed to close their eyes. It was yet another peaceful night, and the outcome was already determined. In Chapter 34, Divergence, Lan Wangji's Strategy. Player 3 exclaimed, "Oh my! Another peaceful night. This is incredible." Player 3, filled with joy, stood up to high-five Wei Wuxian, exchanging knowing glances. Wei Wuxian remarked, "Quite impressive. You truly understand me, having deciphered my unspoken hints." Player 3 laughed. "You flatter me. It is mainly your brilliance." The game concluded with the good emerging victorious. During the debrief, Wei Wuxian shook Jiang Cheng's chair. "How did you manage to expose the seer?" Jiang Cheng, indifferent, replied. Who knew he was the seer? His arguments were abysmal. Lan Wangji cast a glance in their direction. Jiang Cheng met his gaze, perhaps sensing hostility due to the tension between alphas. Wei Wuxian's lips twitched. Jiang Cheng spoke as if his own arguments were flawless, having merely uttered past throughout the game. Nia Huaisong ambled over and sighed. "Wei Gu, you couldn't possibly be the guard." "Could you?" Wei Wuxian chuckled and said, "Congratulations, you answered correctly. I should have guessed it sooner." Nia Huaisong inquired, "Who are the wolves you pointed out?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Number 2. Nia Huaisong nodded. "If number 2 hadn't been poisoned by the witch, we wouldn't have been down a player so early. Perhaps we might have won this round." Wei Wuxian smiled lightly. Fortunately, the witch's aim was accurate. Otherwise, with all of you playing so skillfully, we good folks would truly be in dire straits. However, despite your remarkable skills, the telltale signs are quite evident. Nia Huaisong sighed again. "I just can't lead." Wei Wuxian remarked, "That fellow Tiao Lei spoke quite audaciously, certainly not words one would expect from a civilian lacking any vision. After 3 people have died, and with both seers present, to claim there are checks on checks is practically inviting votes against oneself." Nia Huaisong nodded in understanding. Wei Wuxian continued, "You are the third wolf." Nia Huaisong, puzzled, asked, "How did you deduce that? My statement should have been flawless." Wei Wuxian responded, "You indeed spoke well, but had the seer you were jumping against not been Lan Zhan, I might have genuinely believed you." Nia Huaisong questioned, "Why is that?" Wei Wuxian patted Lan Wangji's shoulder. "Look at Lan Zhan. He sits here immobile like a revered statue, and his only contributions are his checks, showing indifference to everything else. His display of integrity makes it truly difficult to suspect him of being a wolf." Nia Huaisong chuckled softly. "So you imply that while he appears upright, I look suspicious?" Wei Wuxian shook his head. "It's somewhat true, yet not entirely." Nia Huaisong remarked, "So, according to you, being skilled at the game is a flaw?" Wei Wuxian grinned, "Precisely." Nia Huaisong glanced at the still-seated Lan Wangji and said, "I see. It seems you are swayed by looks." "Forgetting your friends," Wei Wuxian replied, "that is not quite the case. Although Lan Zhan is indeed handsome, my judgment remains accurate." Nia Huaisong feigned a laugh. "And how did you conclude the identity of the last wolf?" Wei Wuxian explained, "Though you too employed the wolf-wolf killing strategy, attempting to sacrifice the leader to preserve the pawns, a wolf is still a wolf." This time, Nia Huaisong was genuinely impressed. "I had long suspected you were wary of me. I initially thought I might be able to protect her, but alas, it was in vain." Wei Wuxian continued, "I was indecisive between Quainer and the class leader, pondering who the wolf was. The leader had abstained from voting in previous rounds, which is quite normal for a civilian who cannot discern anything clearly, and she had not engaged in any suspicious behavior. In my eyes, her innocence was substantial. What ultimately clarified the identity of the last wolf was Quainer's final statement. Even until the end, she was still fretting over whether you were the seer. The wolf cannot comprehend the confusion and indecision of a civilian. If she were a wolf, she would not have uttered such words. Otherwise, it would only imply that this person possesses exceptional cunning, skillfully orchestrating a wolf-wolf kill before me after realizing my suspicion. It's truly remarkable, however. In contrast to your meticulousness, Quainer is as carefree as a naive child. I cannot believe she would possess such reasoning." Nia Huaisong remarked, "So you suggest I should thank you for your compliments?" "No need for such formalities," Wei Wuxian replied, glancing at Luo Qingyang, "but the class leader is indeed quite adept." Luo Qingyang countered, "She may be skilled, but not as much as you." During the first night of the game, Wei Wuxian casually guarded, choosing Lan Wangji on the second night, knowing the 2 seers were safe. He let them engage in mutual gameplay and then guarded Jiang Cheng on the third night. He guarded himself, aware that he was a double gold water, possessing significant speaking power and also being a player. The wolves would easily target him, yet he indeed made the right choice and had a peaceful night. On the fourth night, he guarded number 3 and was again correct, as they were both gold waters. Even if killed, they would not provide others with vision. On the fifth night, he guarded aimlessly, suspecting Jiang Cheng was a wolf due to his audacious speech. Then Jiang Cheng was eliminated, taking Lan Wangji with him. The sixth night hinged upon the class leader's thoughts, but fortunately, Wei Wuxian had exchanged glances with number 3. Number 3's previous statements successfully deceived Luo Qingyang. Luo Qingyang was confused by number 3's claim about being unable to play their trump card. Believing number 3 was the guard, intending to slaughter the god. Then number 3 was guarded by Wei Wuxian, leading to victory. After such a game, everyone's spirits were remarkably high, and on the bus back to school, discussions about the recent werewolf game continued. Wei Wuxian, seated, took out his headphones to listen to music and offered one to Lan Wangji, who neither accepted nor declined. Wei Wuxian, accustomed to his silence, donned the headphones for him. Upon returning to school, evening study had concluded, and everyone prepared to head back to their dormitories. Jiang Cheng and Nie Huaisong walked ahead, while Lan Wangji trailed behind, with Wei Wuxian positioned slightly towards the rear. Upon entering the dormitory building, Jiang Cheng ascended the stairs, and Wei Wuxian followed suit. But at that moment, Lan Wangji suddenly grasped his arm. Wei Wuxian turned around in confusion. "What's the matter?" Lan Wangji replied. "I have a solution." With that cryptic statement, Wei Wuxian was perplexed. "What?" Lan Wangji continued. "Your body, differentiation, I can assist you." Chapter 35. I give you my pheromones. Wei Wuxian was incredulous. Lan Wangji was actually discussing differentiation, and his expression did not suggest he was joking. "You can help me?" "Really?" Lan Wangji nodded. Wei Wuxian asked, "How will you help me?" Without a word, Lan Wangji led the way forward, and Wei Wuxian followed, bewildered. In dorm room 116, Lan Wangji opened the door and entered, with Wei Wuxian following suit. The door closed behind them. Lan Wangji asked, "Are you willing?" "Huh? Willing for what?" "To help me differentiate?" After comprehending, Wei Wuxian nodded, "I am willing." After receiving his answer, Lan Wangji retrieved a white box from the cabinet and began to manipulate it. Wei Wuxian, left to his own devices, began to carefully observe Lan Wangji's dormitory. It was a double room, but the arrangement of items suggested Lan Wangji resided there alone. Lan Wangji fiddled with the white box, which resembled a medical kit. For a while, as Wei Wuxian leaned in to inspect, he discovered that Lan Wangji was wearing gloves and holding what appeared to be a syringe filled with medication. The object resembled a pen, and when pressed, it would inject liquid into the skin. The medication seemed prepared, and Lan Wangji looked at Wei Wuxian with the syringe and a cotton swab. Wei Wuxian immediately understood his intention and gasped. Retreating several steps, "What are you doing?" Lan Wangji stated, "Helping you restore your body." He said this so matter-of-factly that Wei Wuxian stared at the syringe-like object. "No, there's no need. I believe treatment is better suited for a hospital. If you have a solution, I can accompany you to the hospital." Perhaps seeing the fear on Wei Wuxian's face, Lan Wangji glanced at his syringe. "Are you afraid of pain?" At this question, Wei Wuxian nodded vigorously. However, he was not genuinely afraid. He just did not know what that object in Lan Wangji's hand was. What if he injected him incorrectly and caused harm? Lan Wangji, upon hearing this, placed the syringe back into the medical kit, removed his gloves, and approached Wei Wuxian. "If you are afraid of pain, I can give you my pheromones. This will guide the hormonal growth in your body, leading to differentiation." Wei Wuxian, puzzled, asked, "You give it to me?" "How do you give it to me?" After saying this, Lan Wangji, as if to explain, pulled him close. Then Wei Wuxian found himself tightly embraced. He felt his clothing tugged down slightly, followed by warm breath on the nape of his neck. A sensation that made him shiver involuntarily. It was then that Wei Wuxian finally realized what was happening and broke free from Lan Wangji's hold. "You intend to mark me?" Lan Wangji clarified. "Not marking. You cannot be marked without differentiation." Wei Wuxian inquired, "Then what is it?" Lan Wangji responded, "My pheromones can assist you." Wei Wuxian pressed, "How do you know your pheromones can help me?" Lan Wangji remained silent as Wei Wuxian covered his neck. Feeling that Lan Wangji was acting strangely today, especially after consuming that cup of wine. Lan Wangji had mentioned that his family had rules against drinking. If such regulations were in place, there must be a reason behind them. If it were not due to alcohol intolerance, it could only mean he had a low tolerance for alcohol. Wei Wuxian recalled how Lan Wangji had collapsed immediately after drinking before and contemplated a possibility. Perhaps Lan Wangji was someone who would fall asleep after just one drink, with slumber being the true sign of inebriation. This thought surfaced in his mind, prompting Wei Wuxian to scrutinize Lan Wangji closely. Lan Zhan, you are drunk. Lan Wangji shook his head. Wei Wuxian laughed, confirming that the man was indeed intoxicated. It must be said that had he not witnessed Lan Wangji fall asleep after drinking, he would have never guessed that he was currently inebriated. As for what Lan Wangji had previously said about helping him, Wei Wuxian dismissed it, knowing that the words of a drunkard could hardly be trusted. Approaching Lan Wangji, he friendly patted his shoulder. Thank you for thinking of helping me even while drunk. You truly are a good person. However, it is quite late today. We can discuss any matters tomorrow. Without giving Lan Wangji a chance to respond, Wei Wuxian exited the dormitory. Upon returning to his own room on the third floor, Wei Wuxian continued to touch the back of his neck, uncertain whether it was psychological or something else. The warm, gentle, and slightly ticklish sensation of Lan Wangji's breath lingered long after. To dispel this unusual feeling, Wei Wuxian scratched at his neck vigorously, leaving it reddened. That night, as he prepared for sleep, he pondered the events of the day involving Lan Wangji. It was normal for a drunken person to speak nonsense. Yet why had Lan Wangji claimed he had a solution? Did he truly care about this matter? With this question lingering in his mind, Wei Wuxian soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, Wei Wuxian overslept yet again, and this time even later than usual. Jiang Cheng had already called for him once while getting up and had helped him pull the covers off, but even after Jiang Cheng finished washing up, Wei Wuxian remained asleep. As Wei Wuxian continued to snore, Jiang Cheng felt that if he did not wake Wei Wuxian up, they would miss their morning study session. Jiang Cheng forcibly pulled Wei Wuxian from the bed, and when they arrived at the teaching building, they happened to brush past their homeroom teacher. Jiang Cheng remarked, "If you dare to wake up this late again, I won't wait for you." Wei Wuxian yawned deeply. "I didn't want to. I had a chaotic dream last night and didn't sleep well." Upon entering the classroom, Wei Wuxian rested his head on the desk, his hair disheveled. After Jiang Cheng sat down, he nudged Wei Wuxian. "Stop looking half dead. It's utterly unappealing." Wei Wuxian replied, burying his head in his arms, "My appearance is not for your approval." Jiang Cheng chose to ignore him. As Wei Wuxian rolled over on the desk, he caught sight of Lan Wangji, who had been quietly reading in the classroom for quite some time. The class bell rang, and the classroom filled with the sound of students reading aloud. Wei Wuxian squinted and lay there for a while. When someone passed by outside the classroom, it was the homeroom teacher coming to inspect. Wei Wuxian quickly sat up and opened his textbook. Morning self-study did not require any specific material to be memorized. It was mostly about filling in gaps, and with the frequent inspections from the homeroom and grade teachers, hardly anyone dared to slack off. However, as the evening study session neared its end, fewer teachers would come to supervise. After memorizing what he needed, Wei Wuxian began to relax. The reading voices in the classroom diminished significantly, and Wei Wuxian placed his hands on the desk, allowing his mind to wander. As the class neared the end, most students had stopped reciting, either working on problems or waiting for the bell to ring. Wei Wuxian could hear Lan Wangji's soft yet clear voice reading nearby. Suddenly reminded of the previous night, Wei Wuxian turned his gaze towards Lan Wangji. The distinction between Lan Wangji being drunk and sober was imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 36. The allure of a top alpha. People often speak of drunken ramblings, drunken truths, and drunken escapades, but no one mentions that being intoxicated can appear no different from sobriety. So, was Lan Wangji truly drunk? Wei Wuxian stared at him intently for more than a minute, completely unaware that his gaze might cause any discomfort. At that moment, Lan Wangji seemed unable to ignore him any longer and stopped reading to look over. As their eyes met, Wei Wuxian instinctively smiled in a friendly manner. Yet, Lan Wangji appeared to have discerned the question in his heart. "What is it?" Since Lan Wangji had asked, Wei Wuxian felt he could speak directly. "Lan Zhan, do you remember what happened after you drank that cup of wine during the game of Pass the Flower?" "I don't remember," Lan Wangji replied calmly, returning his attention to his book. "I knew it." Wei Wuxian mused, concluding that what had transpired last night was not Lan Wangji's intention. When someone is drunk, they can say anything. As the day progressed, it was Friday, and the last class was physical education. After being led through training by their gym teacher, everyone was released for free activity. Wei Wuxian, along with Jiang Cheng and the others, went to buy water. On their way back, they were laughing when a basketball was thrown towards them, and Wei Wuxian caught it. One of the boys called out, "Come and play ball with us." Wei Wuxian dribbled the ball a couple of times, feeling good about it, and was about to join Jiang Cheng when he suddenly heard someone speaking. "Why is Lan so alone over here?" Wei Wuxian looked over to see Lan Wangji speaking with a girl. He hesitated for a moment before tossing the ball to Jiang Cheng. "You go. My hand hurts." Jiang Cheng, who had just been arm wrestling with him, fell silent. Wei Wuxian walked under the shade of a tree and sat down on a bench not far from Lan Wangji, taking a sip of water. Seemingly indifferent, he kept an eye on the situation with Lan Wangji. The school was vast, with each grade divided into 2 sections, and each section containing a dozen classes. During physical education, they often ran into students from other classes. For Lan Wangji, he was undoubtedly the most conspicuous figure in the crowd, especially as an alpha. Typically, after class, students would gather outside their class to watch him. Wei Wuxian was astounded by this behavior, having never witnessed such treatment before Lan Wangji transferred. With only a quarter of his water bottle left, Wei Wuxian capped it. Suddenly, Nia Huaisong came running from an unknown direction and plopped down beside him, still holding 3 bottles of water. Wei Wuxian said, "Are you planning to sell that much water?" Nia Huaisong replied, "One of these is for Jiang Waning. He can't play basketball easily, and the other 2 are for myself." "But why are you sitting here instead of playing?" Wei Wuxian asked. "Why aren't you playing?" Nia Huaisong explained, "Yesterday, while we were climbing the stairs back from off-campus, I accidentally twisted my ankle and it's a bit sore." Wei Wuxian responded, "Same here." Nia Huaisong added, "Jiang Cheng told me you weren't playing because your hand hurts." Wei Wuxian shrugged, "Oh right, it's my hand that hurts. I forgot." Nia Huaisong looked at him incredulously. "Seriously?" Wei Wuxian squeezed the bottle in his hand, and Nia Huaisong noticed him staring at something and followed his gaze. Then chuckled knowingly. "Jealous?" Wei Wuxian turned to see Nia Huaisong's mischievous grin. "Jealous? Me?" Nia Huaisong nodded. Wei Wuxian retorted, "Who would I be jealous of?" Nia Huaisong remarked, "You can't deny that Lan Wangji is indeed popular." Wei Wuxian clarified, "I'm not jealous of him." Nia Huaisong dismissed his explanation, commenting, "Lan Wangji, how should I put it? Even though he has never released his pheromones since his differentiation, it's not hard to see from his appearance that he possesses excellent genes. He is undoubtedly a top alpha. Someone like him has a fatal attraction to omegas. Do you believe it? If Lan Wangji were to release even a hint of his pheromones, any passing omega would immediately weaken at the knees." Wei Wuxian couldn't help but twitch at his exaggerated words. "You, a beta, seem to know quite a bit." Nia Huaisong replied, "It's you who isn't paying attention. You must have skipped biology class." Wei Wuxian leaned back against the chair. "I haven't differentiated. So why bother listening to all that?" The fact that Wei Wuxian had not differentiated was a great mystery at Yunxian Institute. His looks and personality were polar opposites of Lan Wangji, and many were drawn to him. However, because he had yet to differentiate, his popularity suffered, and those who wished to pursue him were deterred. Nia Huaisong chose not to continue on that topic and instead planned to discuss what Wei Wuxian intended to do over the weekend. Just as he was about to speak, Wei Wuxian suddenly stood up and took the unopened bottle of water from Nia Huaisong's hand. "I'll borrow this. I'll return it next time." Then Nia Huaisong observed as Wei Wuxian ambled towards Lan Wangji, holding his water. Not far from Lan Wangji stood a group of individuals, most of whom dared not approach, striving to minimize their presence. Wei Wuxian strolled over, greeting a few familiar faces among them. One individual waved at Wei Wuxian, who approached and asked, "What's the matter?" The person inquired, "Is that guy from your class? He is an alpha, right?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Did you catch a whiff of his pheromones?" The person shook their head. "How could that be?" Wei Wuxian questioned. "Then why do you think he is an alpha?" They responded, "It's just a gut feeling." Wei Wuxian conceded, "Well, your instincts seem rather accurate." Upon receiving confirmation, the group visibly brightened with joy. After chatting with the girls for a while, Wei Wuxian noticed the brave girl who had stepped forward departing. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, curious about what had transpired. "My friend is calling me. I'll step away for a moment." With that, Wei Wuxian made his way back to Lan Wangji's side. They sat together, though a gap separated them, their bodies not truly touching. Lan Wangji had his eyes closed, but opened them as Wei Wuxian approached. Chapter 37. What is Lan Wangji thinking? Wei Wuxian handed the water he had taken from Nia Huaisong to Lan Wangji, who did not accept it. Wei Wuxian insisted, take it and drink. Why be so polite with me? Lan Wangji eventually took it. Wei Wuxian leaned back in his chair, gazing towards the playground where Jiang Cheng and others were engaged in a lively game of basketball. After observing for a while, Wei Wuxian remarked, "Did you say something to someone just now?" Lan Wangji replied, "What?" Wei Wuxian clarified, "Just now, there was a girl talking to you." Lan Wangji retorted, "What did you say to others while you were standing over there?" Lan Zhan's vigilance was indeed impressive. Wei Wuxian replied, "It was nothing much. Someone asked me if you were an alpha, and I told them." "And you?" Lan Wangji stated, "Similar to what you did." This fellow truly knew how to engage in conversation. Wei Wuxian rubbed his nose and changed the subject. "This morning, you mentioned forgetting what happened after drinking last night. Does that mean you've also forgotten what you said to me when we returned to the dorm?" Lan Wangji replied coolly, "I don't remember." Wei Wuxian nodded, sighing, and then feigned a look of disappointment, saying, "Actually, what you said to me last night was something I cared about quite a bit, regardless of whether it was true or false. I was genuinely happy to hear it at that moment." His words dripped with a bittersweet tone, as if he had been deceived by a seemingly repentant scoundrel, especially as he directed these sentiments towards Lan Wangji. Lan Wangji immediately fell into deep contemplation. Noticing Lan Wangji's silence, Wei Wuxian continued, "You also mentioned having a way to help me differentiate, convincing me of your sincerity. Well, it seems that was a ruse. One cannot trust the words of a drunkard." His tone held a hint of reproach, and upon hearing this, the previously calm Lan Wangji became visibly unsettled. Wei Wuxian noticed the subtle shift in Lan Wangji's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lan Wangji's lips parted in disbelief. "Last night, did I really mention this to you?" Wei Wuxian leaned in closer, smiling as he countered, "What are you nervous about?" Lan Wangji replied, "Of course, it's about what you said. How could I deceive you?" After stirring up his emotions, Wei Wuxian lazily leaned back. "Last night, you pulled out a thick needle to poke me, and when I refused, you attempted to bite my neck. Thankfully, I fought back fiercely to protect my innocence." Upon hearing Wei Wuxian's account, Lan Wangji momentarily froze, as if he could shatter at the slightest breeze. Wei Wuxian laughed heartily at his reaction, teasing, "Lan Zhan, who would have thought you appeared so serious yet were so uninhibited when drunk? No wonder your family forbids alcohol." Though Lan Wangji was skeptical of Wei Wuxian's words, the mention of his family's prohibition left him no choice but to believe it. However, this newfound belief rendered Lan Wangji speechless for quite some time. Realizing he had truly frightened him, Wei Wuxian was about to clarify when Lan Wangji suddenly spoke. Wei Wuxian held back his words. "What do you wish to say?" Lan Wangji seemed unable to conceal something. "I can help you." Wei Wuxian blinked, momentarily taken aback. Lan Wangji continued, "Though your situation differs from mine, it stems from the same origin. Logically, I should be able to assist you." Wei Wuxian asked, "How can you help?" Lan Wangji's gaze flickered momentarily, then he avoided eye contact, his earlobes tinged with a faint blush. "My pheromones can induce the production of hormones within you. Once a certain threshold is reached, you will be able to differentiate." The information Lan Wangji provided bore resemblance to his previous answers, confirming that he genuinely wished to help from the outset. Nonetheless, Wei Wuxian sought clarification, asking, "Lan Zhan, are you certain you haven't been drinking and are fully sober?" Wei Wuxian's counter-question left Lan Wangji in silent contemplation once more. "Tio Lan Wangji, this inquiry felt akin to someone offering to procure everything you desired, only for the other person to respond, 'Are you awake during the day? What are you dreaming about?' The interaction of pheromones was an extremely private matter, typically reserved for partners to soothe each other and provoke arousal. Their relationship was merely that of classmates, barely even seated together. For someone with whom one had no relationship to bring up such a topic was undeniably abrupt and intrusive. However, Wei Wuxian seemingly did not grasp Lan Wangji's concerns. As Lan Wangji instinctively distanced himself, Wei Wuxian reassured, "I mean no offense. I merely asked because my medical examination has already determined that differentiation is impossible for my body. Your sudden claim that you can assist me took me by surprise." Lan Wangji explained, "I consulted foreign professors. There has never been a case like this domestically, so it is only natural that no answers are available." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian's eyes brightened, as if he had truly glimpsed hope. Lan Wangji added, "This method was discussed with Dr. Wen last time. She mentioned it could be feasible." Wei Wuxian became even more excited. "Then let us seek out Dr. Wen after school." Lan Wangji nodded. "All right, after school." Wei Wuxian first sent Jiang Qing home alone, then accompanied Lan Wangji to Yunxin University. Having previously communicated with Wenqing via text, they found her waiting for them in the medical department. Dressed in her white coat, Wenqing held a box filled with unknown documents, appearing quite busy. She led the two into the familiar consultation room. "Speak. What would you like to discuss in person?" Wei Wuxian inquired. "Lan Zhan told me that his pheromones could help guide the production of hormones in my body, potentially inducing differentiation. Is that true?" Wenqing glanced at Lan Wangji. "From your expression and tone, he only mentioned this to you today?" Wei Wuxian nodded. Wenqing scrutinized Lan Wangji once more, then pulled up a data file on the computer. "These are the materials Lan submitted to me last Saturday night. They are not from domestic sources, suggesting they have been verified by foreign experts, with a success rate of 80. Wei Wuxian exclaimed. "Such a high success rate." Wenqing affirmed. "This high rate relies on the fact that Lan had a similar condition to yours. If it were someone else, it might not even reach one, thus, it could only apply to the two of them." Wei Wuxian asked, "What should we do regularly?" Hearing this, Wenqing glanced at Lan Wangji again. She sensed that this student was quite concerned about Wei Wuxian's condition and had taken the initiative to offer help. Such generous attention indicated he must have feelings for Wei Wuxian. Yet, a week had passed without any progress, and Wei Wuxian seemed unaware of the situation, only now coming to inquire. The relationship between the two wasn't quite as Wenqing had assumed. Chapter 38. The innocent Wei Wuxian, however. She was merely a doctor and could not intervene in matters of the heart. All she could do was provide reminders as best as she could. Wenqing stated, "No need for excessive complications. A simple exchange of pheromones will suffice." Wei Wuxian asked, "How often?" Wenqing replied, "Given your condition, it would be best to do it once a day, or even multiple times a day, to potentially trigger a second differentiation before you turn 19. However, you are presently students, confined to the school environment, where the essence cannot be disclosed. There are only 2 days on the weekend for such matters, which may seem slow, yet through the passage of time, perhaps one could undergo differentiation before turning 20. Wei Wuxian nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Wan." After explaining these matters to him, Wenqing called Lan Wangji aside. "The fact that you have not mentioned this to him for such a long time only indicates that you are not truly partners." Lan Wangji nodded, and upon receiving this clear answer, Wenqing unconsciously furrowed her brow. "Are you aware that by assisting him in this manner, regardless of what he becomes in the future, you will inevitably be entangled in it, and it is highly likely that you will not be interested in anyone else?" Yet he remains unaffected. Hearing this once more, Lan Wangji's response was still the same as before. "I know." Wenqing still wished to dissuade him. Although Wei Wuxian's inability to differentiate might pose certain inconveniences in life, these could ultimately be overcome. However, if Lan Wangji were to assist Wei Wuxian and he later proved incompatible, it would be Lan Wangji who suffers, and such suffering would be insurmountable. As a physician, she fundamentally disagreed with such self-sacrificing behavior towards a patient. Yet Lan Wangji's stance was unequivocal. "It is nothing. This is my debt to him." Given this, Wenqing felt it inappropriate to press further. During his time at Qian Mountain University, Wei Wuxian was blissfully contemplating his imminent differentiation. However, upon exiting the school gates, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Lan Zhan, you don't have a partner, do you?" Initially, Wei Wuxian had been so elated about the prospect of differentiation that he had forgotten some matters remained uncertain. Lan Wangji understood his concern. No, Wei Wuxian sighed in relief. "That's good. The interaction of essences is rather intimate, especially when one party is already partnered, as it constitutes a betrayal to the other." Yet, upon considering this, Wei Wuxian quickly shifted his thoughts elsewhere, as the exchange of essences would inevitably lead to substantial leakage. Judging by Jiang Cheng's reaction to the essence emanating from him, if he were to bring Lan Wangji home, Jiang Cheng would likely go into a frenzy. Wei Wuxian queried, "Lan Zhan, is there anyone at your home?" "No, you may come to my place," Lan Wangji replied, leading him forward as a car halted before them. It was a cab that Lan Wangji had just hailed. Once seated, the driver followed the navigation, and throughout the journey, Wei Wuxian occasionally gazed out at the scenery or stole glances at Lan Wangji. After a while, he managed to suppress his exuberance. Taking a deep breath, he felt quite cheerful as he turned to look at Lan Wangji, his gaze inadvertently tracing from the man's eyes to his nose and then to his lips. Before returning to his eyes, Lan Wangji, whose gaze had been averted, suddenly regained focus and looked at Wei Wuxian. "What is it?" Wei Wuxian blinked, his heart racing as he abruptly realized certain truths. The exchange of essences, though seemingly straightforward, harbored complexities. Forgive Wei Wuxian for never having contemplated this aspect before, given that he had remained single for so many years without differentiation. The notion of such an exchange had never occurred in his experience. Thus, how does one exchange essences? Recalling the moment when Lan Wangji had brandished that syringe, poised to bite him, Wei Wuxian involuntarily shivered. Hence, their essence exchange would require Lan Wangji to bite the nape of his neck, akin to a temporary marking. The thought of this made Wei Wuxian's cheeks flush with heat, and he averted his gaze, supporting his face with one hand as he looked out the window. Truth be told, while Wei Wuxian appeared nonchalant on the surface, he had never truly encountered such experiences. The directness of the situation left him with an erratic heartbeat that refused to calm. The taxi arrived before a residential complex, but as the complex did not allow taxis inside, they could only stop at the entrance. Upon entering, they were greeted by towering buildings and vibrant greenery. Noticing Lan Wangji's unfamiliarity with the area, Wei Wuxian inquired, "Is this your first time here?" Lan Wangji nodded, and soon they located the correct floor and entered the elevator in this complex. Each floor housed a single unit, each spacious in design. Once inside the room, Wei Wuxian wandered about before standing before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the abundant light and the lake below. Not knowing what to do, he settled onto the sofa for a moment. Meanwhile, Lan Wangji moved between rooms, and after confirming his preparations, he stated, "You will occupy this room, ah?" Wei Wuxian approached my room is next door, Lan Wangji clarified. "You mean I'm staying here?" Wei Wuxian asked. To which Lan Wangji replied, "Living together facilitates the exchange of essences." "That is true," Wei Wuxian acknowledged. "Thank you." He stepped into the room, exploring the space. "Please wait here. I'll prepare something," Lan Wangji instructed. "Ah, okay." After Lan Wangji departed, Wei Wuxian stood alone, pondering whether they were truly about to exchange essences. The thought of what might transpire made him instinctively close the door, locking Lan Wangji out. Yet, after shutting the door, he questioned his actions. Why had he done that? In that moment, with uncertainty regarding what Lan Wangji was doing, Wei Wuxian found himself caught in a state of limbo, neither sitting nor standing. Knock, 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 Lan Wangji knocked from outside. Wei Wuxian plopped onto the bed but felt compelled to answer the door, so he stood again to let Lan Wangji in. The door opened to reveal Lan Wangji holding a box reminiscent of the one he had brought out that drunken night. Wei Wuxian returned to the edge of the bed and took out his phone. Uncertain about what would unfold, he felt a surge of anxiety. When people are anxious, they often pretend to be busy. Wei Wuxian's fingers darted across the phone screen, switching between chat interfaces, moments, and news feeds, all while maintaining a facade of calmness, though internally he felt a whirlwind of apprehension. Chapter 39. The first exchange of essences in moments of anxiety. One may find their thoughts spiraling. Suddenly, Wei Wuxian recalled Wangxian mentioning that Lan Wangji had sent her relevant materials the previous Saturday. This indicated that Lan Wangji had already been concerned about him since the night they received the test results. Thus, when he awoke on Saturday morning, covered in such a significant amount of essence, it was not solely due to Lan Wangji's uncontrollable differentiation, but also the essence exchange. Contemplating this possibility stirred something warm and soft within Wei Wuxian. Yet simultaneously, the anticipation of what was to come made him unconsciously straighten his posture. Once Lan Wangji had gathered the necessary items, he approached, holding the syringe that Wei Wuxian had seen the previous evening. Resembling a pin. "This is a special medication I've been using," Lan Wangji explained. "I consulted the doctor, who mentioned that while its effect on you may be minimal, it should still be beneficial during the essence exchange." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian asked, "Where will the injection be administered?" Still pondering whether it would be on his backside, Lan Wangji replied, "The shoulder will suffice." He removed his outer garment and pulled up his short sleeves. In a matter of seconds, the injection was complete. The pain was minimal, merely a slight prick. Lan Wangji put away the equipment and moved closer to Wei Wuxian. In the ensuing silence, neither spoke, making the moment feel interminable. Eventually, it was Wei Wuxian who stood up. "Should I remain standing? That might make it easier." Lan Wangji's gaze fell upon the nape of Wei Wuxian's neck. "It may hurt a little." Perhaps spoken without intent, those words made Wei Wuxian's face flush anew. He cleared his throat and replied, "It's fine." With that, Wei Wuxian turned to face a wall, placing his hands against it. "Let us begin." The posture indeed appeared to be one of readiness. Lan Wangji stepped forward into the room, where the lights were aglow. As he approached, his shadow enveloped Wei Wuxian entirely. Wei Wuxian was naturally tall and slender. Yet he was easily shrouded by the dark silhouette. Perhaps it was due to his perpetual restlessness, darting about without a care, that he remained so lean despite his hearty appetite. To facilitate matters, Wei Wuxian swept a few stray hairs aside, fully exposing his fair nape. Lan Wangji's gaze instinctively darkened. If Wei Wuxian were an omega, such a direct gesture would be tantamount to an invitation of surrender. And as an alpha, Lan Wangji found it difficult to resist the temptation to mark him. However, Wei Wuxian lacked pheromones. Wei Wuxian leaned against the wall, waiting with bated breath, likely due to his heightened anxiety. He felt as though the time Lan Wangji took to refrain from biting him was interminable. Both of their palms were slick with perspiration, and their breaths grew increasingly labored. Wei Wuxian tilted his head slightly to glance back. Unable to discern Lan Wangji's expression, yet sensing that he was on the verge of action, he quickly turned his face back in a matter of breaths. Lan Wangji grasped Wei Wuxian's shoulder and pulled him into his embrace, his heated breath suddenly cascading upon Wei Wuxian's neck. Wei Wuxian was startled by the sudden motion. Lan Wangji's breath was already heavy. This is more convenient. Their bodies pressed together, each acutely aware of the other's astonishing warmth. In that moment of torment, restrained by another, Wei Wuxian desperately yearned to struggle. Yet, Lan Wangji did not afford him further time for contemplation, directly sinking his teeth into Wei Wuxian's nape. A jolt coursed through Wei Wuxian as he gasped. It seemed that his nape had not fully developed into a complete gland, for as Lan Wangji engaged in pheromone exchange, Wei Wuxian initially felt only a slight pain. With nothing more to follow, in contrast, Lan Wangji's state was different. Marking the nape was almost instinctual for an alpha, and upon discovering that this individual was not marked, it was inevitable that a sense of defeat welled within him. Yet, he was emboldened by this challenge. The pheromone exchange required an extended duration, particularly in Wei Wuxian's case. When Lan Wangji finally released him, the whites of his eyes were still tinged with a hint of red. His hands tightly clenched into fists. Wei Wuxian subconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief. "Are you all right? Will you be okay?" Lan Wangji closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. "I am fine." Though Wei Wuxian could neither sense nor smell it, he felt certain that he was enveloped in the scent of Lan Wangji's pheromones, reminiscent of that morning. Wei Wuxian discreetly took a whiff of himself, then leaned closer to Lan Wangji. "Lan Zhan, what does your pheromone smell like?" Lan Wangji replied. "Why do you ask?" Wei Wuxian explained. "I just feel that I must be entirely infused with your scent. Yet I cannot detect it, so I am merely curious." Lan Wangji stated. "Sandalwood." Wei Wuxian nodded and repeated the two words. Lan Wangji continued. "Do not go out for the time being. If you are hungry, you may order takeout. If you are uncertain about what to eat, I can arrange for someone to deliver it." Wei Wuxian nodded once more, watching as Lan Wangji exited the room, only realizing the door had closed when it clicked shut. Observing Lan Wangji's expression, he sensed that he was not feeling well, yet Lan Wangji did not speak of it. After all, Lan Wangji was aiding him, and Wei Wuxian did not wish for him to suffer any ill effects due to his assistance. Thus, Wei Wuxian took out his phone and messaged Wangxian. "Dr. Wen, why does Lan Zhan seem off after the pheromone exchange? Could there be an issue?" A few minutes later, Wangxian replied. "Is he displaying reddened eyes and a restrained expression?" Wei Wuxian responded with an affirmative. Wangxian explained. "You have not yet differentiated, so it is understandable that you are unaware. This is because pheromone exchange is reciprocal. He released a substantial amount of pheromones to guide your internal hormones. But you lack pheromones to soothe his emotions, leaving him to rely solely on his own restraint to suppress certain impulses and discomfort." Upon hearing Wangxian's explanation, a profound sense of guilt welled up within Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian inquired, "Is there any way to alleviate his discomfort?" Wangxian replied. No. Wei Wuxian fell into silence in a timely manner. Wangxian messaged again. "However, you need not be overly concerned. Such restraint will not cause harm to his body, merely discomfort for a few minutes, and he will soon settle," Wei Wuxian replied. "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Wen." Wei Wuxian stepped out of the room and glanced at the tightly shut door of Lan Wangji's room. His fingers brushing the bite mark on his nape, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Chapter 40. The actions of Lan Wangji. Meanwhile, when Qing, having finished enlightening Wei Wuxian, set aside her work. She had nearly completed her recent reports on various topics. Just then, there was a knock at the dormitory door, and when Qing rose to open it, Zhang Yanli waved the food in her hand. "This is for our Dr. Wan." When Qing stepped aside to let her in, "Thank you." The dormitories at Wangxian University were shared, with 2 students per room, each having a private space and a communal living area in between. While eating, when Qing continued to check her phone, Zhang Yanli remarked, "You seem busier than usual. It's only your 2nd year. Are all medical students this occupied?" "Indeed. It seems that those capable bear the burden." When Qing appeared accustomed to the relentless pace of handling matters, "It's manageable. Compared to you finance majors, it is relatively busy." Zhang Yanli replied, "The finance department is all right. Everyone seems quite busy, though I am the exception." When Qing inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhang Yanli responded, "It's just that I find studying somewhat challenging. After all, I was never particularly good at math in high school. If not for my scores in other subjects, I might not have made it to Wangxian University." When Qing said, "If math is a struggle, why choose finance? Other fields might suit you better." Zhang Yanli explained, "It's largely due to family reasons. I don't oppose studying finance, and my parents wish for me to pursue this field." When Qing remarked, "Family reasons and external pressures are not your own desires. What matters most is what you wish to study, as this is your life." Zhang Yanli shook her head. "I am not sure." When Qing sighed, "Well, that has always been your disposition." They both shared a light laugh. After their meal, when Qing took the initiative to tidy up, clearing the table of utensils. Once everything was in order, she promptly returned to her computer desk, though she had just finished a task. She immediately resumed her work. Zhang Yanli leaned over to see what she was occupied with, when Qing explained, "I've been particularly busy lately, partly because I've encountered 2 exceptional patients." Zhang Yanli asked, "What kind of patients could prompt our 2nd year? Soon-to-be researcher Dr. Want to emphasize their significance? They must be quite challenging. Please, refrain from teasing me," when Qing clarified. "They are 2 boys who have not yet differentiated, which is quite rare. However, one has forcibly differentiated himself and ended up in the intensive care unit for several days." Upon hearing of patients of such age who had not differentiated, Zhang Yanli immediately queried, "What are the names of these 2 individuals?" When Qing replied, "One is named Wei Wuxian, and the other is Lan Wangji." Zhang Yanli exclaimed, "The Wei Wuxian you mentioned is my brother. The other is his classmate. I had heard they were undergoing physical examinations at our school, but I didn't expect you to be the one attending to them." When Qing, puzzled, remarked, "Your brother visited you not long ago. I met him, but he seemed to be called Zhang Cheng." Zhang Yanli clarified, "He is my other brother. Though we share different surnames, we grew up in the same household, akin to real brothers." When Qing responded with an "Oh," Zhang Yanli then asked, "How is Wei Wuxian's health?" When Qing succinctly explained the situation, including the pheromone exchange between Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji, Zhang Yanli listened with bated breath, her hand covering her mouth. That Lan classmate, was he not a bit too reckless? When Qing replied, "Though the situation appeared perilous, Lan Wangji was well prepared, almost as if he anticipated this outcome. And he arrived at the hospital in a timely manner. Forcibly differentiating does not pose significant danger." Zhang Yanli mused, "He is set to undergo normal differentiation at the end of the year. Yet he chose to force it. Was it for Wei Wuxian's sake?" When Qing nodded, "Most likely, although forcibly differentiating is a gamble with one's health, he seemed quite confident and astute." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanli fell silent for a moment. "Does Wei Wuxian know about this?" When Qing replied, "Lan Wangji asked me not to say anything, likely to spare your brother any burden." Zhang Yanli smiled. Perhaps Wei Wuxian has encountered a good companion. Wenqing did not echo Zhang Yanli's words about Lan Wangji, saying he owes him, but rather expressed a hope that the feelings between the 2 would develop as she envisioned. Otherwise, it would imply that Lan would be somewhat misguided about the nature of relationships, which are fundamentally reciprocal and based on mutual consent. Yet, Wenqing's remarks rekindled Zhang Yanli's concerns. If the 2 ultimately failed to unite, would this not adversely affect their instincts in seeking future partners? Wenqing reassured her, "To be candid, your brother would remain unaffected, but that Lan fellow might not be so fortunate. However, you need not worry. I observe a strong likelihood that their relationship will flourish in the future. Thus, you should soon expect to welcome a brother-in-law." Zhang Yanli exhaled in relief, pondering the nuances of pheromone interactions, hoping that this circumstance would indeed lead to their eventual togetherness. On this subject, Wenqing continued, I recall you attended some gathering last week and returned quite disheartened. I hesitated to inquire then, but now it appears you have moved past it. Would you share what transpired? I could offer some advice. Zhang Yanli took a deep breath and slowly released it. As Wenqing perceptively remarked, is it related to your so-called fiancé? Zhang Yanli sighed again, sinking back into the small sofa beside her. It seems I cannot conceal anything from you. You must have guessed it long ago. Wenqing settled next to Zhang Yanli, stating, nothing escapes the discerning eyes of a doctor. Zhang Yanli succinctly recounted her feelings and thoughts, and upon hearing her, Wenqing remarked, if these are merely thoughts without any resolve, then everything will remain stagnant, unchanged. Wenqing asked, do you have feelings for him? Zhang Yanli nodded slightly. Since childhood, from the first time I learned he was the man my mother consistently mentioned, I subconsciously accepted this notion. Wenqing candidly assessed, you're a mama's girl. Zhang Yanli defended, not quite. It's not that simple. Wenqing, with a playful smile, countered, how so? You are 3 years his senior. By the time he was learning to speak and forming his own judgments. You had already developed awareness long before. At your age, I could never have fancied a little brat 3 years younger than myself. I believe you feel the same. Most people would. However, you have been brainwashed since childhood to believe he is your destined fiancé. Combined with your compliant nature and ever-obedient attitude towards your mother, has led you to believe you truly like him. Wenqing's reasoning sounded sound and logical, yet Zhang Yanli pondered briefly before replying. I don't think I fit your description. Wenqing shook her head in resignation. To be honest, you need your own judgment. Moreover, that boy has never treated you well. He has never shown you any kindness if you still find it in your heart to like him. Unless, at this point, Wenqing halted. Zhang Yanli pressed, unless what? Wenqing scrutinized her before arriving at a conclusion. Unless you are superficial, and he happens to possess a handsome visage. Zhang Yanli fell silent. Wenqing, astonished, asked, could it be that he truly is that good-looking? The truth was revealed when Zhang Yanli retrieved a group photo taken during their New Year celebration. Though Jian Zixuan's expression was sour, he undeniably possessed striking features, his innate nobility elevating him considerably. Wenqing remarked, it seems that indeed is the case. Jian Zixuan's looks are hard to rival. The terms aristocratic and proud seem tailor-made for him. There's a saying that one cannot be too perfect, lest they make it difficult for others to thrive. The Jin family's enterprises are also significantly large, so it's understandable for a wealthy, handsome, well-bred young man to have a somewhat irritable temperament, Zhang Yanli asserted. I am not enamored with his appearance. Wenqing retorted skeptically. Then what is it? Your family is no less affluent. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a well-matched arrangement. Aside from his looks, what else does he possess? For a moment, Zhang Yanli struggled to articulate any merits of Jian Zixuan. But eventually, she shared a story. Once, during a particularly snowy winter, both families had been visiting each other like relatives, yet Jian Zixuan consistently rejected the presence of the Jiang family. However, the childish antics were dismissed by the adults as mere childishness. In the Jian family's old residence, while the adults chatted, Mrs. Jian instructed Jian Zixuan to take Zhang Yanli to play in the backyard, which was adorned with evergreens, a pleasant diversion. Despite his reluctance, Jian Zixuan had little choice but to comply, marching ahead in frustration while Zhang Yanli trailed behind. He strode so swiftly, as if running, that he soon left her behind in the vast yard. After a recent snowfall, Zhang Yanli found herself lost, unsure of which direction to take. As she ventured further, she unexpectedly discovered a section of ground that was far more slippery than the rest, leading her to slip and fall, dislodging a hairpin from her head. As she bent down to retrieve it, she heard a distinct cracking sound, akin to ice beginning to fracture under pressure. Fearful, she hesitated, realizing that she was standing over a massive outdoor swimming pool, now frozen solid in winter's grasp. Terrified, she dared not move, fearing that even the slightest shift might send her crashing through the ice. After several moments of waiting in vain for anyone to pass by, Jian Zixuan suddenly appeared, prompting Wenqing to inquire. Did he help you up, leading you to be infatuated with him? Zhang Yanli shook her head. He did not assist me. Instead, he mocked me. This unexpected revelation left Wenqing perplexed. What happened next? Zhang Yanli continued her tale. It was my younger brothers, a Cheng and a Xian, who took my hands, giving me the courage to move and escape the ice. Wenqing, looking utterly confused, remarked, that hardly seems sufficient to inspire affection. especially since it was your two brothers who helped you. Zhang Yanli clarified. It was precisely his mockery that solidified my resolve. While I stood on that ice, though frightened, I felt no anger, and I thought to myself that when I grew up, I would marry him, and then he would be completely mine, and I would make him pay for his mockery. After hearing this, Wangxian couldn't help but laugh. You're thinking, how should I put it? It's adorably naive. Zhang Yanli, realizing the absurdity of her childhood thoughts, leaned back against the sofa, wishing to cover her face. This is the first time I've confessed this to anyone. Please don't laugh at me. Wangxian shook her head. I'm not laughing at you. I genuinely find your thoughts quite innocent and charming. Zhang Yanli insisted. Not innocent, but foolish. Wangxian replied. If you once thought like that, do you not consider yourself wiser now? Zhang Yanli stated. Feelings are mutual. If the situation is unlikely to improve, it's better to cut losses promptly. This may be best for both him and me. Wangxian countered. You previously mentioned that your engagement was arranged by your mother and his mother during their youth, making dissolution improbable. Moreover, in family enterprises like yours, arranged marriages are common, further complicating any potential for annulment. Reflecting on arranged marriages, Zhang Yanli couldn't help but think of his parents, Zhang Fengyan and Yu Ziyuan. She sighed deeply. Wangxian continued. Thus, this matter is not solely within your control. Even if he feels resentful, he shouldn't direct his anger towards you. You must make him understand this. If he is a rational being, after you clarify the situation, he should cease his avoidance. However, if he continues to act this way, it only signifies his bad temper and poor character. Finding his faults becomes essential to dissolve this engagement. Zhang Yanli pondered. What if he comes to realize that this matter is beyond my control and he apologizes to me? Wangxian replied. Then you both might attempt to coexist, for the betrothal cannot be dissolved, and perhaps, after contemplating everything, he may gradually come to terms with it. A marriage of this nature, where love follows duty, is not entirely implausible for families of your standing. Moreover, our A Li is exceptionally brilliant. I believe that once he engages earnestly, he will undoubtedly recognize the foolishness of his past self. Zhang Yanli's cheeks flushed slightly. You are mocking me again. Wangxian said, if the opportunity arises, I could conduct a pheromone compatibility test for the two of you. An alpha and an omega can easily resolve misunderstandings and ignite sparks. Zhang Yanli pressed her lips together. You are right. I think we should give it a try. Chapter 42. The gatekeeper Jiang Chang on Wei Wuxian's side. After engaging in pheromone interaction with Lan Wangji, he found himself repeatedly touching the nape of his neck, unable to articulate the sensation, both prickly and itchy, compelling him to scratch. Wei Wuxian paced restlessly in the living room for several steps before finally settling onto the sofa. He held his phone and turned on the television, perhaps to project an air of nonchalance, feigning ease and demeanor. Yet, this was merely an illusion. He paid no attention to either the television or his phone, his gaze fixed on the direction of Lan Wangji's bedroom. After an indeterminate period, a sound emanated from Lan Wangji's room, the turning of a doorknob. Wei Wuxian quickly averted his gaze and composed himself. Lan Wangji emerged, and upon noticing the television was on, he glanced over. Wei Wuxian turned his head, but before he could speak, Lan Wangji remarked, someone will ring the doorbell shortly to deliver food. Please take it. Wei Wuxian replied. Oh, Lan Wangji retreated into his room, shutting the door behind him. Approximately 10 to 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Wei Wuxian went to answer it, greeted by a man clad in a black suit, who bore no resemblance to a delivery person. However, Wei Wuxian did not dwell on it. After accepting the food with a thank you, he placed the meal on the living room table. Wei Wuxian knocked on Lan Wangji's door, but received no response. Perhaps the room's soundproofing was too effective, for he could hear nothing from within. He knocked again and leaned against the door to listen. Lan Zhan, Lan. Before he could utter the second Zhan, the door swung open. Lan Wangji emerged, steam wafting from him, hair damp, and the collar of his shirt soaked. It appeared he had just been bathing, and Wei Wuxian's persistent knocking had compelled him to hasten his shower. Leaving him no time to dry off before answering, Wei Wuxian, realizing this, apologized. I didn't know you were bathing. Lan Wangji replied. It's nothing. Wei Wuxian offered him the other portion of food. Lan Wangji stated, just place it on the living room table. I will be out shortly. Wei Wuxian nodded as the door closed again. Returning to the table, he opened the food container, and the spicy aroma heightened his appetite. A few minutes later, Lan Wangji reappeared, His hair dried and his damp clothes replaced. Lan Wangji opened the food box to reveal a verdant dish, green broth adorned with droplets of oil. Noticing Wei Wuxian's gaze, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Nothing. Just that your meal looks very green and healthy." In stark contrast to the fiery red of Wei Wuxian's dish, Lan Wangji's was decidedly light and vegetarian. Reminiscent of a simple meal, Lan Wangji explained, "I do not prefer heavy oil or spice." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian recalled their outing last Thursday when they watched a movie and had dinner. Lan Wangji had hardly touched his chopsticks. He had assumed it was due to lack of hunger, but it turned out to be for this reason. After this exchange, the two fell into silence. The television continued to play its story, likely reaching the moment when the male and female leads resolved their misunderstandings and reconciled, accompanied by an intimate BGM. They gazed at each other passionately, and in a flash, their lips met. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. Wei Wuxian had merely turned on a popular show earlier without watching, and now found himself confronted with such an embarrassing scene. The close-up of the leads' faces, deeply entwined in a kiss, drew Lan Wangji's attention, prompting Wei Wuxian to hastily locate the remote and turn off the television. The awkwardness was palpable, as he dared not meet Lan Wangji's eyes. Wei Wuxian fidgeted with his neck, continuing to eat with his head bowed. Without the sound of the television, the living room felt even quieter. For reasons unknown, Wei Wuxian suddenly sensed a newfound strangeness between himself and Lan Wangji, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. Just last week, when Lan Wangji had stayed with him in Zhangcheng, they had enjoyed each other's company, and Lan Wangji had not uttered his usual refrain of "I do not touch others." Lost in thought, Wei Wuxian's phone vibrated, displaying Jiang Cheng's name. Without needing to guess, he knew Jiang Cheng called to express concern. As soon as he answered, a barrage of shouts erupted from the other end. "Wei Wuxian, what time is it? Can't you see? I sent you a message. Why haven't you replied? Have you been kidnapped or dismembered? Should I call the police?" Wei Wuxian slid down the notification bar and saw Jiang Cheng's message from half an hour ago. He explained, my phone was on silent, so I didn't TCIT'd. By the way, I won't be coming home tonight. I'm staying at a classmate's." Jiang Cheng queried, "A classmate's? Which classmate?" Wei Wuxian retorted, "Why are you asking so many questions? Worrying too much will age you quickly, you know." Jiang Cheng scoffed, "If you can't name them, I'll inform my dad that you're out partying again like last time, not returning for the night. Good luck explaining that to him. I'm truly at my wit's end with you." Wei Wuxian replied, "I'm at Lan Zhan's place. Lan Zhan is home alone. He is afraid to stay by himself, so he asked me to keep him company." Lan Wangji. Jiang Cheng scolded, "Ridiculous. Ask yourself if you believe what you just said." Wei Wuxian presented his phone to Lan Wangji. "Lan Zhan? Say something to this idiot." Lan Wangji. Several seconds passed in silence as Lan Wangji remained mute, and Jiang Cheng on the other end quieted, seemingly verifying Wei Wuxian's claims, with both sides waiting for him to speak. Lan Wangji reluctantly uttered, Wei Wuxian retrieved his phone. "Did you hear that? I wasn't lying, so don't you dare report me to Uncle Jiang." Jiang Cheng responded with a dismissive hug before hanging up. "I can't be bothered with you anymore. How can you claim to be uninterested yet still call? That's just foolish," Wei Wuxian thought, tossing his phone back onto the sofa and resuming his meal. Soon, he finished eating and cleared the utensils, while Lan Wangji, quicker than he, took them to the kitchen to wash. Wei Wuxian blinked a couple of times. Perhaps due to Jiang Cheng's earlier interference, the awkwardness between him and Lan Wangji following their pheromone exchange began to dissipate. Or at least, that was how Wei Wuxian perceived it. Chapter 43. Pheromones. As Lan Wangji washed the dishes, Wei Wuxian leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing him. "Lan Zhan, that person who delivered the food earlier was from your family, wasn't he?" Lan Wangji replied with a soft mim. Wei Wuxian continued, "Since your family is all in the country, why aren't you living with them?" Lan Wangji answered, "They are busy." "Very well." Wei Wuxian leaned against the door, tapping his head lightly against it. "It seems adults are never not busy." Lan Wangji made a sound of acknowledgement, and after Wei Wuxian engaged in a casual conversation with him for a while, he returned to his room. Wei Wuxian took a bath himself, shedding his clothes, and turned to glance at his own back. The 2 rows of bite marks on the nape of his neck were still clearly visible. Although 2 hours had already passed, the intensity of Lan Wangji's bite was evident. Wei Wuxian touched the marks with his hand, but then disregarded them. After emerging from the bathroom, He dried his hair with a towel, clad in a clean and used bathrobe from the wardrobe. Every item in the room appeared to have been meticulously prepared in advance, as if no one had occupied the space before his arrival with Lan Wangji. Wei Wuxian haphazardly dried his hair, and once the water had ceased dripping, he set the towel aside. He was not fond of blow-drying his hair, finding it cumbersome. After all, his hair was short and would dry in due time. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he noted it was already 11 o'clock, time for sleep. However, at this hour, he felt it was still too early, lacking his gaming console and books to occupy his time. Wei Wuxian sought something to engage himself with, rummaging through the bedside table and other places. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. When he opened it, it was Lan Wangji. Dr. Wen advises that pheromone interaction should occur multiple times a day, he stated. Wei Wuxian blinked a couple of times, grasping Lan Wangji's meaning, and responded with a simple acknowledgement. As he stepped back into the room, Wei Wuxian intended to prop the door open to facilitate Lan Wangji's movements. But Lan Wangji asked, "Why aren't you blow-drying your hair?" Wei Wuxian replied, "I'm lazy. I don't want to." After a brief silence, Lan Wangji retrieved the blow-dryer from the cabinet and approached a chair. "Sit down," he instructed. Wei Wuxian hesitated initially, but after a few seconds, he walked over and took a seat in the chair. Since Lan Wangji was so forthcoming, he decided to be equally agreeable. As the warm air enveloped his head, Lan Wangji's gentle hands combed through his hair. Occasionally, when Lan Wangji's fingers brushed against his neck or behind his ears, it sent a ripple of unexplainable sensations through Wei Wuxian, a ticklish feeling that ignited an instinctual desire to evade. In just about 2 minutes, his hair was dry. Wei Wuxian stood, walking to the wall for support, but Lan Wangji, reminiscent of their first encounter, pulled him back forcefully into his embrace. With the wall before him and a person behind him, he found himself cornered, with no means of escape. This action was both aggressive and dominating, yielding a sense of vulnerability as he surrendered his back, a position of trust that Wei Wuxian had not yet established with Lan Wangji. Feeling a surge of danger, self-defense kicked in as Wei Wuxian grasped Lan Wangji's restrained arm, intending to resist. Yet, he merely placed his hand there, refraining from further action, aware that Lan Wangji was assisting him and had no malicious intent. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Wei Wuxian took a couple of deep breaths. Anticipating what was to follow, he mentally prepared himself, but his heart raced uncontrollably, even causing him to forget to breathe. Sensing his tension, Lan Wangji said, "Relax, you're too tense." Wei Wuxian chuckled awkwardly. "It's impossible not to be tense." "Who said I was tense? Ha ha ha." Lan Wangji observed that Wei Wuxian's display of anxiety was unmistakable, even more pronounced than during their initial encounter. Logically, one would expect that experience would facilitate relaxation, yet it seemed otherwise. Lan Wangji looked down at Wei Wuxian, who appeared unchanged, and noted that the pheromones he had left behind had dissipated, likely due to Wei Wuxian's recent bath. After all, he was not an Omega and was impervious to Lan Wangji's pheromones. Realizing this, a surge of possessiveness arose within Lan Wangji, likely an innate trait of Alpha. The thought that the pheromones he had left on Wei Wuxian would soon fade only intensified his grip. Wei Wuxian winced at the sudden pressure, surprised by the strength of Lan Wangji's hold, as if he intended to crush his shoulder. When Wei Wuxian voiced his discomfort, Lan Wangji replied in a low tone, "I will be gentler." Wei Wuxian's breath hitched. The awkward exchange, though Lan Wangji spoke literally, stirred his imagination in this context. However, during this moment of distraction, a sharp pain shot through his neck as Lan Wangji tightened his grip. The intensity of the hold was overwhelming, rendering him unable to resist. This was the first time Wei Wuxian realized just how vast the disparity in strength between individuals could be. What on earth had this man been consuming to grow so strong? It felt like being pricked by needles, and Wei Wuxian's expression changed dramatically. "Heavens! Didn't you say you would be gentler? How could you lie like this?" Involuntarily, Wei Wuxian's hand began to struggle against the hold. During pheromone interactions, interruptions were unacceptable. Perhaps sensing Wei Wuxian's resistance, Lan Wangji swiftly secured his head against the wall with one hand, while using the other to restrain both of Wei Wuxian's hands behind him. Applying continued pressure in his heart, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Damn it!" But it was of little use. This time, his struggle was futile. After what felt like an eternity, Wei Wuxian sensed that the duration was already longer than the first encounter. and this time felt even more prolonged. When Lan Wangji finally released him, he exhaled, attempting to regain his composure. Wei Wuxian, with his hands still restrained behind him, felt numb and was reluctant to move. He leaned his head against the wall and gradually turned around. How embarrassing! Held down and unable to retaliate, tears streamed down his face unbidden, a complex expression crossing his features, in a moment of self-reflection. Lan Wangji was taken aback by Wei Wuxian's reaction, fearing he had been too forceful. Observing the tear stains on Wei Wuxian's cheeks, he stammered, I'm sorry. Chapter 44. Wei Wuxian's understanding of alphas, quite unusual, still lost in his own sorrow. Wei Wuxian immediately dismissed the discomfort in his arms upon hearing Lan Wangji's words. Blinking in confusion, he asked, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Lan Wangji focused on the tears at the corners of Wei Wuxian's eyes and replied, "You re-crying." Upon hearing this, Wei Wuxian laboriously raised his aching, trembling arm to wipe at his eyes, confirming the presence of tears. He forced a smile, explaining, "It's not tears. It's just too intense." Lan Wangji remained silent. Wei Wuxian let his arm drop again, shaking it slightly, eliciting a wince. He quipped, "Lan Zhan, I never expected you to look so refined, yet your actions are quite wild and unusual. Pressing me against the wall and not allowing me to struggle. Are you afraid I might run away?" After a brief pause, Lan Wangji replied, "I apologize. It's instinctual. I'll be more mindful next time." Wei Wuxian asked, "Instinctual for an alpha?" Lan Wangji lowered his gaze, nodding slightly. Initially, Wei Wuxian had thought that Lan Wangji held some grudge against him, considering the sudden forcefulness earlier. However, noticing the lingering traces of red in Lan Wangji's eyes, he realized that Lan Wangji was also experiencing discomfort. Thus, Wei Wuxian encouraged Lan Wangji to take some rest. Lying on the bed and turning off the light, he gradually regained feeling in his arms after some time in the darkness. Unable to sleep, Wei Wuxian reached for his phone beside him. Opening a search engine, he typed in, "What are the traits of alphas?" Forgive Wei Wuxian for his ignorance on the matter. After all, he had no personal need for this knowledge. He would either rely on others to explain it or search online himself. The page quickly loaded, and he clicked through. Alphas, natural leaders in all fields, characterized by assertiveness and dominance. Compared to other genders, they possess superior physical attributes and strength, with pheromones exhibiting a potent aggressiveness. Excelling at controlling situations. Due to their pheromones, alphas have a strong territorial instinct that is not to be violated. They exhibit intense possessiveness towards their designated matters and partners, which is impervious to resistance, rejection, or betrayal. After reading that final sentence, Wei Wuxian seemed to grasp the reason behind Lan Wangji's sudden forcefulness earlier. Could it be that his earlier resistance had displeased him? Regarding this matter, Wei Wuxian once again shook his head. He and Lan Wangji were neither partners nor possessions of one another. How could that possibly be the case? Lan Wangji was merely assisting him. However, if it were not so, then it would be difficult to articulate. Wei Wuxian's fingers danced over the input box as he conducted another search. Pheromone interaction.as. The page loaded. The first thing Wei Wuxian saw was pheromone interaction, also known as temporary marking, which involves injecting pheromones into the gland at the nape of an omega's neck by an alpha, intended to help the omega calm down during the challenging heat period. Wei Wuxian felt a flush rise to his face, his fingers instinctively brushing the nape of his neck. If this explanation held true, then their pheromone interaction could be interpreted as Lan Wangji assisting him through his heat period. This realization struck Wei Wuxian anew. He continued reading. If an omega is temporarily marked multiple times by the same alpha, they will develop a profound dependency on that alpha, hence the need for careful consideration. Wei Wuxian touched the nape of his neck again, still feeling no particular sensation. After all, he was not an omega, so this point was irrelevant to him. In the midst of his contemplation, his hand inadvertently clicked on something, and a colorful, flashing page appeared. A plethora of AO films awaits your viewing. Bursting with passion, a grand arrival. Wild entanglements, leaving you wanting more. Everything you wish to see is here. What on earth is this? In the darkness, the glaring red and green characters dazzled Wei Wuxian's eyes, prompting him to hastily click back and clear the background. He tossed his phone to the other side of the bed, then pulled the blanket over his head, attempting to sleep. Yet, before long, Wei Wuxian found himself rising again to retrieve the phone from the other side of the bed. He lay on the bed, opened the chat interface, and clicked on Nie Huaisong's avatar, scrolling through the chat history. Recently, Nie Huaisong had sent him a message praising someone as good-hearted, skillful, and possessing an excellent physique, truly an exemplary educational material for observation. At the time, Wei Wuxian had no interest in clicking on it, but now, perhaps due to the shock from those bold words earlier, combined with the recent unusual events, he suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. He scrolled back to that link, clicked on it, but upon redirection, the page displayed. Link has expired, damn. Wei Wuxian hesitated for 2 seconds before sending a message to Nie Huaisong. After being teased by Nie Huaisong for a few moments about being unable to sleep and feeling lonely, Wei Wuxian finally received a new link. Having satisfied his curiosity, Wei Wuxian concluded with 2 words. Perverse. 3 words. Very perverse. 4 words. Super perverse. Alphas were indeed wild and frenzied. At times, their behavior was truly primitive. And omegas resembled little lambs caught in a tiger's den, becoming shattered and broken amidst the tearing, especially with tears that never ceased, evoking pity in Wei Wuxian. Once again, he callously tossed the phone to the other side of the bed, and he slept soundly until dawn. The next morning, Wei Wuxian was awakened by a knock at the door. Groggily, he got up to answer it. Lan Wangji was already dressed. I will be going out shortly. Meals are on the table in the living room. Wei Wuxian, still squinting and not fully awake, responded with a vague Lan Wangji continued. I will likely be out for the entire day. You? Wei Wuxian leaned against the door frame, rubbing his eyes and yawning. You go ahead, don't mind me. Lan Wangji paused for a moment. I meant the pheromone interaction. Oh right, if Lan Wangji left, then it wouldn't be possible. Wei Wuxian said, then you should bite me now. Over time. Once is also fine. Lan Wangji nodded. Chapter 45. Nie Huaisong's assistance. Upon entering the room, the door remained wide open, and the two stood at the threshold. Although they knew they were alone, after Wei Wuxian had learned some things yesterday, he genuinely felt a sense of awkwardness. There was indeed a sense of shame present, but it was not overwhelming. After all, Lan Wangji appeared to handle matters with utmost professionalism. Wei Wuxian had never perceived any semblance of shyness on his face. However, this was understandable, as Lan Wangji was only there to assist him. Wei Wuxian leaned against the wall with one hand, perhaps aware that even with both hands braced against the wall, Lan Wangji would still pull him, and so, he merely supported himself with one hand as a symbolic gesture. Unexpectedly, Lan Wangji did not act as he had anticipated this time. He simply grasped Wei Wuxian's shoulder to adjust his position, then bit down. This time, unlike the previous 2 instances, there was no overpowering constraint. Instead, Lan Wangji endeavored to provide Wei Wuxian with a comfortable and non-resistant rhythm, completely eliminating any sense of pressure. Wei Wuxian recalled what Lan Wangji had said yesterday about the instincts of alphas. He did not expect Lan Wangji to truly be gentler. After all, instincts were inherently difficult to restrain. Yet, in this moment, Lan Wangji deviated from his earlier roughness, exercising restraint and genuinely considering Wei Wuxian's feelings from yesterday. After it was over, Lan Wangji produced a thin white adhesive tape resembling a sticker from somewhere and handed it to Wei Wuxian. Place this on the gland area to retain the pheromones as long as possible. Wei Wuxian stared blankly, seemingly still processing the situation. Lan Wangji observed him for a couple of seconds before proactively assisting Wei Wuxian in applying it. Once affixed, Lan Wangji's fingers gently brushed over the area, ensuring it was securely adhered. As Lan Wangji's fingers made contact, perhaps due to heightened sensitivity after the pheromone injection, Wei Wuxian's body involuntarily trembled. Lan Wangji withdrew his hand, no longer looking. After Lan Wangji left, Wei Wuxian proceeded to the bathroom, where he examined himself in the mirror, observing the adhesive in place. Not to mention, it resembled a layer of plaster. After eating, with the house now empty, Wei Wuxian could not truly confine himself to staying home. Thus, he called Nie Huaisong, inviting him over to hang out. The reason he did not contact Jiang Cheng was that Jiang Cheng was an alpha, and this place was already saturated with another alpha-S pheromones. Wei Wuxian feared that if Jiang Cheng came over, he might inadvertently cause the ceiling to cave in. Fortunately, upon receiving Wei Wuxian's invitation, Nie Huaisong did not refuse and soon arrived by car. The phone rang and Nie Huaisong said, Wei Gu, I can't get into the elevator without a card. Wei Wuxian spotted the key card Lan Wangji had left on the table, then grabbed a scarf from the cabinet. wrapping it around half of his face before stepping out. In this building, each floor had only one household, and one could only access the corresponding floor by swiping the appropriate card. Soon, Wei Wuxian appeared in Nia Huaisong's line of sight. Nia Huaisong remarked, "Isn't it still autumn? Why are you dressed so warmly?" Wei Wuxian pulled Nia Huaisong through the lobby toward the elevator, having sensed peculiar glances directed at him from nearby. After being forcibly dragged into the elevator, Nia Huaisong still looked puzzled. "Why do you seem to be acting so suspiciously? Have you turned to a life of crime?" Once inside, Wei Wuxian removed the scarf, saying, "Sigh, special circumstances warrant special treatment." Nia Huaisong inquired, "What is going on? I sensed something was off when you asked me for the link last night. Could it be unrequited love, or perhaps the stirrings of adolescent restlessness?" "Get lost." Wei Wuxian slumped onto the sofa with a sigh. "Can you detect if there's any unusual scent in the air?" Nia Huaisong shook his head, then, connecting the dots regarding Wei Wuxian's odd behavior, asked, "You haven't evolved, have you? But even if you did, you shouldn't have called me. I wouldn't be able to smell it. You should have called Jiang Wanyin and gone to the hospital." "No, calling Jiang Wanyin wouldn't work either. If you're an alpha and uncontrollably leaking pheromones, he would be affected. If you've evolved into an omega, then it's even more inadvisable to summon him. It's definitely better that you called me." Wei Wuxian kicked him lightly with his foot. "Are you an idiot? What nonsense are you imagining?" Nia Huaisong sat down beside him. Wei Wuxian sat up and began eating the various fruits arranged on the table. "I haven't evolved. This pheromone belongs to Lan Zhan." "Lan Wangji?" Nia Huaisong exclaimed. "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you at that villa. I initially thought you had bought a new house. Turns out this is Lan Wangji's place." Nia Huaisong stood up to explore the living room, eager to see more. Wei Wuxian called out to him. "What are you doing?" Nia Huaisong replied. "Where's Lan Wangji? Isn't this his home? Where are his family members?" Wei Wuxian responded. "He lives here alone. Lan Zhan just went out because he left that I'm here feeling bored, which is why I invited you over to pass the time." Nia Huaisong resumed his seat, wearing a mischievous smile. He extended both hands, mimicking a thumbs-up gesture, and wiggled his thumbs together. "Are you two getting along in that way?" Wei Wuxian naturally understood the insinuation behind his words and gave Nia Huaisong a gentle push. "Could you perhaps think of something more serious? My relationship with Lan Zhan is merely one of mutual assistance." Nia Huaisong appeared puzzled. "What do you mean by mutual assistance?" Wei Wuxian briefly explained his perspective. Upon hearing his explanation, Nia Huaisong posed a thought-provoking question. "It seems that in your notion of mutual assistance, it is Lan Wangji who is helping you. What have you done for him?" Wei Wuxian instinctively sat up straighter. It seemed Nia Huaisong was not entirely wrong. Nia Huaisong continued, "You see, when an alpha releases pheromones in excess, it is often accompanied by emotional instability, occasionally leading to episodes reminiscent of a sensitive period, resulting in irritability and a loss of rationality, necessitating isolation." Wei Wuxian was taken aback. "Is it really that severe? Dr. Wen never mentioned such things." Nia Huaisong replied, "Such occurrences are rare, but just because they are infrequent does not mean they do not exist." "Ah, I see," Wei Wuxian said, casting him a sidelong glance. "You worry too much." Nia Huaisong emphasized, "What I want to stress is that the release of pheromones must be matched by an equal reabsorption. If you were an omega, you could certainly provide him with pheromonal comfort without issue." Wei Wuxian countered, "But I am not." Nia Huaisong nodded and shook his head simultaneously. "Thus, you are the one who stands to benefit from this situation. Lan Wangji is indeed extraordinary. Tell me, did you two know each other prior to this?" Chapter 46. The desired sandalwood. Nia Huaisong reminisced about the night when Lan Wangji had just transferred to their school and whether Wei Wuxian had tricked him into washing a week's worth of socks for free. However, Wei Wuxian shook his head. "With a face as handsome as Lan Zhan's, if I had seen him as a child, I would surely remember. I see," Nia Huaisong said, his eyes glinting as he slapped his thigh. "I know. Lan Wangji has feelings for you, which is why he helps you so selflessly." Wei Wuxian shoved unpeeled longan into his mouth. "I told you, when you came, to drink less alcohol. If you get drunk, eat more food, but you never listen." Nia Huaisong spat out what he had in his mouth. "Then what do you think it is?" Wei Wuxian peeled and ate for himself. "Lan Zhan is a good person. And it just so happens that our circumstances are similar. I doubt there is anyone else in the world who could assist me to such a degree with an 80% success rate. If the roles were reversed, I would certainly help him as well." Wei Wuxian's response made Nia Huaisong shake his head repeatedly. He could sense the unique connection between them, yet Wei Wuxian was not only oblivious to it, but also quite dull in this regard. Never mind, time will reveal everything. That morning, Wei Wuxian had claimed he invited Nia Huaisong to play, but there was nothing to engage with here. No gaming consoles, only books, and they were left to pass the time idly. At noon, someone arrived to deliver lunch, the same person Wei Wuxian had seen the previous night. Nia Huaisong teased, Lan Wangji's family seems quite well off. They even have someone to deliver meals. Wei Wuxian placed a hand on Nia Huaisong's shoulder. If you want, you can do the same. Nia Huaisong replied, no way, if I have such lavish meals, my brother would definitely scold me. After lunch, the two casually played a couple of games on their phones. Finding it unbearably dull to remain indoors, Nia Huaisong set aside his phone. Let's go out. I know a KTV that is quite nicely decorated. We should go sing. I can't remember the last time we went. Wei Wuxian scoffed. You dare mention the last time? The police showed up. If it weren't for the surveillance footage capturing the incident, we certainly would have faced some days of education. Nia Huaisong defended. That was an accident. Besides, it was just bad luck to encounter trouble. We were merely acting in defense of justice. Otherwise, nothing would have happened. Wei Wuxian raised his arm and sniffed his sleeve. But what if I still smell like pheromones? You can't detect it, nor know if it has dissipated. Nia Huaisong said, that's simple. Just spray a barrier agent. Wei Wuxian gave him a thumbs up. You're quite clever. Barrier agents are typically household items, and one would assume Lan Wangji's family also had plenty. Sure enough, after finding it, Wei Wuxian sprayed himself, and the barrier formed a transparent protective layer on his body, effectively sealing any pheromone sent beneath it. Night arrives. The name itself conveyed an intriguing allure. Wei Wuxian and Nia Huaisong stepped inside, arriving around 3 in the afternoon. The KTV's decor was indeed different from what Wei Wuxian had seen before. It was not overly crowded, but being a Sunday, there were more patrons than on a weekday. The establishment was dimly lit, with scattered patrons occupying various booths, some alone, others in small groups. The resident singer strummed a guitar and sang softly on the circular stage in the center, creating a harmonious and lyrical atmosphere. As soon as they entered, a server approached them. Are you two here to sing? They both nodded. The server continued, please show your IDs. Nia Huaisong remarked, I knew they would ask. They retrieved their electronic IDs from their phones, confirming they were both of legal age. Once the server verified their IDs, they were invited inside. Nia Huaisong exchanged a few words with the server before following him in. But Wei Wuxian's gaze drifted to a shop across the way. Nia Huaisong asked, why aren't you going in? Wei Wuxian replied, it's still too early. I want to check out that street over there. Nia Huaisong glanced at the time and made a reservation with the server to secure a spot, ensuring they would have a place to sit later. Afterward, Wei Wuxian walked over to the street, which primarily sold accessories, including watches, mobile phones, and cosmetics. He entered a shop that offered a variety of perfumes. Nia Huaisong followed him inside. Are you planning to buy perfume? Wei Wuxian replied, just browsing. Upon entering, he approached a staff member and inquired, do you have a sandalwood-scented perfume? Yes, sir, the staff member replied, searching the display and presenting 2 options. This one has a sweet sandalwood scent, reminiscent of milk, sweet yet not cloying, preserving the woody essence of sandalwood without the solemnity of a temple. The staff member sprayed a sample onto a test card for Wei Wuxian to smell. After inhaling, Wei Wuxian furrowed his brow slightly. It was not the sensation he was seeking. The staff member introduced the other option. This one has a more refreshing scent. Contrasting with the previous one, its woody fragrance is rich and, when caught in passing, evokes a sense of tranquility and depth. When inhaled closely, it feels like having climbed a high mountain and breathing in fresh air, invigorating and serene. Luxurious yet understated. If I were to recommend, I would suggest this one. After sampling the scent on the test card, Wei Wuxian passed it to Nia Huaisong. What do you think of this fragrance? Nia Huaisong sniffed and remarked, it's nothing special, just a perfume. Wei Wuxian inhaled again. The refreshing yet tranquil aroma reminded him of someone. Indeed, he had come to purchase this fragrance for that very individual. After buying the perfume, Wei Wuxian chose not to have it wrapped, simply pocketing it. They meandered down the street, played a few arcade games, and by the time they emerged, night had fallen. It was the perfect time to go to KTV. Night Arrives had its dim, color-changing lights activated, with various singers performing and patrons selecting songs. The hall resembled a grand concert, with all around seated as an audience while the center featured the performers. Here, one could choose to listen to others sing or retreat to a private room to sing themselves. Following the guidance of the server who had welcomed them earlier, the two settled into a booth. The atmosphere was delightful, filled with laughter and joy. They ordered drinks, opened a bottle, and soon, various people, both men and women, approached to greet them. Wei Wuxian and Nie Huaisong welcomed all, enjoying the social atmosphere of making friends and having fun. Chapter 47. Lan Wangji checks in as they played games. It was inevitable that some would lose, and after several rounds, everyone felt a bit fatigued. Having finished their drinks, Nie Huaisong waved for the server. A short, slender youth, appearing to be about their age, approached. Nie Huaisong squinted at him. "I recognize you." Then he turned to Wei Wuxian, patting his shoulder. "This is the one from last time. Just last time." Wei Wuxian looked over and recognized him too. "Oh, it's you. You've changed workplaces to here?" The youth, appearing quite bashful, nodded slightly. Wei Wuxian remarked, "It's advisable to switch jobs frequently to avoid encountering those unsavory individuals again." The young man responded, "I must thank you for your assistance last time." Nie Huaisong waved his hand dismissively at Wei Wuxian, saying, "This is merely a case of lending a helping hand when one sees injustice. Do not take it to heart." He then added, "By the way, please bring us 10 more bottles of the drink that this young lady beside us is holding." The lady nearby commented, "Young Master Nie is indeed a person of great generosity." As the festivities continued. It was already 11:30. Nie Huaisong had become somewhat inebriated. Though it was ostensibly a soft drink, it had been spiked with alcohol, and while he felt nothing at first, the effects soon took hold, leaving him weary and longing for sleep. However, Wei Wuxian was still holding up well. He retained his awareness and could walk in a straight line. After reclining on a leather sofa for a brief respite, his phone began to ring. Moments later, Wei Wuxian raised his hand to answer it. He retrieved the phone, and the first name that caught his eye was Zhang Qing's. Just as he was about to hang up, the call ended on its own. Simultaneously, another call came through, this time from Lan Wangji. Wei Wuxian answered, "Hello, Lan Zhan. Have you returned home yet?" Wei Wuxian spoke rather loudly, as the atmosphere around him was quite noisy. He feared that speaking softly might render him inaudible to the other It. Was evident that Lan Wangji was taken aback by the raucous situation on Wei Wuxian's side. After a few moments of silence, Lan Wangji inquired, "Where are you?" "We're at the KTV, enjoying the night, singing merrily," Wei Wuxian exclaimed, giving a playful slap to the slumbering Nie Huaisong. "But we'll be heading back shortly," Lan Wangji asked. "Who are you with?" At that moment, someone on the central stage began performing on the drums, creating a deafening noise, and Lan Wangji's low voice was completely drowned out. After calling out "Hey" several times without receiving a response, Wei Wuxian haphazardly replied, "I'll be back soon, don't worry." He then hung up, just as Zhang Qing's call came in again. "Why are you calling again?" Wei Wuxian answered the phone. Zhang Qing's cold voice boomed from the other end. "Wei Wuxian, you're truly something else, disappearing all day without a trace." Wei Wuxian retorted, "I told you I'm staying at Lan Zhan's place. How can you call that disappearing?" Zhang Qing quickly deduced Wei Wuxian's whereabouts. "You're at the KTV?" Wei Wuxian chuckled sheepishly. "Nie Huaisong insisted on inviting me here to have some fun. He was so enthusiastic that I simply couldn't refuse." Zhang Qing remarked, "With my parents away? It seems you've really let loose and gone wild." While Zhang Fengmian was relatively lenient, he held a neutral stance on such outings, recognizing that they were adults capable of their own judgments. Taking a break to unwind was perfectly acceptable. However, Yu Ziyuan was notably stricter. If she found out, it would be trouble. Fortunately, she was not in the country at the moment. Wei Wuxian reassured him, "Don't worry. We haven't done much, just listened to some singing and played a few games. I'm heading back now, so don't mention this to Uncle Zhang." Zhang Qing inquired, "Where are you?" Wei Wuxian replied, "At Yiji." Just as he finished stating the name, Zhang Qing hung up. Wei Wuxian smacked his lips in frustration and summoned the young man who had been working earlier, asking him to store the unfinished drinks for next time. The surrounding patrons, noticing his intention to leave, attempted to persuade him to stay. "Ladies, I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Let's gather again next time," he said while bidding farewell, then went to help Nie Huaisong up. "He's quite heavy." A nearby individual came over to lend a hand. Nie Huaisong's sleeping posture was rather poor. He was uncooperative even when assisted. Wei Wuxian struggled to support him, feeling slightly lightheaded from his own consumption. and nearly stumbled as he helped Nie Huaisong to his feet. Fortunately, a helping hand steadied him. Following that hand, Wei Wuxian's eyes lit up. Lan Zhan. What brings you here? Lan Wangji's gaze scanned the crowd, assessing those attempting to help Wei Wuxian and Nie Huaisong. The individuals draping their arms over Wei Wuxian's shoulders quickly withdrew. Lan Wangji placed one of Wei Wuxian's arms over his own shoulder and began to lead him towards the exit. Without assistance, Wei Wuxian was still capable of walking. He turned to call out, Nie Huaisong, we can't just leave him behind. The young man and a few others helped carry Nie Huaisong out. Once outside, Wei Wuxian waved at the young man. Thank you. The youth nodded slightly before departing with his companions. Wei Wuxian, still able to walk, sat down on a stone at the roadside, alongside Nie Huaisong. After enjoying a moment of cool breeze, Wei Wuxian inquired, Lan Zhan, what shall we do about Nie Huaisong? Do you have any spare rooms at home? Lan Wangji glanced at Nie Huaisong, his expression stoic, and replied, call a taxi. Wei Wuxian responded with an oh, and was about to hail a cab when Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared among them. Upon seeing the group, Jiang Cheng remarked, are you all here for some team-building activity? Or is there something else going on? Why wasn't I invited? Wei Wuxian replied, haven't you always disliked coming to places like this? Jiang Cheng retorted, the circumstances are different now. The circumstances are different as Yu Ziyuan is not in the country? Wei Wuxian yawned, all right. I'll invite you next time. He swayed slightly as he stood up to assist Nie Huaisong. Let's get him home. Jiang Cheng said, it's too late for that. We should just go back to our place. Wei Wuxian agreed, okay. Together, Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian helped Nie Huaisong into the car. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to get in himself, he noticed Wei Wuxian still standing there. Are you coming or not? Wei Wuxian scratched his head, then looked at Lan Wangji, his muddled thoughts coalescing into clarity. I'll accompany Lan Zhan. Chapter 48. Possessiveness. Jiang Cheng frowned. He could clearly see that Lan Wangji had not been drinking, but Wei Wuxian appeared as if he had consumed too much. However, seeing that Wei Wuxian was determined to leave with Lan Wangji, he chose not to intervene, muttering, fool, go ahead if you want, who cares? After Jiang Cheng departed, Wei Wuxian stood beside Lan Wangji, staring intently at him. Lan Zhan, why did you come to find me? I said I would be back soon. Lan Wangji replied, it's dark. It's not safe. Wei Wuxian chuckled, not safe. Do you really think someone would abduct me? Ha, not a chance. I'm quite grown up now. If anyone were to be abducted, it would be me taking someone else. Lan Wangji steadied him. You're drunk? Wei Wuxian protested. Not drunk. Do I seem drunk to you? I'm quite clear-headed, just a bit overly excited from the drinks. Lan Wangji did not respond further but instead guided Wei Wuxian forward. A black car was parked not far ahead. As the passenger door opened, Wei Wuxian stood frozen for a moment, and the two exchanged glances until Lan Wangji urged him to get in. Only then did Wei Wuxian move to sit inside the car. Lan Wangji took the driver's seat. On the ride back, the car glided smoothly along the road, gently bumping as if it were a cradle, lulling one into slumber. Wei Wuxian grasped the seatbelt in front of him, his eyelids growing heavier, likely due to the alcohol and the late hour. Sleep beckoned irresistibly, yet his consciousness fought valiantly against it. Caught in a state of half-dreaming and half-awake before long, he sensed the car had stopped, the door opened, and Lan Wangji unfastened his seatbelt, seemingly calling his name. Wei Wuxian murmured an eyes still closed, as he fumbled to find his way out of the car, stumbling like a feeble old man. Lan Wangji, unable to watch any longer, caught him, lifting him effortlessly. Wei Wuxian instinctively clutched the fabric of Lan Wangji's shirt. Sorry, Lan Zhan, it seems I really am quite drunk. I can't walk. Lan Wangji reassured him, it's all right. The act of lifting a person into one's embrace brought the two individuals into an intimate closeness. In that moment, Lan Wangji was acutely aware of the scent that lingered on Wei Wuxian, a remnant of the various encounters he had experienced in the KTV. A glance at the pheromone barrier patch on the nape of Wei Wuxian's neck revealed that it had vanished. Leaving Lan Wangji uncertain whether it had been removed by Wei Wuxian himself or by someone else, as he leaned in slightly closer to Wei Wuxian's neck, he noted the absence of his own scent. Instead, it was overwhelmed by a medley of unfamiliar odors, both from other omegas and alphas. The thought of another alpha being so close and leaving their pheromones on Wei Wuxian sent a chill through Lan Wangji, as if something belonging to him had been tainted by another. The urge to cleanse Wei Wuxian of these foreign scents, leaving only his own, became almost unbearable as these thoughts flooded his mind. Lan Wangji was taken aback by the intensity of his emotions. He knew that after exchanging pheromones with Wei Wuxian, he would be consumed by a fierce possessiveness, yet he had not anticipated such rapid development. They had only engaged in this exchange thrice. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to redirect his thoughts. Upon returning to the room, Lan Wangji helped Wei Wuxian out of his coat, only for an object to tumble from a pocket. He picked it up to discover it was a glass bottle of perfume, inscribed with a few letters that suggested affection, a perfect encounter. Such perfumes were typically gifts, implying that it had been given to Wei Wuxian by someone else. Lan Wangji stood motionless before Wei Wuxian's bed, holding the bottle for what felt like an eternity. Wei Wuxian had already succumbed to slumber in Lan Wangji's arms as they ascended the stairs. Oblivious to Lan Wangji's turmoil. 2 minutes slipped by. With an impassive expression, Lan Wangji placed the perfume on a nearby table and retrieved a damp towel from the bathroom to gently wipe Wei Wuxian's face and palms. His actions were quiet and devoid of emotion, yet when he noticed the mark on Wei Wuxian's nape had vanished, as if it had never existed, his alpha instincts surged uncontrollably. It was impossible for Wei Wuxian to be marked by him. No matter how much pheromone he infused, it was as ineffective as a drop in the ocean. Time and again, he bore the weight of his emotions, his grip on the towel trembling slightly. Lan Wangji understood that he should not harbor such feelings. Both he and Wei Wuxian were independent beings, and he ought not to feel such an overwhelming possessiveness toward him. Yet, there were undeniable forces at play. As noted by both the doctor and Wangxian, with probabilities reaching as high as 90 to 100%, Lan Wangji rose to retrieve a medical kit from his room, containing a reagent he had previously administered to Wei Wuxian. He was preparing for a second injection. With precision, he turned Wei Wuxian onto his stomach. The following day, Monday, Lan Wangji awoke and called for Wei Wuxian, as they needed to return to school. However, it seemed that Wei Wuxian, perhaps due to excessive drinking the night before, was unresponsive to his calls. Lan Wangji had no choice but to enter the room to assess the situation. Inside, he found that Wei Wuxian's blanket only covered a third of him, merely draped over his abdomen. Approaching, Lan Wangji called out, "Weighing." Wei Wuxian let out a soft HM, but offered no further reaction. The room was dimly lit, and upon switching on the light, Lan Wangji noticed that Wei Wuxian's cheeks appeared flushed, possibly indicating a fever. A gentle touch to his forehead revealed a concerning heat. Whether it was due to the inadequate blanket coverage from the previous night or some other cause remained uncertain. A fever necessitated a sick leave. Lan Wangji contacted their homeroom teacher to explain the situation before carrying Wei Wuxian to the hospital. Considering the possibility that the pheromone integration might be a factor, Lan Wangji took Wei Wuxian directly to Wangxian University to seek Wangxian. After a considerable effort to find her amid her absence from the early morning classes, she was summoned by Lan Wangji's urgent call. Initially inclined to express frustration, Wangxian rushed over upon learning of Wei Wuxian's condition. Chapter 49. School Anniversary at the Wangxian University School of Medicine. Students in white coats hurried to their early classes. Lan Wangji entered, carrying Wei Wuxian, drawing the attention of all present. Undeterred by their gazes, he continued forward. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, classmate, which department are you from?" As Lan Wangji prepared to respond, Wangxian arrived, saying, "Wang Laosher, this is my patient. I have some matters to attend to." Recognizing her, the student refrained from further inquiries. Once in the examination room, Wei Wuxian lay flat on the bed while Wangxian donned gloves and a mask, taking his temperature and conducting a brief examination. Wangxian remarked, "To think he has a fever. Did you do anything unusual?" Her inquiries were straightforward, lacking any subtlety. Lan Wangji's ears flushed crimson as he replied, "No. At that moment, a knock sounded at the examination room door. Wangxian gestured for Lan Wangji to answer. Upon opening the door, Zhang Yanli entered. She paused upon seeing Lan Wangji, momentarily bewildered. "You are?" Lan Wangji quickly recognized her as Wei Wuxian's sister and introduced himself. "I am a classmate of Wei Ying." Understanding dawned on Zhang Yanli as she recalled the events of that night. The darkness had obscured her vision, preventing her from recognizing him during their earlier encounter. "I am Wei Ying's sister." After exchanging greetings, they both entered the examination room. Wangxian inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Yanli explained, "Before you left, you mentioned my brother was coming here. Today is Monday, and given the early hour, I was concerned something might have gone awry." Wangxian prepared a portion of the drawn blood for testing, dropping it into a reagent to observe its reaction while sending another sample to the lab for analysis. The blood quickly exhibited a change when placed in the reagent, prompting Wangxian to comment. This reaction indicates he consumed an alcoholic beverage. Lan Wangji nodded in confirmation. The specific reason for the fever will require the lab results, which may take several hours. I will administer a few fluids to prevent his temperature from rising further. You two can remain here while I attend to other matters. Zhang Yanli offered. I will stay. You should return to class, Lan classmate. Lan Wangji hesitated, having already informed their teacher of his absence, but ultimately nodded in agreement. By the time Lan Wangji returned to school, 2 periods had already passed, and the students were in the middle of a break. Yu Jun, accompanied by several others, approached the door of Class A3, jotting down notes with a pen. Where's Lan Wangji? The news of the student council president's change had spread among the students, especially since Lan Wangji had been seen overseeing discipline and cleanliness. Jiang Cheng, seated in the back, glanced at him but remained silent. Nia Huaisong, unaware of Lan Wangji's whereabouts, also noted Wei Wuxian's absence. An unexpected voice piped up. Vice President, I think the president is on leave today. Yu Jun shot him a glance. I told you before. When Lan Wangji is absent, refer to me as president. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the start of morning exercises. Yu Jun clapped the back door, urging his classmates, what are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and go outside for exercises. Put on your uniforms and tidy yourselves up. We will be taking attendance shortly, and any class-missing students without leave slips will face consequences. With a flurry of movement, the students filed out. As Jiangcheng passed by Yu Jun, he inquired, where's Wei Wuxian? Jiangcheng retorted, how should I know where he is? Ask him yourself. His tone was sharp, stemming from past grievances involving Wei Wuxian and a slide incident during their childhood. Yu Jun's expression darkened. You are with him all the time. How can you not know? Jiangcheng scoffed. Who said I'm always with him? Yu Jun was about to respond when someone beside him interrupted. President, here comes Lan Wangji. Yu Jun turned to Lan Wangji, dismissing Jiangcheng. Upon reaching Lan Wangji, Yu Jun handed him several documents. These are the plans for this year's school anniversary celebration. The performances and activities were organized by the student council, and now that you are president, it's your responsibility to oversee them. Lan Wangji accepted the documents. From now on, you will handle the matters concerning the discipline committee. With that, Lan Wangji departed, leaving Yu Jun and the others standing in place. One of them remarked, what does it mean that Lan Wangji has entrusted the discipline committee to you? Yu Jun chuckled. It simply means he recognizes his limitations and knows I am the most suitable for the role. After all, how could anyone else be more fitting to lead the student council? My understanding of the school far surpasses that of a mere transfer student who has just arrived. The sycophant beside him remarked, still, the class president is formidable. Yu Jun waved his hand, seemingly in good spirits, and left the area with his companions. He then joined the throngs of students exercising on the playground, correcting their mistakes. As for Lan Wangji, his reluctance to involve himself with the discipline committee stemmed from a simple truth. He had no habit of nitpicking or making things difficult for others. He could fulfill the task if required, but he was not inclined to squander time on the unnecessary hardship of others. Upon returning to the classroom, he found it empty, as everyone had gone to exercise, leaving only Lan Wangji behind. He opened the booklet that Yu Jun had handed him and perused its contents before proceeding to the student council president's office, where a computer awaited him, making his tasks considerably more convenient. The break lasted half an hour, and as the time for class approached, he had nearly completed his preparations. Returning to his desk, he had barely settled in when he heard someone calling him from outside. After the person finished explaining the matter, Lan Wangji re-entered the classroom. Passing by Jiangcheng, he was halted with the inquiry, Lan Wangji, why have you returned alone? Where is Wei Wuxian? Lan Wangji replied truthfully. He was taken to the hospital due to a fever. Your sister is attending to him. After stating this, he resumed his own activities at his desk. Jiangcheng remained silent, while Nia Huaisong tapped lightly on Jiangcheng's desk, whispering, wasn't Wei Ji with him last night? How did he end up with a fever? What did those two do? The implication in Nia Huaisong's words was unmistakable, but Jiangcheng did not entertain the suggestion. Instead, he retrieved the book needed for the next class and declared, no need to concern yourself. Wei Wuxian will do as he pleases, and thus, Wei Wuxian's wild antics persisted throughout the day. By the time Lan Wangji received a message from Wangxian, it was already noon. She inquired if he had given Wei Wuxian any medication. Lan Wangji recounted how he had administered a special remedy to Wei Wuxian. When Qing replied that such medication indeed aided Wei Wuxian's condition but cautioned against excessive consumption of alcohol-containing substances. Even chocolate laced with liquor should be avoided, lest the efficacy of the remedy be amplified disproportionately. While the notion of increased potency sounded appealing, Wei Wuxian's mature body could not absorb such a surge in medication, triggering an automatic defensive mechanism that resulted in a high fever. Yet, this fever was not entirely without merit. It led to significant fluctuations in Wei Wuxian's hormone levels, though the eventual outcome regarding gender orientation remained uncertain. By evening, Wei Wuxian finally returned before the end of study hall. The homeroom teacher had already patrolled the vicinity, and upon seeing Wei Wuxian, Zhang Sheng approached him with a pat on the back, exclaiming, "What a robust physique you have! How could a mere breeze have brought you down?" Wei Wuxian replied, "It wasn't the wind that knocked me over. I simply slept restlessly without covering my navel." Zhang Sheng nodded sagely. One must always cover their navel while sleeping. After exchanging a few more words of concern, he instructed Wei Wuxian to return to class. Inside the classroom, a hush had fallen, punctuated only by the soft scratching of pens as everyone studied. Wei Wuxian entered through the back door. Apart from the 2 rows of desks nearest to him, no one noticed his return. Aware of his presence, Zhang Cheng did not lift his head but continued writing, stating, "So, you weren't disposed of by Lan Wangji after all?" Wei Wuxian retorted, "What are you on about? Can't you hope for my well-being just once?" As he spoke, he rummaged through his desk for a book. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng, in an inexplicable manner, leaned closer to Wei Wuxian and sniffed, his brow furrowing. "You smell of alpha pheromones, Lan Wangji's, to be precise." This was not a question but a declaration. When it came to detecting alpha pheromones, Zhang Cheng's nose was sharper than any detector. Wei Wuxian responded, "Isn't that obvious? I stayed at Lan Zhan's house for 2 days. It's only natural I would pick up some pheromones." Zhang Cheng's expression soured. "When we return to the dormitory tonight, you'd better wash your clothes and yourself, or I'll toss you out. Is that really necessary?" Wei Wuxian muttered, glancing toward Lan Wangji. As if recalling something, he gently tapped Lan Wangji's desk and said, "Thank you for taking me to the hospital this morning. I didn't even realize I had a fever." Lan Wangji turned to him and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Wei Wuxian took a deep breath and replied, "I feel invigorated." Seeing that Wei Wuxian was occupied, Lan Wangji nodded and returned to his own tasks. After evening study, when they returned to the dormitory, the dorm supervisor had already conducted room checks. Just as Wei Wuxian, who had settled into bed, suddenly leapt up and slipped something into his pocket, Zhang Cheng, who had been on the verge of sleep, immediately opened his eyes at the sound. With a loud bang, Wei Wuxian opened the door and quickly closed it behind him, causing Zhang Cheng to sit upright, wide awake. The noise continued as Wei Wuxian climbed into bed. And Zhang Cheng, irritated, picked up a slipper from the floor and tossed it at Wei Wuxian's retreating figure. "Are you a ghost? Making such a racket?" Recognizing he was in the wrong for disturbing Zhang Cheng's rest, Wei Wuxian apologized. "My bad, I'll be quieter. You should go to sleep." Zhang Cheng turned over in bed, clutching his blanket. The next day, after getting up and tidying himself, Wei Wuxian picked up a bottle of perfume from the bedside table and sprayed a bit. Having purchased it, he deemed it a waste not to use it. Wei Wuxian casually spritzed himself a couple of times, just as Zhang Cheng caught sight of his actions and remarked, "Such a show-off." Wei Wuxian replied, "Would you like a bit as well?" Zhang Cheng retorted, "I have no need for it." As they walked side by side back to the classroom, Zhang Cheng inhaled the scent lingering on Wei Wuxian, but this time chose not to comment. Wei Wuxian inquired, "Do you find this fragrance pleasant?" Zhang Cheng answered, "Not at all." His expression suggested he was unfamiliar with the scent. Wei Wuxian pressed, "Don't you think it feels familiar?" Zhang Cheng countered, "I don't wear perfume. How could I have encountered such a chaotic aroma? How peculiar," Wei Wuxian pondered. Despite Lan Zhan stating that it bore resemblance to his pheromones, Zhang Cheng, who had experienced Lan Zhan's pheromones twice, seemed unable to identify it. It appeared that both alphas and omegas did not rely solely on scent to discern pheromones. It involved processing those unique molecules only alphas and omegas could recognize. During the next break, Wei Wuxian and Zhang Cheng headed off to play basketball. Upon their return, Nia Huaisong poked his head between them and said, "There's some new gossip. Do you two want to hear?" Wei Wuxian, sipping water while leaning against his desk, replied, Where do you find so much gossip all day? Nia Huaisong declared. Have you heard of the informant from Yunxian number 1 high? That's my alias. I am not boasting. I have spies in every class of the entire grade, and I know everything that happens. Wei Wuxian clapped in admiration. You're remarkable. Being a student is truly beneath your talents. You should direct in the entertainment industry. Nia Huaisong, with a playful tch, ignored the teasing. So, do you want to hear or not? Jiang Cheng responded. I'm listening. Wei Wuxian added. Of course we will. Nia Huaisong pulled over a stool and began earnestly. What I'm about to say is that our dormitory building is haunted. Are you aware of this? Both of them shook their heads. Nia Huaisong continued. There's a room on the first floor, farthest back on the west side, that has been locked for as long as you both can remember. Wei Wuxian acknowledged. Yes, that room has been locked since we arrived in this school. Nia Huaisong nodded. That is the one it's haunted at midnight. Those closest on the first floor can hear the horrific screams emanating from that sealed room. Excruciatingly piercing. As Nia Huaisong recounted the story, he captivated the attention of the entire class. He grew more animated as he spoke. The reason it's haunted is that many years ago, a student hanged himself in there, and the scene was utterly gruesome. Blood covered the floor and couldn't be cleaned away. Furthermore, ever since then, the water from the faucet has flowed red, and the school couldn't explain the situation to the outside world. So they ultimately sealed the room. As Nia Huaisong spoke, the crowd reacted with murmurs of disbelief. Someone said, that's absurd. How could a hanging person cause so much blood? Nia Huaisong replied, I don't know. It's just what I've heard. The surrounding chatter became a cacophony of opinions. Ding, ding, ding. The class was about to begin. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Zheng, entered the classroom without noticing the commotion. He slammed his palm on the desk, prompting the students to snap to attention. Wei Wuxian, what are you all conspiring about now? Wei Wuxian insisted. Nothing. We were discussing the upcoming school anniversary performance. Upon mentioning the anniversary, Zhang Zheng launched into an extensive lecture. Their class had been selected to perform at the anniversary, with a requirement to promote patriotic spirit and the theme of youth. While Zhang Zheng spoke, Wei Wuxian wrote a note and tossed it to Lan Wangji. Lan Wangji opened the note to find the words, Lan Zhan. What do you think about what Nia Huaisong just said? You're on the first floor, and that restroom is diagonally across from you. Have you heard any strange noises while you sleep? Lan Wangji glanced at Wei Wuxian, who gestured for him to write down his thoughts. Lan Wangji took a moment to jot something down and returned the note to Wei Wuxian, which read simply, yes. Wei Wuxian initially dismissed Nia Huaisong's claims as nonsense, yet he was taken aback by the truth of Lan Wangji's response. He turned quickly to Lan Wangji, blinking in surprise, and mouthed. Really? Lan Wangji merely regarded him without reply. Seeing this, Wei Wuxian began to vocalize his curiosity, but Lan Wangji remained unresponsive. Jiang Cheng shot a glance at Wei Wuxian, clearly questioning his antics. Wei Wuxian, growing impatient, was about to toss another note when a piece of chalk struck him on the head. Startled, he straightened in his seat, realizing he had drawn the teacher's attention. Zhang Zheng remarked, What is going on now? Were you even listening to what I just said? Wei Wuxian affirmed, Of course I was. It's about the anniversary. I was just discussing with the president about our participation. I want to contribute to the celebration. Zhang Zheng replied, Focus on the group performance before worrying about anything else. Behave yourself during this period. Wei Wuxian gave a thumbs up, understood. As Zhang Zheng resumed his lecture, Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji and silently grinded his teeth in frustration. After class, Wei Wuxian positioned himself in the aisle beside Lan Wangji's desk, making it difficult for others to pass without squeezing by or taking a longer route, though most opted to exit through the front. Wei Wuxian appeared fierce, ready to demand why Lan Wangji was silent, but he changed his tone at the last moment. Lan Zhan, did you truly hear the ghostly cries from the restroom on the first floor? Nia Huaisong leaned in. Our class lives on the third floor. How could anyone hear anything? Wei Wuxian insisted, but Lan Zhan is on the first floor. Why? Nia Huaisong exclaimed. Why does everyone in our class live on the third floor? But he gets to stay on the first. Wei Wuxian pushed him aside. Lan Zhan looks pale. Don't interrupt. Nia Huaisong exclaimed. Look, Lan Wangji remains unfazed. Wei Wuxian urged, Lan Zhan, please tell us. I'm dying of curiosity. Wei Wuxian was increasingly anxious, and Lan Wangji calmly switched out the books from the previous class for those needed for the next. Not ghostly wailing. It's just strange noises. Nia Huaisong interjected. If the sounds are indeed real, whether they are ghostly cries or strange noises is irrelevant. Wei Wuxian nodded. That's true. After class, the entire class began discussing the matter, and with Lan Wangji's first-hand experience of the strange sounds. The rumor of the haunted restroom gained traction. Wei Wuxian stroked his chin and asked Nie Huaisong, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Nie Huaisong replied, "I am. Don't tell me you're not afraid." Wei Wuxian countered, "Who fears ghosts in a materialist worldview?" Nie Huaisong declared, "I don't believe in them." Wei Wuxian shrugged. "Suit yourself." He turned to Jiang Cheng. "Jiang Cheng, are you afraid of ghosts?" Jiang Cheng wore a skeptical expression. Wei Wuxian remarked, "I see. You're not afraid, so. Since you're not frightened, let us undertake a grand adventure tonight to see what this ghost is like. Or rather, to hear its cries." Nie Huaisong waved his hands as he returned to his seat, opting to distance himself from this impending chaos. However, Wei Wuxian immediately seized his arm, pulling him back. "Nie boss, where are you going?" Nie Huaisong chuckled. "I have other important business to attend to. I can't be bothered with this nonsense." Wei Wuxian, maintaining a friendly grip, smiled. "That one do. A good brother shares both fortune and misfortune. If there's a ghost, we must face it together." Nie Huaisong made a face of reluctance. After saying this, Wei Wuxian pointed at Lan Wangji's arm. "Lan Zhan, you should join us as well. There's no need to refuse. I know you want to have fun with us, so I'm inviting you." In the afternoon, the rankings for last week's monthly exam were posted by Luo Qingyang on the bulletin board at the back of the classroom. Everyone rushed to check the results. Jiang Qing also joined the throng, then squeezed back to his seat. Wei Wuxian returned from outside, humming a tune, and immediately recognized the commotion in the back area. He approached the second-to-last row, choosing not to jostle for space, and asked Jiang Cheng, "Did you see the results?" Jiang Cheng replied, "I did." Wei Wuxian, skeptical, remarked, "You don't look pleased. Did you perform poorly?" Jiang Cheng shot back, "You did as well. Impossible." With that remark, Wei Wuxian stepped forward to jostle for a spot among the crowd. His name had always graced the top of the leaderboard, steadfast and unyielding. Once engulfed by the throng, he scanned from above, searching for Lan Wangji. Then, he blinked in disbelief. Lan Wangji? Was he certain he wasn't mistaken? The first place was indeed Lan Wangji? Wei Wuxian turned to glance at Lan Wangji, who was seated comfortably, then returned his gaze to the score sheet. It truly was Lan Wangji. Wei Wuxian looked further down the list. His name occupied the second position, while Jiang Cheng was in third. As he continued to peruse the results, he noted that his scores in mathematics, English, and comprehensive subjects were nearly identical to Lan Wangji's. Save for a few points in Chinese. Goodness, Lan Wangji scored a staggering 143 in Chinese. What sort of bribe had he offered the invigilator to achieve such heights? Emerging from the crowd, Wei Wuxian leaned on Lan Wangji's desk and exclaimed, "Lan Zhan, you're our top scorer. Do you have any acceptance speech to deliver?" Lan Wangji merely glanced at him and replied, "None. I never anticipated your scores would be so impressive, surpassing me in one fell swoop. How did you manage such a feat in Chinese?" Typically, Wei Wuxian's Chinese scores hovered around the 100 to 102 mark. If he were particularly fortunate, he might scrape together over 130. Yet, a score of 143 left Wei Wuxian incredulous. He couldn't fathom achieving anything above 140 even by merely deducting points for presentation. "I used my hands," Lan Wangji stated matter-of-factly. Wei Wuxian was momentarily taken aback. Then, after a 2-second silence, he chuckled and replied, "Lan Zhan, you've got quite the sense of humor. You're telling jokes now." The monthly exam served merely to assess how well students had grasped the material over a certain period. Lan Wangji exuded an aura of academic excellence, yet Wei Wuxian was astonished that despite not studying domestically and having recently transferred, he appeared utterly unfazed. It was evident that his adaptability and learning capacity were nothing short of formidable. After class, Wei Wuxian returned to his seat, while Jiang Cheng sat motionless. Wei Wuxian nudged him, asking, "What are you daydreaming about?" Jiang Cheng straightened up without uttering a word. Later that evening, after the dormitory supervisor conducted her rounds, Wei Wuxian, ever the proactive individual, acted on impulse. Without hesitation, he yanked Jiang Cheng from his bed, and the two made their way to the neighboring dormitory to find Nie Huaisong, Nie Huaisong's roommate, Tiaolei. Upon hearing their intent to hunt ghosts, eagerly joined in. Jiang Cheng remarked that with 4 people, their target was too large and easily detectable by the supervisor, so he opted to return to his dormitory for a night's sleep. Having lost his chance to speak, Nia Huaisong resigned himself to follow along. The three of them, armed with their phones, descended the stairs. Wei Wuxian initially intended to seek out Lan Wangji, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. The corridor of the dormitory building was illuminated by motion sensor lights, which only flickered to life upon detecting movement. As they descended, the lights flickered erratically. The dormitory that appeared relatively bright during the day now seemed rather eerie. Perhaps a trick of the mind. Leading the way, Wei Wuxian was followed by Tiao Lei, with Nia Huaisong bringing up the rear. Each door of the school dormitory was equipped with a small glass window, designed to prevent outsiders from noticing any incidents occurring inside if the door were to be locked. Upon reaching the first floor and standing before a dormitory door, Wei Wuxian leaned in to peer through the glass without a hint of hesitation. His decisive action prompted Nia Huaisong to give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Now that's a real man." Wei Wuxian withdrew his gaze and lowered his voice. "This small window is likely covered with paper from the inside. We probably can't see anything." Nia Huaisong replied, "The door is locked, and we can't see through the window. We should just head back." Ignoring his suggestion, Tiao Lei remarked, "I've seen this room during the day. It was covered by curtains, and no matter the angle, you can't see anything inside." Nia Huaisong made another earnest suggestion. "Since we can't see anything, let's just head back." Wei Wuxian countered, "Even if we can't see, we can listen. Didn't they say there are ghosts that cry? I've never heard a ghost's wail in my life." His curiosity was insatiable at that moment. Wei Wuxian glanced at the time on his phone. It was nearly midnight. The trio crouched behind a fire hydrant, engaging in light banter, while Nia Huaisong, seated nearby, lamented, "We really are in for a tough time. Don't be so gloomy. Tomorrow I'll treat you all to a meal to make up for it." Wei Wuxian proposed. Nia Huaisong replied, "This isn't merely a matter of one meal." "Then 2 meals, Wei Wuxian insisted. Nia Huaisong sighed deeply, wrapping his arms tighter around himself. Due to the absence of movement, the corridor's motion sensor lights had not illuminated since their arrival. Leaning against the securely locked door, Wei Wuxian shifted his position and asked, "By the way, old Nia, is the ghostly disturbance in this room a recent occurrence?" Nia Huaisong responded, "It seems not. There have been rumors about it for quite some time. However, these tales appear to ebb and flow, and recently, the ghostly wails have resurfaced, reigniting the rumors." Wei Wuxian nodded thoughtfully, and just as he began to ponder other possibilities, he suddenly thought he heard a strange sound. He froze, his eyes unblinking. Sensing his unusual demeanor, Nia Huaisong poked him with a finger. "What's wrong? Don't scare me." Wei Wuxian made a shushing gesture, signaling for both to listen intently. He leaned against the door, straining to hear any noises from within. It seemed he could hear the sound of dripping water, each drop resonating distinctly as it fell onto the smooth stone surface. Alongside the sound of dripping, there was a faint woo-woo noise, reminiscent of the wind seeping through the window's cracks. This sound indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly wail. Upon hearing this, Nia Huaisong was inclined to flee. But Wei Wuxian seized him, insisting, "It's merely the wind. If the window is any tightly shut, it will produce such sounds." And no sooner had he spoken than a piercing shriek erupted from within the room. A sound that was clearly not the wind but rather akin to that of some implement under duress. The startling, chilling sound was particularly pronounced in the stillness of the night. Nia Huaisong, his face contorted in fear, urged, "Wei Gu, let us go. Whether it's the wind or rain, it certainly sounds terrifying." As he spoke, his hands trembled, prompting Wei Wuxian to release him. "Let us go, let us go. Look how frightened you are." The moment Wei Wuxian loosened his grip, Nia Huaisong bolted, the thudding of his footsteps illuminating every motion sensor light on the first floor. With Nia Huaisong gone, only Wei Wuxian and Tiao Lei remained. Wei Wuxian inquired, "What do you think that sound was?" Tiao Lei replied, "The shriek from earlier sounded somewhat like the cries of a woman or child. Is it truly that exaggerated?" Wei Wuxian shivered involuntarily at the remark. "You certainly possess a flair for metaphor." Before they could further discern the source of the sound, suddenly, the motion sensor lights along the corridor began to illuminate one by one, approaching them, with the ghostly cries resonating behind them and the inexplicable lights flickering. The two crouched behind the fire hydrant, striving to minimize their presence, scarcely daring to breathe as the lights drew nearer. They discerned the increasingly audible sound of high heels clicking against the floor. The noise growing ever closer, inching towards them. Their view was obstructed by the fire hydrant, preventing them from seeing what was approaching. However, both were keenly aware that the sound of high heels was certainly not that of the dormitory supervisor, who was over 50 and had never been seen in high heels, as they would be impractical for her duties. In a sudden flash of recollection, Wei Wuxian remembered the previous night, when he too had heard the sound of high heels. Prompting his hasty return to the dormitory in that moment of heightened tension, time allowed no further contemplation. The sound was upon them, and Wei Wuxian and Tiao Lei were the first to glimpse slender ankles adorned in red high heels, followed by a shadow that enveloped them entirely. Wei Wuxian and Tiao Lei involuntarily screamed. The shadow, evidently startled to find two individuals concealed in the darkness, shrieked even louder than they had. Their mutual cries allowed Wei Wuxian to finally discern the identity of the high-heeled figure. Wangqi. Startled, Wangqi recognized that the figures before her were not ghosts, yet her reaction was one of even greater panic and fear. She let out a yelp, quickly covering her face and sprinting away. Tiao Lei seemed momentarily bewildered. Was she wearing a wig? What on earth is she doing here at this hour, donning a wig and high heels? Before Wei Wuxian could respond, doors along the corridor creaked open slightly. Although the school's dormitory had decent soundproofing, it could not withstand their yells. Wei Wuxian caught sight of Lan Wangji, clad in pajamas. He flashed a smile in his direction. That moment, a beam of light illuminated from the entrance. Likely the supervisor responding to the commotion. The door beside them promptly closed again. Why this time? They had no chance to return upstairs. Seizing the moment, Wei Wuxian approached Lan Wangji, clasped his hands together, and implored, "Good brother, may I borrow your dormitory to hide for a while?" Tiao Lei chuckled, "President," as Lan Wangji turned slightly to the side. Wei Wuxian replied, "Thank you." After the two entered the room, they closed the back door and slowly crouched down. Leaning against the door panel, there were footsteps in the corridor. Lan Wangji returned to sit on the bed, while the person in the hallway, holding a flashlight, inspected each dormitory one by one. After confirming that nothing was amiss, he finally left. Lan Wangji looked at the two, who seemed to be filled with mischief, and remarked, "You two." Wei Wuxian glanced at the small window on the door, sighed with relief, and with Tiao Lei beside him, patted his shoulder before addressing Lan Wangji. "As we mentioned earlier today, we are quite curious about what that ghostly wail sounds like, so we came to take a look." Lan Wangji fixed his gaze on the hand with which Wei Wuxian was patting Tiao Lei. Remaining silent, Tiao Lei exchanged a glance with Lan Wangji, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He quietly suggested to Wei Wuxian, "Let us head back. We have classes tomorrow." Wei Wuxian nodded. "All right then, let's go." He waved goodbye to Lan Wangji. And just as the two were about to step out of the dormitory, Lan Wangji suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Chapter 54. Reason triumphs over instinct. Called back. Wei Wuxian turned around. "What is it?" Lan Wangji glanced at Tiao Lei, who immediately took the hint and raised his hand slightly, saying, "I'll head back first. You two take your time to talk." After Tiao Lei left, he kindly shut the door for them. Wei Wuxian, somewhat perplexed, watched him go. Lan Wangji stepped closer and stated, "Dr. Wen mentioned that you can wear my clothes. They carry my pheromones, which can assist you." Wei Wuxian replied, "Wear your clothes? What clothes do you mean?" He briefly scanned Lan Wangji from head to toe before averting his gaze. Though he said nothing, it felt as if he had conveyed everything. Lan Wangji, seemingly irritated by the clarity of Wei Wuxian's insinuation, coldly retorted, "The school uniform." Wei Wuxian chuckled lightly, enjoying teasing Lan Wangji. "I know it's the school uniform, but if I wear your uniform, what will you wear?" Lan Wangji answered, "Yours." Wei Wuxian pondered for a moment. "That works. However, I believe that even if I switch clothes for a week, the integration of your pheromones would not compare to you biting me once. Why not just bite me now?" Unconsciously, the two had drawn quite close, with Wei Wuxian presenting the nape of his neck, smooth and unblemished. As an omega, he naturally bore no marks on his gland. However, Wei Wuxian was strikingly handsome, with defined features and a slender form, particularly his waist, which Lan Wangji had held on previous occasions for the purpose of injecting pheromones. If Wei Wuxian were to eventually evolve into an omega, Lan Wangji would not be surprised. Perhaps it was the undeniable allure of pheromone interaction that caused Lan Wangji to envision leaving an indelible mark on that pristine nape. Yet, Lan Wangji remained rational. Unless utterly compelled, instinct could indeed be subdued by reason. After a few moments of contemplation, he averted his gaze. Noticing his silence, Wei Wuxian called out to him. When their eyes met, Lan Wangji instinctively took a step back, diverting his gaze. This is not appropriate. Lan Wangji's cautious retreat and desire to maintain distance caused Wei Wuxian to touch his nose. He had merely intended to tease Lan Wangji, fully aware that it was indeed inappropriate. Yet, the atmosphere had shifted subtly, creating an unspoken barrier. Wei Wuxian couldn't help but step back as well, maintaining a safe distance. After a moment of silence, Wei Wuxian resumed his seriousness. Then let us exchange our school uniforms tomorrow. Lan Wangji responded with a noncommittal After Wei Wuxian left, Lan Wangji gazed at the now empty doorway, gradually withdrawing his gaze. Upon returning to the dormitory, knowing Jiang Cheng was likely asleep, Wei Wuxian quietly opened the door and gently closed it behind him. As soon as he settled onto the bed, he heard a voice. "Did you see a ghost?" The unexpected remark startled Wei Wuxian. He looked up to see Jiang Cheng, who lay across from him. "Aren't you asleep?" Jiang Cheng turned over. "I was." Wei Wuxian took off his shoes and sat on the bed. "I didn't see a ghost, but I did encounter someone pretending to be one." Jiang Cheng inquired. "What do you mean?" Wei Wuxian elaborated. "There's a beta in Class 1 named Wangxian, whom you must have heard of." Jiang Cheng remained silent, prompting Wei Wuxian to continue. "Recently, there was quite a stir about Wangxian in our sophomore class. It seems he has developed feelings for an alpha from Class 10. Are you aware of this?" Jiang Cheng replied. "I'm not as idle as you to gossip about others' private affairs all day." "What do you mean by that?" "We're merely engaging in friendly conversation as classmates." Wei Wuxian remarked, however, "Speaking of Wangxian, he certainly shows determination. The alpha has clearly stated he only likes omegas. Yet Wangxian persists in his pursuit. I've seen him several times at the entrance of Class 10, either delivering food or water, and even getting close to outsiders. While such pursuits are not uncommon, it is indeed rare for a beta to so openly chase after an alpha, which is likely why the matter spread within our small circle." Jiang Cheng commented nonchalantly. "I think I've seen that person. But it wasn't Wangxian." Wei Wuxian blinked, taking a moment to realize that Jiang Cheng was referring to his daily presence before Lan Wangji. Get lost. The next day, after staying up late and waking up early, Wei Wuxian yawned his way to class, propping his head up with one hand and dozing off. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a loud thump on the podium. Wei Wuxian lifted his head to see Zhang Sheng standing at the front, looking exasperated as he addressed the seated students. "Is it true that there's been talk among you students about room 119 on the first floor of East Building 2 being haunted?" A chorus of echoed from below. Zhang Sheng's expression shifted to one of greater exasperation, a smile spreading across his face. "Who have you all been hearing this from?" The moment he said this, everyone turned in unison to Wangxian, who was half draped over his desk, avoiding eye contact. Zhang Sheng clapped his hands. "All right, enough of this nonsense. The reason that room at the end of the corridor is locked is that the water pipes burst a few years ago." He explained that in the bathroom of that room, a pipe connecting to the second floor had exploded, carrying waste from the toilets on the upper 10 floors. Apparently, a student had been affected, causing quite a scene at the school, resulting in the school compensating the student with a hefty sum, though such trauma could never truly be compensated. After the school repaired the pipes, no students were willing to live in that dormitory, so it was temporarily locked. Some tales can persist for years, even after the students who experienced them have long departed, yet the rumors linger on, and the dormitory has remained sealed for many years. However, for some reason, this year's batch suddenly turned it into a ghost story. But now that it's been clarified, let us not dwell on it any longer, especially you, Wei Wuxian. Being called out? Wei Wuxian blinked. Zhang Sheng continued. "Last night, the dormitory supervisor reviewed the surveillance footage. You, Wangxian, and Tiao Lei were all caught eavesdropping at the door in the dead of night." Tiao Lei chimed in. "Zhang Gu, you mentioned ghosts, so of course we were listening for ghostly wails." Zhang Sheng tossed a piece of chalk at him. "You three look more like ghosts, making such a racket." Everyone fell silent, laughter erupting. Chapter 55. The stage play for the school anniversary. After discussing these matters, Zhang Sheng moved on to the topic of the recent monthly exam results, announcing not only the overall rankings, but also the average scores for both districts A and B, along with the proportion of excellent results. The top 2 students were from their class, with the average score reaching a new high. No wonder Zhang Sheng appeared so cheerful, even overlooking the antics of Wei Wuxian and Tiao Lei from the previous night. After Zhang Sheng left, The morning self-study continued. After class, Wei Wuxian pulled Lan Wangji along to the cafeteria for a meal, during which they exchanged their school uniforms. Jiang Cheng, noticing their interaction, calmly withdrew his gaze as if he would no longer be surprised by any of Wei Wuxian's antics. At the cafeteria, Wei Wuxian paid for their meals with his card, having promised to treat them the night before. During the meal, Nia Huaisong posed a question. So, since there are no ghosts, what was that sound we heard last night? Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji, his thoughts hidden from others. He replied, that sound was likely produced by the school's hot water heating system. The machinery in the pipes heats the water. The machine on the first floor hasn't been used for a long time. But every night it undergoes a disinfection cycle with the school's system. Without a water source to operate, it emits rusty, creaking mechanical noises. Jiang Cheng remarked, knowing all this so clearly, yet you still go to watch? Wei Wuxian chuckled softly. Don't you understand me? I simply enjoy fooling around. Going out to seek ghosts is merely a pretext. The real essence lies in the revelry. Ha 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 ha, Jiang Cheng retorted. Fool. Meanwhile, Wei Wuxian and Nia Huaisong discreetly exchanged information regarding the haunting rumors, discovering that the tale had originated from Wang Qi. The two sought out Wang Qi, who had been clattering about in high heels in the dead of night. To understand his motives for such nocturnal antics, it turned out that Wang Qi was enamored with the alpha from Class 10, having learned through dubious means that this alpha possessed a peculiar penchant for watching male omegas sway their hips in high heels. Thus, a stout beta, lacking any fluid or graceful curves, found himself practicing in the corridor after the dormitory inspections, hoping to one day cultivate such a physique. Yet, he was not devoid of shame. Fearful of being caught by classmates during late-night excursions, he concocted the ghost story about a locked room on the first floor where his classmates resided. Coupled with the strange noises emanating from that room, the haunting narrative gained an air of authenticity. In the days following the rumors spread, no one dared to visit during the witching hour. However, Wang Qi never anticipated the rapid proliferation of the rumor, nor that it would ultimately encounter a curious soul like Wei Wuxian, leading to its swift debunking. Subsequently, the school sought out the source of the gossip, and Wang Qi found himself summoned to the Academic Affairs Office for a reprimand. With the school anniversary approaching that Saturday, the institution had decided to waive all meal costs from Friday to Sunday to encourage students to remain on campus for the celebration, even distributing commemorative silver medals for the school's centenary to those who stayed. The first-year students, freshly transitioned from middle school, were still unfamiliar with the school, while the third years were preoccupied with preparations for the college entrance examination, leaving the second years to shoulder the brunt of school activities. Arrangements for the anniversary festivities were nearly complete, with Lan Wangji and the student council primarily responsible for overseeing the performance preparations of the selected classes. Other aspects were managed by designated school personnel. Wei Wuxian's class utilized their spare time to refine their own performance. On the day of the celebration, numerous alumni returned to extend their congratulations, filling the grand hall with banners and an audience composed of student representatives from various classes and faculty members. Following a series of speeches from the leaders, the program commenced. As per the performance order, it would still be a while before it was Wei Wuxian's turn. Wei Wuxian and his companions stood backstage, peering through the curtain. The stage was alive with song and dance, the music pulsating with energy. Wei Wuxian swept his gaze across the audience and was taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. Good heavens, so many people, he exclaimed. The auditorium itself was immense, with several cameras positioned throughout, seemingly broadcasting live, creating a grand spectacle. Luo Qingyang also poked her head out to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the scene, she quickly withdrew, tapping Wei Wuxian on the shoulder. He turned to her. There are just too many people. While others are singing and dancing, do you think our performance might be a tad too ostentatious? Ostentatious? Wei Wuxian mused, stroking his long ponytail. This is merely a traditional ancient-style presentation, and the anniversary calls for grandeur. Moreover, we aim to promote traditional culture. Luo Qingyang adjusted her skirt and addressed her companion. It's not that I mean it in a negative way. I'm simply feeling quite anxious, especially since our class has a large number of performers and a lengthy routine. I worry about potential mishaps. Wei Wuxian reassured her, as class leader, you needn't fret. The larger the group, the less likely it is for any blunders to be noticed. This is a performance we devised ourselves. Do not burden yourselves with excessive pressure. Luo Qingyang nodded in agreement. After Wei Wuxian finished speaking, He glanced over at Lan Wangji, who stood like a sentinel, sword in hand. Unable to resist, he took a step closer, exclaiming, "Lan Zhan, you look absolutely stunning, simply breathtaking." Clad in white, tall and elegant, with a slender waist, he resembled a living garment on display. Lan Wangji adjusted his long sleeves, sheathing his sword. "Did you choose this?" "Of course, I have good taste," Wei Wuxian replied, playfully tugging at the ribbon adorning Lan Wangji's forehead. "Dio, you know what this is called?" "It's a forehead ribbon, considered a personal possession in ancient times, to be touched only by the closest of companions. If we truly lived in that era, by touching your ribbon, I would have to bring you home," as Wei Wuxian flirted with Lan Wangji. Nia Huaisong, not far behind, stifled a laugh. Jiang Cheng shot him a glance. "What are you laughing at?" Nia Huaisong replied. "Don't you think Wei Ji treats Lan Wangji differently?" Jiang Cheng countered. "Isn't he always this frivolous?" Lan Wangji attempted to reclaim his ribbon from Wei Wuxian's grasp. But Wei Wuxian held on. Even as Lan Wangji looked at him, commanding, "Come with me," Wei Wuxian merely responded with a bewildered, "Huh?" At that moment, Lan Wangji pulled his ribbon away and turned to stand elsewhere. Wei Wuxian scratched his head, still pondering Lan Wangji's words when they were reminded to prepare. Shortly thereafter, the host announced, "The next performance is a stage play titled Drunken Dreams of the Past presented by Class A3 of the second year. Even as time flows and years change, you remain by my side." Chapter 56. A Kiss. As the stage lights dimmed, the backstage group arranged themselves in formation, each filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement as they stepped onto the stage. The curtain rose, the spotlight illuminated, and the audience's faces turned towards them with intent focus. With the sounds of flute, pipa, zhongruan, drums, and eru resonating, an ancient melody filled the auditorium. Over 30 members of the class arranged themselves in a staggered formation, wielding their swords in sync with the music, each embodying their respective narrative. As the protagonists of this stage play, Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji took their positions, creating a palpable tension between them. Following a flurry of swordplay, the companions who had once stood beside Wei Wuxian withdrew, echoing the lyrics of the music. Alone, I traversed the rivers and lakes. In that moment, he found himself solitary. On stage, Wei Wuxian's swordplay was both agile and ethereal, facing numerous adversaries, the rhythm of their collective attack intensifying. The music shifted to a melancholic tone as the familiar refrain of friendship began to sound. As the melody softened, Wei Wuxian's sword fell to the ground, mirroring his own sense of lifelessness. Nia Huaisong and the others encircled him, shielding him from view. The stage lights dimmed, shadows entwined, the electronic backdrop shifting through scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as though years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the cycle of rebirth and entangled grievances, the music gradually crescendoed, and the once concealed Wei Wuxian emerged anew from the crowd, the spotlight shining upon him. Yet, this time, he bore no sword but rather a flute, accompanied by a companion. As they navigated the dichotomy of righteousness and malevolence, lamenting the chaos of the world, they stood shoulder to shoulder, united in their quest. At that moment, all others faded away, leaving only Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji on the stage. Lan Wangji executed his swordplay, while Wei Wuxian remained steadfastly at his side, their movements synchronized, overcoming every challenge that surged towards them like two jade pieces, intricately carved and complementing one another. Nia Huaisong, along with the previous group, surged forth once more, but as the lyrics dictated, they receded once again. With the final note, imbued with sentiment, knowing each other is akin to a dream, Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji stood together, exchanging a knowing smile. As the music concluded, they advanced, followed by their classmates from Class 3. The ensemble approached the edge of the stage, raising each other's hands amidst the audience's cheers, bowing deeply before the curtain slowly descended. The audience erupted into applause. The host took the stage, fervently rallying the crowd. As the host stretched the moment, the students hurriedly adjusted their costumes, and with a resounding call, "Let us once again welcome the students of Class A3." The curtain lifted once more, revealing the students of Class A3, now donned in their uniforms. In a moment that felt surreal, they bowed once again, the entire group following suit in a synchronized gesture. The performance could finally be deemed complete. Jian Guangyao was the first to clap, followed by a tidal wave of thunderous applause and cheers echoing throughout the auditorium. "So impressive. Ah, spectacular." As the spotlight dimmed and the actors retreated, the host, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "In the cyclical expanse of the galaxy, through countless twists and turns, no matter the time or place, you remain undeniably yourself." As Nia Huaisong made his way backstage, clutching Jiang Qing's arm, he exclaimed, "My heavens! You cannot imagine how my hands trembled during the performance. I was absolutely terrified." Jiang Qing shot him a glance, withdrawing his arm. Luo Qingyang remarked, "My heart is still racing. It's hard to fathom that we have just completed our performance." Listening to the sustained cheers echoing from the auditorium behind them, Wei Wuxian smirked. "We truly were magnificent. We've made quite a splash at school." Tiao Lei interjected, "Wei Gu, do you still wish to bask in the limelight? Aren't you afraid of being burned?" Wei Wuxian spread his arms wide. "Let it burn. The feeling of being adored is simply wonderful." This time, no one dared to contradict Wei Wuxian. The cheers from the audience acted like a stimulant, elevating everyone's spirits despite their recent exertions from swordplay. The performances in the auditorium continued, and those who had finished were backstage, enjoying the breeze. Wei Wuxian wiped the sweat from his neck and glanced over at Lan Wangji, who sat not far away. The mere sight of him sent a slight flutter through Wei Wuxian's heart. Soon, Nia Huaisong, holding his phone, gathered everyone. "Come over, everyone." This was recorded by a good friend from another class. He captured the entire performance. "Hurry, take a look." As the music played in the video, everyone seemed to be transported back to the earlier scene. While others were engrossed in their phones, Wei Wuxian stole another glance at Lan Wangji, who coincidentally was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, igniting a spark that felt almost incendiary, prompting Wei Wuxian to clear his throat, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. He stepped aside from the crowd to catch his breath. Gazing out the window, memories of their time on stage surged through him, making his heart race uncontrollably. Lan Wangji had shielded him on stage, and the look in his eyes was enough to leave Wei Wuxian wanting to dig his fingernails into his palm. This is outrageous. What kind of gaze was that? Does he not realize how easily it can be misconstrued? However, after a lengthy moment of self-soothing, Wei Wuxian managed to regain his composure. Their stage play was steeped in deep emotional resonance. No one could remain unmoved by the sincerity of such pure love. Lan Wangji truly was dedicated to his craft. Once composed, Wei Wuxian rejoined the throng. The stage play was nearing its conclusion. As the two of them walked side by side, the video displayed scenes from the stage, featuring characters, melodies, and an unending chorus of screams. When Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji shared a smile on stage, suddenly a voice from the video called out, "Kiss." "Ah!" This was followed by a cacophony of voices urging the two to kiss. Nia Huaisong, momentarily flustered by holding the phone, stumbled slightly, while those around either fell silent or stifled their laughter at the spectacle. The call for a kiss grew louder, pleading, "Just one kiss, for the sake of world peace." The noise escalated, and unable to contain themselves any longer, the laughter erupted. Chapter 57. The spring breeze cannot conceal the threads of affection, with Nia Huaisong and Tiao Lei leading the charge. Laughter erupted. "Wei Gu, so many people adore you. They want you two to kiss. Will you grant them a little reward? Get lost, get lost." Wei Wuxian pushed him away, his cheeks involuntarily warming. "A kiss won't cost you anything. Weren't you just saying how much you relish this adoration? If you two kiss, you'll surely soar to new heights of fame," Wei Wuxian retorted. "You dare make such jokes about Lan Zhan? I see you wish to be expelled from the student council." Tiao Lei glanced at Lan Wangji, noticing he was unfazed by their jesting, thus feeling emboldened to continue. The president might just be thinking the same. "Nonsense. Do you want to fight?" Wei Wuxian chased after him, all the while casting glances at Lan Wangji to gauge his reaction. Lan Wangji remained seated, his expression inscrutable, leaving others to speculate on his thoughts. With the school anniversary concluded, everyone returned to their regular academic routines, taking the time to rest and prepare for the upcoming monthly exams. The following days were filled with an amalgamation of rigorous study and monotony. By the weekend, Wei Wuxian sought out Lan Wangji for pheromone exchanges. After their interaction, they would apply a barrier patch and spray a blocking agent, allowing Wei Wuxian the freedom to roam. Whenever he desired to replenish his pheromones, he would simply seek out Lan Wangji. However, Lan Wangji seemed quite busy over the weekends, leaving early in the morning and returning around 10 at night. Days passed in a steady rhythm, and one evening during self-study, Wei Wuxian was engrossed in a recently distributed mock exam when suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper landed on his desk. Without a doubt, it was from Nie Huaisong. Sure enough, upon glancing over, he saw Nie Huaisong signaling him to open the paper. Unfolding it, he discovered a message urging him to check the school's promotional video on their official website. Discarding the note, Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji, who was diligently focused on his own work, then discreetly turned to shield his actions. Regardless, he could not brazenly play with his phone in front of the student council president. Known for his strict enforcement of rules, once he was certain Lan Wangji would not notice his movements, Wei Wuxian retrieved his phone and navigated to the school's official video account. The first entry that caught his eye was a video from the live broadcast on the day of the anniversary celebration. Without needing to click, he could see the video's popularity, with shares exceeding 1 million. Wei Wuxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a vast audience had viewed it. Just then, Nie Huaisong sent him a message, providing several screenshots of posts, one of which bore a glaring title, Wangxian. What on earth is this? Wei Wuxian scrolled down, and beneath the highlighted post were numerous comments. Many of the terms were unfamiliar to him, such as main character, shipping, and golden wedding. The images accompanying these terms were all from his and Lan Wangji's performance on the day of the celebration. After scrolling a bit further, Wei Wuxian also discovered candid photos of him and Lan Wangji, even capturing moments of them walking to the cafeteria together. The angles varied widely, including shots of Lan Wangji ruffling his hair, cradling his face, wrapping an arm around his waist, and even images of them kissing. My heavens! Wei Wuxian could hardly believe his eyes. The individuals in the photos were undoubtedly him and Lan Wangji, yet the actions depicted were things they had never done, certainly not kissing. Just then, Nie Huaisong sent another message. You two are genuinely trending. So many people are paying attention. Wait a Mingxing, do you have any plans for entering the entertainment industry? If so, I'll become a director. And you two can be my stars. Ignoring Nie Huaisong's teasing, Wei Wuxian typed back, what is all this? Why are there so many photos of us? Do they even take pictures of us eating? Next, will they photograph me sleeping or using the restroom? And also, when did Lanzhan and I kiss? We've barely even held hands. Nie Huaisong replied, calm down, calm down. I know you two haven't kissed. They know you haven't either. If you look closely at those photos, they are merely taken from some peculiar angles and have been photoshopped. They're not real. Wei Wuxian. Why would anyone go to such lengths to create these photos? Nie Huaisong. I believe those taking the photos mean no harm. They simply enjoy seeing you two together. Perhaps our outstanding performance at the anniversary celebration drew in a larger audience, and that's how this wave of attention began. Nie Huaisong continued, however, I've looked through many of these posts, and they are quite tasteful. They don't capture everything, just moments of ambiguity when you and Lan Wangji are together. Ambiguity with Lan Wangji? Wei Wuxian's hand trembled, nearly dropping his phone. What ambiguity was there between him and Lan Wangji? Nie Huaisong added, honestly, I've been rooting for you two for quite some time. After reading some analyses of these posts, with phrases like the tough guy's tender heart and even an iron tree can bloom, and the spring breeze cannot conceal the threads of affection, the love between an alpha and a beta that transcends societal norms. Their analyses are quite convincing. I found them quite compelling. Nie Huaisong's messages brimmed with incredulity, thinking back to last month when you asked those questions in physiology class about what matters more, liking someone or compatibility. Whether alphas and betas can be together. So you two are genuinely together in ways we cannot see. Nie Huaisong's remarks left Wei Wuxian in a state of utter bewilderment for quite some time. Although he recognized each character sent by Nie Huaisong, he found himself at a loss when it came to deciphering their collective meaning. When had he ever conveyed such sentiments to Lan Wangji? What was this talk of a stoic man with tender feelings and a breezy demeanor? He had certainly not professed his love for Lan Wangji in a public setting. Moreover, he was not a beta. Who were those fools who spread the rumor that he was? He merely had not undergone differentiation. How did that make him a beta? Faced with Nie Huaisong's relentless questioning about the veracity of the post's analyses, Wei Wuxian could no longer tolerate it and promptly sent back a curt roll away before shutting off his device and stowing his phone back in his pocket. Alas, while he could return the phone, he could not retrieve his thoughts. Chapter 58. Lan Wangji's approaching presence. Stealing a glance at the unobtrusive and unaware Lan Wangji, Wei Wuxian felt a flush creep across his cheeks. For many days following his discovery of the posts shared by Nie Huaisong, Wei Wuxian remained acutely aware of the scrutiny directed toward him and Lan Wangji from those around him, even from their classmates. What was there to behold? Wei Wuxian found it difficult to fathom. Furthermore, he noticed that whenever he attempted to draw closer to Lan Wangji, the sensation of being observed intensified, ultimately compelling him to suppress his playful inclinations and maintain a respectful distance from Lan Wangji. Only in this manner could he find some semblance of tranquility. On this particular Friday, during the final period of physical education class, after a brief session of free activity, Wei Wuxian settled into a spot to rest. In less than 10 minutes, he had exchanged glances with several individuals nearby, most of whom were girls. Their gazes were devoid of aggression, exuding a friendly demeanor that even carried an indefinable hopefulness. What were they anticipating? Did they wish for him to tease Lan Wangji? This was rather absurd. In his previous state of ignorance, Wei Wuxian would have interpreted the attention of so many as a testament to his own charm. Cheerfully greeting each one, however, now that he was aware of their potential thoughts, his demeanor became noticeably awkward. After learning of these matters from Nie Huaisong, Wei Wuxian had not spoken privately with Lan Wangji for nearly a week. Tiao Lei and Quan Er made their way around the playground and approached Wei Wuxian, inviting him to join a basketball game against Class 1, as they were short on players. Wei Wuxian rose to follow them to the court. The three of them, along with Jiang Cheng, formed a team. Originally, Nie Huaisong was supposed to join, but he had left due to a stomachache, so Tiao Lei intended to find another player. As Wei Wuxian waited in place. Tiao Lei had yet to leave to recruit someone when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Are you short one?" Wei Wuxian turned to see that Lan Wangji had approached unnoticed. Standing behind him, Tiao Lei nodded in response. Lan Wangji stated, "I'll join." Tiao Lei replied, "That works." The group arrived at the basketball court, where several members of Class 1 were already waiting. After exchanging greetings, Wei Wuxian locked eyes with Wangqi, who quickly averted his gaze, seemingly still reluctant to face Wei Wuxian directly after their previous encounter. Class 1's strength was not to be underestimated. During the last multi-school sports event, they had ranked just behind Class 3. Their motivation for this match was infused with a strong desire to redeem themselves. Nie Huaisong had played as the point guard, and now Lan Wangji occupied that position. Before the game commenced, they warmed up. Wei Wuxian stretched his legs and arms, then approached Lan Wangji, asking, "Lan Zhan, do you usually play basketball?" Lan Wangji replied, "I've played before." "Then that means you're not that good," Wei Wuxian remarked, "No worries. Class 1 is merely seeking to regain face after losing to us last time. Regardless of the outcome, there's no need to feel tense." "I'm not tense," Lan Wangji responded. With warm-ups completed, the game began, and the referee tossed the ball into play. As the team's shooting guard, Wei Wuxian possessed exceptional long-range shooting and agility, always leading the charge. Jiang Cheng played as a small forward. The trio coordinated well in their shots. But Class 1 had clearly come prepared, eager to reclaim their pride, resulting in a fierce competition. After several exchanges, the score remained tied. Although Wei Wuxian was typically reliable in his shooting, it was evident that the opposing team had devised a strategy specifically to counter him. Having studied his playing style, one of his shots was intercepted by the opposing center, prompting Wei Wuxian to curse under his breath. How did they seem to anticipate all his moves? The opposing forward, Chen Hao, shot him a smug grin and flashed a friendly international gesture. Wei Wuxian frowned. Was this person an idiot? "Focus," Jiang Cheng admonished. After the opposing team secured the ball, it quickly made its way to Wei Wuxian's basket. Wei Wuxian attempted to intercept but arrived too late, while Tiao Lei's defense also failed, resulting in a score against them. With the game nearing its conclusion, the opposing team was already preparing to celebrate their victory. As Chen Hao advanced with the ball, Wei Wuxian and his teammates surrounded him, forcing him to pass to a teammate. However, standing at the three-point line, he had the capability to make a three-point shot. Yet, it was clear he lacked the confidence to attempt it, otherwise he wouldn't be stalling. Instead of passing to a teammate, he brazenly bulldozed his way through, colliding forcefully with Wei Wuxian. The impact was akin to being struck by a bull, and Wei Wuxian staggered several steps back, nearly losing his footing. As Chen Hao took his shot, it went in. Jiang Cheng shot a glance at Wei Wuxian, then seized Chen Hao by the collar, exclaiming, "That's cheating. Do you have no shame in using your body to obstruct?" Chen Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Normal defense. Where's the cheating in that?" In the instant of the collision, unless there was a camera documenting the match, it would be challenging to determine whether a foul had occurred. Wei Wuxian felt a dull ache in his chest. This guy was playing rough. With a grimace, Wei Wuxian lunged at Chen Hao. But the latter was equally stubborn. After all, this was merely an informal match between classes without any recording. If Chen Hao insisted he hadn't committed a foul, there was little Wei Wuxian could do without evidence. No matter how much pressure Wei Wuxian and his friends applied to elicit an apology, Chen Hao remained unyielding. The voices of both sides grew increasingly loud, creating a cacophony that threatened to escalate into a brawl. Observing Wei Wuxian's predicament, Lan Wangji placed a hand gently on his chest, pressing slightly to confirm he was unharmed, before turning to the opposing team, declaring, "Let us continue the match." Chen Hao chuckled, "Sure." Lan Wangji added, "If we win, you all must apologize." The opposition scoffed. After all, they were leading by 2 points, and with both teams evenly matched, recovering those points would not be an easy feat for Wei Wuxian. Chen Hao taunted, "There's still a minute left. You'd better step up your game." Both teams took their positions, and the referee prepared to resume play. As Wei Wuxian stepped forward to contest the ball, Lan Wangji interjected, "I'll handle it." Chapter 59. Encountering another fool, the ball was thrown up, and with a graceful leap, Lan Wangji seized it effortlessly, launching it toward Jiang Cheng, who dashed toward the opposing basket. The opposing team reacted quickly, surrounding Jiang Cheng. Once again, the situation mirrored that of Chen Hao earlier. He faced a choice between attempting a three-pointer or passing the ball. Wei Wuxian found himself closely marked by Chen Hao, who was determined not to let him near the ball, practically sticking to him. "What a repulsive tactic," Wei Wuxian cursed under his breath. "Are you in love with me or something? Why do you keep trying to get so close?" Chen Hao leered at Wei Wuxian, his gaze lingering with a predatory glint. "You've got a nice face, but too bad you're not an Omega. Otherwise, I'd have a field day with you." The way this guy looked at him was utterly revolting, sending shivers down Wei Wuxian's spine. Unable to restrain himself, he delivered a solid punch to Chen Hao's gut. "Screw you, Omega. Are you looking for a death wish by saying such things?" Wei Wuxian's strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Hao let out a pained grunt upon receiving the blow. On Jiang Cheng's end, he dribbled the ball a couple of times, and since Wei Wuxian was no longer an option, he resolved to attempt a three-pointer, leaving the outcome to fate. However, unnoticed by everyone else, Lan Wangji had already made his way over, calling out, "Here." The prowess of Lan Wangji remains shrouded in mystery to all, and none have taken specific precautions against him. Jiang Cheng, after a fleeting moment of consideration, returned the ball. As soon as the ball landed in Lan Wangji's hands, he leapt and released it with precision, the opposing team attempting to intercept, but to no avail. Lan Wangji not only threw the ball high but with remarkable steadiness, executing a perfect swish, and it was a three-pointer, absolutely stunning. As the ball descended and the whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, the sudden reversal left the opposing team utterly bewildered. At the same time, Wei Wuxian and Chen Hao found themselves in a heated exchange. "What the hell?" A swish, coughing, Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "Lan Zhan, your skills are impressive. Just a moment ago, when you claimed to have played against me, I thought you were merely exaggerating." Due to the recent impact on his chest, Wei Wuxian was still struggling to regain his composure. Each loud utterance triggered a cough. Jiang Cheng rushed over to pull the combative Wei Wuxian to his feet. Both were looking rather disheveled, while Chen Hao, with a fierce glint in his eyes, remarked, "Wei Wuxian, I will remember you." Wei Wuxian retorted, "Feel free to remember me. I have no shortage of those." As he spoke loudly, he was once again overtaken by a fit of coughs. His chest still uncomfortable, Jiang Cheng patted him on the back, to which Wei Wuxian replied, all right, enough. If you keep that up, my lungs will surely protest." Jiang Cheng admonished, "You should have dodged," Wei Wuxian countered. "Who knew he would charge directly at me?" That was a foul. In the midst of their exchange, Lan Wangji had already brought over several of the opposing players. Addressing the 5 individuals, he stated, "Apologize." Acknowledging their wrongdoing, Wang Qi and the others mumbled an apology. Chen Hao, however, wore an expression of defiance, having remained silent during the apology. Wei Wuxian called out, "I didn't hear you. Speak louder. Weren't you quite forceful when you ran into me?" Chen Hao replied, "I apologized. Whether you heard it or not is your problem." Taking a step forward, Wei Wuxian challenged, "Why are you stalling? Do you still want to get hit?" Chen Hao mirrored his advance. "Do you think I fear you?" Chen Hao stood tall, looking down his nose at him. He was an alpha, a robust athlete with broad shoulders, significantly more imposing than Wei Wuxian's slender frame. Yet, their earlier scuffle had ended inconclusively, neither emerging as the victor. Their gazes hardened, and their respective entourages readied themselves to intervene should either party make a move. Suddenly, Lan Wangji stepped forward, placing himself between Wei Wuxian and Qian Hao. "Apologize," he ordered, his tone icy. The sudden intervention radiated an aura of intimidation. His already pale eyes now appeared almost devoid of warmth. Qian Hao, recognizing Lan Wangji from having previously enforced discipline in their class, opened his mouth to respond but found his lips trembling, his palms slick with cold sweat. The tension between alphas not only breeds rivalry but also exerts a formidable pressure. The coldness of Lan Wangji's demeanor was chilling, and the dominance of his alpha pheromones was terrifying. Under the weight of that pheromone aura, Qian Hao felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel, and with great effort, he stammered, "I'm sorry." His legs buckled, and he stumbled but quickly regained his footing and fled. The remaining members of the opposing team followed suit, and Tiao Lei furrowed his brow, saying, "President, you should tone down the pressure of your pheromones. We can barely withstand it." Lan Wangji turned away. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the others. Wei Wuxian blinked in surprise. Jiang Cheng's expression, however, remained grim, his demeanor darkened. Although Wei Wuxian could not perceive it, the others' reactions indicated that Lan Wangji had indeed exerted some influence, likely by releasing his pheromones to intimidate the opposition. While all alphas are similar, there are distinctions among them. Wei Wuxian queried, "So, do all you alphas settle disputes this way?" Without even throwing a punch? Tiao Lei exhaled, "This is pheromone suppression. A stronger alpha can specifically target and incapacitate a weaker one, rendering them unable to act." Wei Wuxian was taken aback. "Wow, that's incredible. Just standing there and resolving the conflict without any physical confrontation? What do you call the brawls I've engaged in?" He swung his arms, revealing the bruises from his recent encounter with Qian Hao. Jiang Cheng commented, "Consider yourself fortunate. Besides, you're not an alpha." Wei Wuxian smirked. "Jiang Cheng, that stings. Are you looking down on me?" Quan Er chimed in, "Wei Gu, is being an alpha really that significant? Haven't you fought your share of alphas?" Because Wei Wuxian was impervious to the effects of pheromones, any intimidation from an alpha held no sway over him. It all came down to whose fists were stronger. In that regard, he had never feared anyone. After pondering this, Wei Wuxian couldn't resist the urge to drape his arm over Lan Wangji's shoulder. As his hand reached out, he hesitated, opting instead to pat Lan Wangji's shoulder, exclaiming, "Lan Zhan, you truly are remarkable, consistently surprising everyone." Lan Wangji's gaze shifted from Wei Wuxian's bruised arm to his chest, his hands hovering momentarily before falling back down. He finally inquired, "Are you all right?" Chapter 60. Returning to the Jiang family ancestral home. Wei Wuxian withdrew his hand from Lan Wangji's shoulder and pressed gently on his ribs, feeling a dull ache. "I'm fine. Really, it's just a bump. Nothing's broken." Jiang Cheng warned, "Take it easy next time. That guy is significantly larger than you, and being an alpha, a deliberate collision like that will leave you feeling sore for days." Wei Wuxian retorted, "What's so special about being an alpha? If he hadn't cheated, would he have been able to hit me? Even if he is an alpha, I can still take him down." Jiang Cheng scoffed. Wei Wuxian's brows furrowed defiantly. "Jiang Cheng, are you looking down on me? How about we settle this with a little sparring?" Jiang Cheng ignored him. Wei Wuxian insisted, "Come on, hurry up, let's spar." Jiang Cheng replied, "You're such a child." Wei Wuxian was about to call out again when he felt a slight pressure on his head. He froze, hearing Lan Wangji's voice beside him, "You should rest well during this time and not overexert yourself." Lan Wangji placed his hand briefly on Wei Wuxian's head before withdrawing it. The gesture appeared innocent enough, unnoticed by those around them. Wei Wuxian blinked in surprise, involuntarily responding with a soft mm. Just then, someone called out to them, indicating that the physical education teacher wanted them to gather. As they moved forward, Wei Wuxian pondered whether Lan Wangji's earlier touch had been a gentle pat. Why? As he was lost in thought, Tiao Lei approached and pulled him along. "Hurry up. We're gathering," Wei Wuxian replied. "Oh," and quickened his pace to catch up. After school, as Wei Wuxian was packing his belongings in the dormitory in preparation for the weekend, his phone lit up with a message from Jiang Fengyan, informing him that Yu Ziyuan had returned from abroad and directing them to return to the ancestral home after school. Wei Wuxian called out to Jiang Cheng, "Did you receive a message from Uncle Jiang?" Jiang Cheng responded, I did. Once their things were packed, the two of them slung their backpacks over their shoulders and left the dormitory, which contained their report cards from the past few months. As they descended the stairs, Wei Wuxian sent a message to Lan Wangji, letting him know that he might not visit this weekend since they wouldn't know how Yu Ziyuan would manage them. And whether they could go out was still uncertain. Upon reaching the first floor, Wei Wuxian spotted Lan Wangji waiting at the entrance of the dormitory, seemingly for him. As he approached to speak, Jiang Cheng was already striding ahead. If you don't hurry up, I won't wait for you. Ignoring him, Wei Wuxian addressed Lan Wangji. Do you need something from me? Lan Wangji looked at Wei Wuxian and, after a brief pause, stated, I usually return home by 10. If you need anything, feel free to find me. Wei Wuxian replied, Oh, I'll remember that. Lan Wangji nodded. In truth, Lan Wangji could have easily conveyed this message via text. Yet he chose to wait for Wei Wuxian at the dormitory entrance. The two walked together to the school gate before parting ways. When he spotted Jiang Cheng again, he found him already seated in the car. You re so slow. Wei Wuxian playfully punched him. Shut up. The journey by car to the Indigo Garden on the outskirts was a picturesque one. This area is renowned as the most verdant and scenic spot in City A, with land prices even surpassing those in the city center, making it the most upscale residential district in City A. The grand entrance of the Jiang residence stood firmly closed, yet as the two alighted from the vehicle and approached, the doors swung open automatically. The expansive courtyard exuded a rich antique charm, and upon leaving the clamor of towering skyscrapers, one could truly savor the essence of a tranquil life upon entering the residence. The hour was still early, and Zhang Yanli had not yet returned. Aunt Zhang informed them that Yu Ziyuan had also left for the company shortly after her return, but would be back soon. If they felt peckish, they could venture to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng exchanged a glance, yet neither made a move and remained seated in the living room. The vast expanse of the living area felt desolate and eerily quiet with only the two of them occupying the space. Half an hour passed before Jiang Yanli returned. Upon seeing the two seated like statues, she inquired, What are you two doing sitting there? Aren't you hungry? Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng shook their heads. Jiang Yanli remarked, Even if you're not hungry, you shouldn't just sit there motionless. It's rather unsettling. Wei Wuxian replied, Sister, soon madam you will be back. We're just sitting here so she doesn't get upset if she doesn't see us. Jiang Yanli chuckled. Why would she be upset? Since there's nothing pressing, you two might as well lend me a hand. I'm going to make soup for mother. The two nodded and rose to follow Jiang Yanli into the kitchen. After the soup was simmering, Aunt Zhang came to inform them that Madam Yu had returned. Jiang Yanli instructed Aunt Zhang to watch over the fire and turn it off in 3 minutes. And then the three of them made their way out. Jiang Yanli led the way, followed by Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian. In the living room, on the sofa, Yu Ziyuan held her phone while papers lay before her. Engaged in a phone call, she glanced at the three approaching figures, and after 2 minutes, she hung up. Jiang Yanli walked over and linked her arm with Yu Ziyuan's, saying, Mother, you're finally back. It's been months since we last saw you. Why? Yu Ziyuan patted her hand. I had a business matter overseas that required my personal attention. After it was settled, I took the opportunity to enjoy a vacation. Jiang Yanli nodded. Mother, next time you go somewhere, please take us along. Why? Yu Ziyuan glanced at Jiang Cheng and Wei Wuxian, who stood like two sticks at the side, and said nothing, redirecting her gaze. Very well. Aunt Zhang brought forth the meal, and they all moved to the dining table. Zhang Fengyan was still occupied with matters at the company and had yet to return. Jiang Yanli served the lotus root and pork rib soup to everyone. And Wei Wuxian, upon receiving his bowl, first inhaled the aroma before beginning to eat. Jiang Yanli and Yu Ziyuan chatted about recent events, while Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng exchanged knowing glances, instinctively lowering their presence and focusing on their meals. Suddenly, Yu Ziyuan remarked, You two are sitting so stiffly. Do you plan to bury your heads in your bowls while eating? The two immediately adjusted their postures. Wei Wuxian scanned them and then inquired about their recent studies, particularly asking Jiang Cheng. When Jiang Cheng presented his report cards, upon hearing that he ranked 3rd in his class and 5th in the grade, Yu Ziyuan's expression hardened slightly, and she ceased examining the report. Wei Wuxian swiftly interjected, explaining that a new transfer student with outstanding grades had joined and immediately claimed the top spot in the entire level, emphasizing that it was not due to a lack of effort on their part that their rankings had slipped. However, Yu Ziyuan's response was, lack of ability is lack of ability. If you had the capability, Why aren't you the one who ranked first? Thus, after the meal, Jiang Cheng found himself under Yu Ziyuan's watchful eye. Confined to the study to write a self-reflection on why his grades had declined. Although Wei Wuxian entered the study as well, whether he wrote a reflection or not depended entirely on his own diligence. Sitting at the desk, Wei Wuxian penned a mere 2 characters before setting down his pen, looking over at Jiang Cheng, who was fervently scribbling away. Wei Wuxian tilted his head for a glance. Discovering that Jiang Cheng was confessing to having failed to rise early for morning study and revise properly during the weekends after Yu Ziyuan had gone abroad. Wei Wuxian was taken aback and quickly covered Jiang Cheng's reflection. "What are you doing?" Jiang Cheng asked. Wei Wuxian pulled the reflection paper closer, confirming its contents before exclaiming, "Jiang Cheng, you're quite bold to write this. Aren't you afraid, madam, you will use a whip on you after you confess all this?" Wei Wuxian spoke truthfully. They had both faced Madam Yu's disciplinary measures in the past, and the whip was synonymous with family discipline. "This is a self-reflection," Jiang Cheng stated. Wei Wuxian crumpled Jiang Cheng's reflection and tossed it into the wastebasket. Jiang Cheng fumed. "What is wrong with you?" Wei Wuxian retorted, "What you wrote is incorrect." Jiang Cheng bent down to retrieve his reflection paper, and Wei Wuxian explained, "Our rankings dropped because a certain Lan Wangji emerged out of nowhere. His grades surpassed all of ours. Although he performed better, it doesn't mean we regressed. Look, didn't your math score improve compared to last time? Other subjects have also seen an uptick. Your total score is higher than before. So how can this be considered a decline? Madam, you had been away for months." She was unaware of the specific circumstances at school or of Lan Zhan's capabilities, and merely perceived their drop in rankings as a sign of regression, which was rather short-sighted. Jiang Cheng stared at his crumpled reflection paper for a moment before Wei Wuxian added, "What you've written here will do nothing but earn you a whipping." Jiang Cheng looked up at him. "Then how should I write it?" Wei Wuxian replied, "Really? Have you lost your mind? Madam Yu reprimands you a couple of times, and all you know is to admit fault. You ought to compare your current grades with previous ones, clearly stating your improvements rather than regressions, and express your intention to improve next time. There is no need for such a tedious confession. You deserve some privacy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng fell silent for a few seconds, then, as if enlightened, punched Wei Wuxian lightly. "I must admit, sometimes you're surprisingly useful." Wei Wuxian coughed softly. "You flatter me." Jiang Cheng resumed writing his reflection, while Wei Wuxian rubbed his chest, having initially felt no pain from the earlier encounter with Qian Hao, but after being struck by Jiang Cheng, the discomfort returned. After spending approximately 2 hours in the study, Jiang Yanli opened the door. Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng spoke in unison, "Sister." Jiang Yanli glanced at the reflections in their hands and announced, "Father has returned. He asked me to call you two out." The two stood from their seats, and Jiang Yanli took their reflections, saying, "I'll hand these over to Mother for you." They nodded in agreement. Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng exited the study in succession and made their way downstairs. Below, Jiang Fengmian rested on the sofa with his eyes closed, and upon hearing their movements, he opened his eyes to gaze up at the two on the staircase. Jiang Fengmian gestured for them to come sit beside him. They obediently settled on either side of Jiang Fengmian. "Father," Jiang Cheng greeted. "Uncle Jiang, have you eaten dinner?" Wei Wuxian asked. Jiang Fengmian replied, "I have. The reason I called you two over is to inquire about something. Though you're only in your second year of high school, it's beneficial to contemplate these matters early." Wei Wuxian prompted, "Uncle Jiang, please go ahead." Jiang Fengmian continued, "Have you given any thought to what major you'd like to pursue in university?" Jiang Cheng replied, "I want to study finance, just like my sister." Jiang Fengmian turned to Wei Wuxian, "And you?" Wei Wuxian hesitated, pondering. He understood Jiang Cheng's desire to study finance, as possessing specialized knowledge would better equip him to inherit the family business. However, Wei Wuxian's interest lay elsewhere. Since the tragic passing of his parents when he was but 5, he had been living with the Jiang family. Wei Changza had enjoyed a cordial partnership with Jiang Fengmian during his lifetime, and they were even university alumni. The Wei family also owned a company, but it paled in comparison to the scale of the Jiang enterprise. After the untimely demise of Wei Changza and his wife, the family business was seized by unscrupulous individuals. It was only through the legitimate agency agreement Jiang Fengmian had signed with Wei Changza that the company was reclaimed and temporarily placed under the Jiang family's stewardship. Jiang Fengmian had assured Wei Wuxian that once he graduated from university or was capable of managing the company, the rightful shares would be transferred back to him. Yet, Wei Wuxian held no interest in managing a company. And having lived with the Jiang family for so long, he felt a sense of belonging despite not sharing their surname. Given that the company had been under the Jiang family's management for many years, the sudden suggestion to hand it back to him was something Wei Wuxian found difficult to fathom. After some contemplation, Wei Wuxian finally spoke. I don't wish to study finance, but I'm also uncertain about what to pursue. Jiang Fengmian kindly suggested, before you solidify your thoughts, how about I share a story with you? Jiang Fengmian seldom regaled Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng with stories. Upon hearing this, the two instantly perked up. At that moment, Jiang Yanli descended the spiral staircase from the second floor, holding a thick and substantial album. This album was one that Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng had never seen before. Yet it bore evident traces of frequent handling. Jiang Yanli handed the album to Jiang Fengmian and then settled down beside him. As Jiang Fengmian opened the album, he was greeted by an entire page filled with neatly arranged, slightly yellowed individual photographs, reminiscent of identification pictures. Beside each photograph was inscribed the name of its subject, as if to immortalize their identity. Each person in the images donned military uniforms, appearing youthful and handsome, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, much like Wei Wuxian and his companions at present. Wei Wuxian quickly spotted his father, Wei Changze, among them. Having lost his parents at a tender age, young Wei Wuxian had little recollection of his childhood, and Jiang Fengmian rarely spoke of the past. Thus, both he and Jiang Cheng were unaware that their father had once been a soldier. Jiang Yanli, being a few years older, had a vague recollection of this fact, but not much more. Jiang Fengmian remarked, the 12 individuals on this page were our classmates at military school. Wei Wuxian's gaze drifted downward on the page, and suddenly, he thought he recognized a familiar face, somewhat resembling Lan Wangji. However, before he could examine it closely, Jiang Fengmian flipped several pages back. Chapter 62. A Visit to the Military School. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, Wei Wuxian dismissed it, thinking he could look again later. As the pages turned, he came upon images depicting his father's university life at the military academy. Numerous photographs captured moments of training. Though most faces were obscured, their physiques during drills were discernible. Nevertheless, Wei Wuxian adeptly identified his father's figure, crawling on the ground, rolling in the mud, crossing ropes, and climbing walls. Jiang Fengmian pointed to one photograph, his eyes warm with nostalgia. This was taken during a camping competition. Your father and I were not just friends and classmates. We were comrades. In the photograph, Jiang Fengmian and Wei Changze had their arms draped over each other's shoulders, gazing at the camera, their faces smeared with dirt, bearing scars and fatigue. Yet their youthful ambition and brilliance shone through, radiating a spirit of vitality. The group remained silent for a considerable time, engrossed in the album, as if witnessing the grand scenes that had unfolded within those captured moments, passionate and magnificent. Flipping through a few more pages, Wei Wuxian suddenly spotted another familiar face in one of the photographs. He pointed to a man in a military cap, striding through the crowd. Though only 2/3 of his face was visible, Wei Wuxian immediately recognized him as strikingly similar to Lan Wangji. Uncle Jiang, who is this person? The others followed Wei Wuxian's finger, and upon seeing the man's face, Jiang Cheng's eyes widened slightly. Jiang Fengmian remarked, he looks quite familiar, doesn't he? He resembles your classmate. Wei Wuxian nodded, while Jiang Cheng wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, why is he everywhere? Jiang Fengmian continued, he was the captain of our class, 2 years older than us, excelling in all aspects, and he led us for quite some time. Moreover, he shares the surname Lan.as. Jiang Fengmian flipped back to the first page of the album. Wei Wuxian finally got a clear look at the photograph he had previously overlooked. At the bottom of the first page, he discerned the face of a man with a gentle demeanor and an almost smiling expression, exuding an air of refinement, bearing a 6-part resemblance to Lan Wangji. Jiang Fengmian then gestured for Wei Wuxian to look at the adjacent photograph, where another individual, similar to Lan Wangji, appeared in the penultimate row. This second person, however, emanated a temperament and aura more akin to Lan Wangji's, both presenting a chilling demeanor. While their appearances did not match as closely, their essences bore a 5-part resemblance. Crucially, both individuals shared the surname Lan and appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Fengmian, suggesting they were direct relatives of Lan Wangji, one of whom was likely his father. Indeed, Jiang Fengmian's subsequent words confirmed this. That evening at the banquet, when I saw your classmate, I recognized him. His father must have been my classmate as well. Reflecting on that day, Wei Wuxian recalled noticing Jiang Fengmian's lingering gaze upon Lan Wangji. Initially, He had assumed Jiang Fengmian was observing Lan Wangji through the lens of admiration for another's exceptional child. But it turned out to be for this reason. After perusing the album and gaining a clearer understanding of certain matters, Jiang Fengmian stated, "My intention in showing you these is not only to help you understand the past, but also to inquire whether either of you harbors aspirations of enlisting in the military or applying to the military academy." Wei Wuxian gazed at the concluding photograph in the album, a large group shot of nearly 100 individuals, commemorating the graduation of the 95th class from the Wangxian National Defense University. Each figure donned military attire, exuding an air of integrity and resolve, standing tall like bamboo shoots in the sun, vibrant and grand. Jiang Fengmian added, "Upon graduating from the National Defense University, there are guaranteed job placements. Of course, you may choose to return. Ultimately, the choice lies with you." Wei Wuxian inquired, "Uncle Jiang, may I ask why you and my father did not remain in the military?" Upon this subject, Jiang Fengmian's gaze momentarily drifted toward the window. As if lost in certain memories, Wei Wuxian exchanged silent glances with Jiang Cheng and Jiang Yanli, a tacit understanding passing between them. After a moment, all reminiscences coalesced into a long sigh, and Jiang Fengmian withdrew his gaze, stating, "I scarcely remember the past. It was too long ago." Wei Wuxian remained silent. If he truly could not recall, then why had he lingered in nostalgic silence for so long? If he had forgotten, why were the traces of handling on the album so pronounced? Perhaps some matters were simply too delicate to be easily revisited. Jiang Fengmian continued, "What I have shared today regarding your university aspirations is meant to provide you with more to contemplate. Asian, A Chung, regardless of whether you choose to apply to the military academy, I will support your decision." Having said this, Jiang Fengmian dismissed the three of them. As Wei Wuxian, Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Yanli ascended to the second floor. They encountered Yu Ziyuan descending the stairs. Notably, Yu Ziyuan refrained from mentioning Jiang Cheng's declining grades. As she moved downward, the three continued upward. Upon reaching the staircase's turn, Jiang Yanli suddenly overheard the conversation below. Yu Ziyuan asked, "Do you genuinely wish for them to attend the military academy?" Jiang Yanli tugged at the two, signaling them to pause and listen. Jiang Fengmian replied, "I think it's not entirely up to me. It primarily depends on what they wish." Why Yu Ziyuan countered, "Since you've already brought it up, do you think they want to consider it?" Jiang Fengmian stated, "The more considerations, the more varied paths one can traverse in life." Yu Ziyuan slapped the table, exclaiming, "I see you truly intend to send Aching to endure hardships at the military academy. What if he chooses to remain in the army and never returns? Who will manage this vast estate when we grow old?" Jiang Fengmian replied, "If Aching truly stays in the military, we still have Ali." The conversations between Jiang Fengmian and Yu Ziyuan were no longer heard by the others, for it was Jiang Fengmian's subsequent remark that finally illuminated Jiang Yanli on the reason her father had persistently urged her to study finance. It was also due to the dialogue between the two below that Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng began to genuinely contemplate whether to apply to a military academy. On Saturday, Jiang Fengmian deliberately took time to escort Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng to visit a museum, where they closely examined various models of firearms, tanks, and artillery displayed within. Though these were merely models, their tactile and visual realism was utterly striking and awe-inspiring. After their exploration, Jiang Fengmian drove them to Wangxian National Defense University for a tour. Following a series of rigorous security checks, Jiang Fengmian finally entered the campus grounds. As they traversed the campus, they were greeted by the sight of upright students clad in uniform, their demeanor as precise as if measured by a ruler and compass. The atmosphere was far more solemn than that of Wangxian University, instilling a sense of reverence that discouraged loud conversation. The four, dressed in casual attire, felt conspicuously out of place amidst the disciplined surroundings. Passing by several sculptures and flower beds, they ventured through the corridors of the buildings until they arrived at another section of the campus, when suddenly a resounding bang echoed, as though an explosion had occurred, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng were simultaneously startled, instinctively grasping each other's arms before dismissively shoving each other away. The trio turned towards the source of the sound, and with his keen vision, Wei Wuxian discerned fleeting shadows behind a tall building, reminiscent of bullet trails from artillery fire. Jiang Fengmian led them in that direction. Yet they were halted by a guard at a fence. "Sir, the area ahead is off limits." Jiang Fengmian replied, "Comrade, we are not entering. We are simply waiting here for someone who will guide us inside shortly." The guard nodded in acknowledgement. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, a figure in uniform approached, his stature imposing and strides confident, exuding an aura of authority akin to that of a commanding general. As he drew nearer, Wei Wuxian recognized the man's face. Lan Zhan. In disbelief, he nudged Jiang Cheng. Is that person Lan Zhan? He looks just like him. Jiang Cheng squinted, his brow furrowed in disbelief, clearly astonished to encounter Lan Wangji's doppelganger in such an unexpected place. However, as the figure approached further, Wei Wuxian confirmed that this man was not Lan Wangji. He was slightly taller and possessed a different gaze, with distinct eye color. Despite not being Lan Wangji, he undoubtedly shared a connection with him. Upon seeing the newcomers, the man saluted them, to which Zhang Fengmian returned a perfectly executed salute. The guard at the gate also saluted and addressed him as squad leader. The squad leader nodded. And Zhang Fengmian expressed his hope that he could assist in showing Wei Wuxian and the others around the school, as there were numerous areas Zhang Fengmian could not access alone. After giving a few instructions to Wei Wuxian and the others, Zhang Fengmian departed, leaving them exchanging glances with the squad leader. In that moment of eye contact, the squad leader's demeanor exuded maturity and gravitas. Causing Wei Wuxian to feel a slight flush of warmth, he truly resembled Lan Wangji, albeit with a different aura. Otherwise, their resemblance was strikingly similar. Moreover, this man appeared approachable and amiable. The squad leader seemed to perceive something different in Wei Wuxian's gaze. "Do you recognize me?" he inquired. Wei Wuxian shook his head. "I don't know you, but you bear an uncanny resemblance to a friend of mine." The squad leader smiled, his expression as refreshing as a spring breeze. Bringing a sense of ease, Wei Wuxian could only imagine how captivating it would be if Lan Wangji ever smiled at him. Would it leave those who witnessed it in a daze? With a gentle voice, the squad leader inquired, "Are you from Yinshan No. 1 High School?" Wei Wuxian's eyes widened slightly. This man truly was akin to Lan Wangji's older brother, as he directly stated their school affiliation. The squad leader continued, "Since you are here for a visit, just follow me." As they walked, Wei Wuxian asked, "What should we call you?" The squad leader replied, "Just call me squad leader." He led the two through the fence and, ensuring their safety, guided them through the military training grounds. The squad leader explained everything clearly, and as they observed the trainees undergoing weight training, each was drenched in sweat. The sight of armored vehicles racing alongside a hail of gunfire was truly breathtaking. They passed by a tank shooting range, where the squad leader stepped aside with the two. "These are all devoid of gunpowder. While there is no risk to life, please exercise caution." At that moment, Wei Wuxian noticed someone waving to them from ahead. The squad leader brought them closer. The figure first cast a glance at the squad leader, then focused on Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng. "What are you two doing here with squad leader Lan? This area is quite hazardous and not for casual visitors." The man was impressively tall, his muscular arms resembling tree trunks, and standing over 6 feet. His voice resonated with an authoritative timbre. The squad leader explained, "These two are here under the directive of the instructor. I'm just giving them a brief introduction." The imposing figure scrutinized Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng with an unwelcoming gaze, making Wei Wuxian feel like a mere elementary school student in comparison. The man seemed to realize they were likely privileged individuals seeking early access to the academy, eliciting a hint of disdain. Another pair of rich kids trying to leverage connections to get in. Why not simply enjoy your privileged lives? Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng felt the sting of his judgment. The squad leader cleared his throat, prompting the man to sigh, as if fulfilling a duty, and asked, "What grade are you in now?" Wei Wuxian replied, "We're in the 2nd year of high school." The man nodded. "Then why don't you two give it a try and see if you can lift those dumbbells over there?" Shifting their gaze, they noticed a set of dumbbells on the ground nearby. They appeared modest in size, yet upon closer inspection, the weight was staggering. 100 kilograms, 100 kilograms equated to nearly 200 pounds. Almost double Wei Wuxian's own weight. The man added, "No need to lift them fully. Just attempt to raise them a little, whether with one hand or both." The squad leader observed Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng, seemingly sensing their hesitation. "Allow me to demonstrate how to grip them properly for a secure lift." After a brief explanation, he bent down, grasped the handle of the dumbbell, and effortlessly lifted it as if it were a mere grocery basket. Maintaining perfect posture without so much as a tremor, Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng gasped in astonishment, their jaws agape at the sight of him lifting 200 pounds with such ease. The squad leader chuckled softly at their reaction, explaining, "With systematic training, you too can achieve this level of strength." His patient encouragement and gentle guidance showcased him as a truly benevolent individual. Despite following the techniques he imparted, Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng could only manage to raise the dumbbells slightly off the ground after several attempts. The previously silent figure observed their struggle, and his expression softened considerably, commenting, "For your age, considering you spend all your time studying academics without much physical training, achieving this much is commendable." The phrase "not bad" sounds rather forced, and Wei Wuxian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Typically, both at the villa and the Jiang family estate, there were exercise equipment available. He and Jiang Cheng did engage in physical training, yet it seemed that their modest efforts were hardly noteworthy in this context. The instructor insisted that Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng perform a few pull-ups, and overall, it was evident that while they could not be deemed incompetent, their performance was far from exceptional. After completing some tasks, just before Leader Lan led Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng away from the training area, the instructor suddenly extended his hand to the two, speaking with sincere words. "I am the leader you see before you, and you may refer to me as instructor in the future. My surname is Nye. And I welcome both of you to apply to Wangxian National Defense University next year." This abrupt shift in attitude was a recognition of their current abilities. Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng shook hands, and it was hard not to remark on how swiftly Nye's demeanor had changed. Once they exited the outdoor training area, Leader Lan guided the two of them onward. He remarked, "Both of your physiques are quite commendable. With a bit more training, you will easily meet the admission standards in the future." Wei Wuxian asked, "Is it difficult to get in here?" Leader Lan nodded. "It is not excessively difficult, but there is an additional criterion compared to Wangxian University. Besides achieving the required academic scores, physical fitness is also essential. You two do not appear to be Omegas, am I correct? Judging by their appearances, they seemed far from resembling Omegas." Jiang Cheng nodded, while Wei Wuxian hesitated before replying. "Actually, I have not yet undergone differentiation." Upon hearing this, Leader Lan's eyes widened slightly as he scrutinized Wei Wuxian's face for a couple of seconds, suddenly appearing to recall something. Simultaneously, a layer of inscrutable meaning flickered in his gaze directed at Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian questioned, "Is there something wrong with not having differentiated?" Leader Lan shook his head. "Not at all. In fact, not having differentiated is not a significant issue. Your physical condition already meets the basic standards. Although we do not typically accept Omegas, if one possesses exceptional strength and meets the admission criteria, even Omegas can be considered for acceptance. The rules are not absolute. We must also provide opportunities for others who wish to serve in the military. However, most Omegas are too physically fragile to meet the admission standards, and their bodies cannot withstand the rigors of daily training here." Wei Wuxian inquired, "So, in my case, does that mean I have no chance of applying here in the future?" Leader Lan examined Wei Wuxian closely. "I'm not entirely sure. Your situation is quite rare. However, it should be worth a try. If you were to apply to our school in the future, the medical examination would likely be more stringent." Considering the potential for unforeseen health issues, Wei Wuxian nodded. Jiang Cheng asked, "So, does that mean as long as one is an alpha or beta and meets the academic standards, they can apply here?" Leader Lan clarified, "Not all alphas and betas who meet the academic standards can enter the military academy. The tasks you were just assigned by Instructor Nye were part of the entrance assessment. We often have high school students visiting to familiarize themselves with the school. Whenever Instructor Nye encounters such visitors, he always assesses their physical condition first. However, it is rare for anyone to meet his standards. And you two are fortunate to qualify." Wei Wuxian understood that when Instructor Nye first saw them, he likely perceived them as the wealthy, inept scions of affluent families, and only after confirming their capability to meet the admission criteria did he change his demeanor to one of welcome. As the trio conversed, they had already shifted their direction toward another area. They entered a spacious and lofty hall where students were engaged in shooting practice, all fully equipped with keen expressions. The instructor led them forward and paused before a door, lightly knocking on it before opening it. Inside stood a figure clad in professional gear, wearing protective goggles and holding a simple firearm. Upon hearing the noise, he set aside his equipment and turned to face them. "Brother." The one addressed as brother, Leader Lan, nodded, and they approached. He stated, "These individuals are likely your classmates, perhaps even from the same class. Why not greet each other?" Wei Wuxian's gaze fell upon the youth with the translucent white goggles. Lan Zhan. Unable to contain himself, Wei Wuxian stepped forward. "What are you doing here?" He intended to ask why Lan Zhan was present. But then it dawned on him that Lan Zhan had just referred to the instructor as brother, indicating he must be here for his brother, It was no wonder they bore such a striking resemblance. The two stood side by side like contrasting twins. Lan Wangji opened his mouth. "What brings you here?" Lan Shichen lightly patted Lan Wangji's shoulder, saying, "I have been assigned a task by the instructor to show them around and familiarize them with the school's basic conditions." Lan Wangji nodded, his gaze now fixed on Wei Wuxian. Wei Wuxian's eyes darted between Lan Wangji and Lan Shichen several times, marveling at how identical they appeared, which was somewhat dizzying. Recalling the photographs he had seen in the album yesterday, Wei Wuxian noted the remarkable strength of the Lan family's genes, yet it was also easy to distinguish between them. He could immediately identify Lan Wangji when they stood together. Wei Wuxian stared at Lan Wangji, noting how the goggles obscured much of his face, yet they only accentuated Lan Wangji's smooth facial contours and exquisite features, as if he had stepped out of a comic book. That moment, Lan Shichen began to introduce the equipment and conditions within the room. "Would you like to give it a try?" Wei Wuxian asked. "Is that allowed?" Lan Shichen replied, "Of course." Just then, Lan Shichen fetched a set of protective gear and was about to hand it to Wei Wuxian, who stood closest, when he noticed that his younger brother had already swiftly donned the goggles on Wei Wuxian's face. After observing this, Lan Shichen smiled and handed the set to Jiang Cheng. The two put on their protective gear, and then Lan Shichen brought over air guns for them to practice, explaining that using real guns without prior training could be injurious due to the recoil. Wei Wuxian remarked, "We've played with something like this before. Although not as professional as yours, it's similar." Lan Shichen replied, "Having some prior experience will make it easier. Give it a shot." Once Jiang Cheng was suited up, he began to explore the shooting stance on his own. With Lan Wangji closely following Lan Shichen, Wei Wuxian did not need to check on him specifically. He glanced at Jiang Cheng, noting his preparation and shooting posture, which was quite commendable for someone without formal shooting training. One could not expect too much. Lan Shichen inquired if Jiang Cheng needed assistance, to which Jiang Cheng declined, stating he could manage alone. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng shot a glance at Wei Wuxian, who required Lan Wangji's help, and scoffed, "Useless." Jiang Cheng adjusted his stance and took aim, firing several shots, and soon the LED display reported his scores: 7 points, 8 points, and 8.5 points. Lan Shichen remarked, "Not bad. Clearly, you have some experience. With a bit more training, you should easily pass." Jiang Cheng asked, "What is the passing score?" Lan Shichen replied, 9 points. As he said this, he helped adjust Jiang Cheng's stance and shared some tips before allowing him to shoot again. Stepping aside, Jiang Cheng fired once more, 9 points. Lan Shichen praised, "Still quite good. You've passed with flying colors." Jiang Cheng smiled. It wasn't particularly difficult. Hearing the commotion, Wei Wuxian chimed in, "Lan Zhan, didn't you say 6 points was passing?" Lan Wangji clarified, 6 points is for night vision. Right. Wei Wuxian chuckled and, with Lan Wangji's adjustments, took his shot, landing 8 points, 8.5 points, and finally, 9 points. Lan Shichen applauded the two, exclaiming, "If I do not see you both at the school on the opening day 2 years from now, I shall feel deeply regretful." Wei Wuxian asked, "Instructor Lan, what year are you in?" Lan Shichen replied, "2nd year." Wei Wuxian nodded, then made a momentous decision. "I want to apply to the military academy." Upon hearing this, Lan Shichen's smile deepened. "You are most welcome." After spending some time enjoying themselves there, Lan Shichen continued to guide them to other areas for exploration. On the way, Jiang Cheng nudged Wei Wuxian, saying, "How could you decide so quickly and even voice it? You'll have no chance to backtrack later." Wei Wuxian responded, "What is there to regret? Whatever I, Wei Wuxian, choose to pursue, I never look back." Jiang Cheng cautioned, "Do not speak too confidently. If things go awry, you will be the only one embarrassed." Wei Wuxian declared, "Since I've said it, I will surely accomplish it. Besides, I had not decided on a major for university anyway. And after visiting here, I fell in love with it." "All right." Jiang Cheng shook his head as he listened to his words. Wei Wuxian inquired, "What is wrong? Are you not planning to come here?" Jiang Cheng shook his head once more. "I'm uncertain. After visiting here, I do have some thoughts, especially since my father wishes for both of us to apply here. However, I have always aspired to study finance, so this sudden shift has left me somewhat hesitant." Wei Wuxian patted his shoulder. "Well, my friend, take your time to think it over. As for me, I have already made my decision." With that, Wei Wuxian hurried ahead, positioning himself beside Lan Wangji, and listened intently as Lan Shichen expounded on the school's rich history and culture. The institution was vast beyond measure, making it impossible to explore every training ground and classroom in a single day. As the afternoon faded into dusk, Lan Shichen excused himself to attend to another class after showing them a few places in the morning, leaving Lan Wangji to guide the two of them. Wei Wuxian asked, Lan Zhan, you used to go out every weekend during the day. Did you come here? Lan Wangji replied, sometimes. Wei Wuxian continued, so, Lan Zhan, what are your thoughts? Are you considering applying to a military academy in the future? Lan Wangji nodded. Wei Wuxian's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. We could be schoolmates in college. Lan Wangji gently nodded in agreement. As their tour concluded, Lan Wangji had his own matters to attend to and escorted Wei Wuxian to their parking spot before departing. Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng waited for a while, receiving a message from Jiang Fengmian that he would be arriving shortly. Upon Jiang Fengmian's return, Wei Wuxian noticed another person following behind him. As they drew closer, Wei Wuxian immediately recognized the individual's face as strikingly similar to Lan Wangji's from the album he had seen. The man appeared momentarily startled upon seeing Wei Wuxian, seemingly sharing the same thought that he looked familiar. Wei Wuxian greeted, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Qing added, Father. Jiang Fengmian introduced them, this is my son, and this is Wei Ying, son of Wei Changze and Tsang Se. The man nodded, he resembles you greatly, indeed. Wei Wuxian blinked in surprise, realizing it meant he looked like his father and mother. Jiang Fengmian exchanged a few words with the man before signaling them to get into the car and leave. Before getting in, Jiang Fengmian remarked, Brother Qiren, if there's an opportunity next time, I'd like to invite you for tea. Lan Qiren nodded slightly, watching them depart. Seated in the car, Wei Wuxian reflected on Jiang Fengmian's earlier address. Qiren, Lan Qiren, realizing this person was also connected to Lan Zhan, being the individual he had seen in the album yesterday. He was either Lan Wangji's father or an uncle. As Wei Wuxian pondered. He leaned back against the car seat. An inexplicable thought crossed his mind. Today, he had indeed met Lan Zhan's family. Amused by the notion, Wei Wuxian chuckled softly. His laughter caught Jiang Qing's attention, who shot him a glance. You fool. Wei Wuxian quickly wiped the smile from his face and retorted. What's your problem? Upon returning to the Jiang family's old residence that evening, the family enjoyed a hearty dinner together before Jiang Fengmian and Yu Ziyuan departed the old house in succession. Jiang Yanli returned to school, leaving Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng at home. After finishing dinner, Jiang Cheng retreated to his room to study, while Wei Wuxian wandered around the estate, stepping on the gravel beneath his feet repeatedly. After a while, he glanced at the time on his phone and sent a message to Lan Wangji. Upon receiving a reply, Wei Wuxian promptly exited the estate. Chapter 66. Are you avoiding me? As Wei Wuxian stepped outside, he encountered Aunt Zhang. He informed her of his whereabouts, asking her to tell Jiang Cheng or Jiang Fengmian that he had gone out to meet a classmate. So they needn't worry. After a brief car ride, he arrived at Lan Wangji's residence. Since his first visit to Lan Wangji's flat, Lan Wangji had given him one of the house keys. Wei Wuxian was unsure why Lan Wangji trusted him so completely. Entering the elevator and swiping the keycard, he arrived at Lan Wangji's door, which was now past 10 o'clock, approaching 11. With a soft beep, the door swung open. Wei Wuxian stepped inside and closed the door behind him, deftly changing into slippers. Just as he finished, he looked up to see a figure clad in a bathrobe. Before he could call out Lan Zhan, Wei Wuxian realized the individual was not Lan Wangji. Quickly adjusting, he said, Hello, Brother Lan. Lan Shichen stood there, holding a cup of warm milk, staring at the unexpected visitor. Realizing the situation, Lan Shichen replied, You must be Wei Wuxian. Right? Wangji is in his room. Receiving Lan Shichen's gaze made Wei Wuxian feel suddenly awkward. Lan Shichen continued, I had some free time this weekend, so I came to check on my brother after a long day of training. I just thought I'd clean up a bit. His explanation sounded as though he were justifying his appearance in a bathrobe, as if he had unexpectedly shown up at Wei Wuxian's home. This was, after all, Lan Wangji's house, which also belonged to Lan Shichen, making his explanation sound as if Wei Wuxian were the one in the wrong. Wei Wuxian could only manage a bewildered "oh" in response. Noticing Wei Wuxian's discomfort, Lan Shichen cleared his throat and turned to knock on Lan Wangji's door. Wangji, someone is here. Before long, Lan Wangji opened the door, brother. Upon seeing Lan Shichen at his door and Wei Wuxian standing in the foyer, he stepped forward and took Wei Wuxian by the arm, leading him into his room. Lan Shichen, still holding his milk, watched as Lan Wangji pulled Wei Wuxian into the room, then glanced at the closed door. Lan Shichen muttered. Inside the room, Lan Wangji released his grip on Wei Wuxian's arm. Wei Wuxian looked back at the closed door and asked, Lan Zhan, am I interrupting something? Why didn't you tell me your brother would be here before I came? Lan Wangji replied, Why would it be an interruption? Wei Wuxian countered, But your brother is home, isn't he? Lan Wangji stated, How can my brother's presence be an interruption? Wei Wuxian had never realized Lan Wangji could be so stubborn at times, which was likely because he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well explain that they were merely trying to avoid misunderstandings regarding their interactions, especially with the rampant speculation in the school forums, where some even wished to fabricate stories about him and Lan Wangji. To prevent any of that from escalating, he had to tread lightly. In response to Lan Wangji's inquiry, Wei Wuxian placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him. How could I be avoiding you? Haven't we spoken? We even played basketball together at school, right? Lan Wangji regarded him with a glance before turning away, walking into the bathroom and closing the door behind him. Wei Wuxian thought to himself, did he say something wrong? They had indeed played basketball together, hadn't they? Wei Wuxian stood in place, lost in thought for a moment, before turning to begin a cursory examination of Lan Wangji's room. The decor of this room was strikingly similar to that of the one he occupied, both in size and aesthetic. Perhaps due to the lighting, the hues in this room appeared somewhat darker. Wei Wuxian approached a nearby bookshelf laden with numerous volumes, many of which were entirely in English. He casually pulled out a few books, glancing at their titles and attempting to translate them. Most were related to medicine, such as ABO Gene Inheritance Encyclopedia and further possibilities of human differentiation. In addition to medical texts, there were also works on military theory. After perusing them, Wei Wuxian fell silent, pondering how distinctly different their high school experiences seemed to be. He then idly fiddled with several geometric figurines on Lan Wangji's desk, causing the small steel balls atop them to begin a rhythmic dance. Just as his curiosity piqued, the bathroom doors swung open. Chapter 67. Lan Wangji's request. Wei Wuxian was unaware of Lan Wangji's earlier intentions, but upon his emergence, Lan Wangji's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of anger. He directly retrieved the white medical kit that Wei Wuxian had seen several times before. Approaching Lan Wangji, he observed the latter manipulating a special medicine intended for him. As Wei Wuxian watched Lan Wangji's movements, he suddenly sensed a familiar scent as he drew closer, reminiscent yet elusive. Unable to resist, he leaned in to inhale, pinpointing the source to the fragrance emanating from Lan Wangji's neck, strikingly similar to the sandalwood scent he had previously purchased. An epiphany struck Wei Wuxian, his eyes widening slightly. Lan Zhan, you smell divine. I think I can detect your pheromones. Lan Wangji's hands faltered momentarily, yet he remained silent. The unexpected revelation of the pheromones thrilled Wei Wuxian, and not entirely certain of his discovery, he leaned in closer to Lan Wangji's neck, his warm breath brushing against the skin. This caused Lan Wangji to tense, gripping his hands tightly. Lan Zhan, this is incredible. Your pheromones smell just like the sandalwood perfume I bought. Wei Wuxian felt an overwhelming urge to press against Lan Wangji, akin to a cat experiencing catnip for the first time. He genuinely longed to rub against Lan Wangji's neck. At that moment, Lan Wangji, having finished arranging the items in his hands, firmly restrained Wei Wuxian's playful movements. Wei Wuxian blinked in surprise. Lan Wangji seemed somewhat exasperated. Sit still, as if suddenly regaining his composure. Wei Wuxian retreated to a chair. Remove your outer garment. Obediently, Wei Wuxian shed his thin jacket, revealing a long-sleeved shirt beneath. He attempted to push the sleeves up but found it futile, so he began to unbutton his shirt, 1 button, 2 buttons, 3 buttons, 4 buttons, until a broad expanse of his chest was exposed. Following his movements, Lan Wangji's gaze descended before instructing, That's enough. Wei Wuxian complied, pulling down the collar of his unfastened shirt, extracting his arms and revealing half of his back to Lan Wangji. The youth's vibrant physique, with its smooth musculature and slender waist, was akin to a strong and resilient pine or cypress. In truth, Wei Wuxian's skin was quite fair, yet his striking appearance and somewhat flamboyant personality often overshadowed this delicate aspect of his youth. At that moment, observing Wei Wuxian, Lan Wangji found his complexion almost blindingly pale. Taking a deep breath, Lan Wangji half-squatted and disinfected the spot on Wei Wuxian's shoulder with the reagent, as his fingers brushed against Wei Wuxian's skin. Both felt a subtle tremor as their temperatures met. Wei Wuxian noted that Lan Wangji's fingers felt extraordinarily warm, a stark contrast to the coolness of his forehead earlier. After a brief, needle-like sting, Lan Wangji announced, all done. Wei Wuxian turned his head to inspect his shoulder, noting a slight redness. He touched the area around the needle mark. There was no bleeding, nor any other peculiarities following the injection. Lan Wangji stood and averted his gaze. Put your clothes back on. Oh. Wei Wuxian diligently rebuttoned his shirt, leaving 2 buttons undone. Lan Wangji organized his medical kit. Wei Wuxian rose and leaned against the wall. When Lan Wangji glanced back at him, Wei Wuxian said, go ahead, bite. Silently, Lan Wangji finished packing his medical kit and approached Wei Wuxian from behind. Wei Wuxian had already adjusted the collar of his shirt, exposing the skin of his neck for Lan Wangji's convenience. Watching Wei Wuxian, Lan Wangji noted his utter lack of vigilance at any moment. Lan Wangji's gaze darkened slightly as he stepped forward, enveloping Wei Wuxian in his embrace. After the 3rd time, Lan Wangji had refrained from employing such a forceful technique. Just as Wei Wuxian turned to inquire about Lan Wangji's demeanor, the latter's hand forcibly redirected his head, and he bit down. Wei Wuxian's body instantly tensed, instinctively wanting to resist, but Lan Wangji's grip was as unyielding as iron. Once it was over, both were left gasping for breath, with Wei Wuxian bracing himself against the wall to avoid collapsing. The pressure on his shoulder was somewhat painful. Lan Wangji likely left marks beneath his clothing. Turning to lean against the wall, Wei Wuxian sensed Lan Wangji, despite having exerted himself, appeared fatigued, though he could not discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Under the subdued light of the room, Lan Wangji's lips glistened with a noticeable sheen, creating a scene that set Wei Wuxian's face ablaze, as if the very air had thickened. Oddly, he also seemed to catch a whiff of more sandalwood in the air. The more potent the pheromones, the more unstable the alpha's condition. Taking a deep breath, Wei Wuxian straightened. Lan Zhan, thank you. I think I should head out now. You should take some time to calm down. I won't disturb you. As Wei Wuxian stepped forward, preparing to brush past Lan Wangji, his arm was suddenly seized. Wei Wuxian queried, huh? Lan Wangji, his breath uneven, asked, are you leaving? Wei Wuxian retrieved his phone from his pocket. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11, and he surmised he would reach the Jiang residence by midnight. I suppose I should head back, considering how late it is. Lan Wangji tightened his grip on Wei Wuxian's hand. Lan Zhan, you? With difficulty, Lan Wangji articulated, can you stay here tonight? His request, broken into 3 parts, revealed his discomfort yet earnest desire for Wei Wuxian's presence. Wei Wuxian had been concerned for Lan Wangji, recalling the warnings shared by Wenqing and Yahuaisong. Lan Wangji desperately needed the soothing effects of omega pheromones, yet Wei Wuxian possessed none to offer. Realizing Lan Wangji truly wished for him to remain, Wei Wuxian contemplated how he might assist. How did you manage before? What can I do to help? Just sit. Sit like this. Perhaps you should lie down. That would be more relaxing. Lan Wangji glanced at the bed and, after a brief pause, replied, just sit. Chapter 68. Heartbeats drawing closer. Lan Wangji's resolute tone suggested that the bed was somehow prickly, unfit for repose. Very well. Following this exchange, the two transformed into statues. One of Lan Wangji's hands remained firmly grasping Wei Wuxian's arm. Wei Wuxian inched closer, hoping to provide a comforting shoulder for Lan Wangji, yet he was met with a penetrating gaze from the latter. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes or so. Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji, who had unknowingly closed his eyes, sitting still, his breathing steady. Was he asleep? How could one doze off while seated like this? Wei Wuxian softly called out Lan Zhan, but Lan Wangji did not respond. This only solidified Wei Wuxian's certainty that Lan Wangji was indeed asleep, for one of his hands was firmly gripping Wei Wuxian's arm, rendering him unable to escape. Consequently, Wei Wuxian had no choice but to use his other hand to support Lan Wangji's body, gently guiding him to lie down on the bed. Upon contact, he immediately sensed the warmth radiating from Lan Wangji's body, a heat that penetrated even through the layers of clothing. Unable to resist, Wei Wuxian reached out to touch Lan Wangji's forehead, but as soon as his fingers brushed against it, Lan Wangji opened his eyes. The two shared an intense gaze, separated only by the span of a palm. Wei Wuxian began, Lan Zhan, I. But before he could finish, Lan Wangji, still holding onto Wei Wuxian's arm with one hand, used the other to swiftly press down on his waist, pinning him in place. The sudden pressure elicited a muffled sound from Wei Wuxian, who found himself completely enveloped by Lan Wangji's form in that moment. Lan Wangji buried his head against Wei Wuxian's neck and shoulders, taking deep breaths as if to savor his scent. However, Wei Wuxian had no scent to offer, leaving Lan Wangji unsatisfied. As Lan Wangji gently inhaled at his neck, Wei Wuxian suddenly felt something brush against his skin. Perhaps it was Lan Wangji's lips. The mere thought of this sent a jolt through Wei Wuxian, rendering him rigid with trepidation. He dared not move or struggle, remaining suspended above Lan Wangji as he continued to nuzzle against his neck. The warmth and tingling sensation at his neck and earlobes were overwhelming. The heat radiating from Lan Wangji's body was intense, and at the same time, Wei Wuxian's heart raced violently. Their hearts seemed to draw ever closer. The room was eerily silent, allowing Wei Wuxian to hear both his and Lan Wangji's breaths. Being held and inhaled upon like this left Wei Wuxian at a loss for words, aside from the wild stirrings ignited by Lan Wangji's accidental brush of lips. There was a sense of security. Time slipped away unnoticed in that tranquil moment, and perhaps due to this sense of security, Wei Wuxian drifted off to sleep without realizing it when he awoke. It was already the next morning. Wei Wuxian found himself in his own room, or more accurately, in the room Lan Wangji had prepared for him at his home. After freshening up, he opened the door to the living room, and upon shifting his gaze, he spotted Lan Wangji's brothers seated at the dining table, engaged in their meal. As they noticed Wei Wuxian's presence, both brothers turned their attention toward him. Stopping in his tracks, Wei Wuxian suddenly remembered that he was not alone with Lan Wangji, but also in the company of his elder brother. Recalling the events of the previous day, Wei Wuxian felt a surge of anxiety. He had spent the night here, and during the interaction of their sense, there must have been a significant overflow. Wouldn't that mean Lan Wangji's brother could sense it too? Would he misunderstand the situation? Did he need to offer an explanation? In an instant, Wei Wuxian's mind raced with apprehension, rendering him unable to move. Yet, Lan Shichen remained unfazed, greeting him with a simple, "Good morning." Wei Wuxian quickly replied, "Good morning, Brother Lan." Lan Shichen gestured, "Come over, that's yours." "Thank you, Brother Lan." Wei Wuxian approached and took a seat, facing a plate of milk, bread, and a fried egg. He picked up the bread and began to eat, while Lan Shichen chatted with Lan Wangji about household matters, which Wei Wuxian could not quite comprehend. It seemed Lan Shichen did not find anything amiss with Wei Wuxian having spent the night, nor did he regard the lingering scent of his brother as inappropriate. Halfway through his meal, Lan Shichen finished his own and cleared his plate. "I'll take my leave now." Lan Wangji nodded in acknowledgement. "Goodbye, Brother Lan," Wei Wuxian called out, to which Lan Shichen responded with a gentle smile. After Lan Shichen departed, Lan Wangji also finished his meal. Once he returned after putting away his plate, Wei Wuxian said, "Lan Zhan, I wish to ask how unbeknownst to him, Wei Wuxian had no recollection of how he fell asleep or how he returned to his room, but he assumed Lan Wangji must have carried him back, much like he had done the previous time when Wei Wuxian had a high fever. You fell asleep, and I took you back to your room?" Lan Wangji explained. Wei Wuxian replied, "So, are you leaving again later?" "You can stay today," Lan Wangji said. "I plan to visit Dr. Wen at Yunxin University. I even managed to catch a whiff of your scent yesterday, which makes me think my condition has improved significantly." Lan Wangji paused before responding, "If there is improvement, continue to rest. We shouldn't trouble Dr. Wen too often." "That's true," Wei Wuxian agreed, finishing the rest of his milk. "Then I want to go." He moved to the kitchen to wash his cup and bowl, placing them aside. "What shall we do next?" Before he knew it, Lan Wangji had entered the kitchen and cornered Wei Wuxian within. "We need to replenish your scent." Following the advice of Wen Qing, they strictly adhered to the principle of once a day, preferably multiple times, which led to frequent replenishments of scent every few hours. Lan Wangji's responses were fervent, and Wei Wuxian couldn't shake the feeling that Lan Wangji was becoming increasingly attached to him. Throughout the day, Wei Wuxian felt a peculiar lightheadedness, yet due to the overwhelming release of scent, the alpha required the omega's comfort. With little else he could do, Wei Wuxian found himself remaining close to Lan Wangji. By the end of the day, he felt as though he had thoroughly absorbed Lan Wangji's essence. When Monday arrived, Wei Wuxian armed himself with nearly half a bottle of scent-blocking agent and applied patches to his neck, thus preparing himself for school. After a morning of exercises and flag raising, he found himself unusually attentive that evening, pondering various matters. While browsing the school forum, he stumbled upon fresh rumors regarding himself and Lan Wangji. The first image showcased a silhouette of Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji from behind, seemingly taken during their lunch together in the cafeteria. The following image zoomed in on Wei Wuxian's neck, clearly displaying the scent-blocking patch, half of it visible while the other half was hidden beneath his collar. The caption read, "Everyone, take a look at this. In the stillness of the night, it's the perfect time for gossip." The comment section quickly filled up. First comment, scent-blocking patch, we all know what that means. Smirking, second comment, you can tell how intense last night was. They even had to use a scent-blocking patch. Smirking again, third comment, imagine the scenario of an alpha and beta together. A beta cannot be marked, yet the alpha is possessive to the extreme. The scent left on a beta dissipates quickly, and if the beta goes out and picks up another's scent upon returning, the alpha would sense that their own scent is missing. Can you guess how the alpha would react? Fourth comment, isn't that common sense? An alpha going wild is a given that a beta cannot retain their scent, which leaves the alpha feeling insecure, leading to unpredictable behavior. Why boyfriend clings to me intensely. Even a hint of another's scent on me drives him to hold me close until he reasserts his mark. Hence, the need for a scent-blocking patch on a beta is indicative of something significant happening. TSK. Not simple at all. Someone replied to the fourth comment. They definitely did the deed. Wei Wuxian jumped at this comment, startled, and instinctively covered his phone with a quilt. Glancing over at Jiang Cheng, who was peacefully asleep, he was uncertain whether he was truly asleep or not. To avoid Jiang Cheng catching sight of the screen, Wei Wuxian nestled deeper into the blanket. After a moment, he reopened his phone to re-examine the comment. It had risen to the top of the thread. Sister, your reasoning is on point. You are truly the contemporary Sherlock Holmes. Another comment added, actually, this sister's claim lacks precision. Not only did they do it, but it was for an entire day. The bottom line was a chorus of agreement. I second that. As Wei Wuxian gazed at the flurry of approving comments, he felt his hands tremble at the audacity of these individuals. Were these girls not embarrassed discussing such matters so openly? With so many people brazenly dissecting the situation, Wei Wuxian's fingers slipped. Inadvertently liking the comment before panicking and retracting it, he stared at the screen for a few seconds, contemplating whether he should make some statement. Rumors cease with the wise. Wei Wuxian replied on the fourth comment thread, by the way. Why do you all think that? What if Wei Wuxian simply needed treatment? Have you considered the trouble this gossip might cause for the two of them? After the comment was posted, Wei Wuxian's words were gradually drowned in the sea of responses. He casually scrolled through the thread, realizing that their discussions were no different from the trivial gossip of the entertainment industry. No one would dare to escalate matters in his presence. Throwing his phone aside, Wei Wuxian buried himself under the covers and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening and checking the time, he found his messages inundated. Hundreds of them. As he scrolled down, he encountered a barrage of accusations. Who do you think you are? How do you know it would trouble them? Were they two gossiping at the head of the bed? Why are you so malicious, unable to bear the sight of a young couple's happiness? Wishing them ill? Glaring, Wei Wuxian noted that some comments were even more scathing. The public exposure was terrifying. As a result, he refrained from making any comments on that thread at that moment. Jiang Cheng had already dressed and tidied up. Stop dawdling. Playing on your phone after getting out of bed, I won't wait for you. With that, Jiang Cheng exited the dormitory. Wei Wuxian did not bother with the comments, running his fingers through his hair as he rose from the bed. In this day and age, even he, the protagonist, would be scolded for speaking the truth. The information pheromones left by Lan Wangji on him had nearly dissipated by the next day, rendering barrier patches unnecessary. Upon returning to class, Lan Wangji handed him another piece of school uniform, and they exchanged outfits. Once clad in the uniform and zipping it up, Wei Wuxian's gaze drifted forward and unexpectedly met Luo Qingyang's eyes. Wei Wuxian blinked a couple of times, prompting Luo Qingyang to cover his mouth and turn away with a laughed eye. In the ensuing days, Wei Wuxian maintained his usual routine at school, balancing studies and basketball. His demeanor around Lan Wangji was measured. He neither appeared overly intimate to onlookers nor distant, as he had the previous week. Everything remained tranquil, and Lan Wangji did not seem like someone who would frequent the school forum, thus remaining blissfully unaware of the situation. This serenity persisted until the approach of the final examinations, when everyone was diligently studying, hoping to secure respectable grades for a decent year-end point. One day, as Wei Wuxian exited the restroom during a break, he was confronted by a classmate named Wang Qi, who had somehow heard about the forum incident and ambushed him inside. Initially, Wei Wuxian thought this individual sought a duel, but upon hearing the explanation, he discovered that Wang Qi was merely seeking advice on winning over an Alpha S affection. Wang Qi had stumbled upon the post regarding him and Lan Wangji and was eager to discuss strategies. After listening, Wei Wuxian was left with a resounding why echoing in his mind. Wang Qi continued to plead for tips, lamenting over his failed attempts to practice wearing high heels in secret, as his mother would surely disapprove of such antics at home. Naturally, he could not venture out into the streets either, leading him to search online for ways to make an alpha fall for a beta, which had directed him to those very posts. After reading them, Wang Qi had taken to venerating Wei Wuxian as a master of bridging the divide between alphas and betas, fervently seeking his counsel. However, Wei Wuxian knew not how to make an alpha fall for a beta. He was no heartthrob and had never seduced anyone. Most critically, he was not even a beta. Chapter 70. Foolish challenge. Wei Wuxian found himself exasperated by Wang Qi's persistence, who, despite being clearly rebuffed, remained undeterred. Maintaining a safe distance, Wei Wuxian said, "I truly have no secrets to share. Furthermore, Lan Zhan and I do not share the kind of relationship you presume. Those rumors are unfounded. Can you not think for yourself and stop believing every whisper you hear?" With that, Wei Wuxian brushed past him and headed outside. Wang Qi attempted to call after him, but just as he reached the door, he bumped into another classmate. "What forum were you just discussing?" Upon seeing this individual, Wei Wuxian's expression soured immediately. "What business is it of yours?" Chen Hao's face darkened as he replied coldly, "Wei Wuxian, the previous incident is far from resolved." Chen Hao still harbored resentment over the last encounter where he had been overwhelmed by Lan Wangji's pheromones, leaving him kneeling in defeat. Of course, he had no intention of confronting Lan Wangji directly. As an alpha himself, he found it impossible to withstand Lan Wangji's pheromonal pressure, let alone contend with him. Thus, he directed his ire toward Wei Wuxian, who was, after all, the catalyst for his humiliation. Wei Wuxian retorted, "What do you want?" Chen Hao said, "This Friday, after school, in the woods at the North Gate." "Are you brave enough to come?" Wei Wuxian replied, "I'm always up for a challenge." Chen Hao added, "You must not call for Jiang Cheng or Lan Wangji. I won't bring anyone else either. This matter is between you and me." Wei Wuxian chuckled derisively. "Do you think I'd call for help? Rest assured, if I brought them along, you'd kneel before me on the spot. It would be too easy." With that, Wei Wuxian dismissed him and brushed past, leaving Chen Hao seething in anger. He then seized Wang Qi, glaring at Wei Wuxian's departing figure. That Friday, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Jing, assigned a set of exercises for the weekend, as the impending exams loomed and the workload from all subjects had students lamenting. Amidst the collective groans, Zhang Jing outlined the overall plan leading up to the finals. Suddenly, in the back corner, Nia Huaisong raised his hand, having noticed a missing paper. Upon explaining the situation, Zhang Jing tossed a freshly delivered paper to him with a flick of his wrist, akin to a frisbee. The accuracy was astonishing, landing squarely on Nia Huaisong's head. "Ouch!" Nia Huaisong exclaimed. Zhang Jing replied, "My apologies, Nia." As Nia Huaisong retrieved the paper from the floor, he suggested, "Teacher, you could have someone pass it to me." Zhang Jing, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired, "Do you know how to solve this paper?" Given that it was a mock final exam, the scope was broader and the problems more challenging than those encountered during monthly tests. Nia Huaisong, having honestly shaken his head, received a reprimand. "Perfect. Consider this an early reminder for those who cannot complete the work. Reflect on your shortcomings," Zhang Jing declared, prompting laughter from the surrounding students. "You all still laughing? Those who fail will each receive a reminder of their inadequacies," he warned, leading the class to fall silent. As Wei Wuxian skimmed through the paper, he remarked to Zhang Jing, "Given our class's performance, do you really worry about your year-end bonus?" Zhang Jing adjusted his non-existent glasses and replied, "Caution is prudent. What if you concoct some mischief as finals approach? I must ensure my own safety." Wei Wuxian chuckled lightly. Zhang Jing continued, "However, dear students, do remember to rest while tackling your assignments at home. We wouldn't want anyone to overexert themselves." Looking at the heap of papers on his desk, which had become a jumbled mess of various subjects, Wei Wuxian mused that completing all of them over the weekend could lead to his untimely demise. After Zhang Jing said a few more words, he left the classroom, allowing the students to begin their self-study. Once the final PE class concluded that afternoon, the scores from the last monthly exam were released. Jiang Cheng gestured toward Wei Wuxian with his report card, asking, "Are you coming?" Wei Wuxian shook his head, and Jiang Cheng departed. Over time, Jiang Cheng had grown accustomed to Wei Wuxian not returning home with him on Fridays. When he would return was entirely up to Wei Wuxian. Glancing at his report card, Wei Wuxian found that his efforts had indeed paid off, as he had reclaimed the top rank in his grade by a narrow margin. After stuffing the report card into his backpack, he messaged Lan Wangji to inform him that he would be heading back to the villa with Jiang Cheng and would not be walking home with him. Lan Wangji did not respond, and Wei Wuxian paid it no mind. With his backpack slung over one shoulder, he exited the school through the north gate. Wei Wuxian's school was conveniently located near Wangxian University, surrounded by shopping centers, hospitals, and a subway line. Upon stepping out, he immediately spotted Chen Hao, who, despite the onset of autumn and winter, was clad in a short-sleeved shirt with his jacket nonchalantly draped over one shoulder. Seeing Wei Wuxian emerge, Chen Hao approached him. He first glanced behind Wei Wuxian to confirm he was alone before saying, "I must admit, you are quite bold to come here by yourself." Wei Wuxian walked forward, stating, "When I beat you down and you can't get up, don't expect me to cover your medical expenses." Chen Hao let out a cold laugh and followed suit. The northern gate of Wangxian No. 1 High School opened into a verdant park, where elderly individuals often engaged in exercise during the mornings or evenings. Upon entering the park, Wei Wuxian selected an unoccupied patch of land and dropped his backpack onto the ground, declaring, "Let us begin." And no sooner had he spoken than Chen Hao launched a punch towards him. Wei Wuxian caught it with his hand, retorting, "It's one thing to be ugly, but your character is utterly shameless." Chen Hao replied, "It's not like it's a hidden weapon. Just bear the impact of my fist." From a young age, Wei Wuxian and Jiang Cheng had been trained by Jiang Fengyan to build their physical strength, embracing any activity that could enhance their abilities. Consequently, Wei Wuxian had never feared anyone when it came to fighting. After several exchanges, Chen Hao found himself thoroughly outmaneuvered by Wei Wuxian, who landed punches and kicks in all the most sensitive spots. Chen Hao, drenched in cold sweat, staggered backward, clutching his abdomen. Wei Wuxian then shoved him against a nearby tree. Asserting control, "Don't even think about it. Even if you bring 2 more accomplices, I will still take you down without hesitation." Chapter 71. A brutal beating. The corners of Chen Hao's mouth turned slightly purple, a testament to the previous blow from Wei Wuxian. After administering a beating, Wei Wuxian felt a surge of adrenaline. Although he had taken a few hits himself, his condition was far better than Chen Hao's. After delivering the thrashing, Wei Wuxian didn't intend to escalate things further, warning, "From now on, keep your distance from me, and do your best not to appear in my line of sight." Chen Hao remained silent, perhaps too pained from the blows to respond. Wei Wuxian retracted his hand, shaking it out before adjusting his disheveled clothing, then turned to retrieve his backpack from the ground. As he bent down, he heard Chen Hao's footsteps approaching again, stubborn as ever. Just as Chen Hao drew near, Wei Wuxian thrust his elbow backward. Chen Hao let out a muted grunt but, despite the pain, insisted on tackling Wei Wuxian to the ground. Wei Wuxian braced himself, managing to remain upright and not be pushed over. However, at that moment, Chen Hao seized the nape of his neck. Though the grip was not particularly strong, it felt as if Wei Wuxian's strength had been completely sapped away. Leaving him unable to resist, the wave of shock coursed through Wei Wuxian, rendering him momentarily bewildered. With Wei Wuxian under control, Chen Hao tightened his grip on the back of Wei Wuxian's neck while his other hand pinched Wei Wuxian's cheek, pulling it back. Leaning in, he inhaled deeply, grinning maliciously. "Wangqi was right. You really are involved with that surname Lan, and it seems you're quite intense about it." Wei Wuxian could tolerate slander directed at himself, but any disparagement of his friends was utterly intolerable. He bit down hard on Chen Hao's hand, causing Chen Hao to recoil in pain and release his grip on Wei Wuxian's face. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wuxian retaliated with a kick, but despite exerting all his strength, the impact dissipated as if it were akin to a mere tickle. With his head immobilized, Wei Wuxian could only face away and demand, "What have you done?" Chen Hao pressed Wei Wuxian firmly against the tree, delivering several punches, causing Wei Wuxian to feel a metallic taste in his throat. Chen Hao gritted his teeth, exerting more pressure on Wei Wuxian's neck, his fingers digging in as he snarled, "What do you think I've done? Didn't you feel it? Aren't you the top student?" Chen Hao's grip around Wei Wuxian's neck remained unyielding, with his thumb and index finger encircling it while the remaining fingers pressed against the sensitive pressure points. The area at the back of the neck was particularly vulnerable, with complex pressure points linked to crucial nerves. If manipulated correctly, it could render an opponent powerless or even lead to unconsciousness. Wei Wuxian had learned this in combat training but had never employed such tactics, considering them as lowly as kicking someone in the groin. Yet, this individual was indeed. As Wei Wuxian contemplated, Qian Hao moved closer, one hand controlling him while the other pressed him into an embrace, simultaneously examining a spot on the back of his neck. Qian Hao scrutinized Wei Wuxian's neck, shaking his head in disbelief. The posts say you're involved with an alpha, and you indeed carry the sin of alpha pheromones. It seems you've truly been marked. Beta certainly knows how to play. No matter how extravagant the play is, they want to be marked. Being with an alpha must be quite exhilarating for you. Fuck you, Wei Wuxian exclaimed. You're a real pervert. With a forceful shove, he broke free from Qian Hao's grasp, attempting to distance himself, but the effort drained him entirely, leaving him unable to counterattack. In the next moment, Qian Hao yanked at Wei Wuxian's collar. Wei Wuxian, already resistant to the cold, wore only a long-sleeved shirt beneath his jacket. The collar tore with a loud rip, exposing the nape of Wei Wuxian's neck to the air. Although Wei Wuxian was not an Omega, the marks of an alpha indicated that he could still experience something new. Qian Hao's interest peaked further as he leaned closer to Wei Wuxian's reddened neck. I told you I would destroy you. Though I've never taken a beta before, your audacity makes it hard for me to resist fulfilling your desires. With that, the potent scent of alpha pheromones began to envelop Qian Hao, saturating the air around them. For Wei Wuxian, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Unlike Omegas, who were rendered helpless in the presence of alpha pheromones, Wei Wuxian still retained some agency. However, the moment his skin detected that the pheromones did not belong to Lan Wangji, a sharp pain coursed through him, especially at the nape of his neck, a bodily rejection of Qian Hao's proximity. The pain compelled Wei Wuxian to grit his teeth, his body drenched in cold sweat. Yet, it was this very pain that triggered his self-defense mechanism, gathering his strength anew. Damn you. With a powerful kick against the tree, Wei Wuxian propelled himself forward, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Qian Hao. The sheer force sent Qian Hao staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wuxian fought fiercely, using his foot to trip Qian Hao and then delivering a punch straight to his chest, knocking him to the ground. After a flurry of vigorous blows, Wei Wuxian seized Qian Hao by the collar, lifting him up as he hissed coldly, "Who owes you?" At that moment, blood began to seep from the corners of Qian Hao's mouth. Yet he remained defiant, refusing to yield to Wei Wuxian, a mere beta. Spitting blood, he glared with contempt. You, Wei Wuxian struck again. I'll ask you one last time. Qian Hao spat another mouthful of blood. Of course it's you, you insolent piece of trash. Don't let me find the opportunity. Before he could finish, Wei Wuxian's fist came crashing down once more. Just as he was poised to continue the assault, a hand intercepted his punch. Turning to see Yu Jun and beside him, Lan Wangji, he heard Yu Jun exclaim, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill each other?" Chapter 72. Frustration and compensation. Qian Hao's nostrils began to bleed, and his consciousness appeared to waver. Wei Wuxian, damn you. I will eventually make you pay. Wei Wuxian's chest heaved with rage, ready to strike again. But Yu Jun interjected, calm down, will you? Do you want to end up in jail? Lan Wangji stated, Wei Ying. Reluctantly, Wei Wuxian released Qian Hao, throwing him back to the ground. Qian Hao grimaced, his teeth bared in a pained smile, while Yu Jun crouched down to assess his condition. Wei Wuxian remained rooted in place. And as Lan Wangji glanced at the half-conscious Qian Hao before returning his gaze to Wei Wuxian, his eyes widened slightly. Lan Wangji stepped closer, grasping Wei Wuxian's arm, your neck, out of Wei Wuxian's sight. The area at the back of his neck had turned a vivid red, with numerous small, red welts forming. A classic allergic reaction. In his fury, Wei Wuxian finally realized something was amiss, as the reddened areas began to itch intolerably. He attempted to scratch at it, but Lan Wangji seized both of his hands, warning, do not scratch. Wei Wuxian was undeniably restless, his face betraying signs of distress. Beside him, Yu Jun remarked, it seems that Qian Hao's condition is rather serious. I wonder if any vital areas were harmed. We should call for an ambulance. Lan Wangji had been intently observing Wei Wuxian. Why Yu Jun continued, regardless of the circumstances, human life is of utmost importance. We must prioritize calling for help. Wei Wuxian, incessantly twisting his shoulders and neck, retorted, "I never said not to call. If you're going to do it, then do it quickly." During the time it took for the ambulance to arrive, Yujun incessantly questioned what had transpired to cause such a confrontation between the two individuals, while Wei Wuxian, irritated by the noise, urged him to be silent. Lan Wangji, on the other hand, maintained his watchful gaze on Wei Wuxian without uttering a word. When the ambulance finally arrived, the commotion was so great that even the school officials were alerted. Wei Wuxian and the others boarded the ambulance. Upon reaching the hospital and after a thorough examination, it was determined that Qian Hao had sustained no serious injuries, only superficial wounds. Although Wei Wuxian's strikes were forceful, they were not lethal, and he had exercised restraint. Qian Hao would require a month or so of rest to recover fully. As for Wei Wuxian, his condition was indeed an allergic reaction. After taking some medication, the symptoms began to subside. Once Wei Wuxian had been diagnosed and received his medication, Lan Wangji procured some warm water for him. After taking his medicine, Wei Wuxian noticed Zhang Fengyan arriving in a hurry due to the incident. Zhang Fengyan first assessed Wei Wuxian's condition, confirming that he was relatively unharmed before heading to the adjacent room. Subsequently, a notification from the school was received regarding a brawl involving the students of Class A3 in their second year, which had resulted in hospitalization. On his way home, Zhang Sheng felt as though the sky had fallen when he received a call from the authorities. Rushing to the hospital to ascertain the situation, Zhang Sheng's first instinct upon seeing Wei Wuxian was to check if he was all right. Regardless of the reasons behind the altercation, the safety of the students was paramount. After ensuring Wei Wuxian was unharmed, he proceeded to check on Qian Hao. The diagnosis for Qian Hao was superficial injuries, but his demeanor did not align with the diagnosis. Although Qian Hao's body bore no serious harm, the visible bruises were quite alarming, especially considering he remained unconscious on the bed. Qian Hao's family promptly reported the incident to the police. Hours later, the police reviewed the footage from the school and park surveillance cameras and classified the incident as mutual combat. While the video showed that Qian Hao had struck first, Wei Wuxian had retaliated, causing bleeding, which could not be deemed as justifiable self-defense. Although the footage indicated that Qian Hao had attempted to impose force upon Wei Wuxian, the subsequent violent response from Wei Wuxian did not fall within the bounds of self-defense either. Since Wei Wuxian was not an Omega, who would have been afforded substantial legal protections against harassment, he was merely categorized as a beta. The law provided little recourse for betas, and since Qian Hao's actions did not result in any significant detriment to Wei Wuxian, he would likely face only a few days to a week of detention at most. However, the fact that both parties had engaged in mutual combat remained true, and if they did not settle privately, they would each have to spend some time in custody. Yet, being detained might affect their future records. Ultimately, after negotiations, both parties opted for a private settlement, with Wei Wuxian's side agreeing to compensate. After taking some medication that day, Wei Wuxian found significant relief from his allergic symptoms. Zhang Fengyan took Wei Wuxian to see the still unconscious Qian Hao. He was engaged in conversation with the latter's family in a moment that went unnoticed by everyone. Qian Hao opened his eyes and met Wei Wuxian's gaze. Wei Wuxian saw Qian Hao's lips forming the words, "Even if I had my way with you, the police wouldn't be able to do anything to me. On the contrary, you would owe me an apology." Qian Hao smiled, causing Wei Wuxian to clench his fists. However, Qian Hao's words held a kernel of truth. The legal protections for beta safety were still lacking. Due to the rarity of Omegas, who were considered a vulnerable demographic, they alone enjoyed absolute advantages in self-defense scenarios. Seeing Qian Hao's repugnant expression made Wei Wuxian wish to march over and knock his head off. Zhang Fengyan suggested, "Let us go." Reluctantly, Wei Wuxian withdrew his gaze and followed Zhang Fengyan out of the hospital room. Outside, on the cold benches of the hospital, Lan Wangji and Yu Jun had been waiting. Upon seeing the two emerge, they immediately stood up while Yu Jun greeted, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Lan Wangji followed suit, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Yu Jun's father and Zhang Fengyan were classmates, having met several years ago at a reunion. Yu Jun's father frequently appeared in the cherished album owned by Zhang Fengyan. After graduating from university, everyone went their separate ways. Though they did not see each other often, they maintained contact. Zhang Fengyan remarked, "It's been many years. Xiao Jun has grown quite tall." Yu Jun, feeling slightly awkward in front of his elders, smiled and scratched the back of his head, saying, "Uncle Zhang, the person Wei Wuxian hit deserved it. There are always those arrogant individuals at school, and this person had character issues. It has nothing to do with Wei Wuxian." Zhang Fengyan replied, "I am already aware of the situation. and I trust that Aang had his reasons for acting as he did. However, I recall that you two used to fight quite fiercely as children. How is it that you are now such good friends? Yujun cast a sidelong glance at Wei Wuxian. Uncle Jiang, I am merely stating the truth, and it is impossible for me and Wei Wuxian to become friends. Wei Wuxian interjected, and Jiang Fengmian chuckled. The four of them exited the hospital together. Chapter 73. Jiang Cheng's sensitive period. Lan Wangji walked alongside Wei Wuxian, his gaze lingering on the remnants of redness on Wei Wuxian's skin. As he opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. The events had unfolded to such a degree that night had fully descended, and the lights of the towering buildings in the metropolis flickered to life, signaling the onset of nightlife. After parting ways, Jiang Fengmian took Wei Wuxian back to the villa, while the others returned to their respective homes. Observing Wei Wuxian, who was looking down as he exited the vehicle, Jiang Fengmian advised, "Do not burden yourself too heavily. I know you are not at fault. Do not overthink it. I will handle everything that follows. Just make sure to take care of yourself." Wei Wuxian already felt he had caused Jiang Fengmian enough trouble. Upon hearing these words, he felt a sudden sting in his nose, and his lips quivered as he suppressed his emotions, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Fengmian replied, "Go inside and rest." Entering the house in silence, Wei Wuxian approached his room and sensed an inexplicable discomfort, an intangible unease that he could not identify. Inadvertently, he scratched the back of his neck and opened the door to his room. Once inside, he flopped onto his bed, his mind racing with thoughts. Aside from the disgust stemming from Qian Hao's actions, this incident would not have any lasting impact on Wei Wuxian. He retrieved his phone, but before he could even navigate through it, a call from Jiang Cheng came through. Wei Wuxian answered, and Jiang Cheng's voice was low and hoarse. "You're back, right? Take me to the hospital." Wei Wuxian sat up, concerned. "What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng replied, sounding unwell. "I don't feel good. I think I'm in my sensitive period. I've been feeling off during class for a while now, and it seems the time has come," Wei Wuxian remarked. "Does that mean you're about to collapse?" Jiang Cheng warned. "If you don't come over soon, you're the first one I'll collapse on." Wei Wuxian exited his room and knocked on the door of Jiang Cheng's room. "Come in," came Jiang Cheng's voice. As Wei Wuxian opened the door, the moment it swung open, he realized what had felt so off previously. It was Jiang Cheng's pheromones. Although Wei Wuxian had never discerned the scent of Jiang Cheng's pheromones, he could sense them in this moment. Wei Wuxian's neck began to feel hot and itchy again. Noticing that Wei Wuxian had taken a while to arrive, Jiang Cheng cursed and approached him with a sullen expression. The overwhelming presence of alpha pheromones caused Wei Wuxian to instinctively step back a few paces before turning to find some barrier patches. Jiang Cheng looked at Wei Wuxian applying the patch with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why someone without a defined status would frequently use such a thing. "What are you putting that on for?" After applying the patch, Wei Wuxian felt significantly better. "I don't know. It just feels like it helps a bit. Let's hurry to the hospital." The sensitive period of an Alpha is analogous to the heat period of an Omega. Both parties require the calming pheromones of the other. During this time, an Alpha or an Omega without a partner must endure the discomfort alone, which is quite arduous. Most individuals entering the sensitive period as an Alpha or the heat period as an Omega opt to seek medical intervention through injections, followed by a brief isolation at the hospital or at home to avoid contact with others. As Jiang Cheng drove to the hospital, he kept his eyes shut in meditation. Upon opening them, he inadvertently caught sight of the bruises on Wei Wuxian's hand and wrist, which seemed to extend to his face as well, indicating a possible altercation prior to his return home. Jiang Cheng averted his gaze and closed his eyes once more, disinterested in the details of Wei Wuxian's scuffle. Upon arriving at the hospital, he noticed a considerable number of patients seeking care that evening. While Wei Wuxian stood in line to register, Jiang Cheng, having applied a barrier agent and donned a mask, found a secluded corner to sit quietly, adhering to the principle of avoiding contact and conversation. This was optimal. The queue for registration was lengthy, and as Wei Wuxian finished and returned to find Jiang Cheng, a sudden commotion erupted at the end of a side corridor. Many people rushed to investigate, while Wei Wuxian remained still, scanning the area but failing to spot Jiang Cheng. Suddenly, he overheard someone mention a fight had broken out, seemingly involving a youth in the sensitive period. Alarmed, Wei Wuxian dashed towards the source of the disturbance. Indeed, at the end of the corridor, in one of the patient rooms, Jiang Cheng was relentlessly beating a person lying on the bed. ANAIFA in the sensitive period is notoriously unstable, akin to a walking bomb, capable of inflicting harm upon themselves and others, often triggered by the slightest provocation. The onlookers, lacking the means to defend themselves, dared not intervene against the furious AIFA, for they risked becoming the next victim. Confirming the room number, Wei Wuxian recognized the individual being assaulted without needing to see their face. It was Qian Hao, who had evidently provoked Jiang Cheng. Navigating through the crowd, Wei Wuxian noticed the nurses present were frozen in place, and someone had already gone to summon security. Naturally, Wei Wuxian refrained from intervening. It was uncertain whether Jiang Cheng would heed his interference, and moreover, the one receiving the beating was Qian Hao. So long as Jiang Cheng did not kill him, it sufficed. The room was filled with the sounds of agonized cries. Shortly thereafter, several imposing security personnel arrived and pulled Jiang Cheng away, whose face was flushed, clearly in a state of uncontrolled rage. Meanwhile, Qian Hao curled into a ball on the bed, desperately shielding his head and face while convulsing in pain. Wei Wuxian noticed a phone with a lit screen on the floor beside the bed. It seemed Qian Hao had been on a call moments prior. Just then, Qian Hao's mother returned, having stepped out briefly, only to find her son had been assaulted again. How? She exclaimed, stumbling towards the bed to check on her son's condition. Upon recognizing Wei Wuxian, she lunged at him in fury, but the security staff restrained her. Eventually, the police arrived. Following an investigation, the outcome was straightforward. Due to Jiang Cheng being in the sensitive period, his actions were deemed out of his conscious control. Furthermore, the hospital surveillance confirmed that Qian Hao had instigated the altercation. Thus, the resolution only required compensation without further consequences. Jiang Cheng's situation was relatively uncomplicated. Thanks to the prompt intervention of the security personnel, he had barely managed to inflict any serious harm. Jiang Fengmian merely needed to settle the financial reparations. After resolving matters with the police, Jiang Fengmian and Wei Wuxian stood outside the isolation room, gazing through the glass at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Fengmian remarked, "The police indicated that Jiang Cheng acted after overhearing that individual insult you." Chapter 74. What triggers Wei Wuxian's allergies? Once inside the hospital, Jiang Cheng had chosen a secluded spot at the end of a corridor while Wei Wuxian registered. This location happened to be just outside Qian Hao's room. Shortly after settling there, Qian Hao's mother emerged, her haste causing the door to remain ajar. Jiang Cheng overheard every word exchanged between Qian Hao and his friends over the phone. Their voices were far from discreet. He learned of the entire incident involving Wei Wuxian, as well as the fact that Qian Hao's bedridden state was merely an act designed to deceive for monetary gain. Jiang Cheng's temper was already volatile, and in the sensitive period, it was exacerbated. Having witnessed Wei Wuxian's injuries prior to their journey, he readily believed Qian Hao's boastful claims, leading to his impulsive assault. After hearing Jiang Fengmian's account, Wei Wuxian interjected, "Uncle Jiang, Jiang Fengmian reassured him, "It's nothing to worry about. Matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. However, remember to prioritize your safety. Both you and Jiang Cheng I want to mention your situation to Sanyang, so she won't fret." Wei Wuxian nodded in acknowledgement. Once Jiang Fengmian departed, Wei Wuxian glanced at Jiang Cheng, who sat with his back to the door, and texted him, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" After a protracted silence without a response, Wei Wuxian was about to send another message when Jiang Cheng suddenly turned around, meeting Wei Wuxian's gaze and curtly replied, "Get lost," with a fiery temper. Wei Wuxian turned away and exited. Regardless of Jiang Cheng's mood, he himself was feeling quite hungry. Upon leaving the hospital, he crossed the street to a bustling food stall area, alive with activity and diverse offerings. However, just as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure disembarking from a white vehicle. Upon closer inspection, Wei Wuxian approached and greeted, "Dr. Wan, what brings you here so late? Are you here for a consultation?" Wen Qing furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I am a doctor myself. Why would I come here for treatment?" Wei Wuxian chuckled. After exchanging a few words with her companions, they entered the hospital. Noticing the bruises on Wei Wuxian's jawline, Wen Qing inquired, "Have you been in a fight?" "It's just a minor scuffle," he replied, "but please don't tell my sister. I fear she may worry." Since he was concerned about his family's anxiety, he ought to behave himself. Wen Qing scrutinized him before her gaze settled on the back of his neck. Despite the encroaching darkness, the streetlights illuminated enough for her to detect something amiss. "Are you allergic?" Wei Wuxian rubbed his neck. Ever since he had applied the barrier patch, the itching and redness had significantly improved, proving more effective than medication. Dr. One, you truly possess keen observation skills, he remarked. Less banter in my presence. She retorted, extending her hand. Let me see your wrist. What for? Isn't it improper for a man and woman to touch? He protested. Wangxian shot him an exasperated look, prompting him to extend his hand. She placed her fingertips on his pulse, taking a brief assessment. Wei Wuxian was astonished. Dr. One, you can even take pulses. Common knowledge, she replied, closing her eyes to concentrate. After about a minute, Wangxian withdrew her hand, contemplating before stating, have you engaged in some kind of relationship? What kind of relationship? Wei Wuxian pondered, perplexed. Could it be a teacher-student relationship, a friendship, or perhaps something improper? His eyes widened slightly, eager to discern whether her inquiry held the meaning he suspected. Yet he dared not ask. Seeing his silence, Wangxian pressed further, confirming his suspicion. Wei Wuxian's face flushed. Why do you ask? Do you have one or not? She persisted. How could I? I don't even have a partner. Ivy never even kissed anyone, he muttered internally. Wangxian took his pulse once more. Dr. One, you're not half-hearted in your profession, are you? And why would a Western physician learn pulse-taking? With another glare. She replied, my ancestors practiced traditional Chinese medicine. It's been passed down through generations. Would you like me to take you to my family's clinic? That won't be necessary, he replied. After another minute, Wangxian remarked, your energy is robust, and your spirits are high. You seem overly excited lately. Though she left her statement unfinished, the implication was clear. Wei Wuxian defended himself. Dr. One, haven't I always been like this? Wangxian shook her head. Never mind, I understand. The physician's gaze was as sharp as snow, and moreover, Wangxian had already taken his pulse. Wei Wuxian had yet to utter a word when Wangxian cast another glance at the red mark on Wei Wuxian's neck. Have you visited the hospital to ascertain the cause of this area on your neck? She inquired. Wei Wuxian replied, it's merely an allergy. I've already been prescribed some medication. Wangxian focused intently on the discoloration of Wei Wuxian's neck and, after a moment of silence, said, I came here today to consult with my senior, but if time permits, do visit me at Wangxian University. I shall conduct a thorough examination for you. Wei Wuxian scratched his neck. Sure, but it's just an allergy. Why does it seem like you're making such a fuss over it? Wangxian gently nudged his hand away with her pin. An allergy is not a trivial matter. And you must refrain from scratching, no matter how itchy it becomes. Wei Wuxian uttered a soft "oh," running his fingers over the reddened skin of his neck. When will you have time, Dr. One? Wangxian replied, I've been quite occupied recently, but I will be free next Friday. You can come find me after school. Wei Wuxian nodded, and with that, Wangxian entered the hospital. As Wei Wuxian touched his neck, he found himself irresistibly tempted to scratch, yet he knew he mustn't. Upon arriving at the snack street, he wandered about, captivated by the array of foods and the delightful aromas, already feeling somewhat satiated. He opted for a relatively less frequented stall run by Hakka people, purchasing a stuffed pancake to enjoy while seated by the roadside. Nearby, a vendor was chopping onions, and Wei Wuxian, with a hint of shamelessness, asked for a bit to accompany his pancake. Halfway through his meal, Wei Wuxian received a video call from Lan Wangji. Chapter 75 Lan Zhan. Will you come home with me? As Wei Wuxian answered the video call, his words came out a tad jumbled. Lan Zhan, why are you calling me on video? Lan Wangji observed the dim light surrounding Wei Wuxian, the silhouettes of passers-by in the background, and the bruises marring Wei Wuxian's face. Are you outside? Yes, I'm sitting by the roadside. Wei Wuxian lifted the pancake in his hand. Suddenly, his face slipped out of view, and upon returning, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. What's wrong? Lan Wangji's eyes widened slightly as Wei Wuxian rubbed his own eyes. Where are you? I'll come to find you, Lan Wangji urged, his tone urgent. Huh. Wei Wuxian responded. Send me your location, Lan Wangji instructed before ending the call. What does he need my location for? Although uncertain of Lan Wangji's intentions, Wei Wuxian complied and sent it over. Afterward, he rubbed his eyes again, feeling a sting and a burn that made his eyes water. Earlier, while holding his phone to video call Lan Wangji with one hand and lifting the pancake with the other, the proximity of the onions had caused irritation. Once he finished his pancake, Wei Wuxian drank a bowl of porridge from a roadside stall and then settled on a conspicuous stone bench, waiting for Lan Wangji to arrive. When Lan Wangji drove up, he immediately spotted Wei Wuxian squatting on the stone bench, the the chilly night wind amplifying the desolation of his solitary figure. He parked the car and exited. Upon seeing Lan Wangji, Wei Wuxian stood up. Before he could call out Zhan, Lan Wangji enveloped him in a tight embrace. Wei Wuxian was taken aback. Lan Zhan, will you come home with me? Lan Wangji asked. Wei Wuxian hesitated for a moment before reaching out to pat Lan Wangji's shoulder. What's wrong? Lan Zhan? Lan Wangji released him, gazing intently at Wei Wuxian's face. The irritation from earlier had subsided, and he appeared normal, as if the distress Lan Wangji had witnessed during the video call was merely a figment of his imagination. After a brief pause, Lan Wangji collected himself and asked, Why are you here alone? Wei Wuxian briefly explained his situation, and Lan Wangji, with a barely perceptible sigh of relief, inquired, Did you need to see me for something? Under Wei Wuxian's focused gaze, Lan Wangji couldn't help but reach up to smooth down the wind-tousled hair atop Wei Wuxian's head, a fleeting touch that he quickly retracted, as if it were an accidental brush. Rather than responding to Wei Wuxian's question, Lan Wangji asked, How will you sleep tonight? Are you going home, or? Wei Wuxian answered. Jiang Cheng is merely in a sensitive period. He doesn't really need me, however, just in case. I plan to stay and keep watch. It doesn't matter where I sleep. I can manage on a hospital bench for a night. It's winter, Lan Wangji remarked. Even a robust body cannot withstand the cold of sleeping in a hospital corridor. He took Wei Wuxian by the arm, leading him away. Wait a moment. I need to buy some food for Jiang Cheng. After purchasing some snacks, Wei Wuxian delivered them to Jiang Cheng before stepping out of the hospital once again. Lan Wangji mentioned, There are hotels nearby. They're close enough to reach quickly if needed. Upon entering the hotel, Lan Wangji booked a standard room. Once inside the room, Wei Wuxian appeared bewildered. Lan Zhan, aren't you going home? I'll accompany you, Lan Wangji replied, continuing to hold onto Wei Wuxian's arm as they entered the elevator. Wei Wuxian felt a sense of reassurance wash over him as he observed Lan Wangji's firm grip. He nodded and smiled. All right. That night, Wei Wuxian slept soundly and peacefully. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon answering, he was greeted by Jiang Cheng's irate voice. Wei Wuxian, where's my food? What time is it? Are you trying to starve me? Wei Wuxian stifled a yawn. Can't you ask the nurse to help you? Jiang Cheng shouted. I asked you to buy it. Hurry up and bring me my food. Wei Wuxian yawned again. All right, you're the boss, I'll serve you. After getting out of bed, Wei Wuxian noticed Lan Wangji was nowhere to be seen. But he had sent a message stating he had gone home first. Over the weekend, Jiang Cheng had been isolated in a special room, and after Jiang Fengmian had sent someone to manage Jiang Cheng's needs, Wei Wuxian was free to stay at the villa. While at home, Wei Wuxian worked on the assignments given by his teachers. Several times, he picked up his phone, intending to message Lan Wangji, but hesitated. Uncertain of what to say out of course, Lan Wangji hadn't reached out to him either. On Monday, when Wei Wuxian went to school, he found Jiang Cheng still confined to the isolation room, likely not to emerge until later that afternoon or the next day. Wei Wuxian had anticipated that during the morning flag-raising ceremony, he and Chen Hao from Class 1 would be called to the podium for a reprimand, but to his surprise, that did not occur. The homeroom teacher also refrained from mentioning it again. Logically, students' performance was closely tied to their teachers' evaluations, year-end bonuses, and so forth, especially since their homeroom teacher was particularly concerned about the latter. Before the weekend, Zhang Sheng had explicitly advised Wei Wuxian to behave, yet a situation had still arisen. Wei Wuxian found it perplexing. It made no sense that he wouldn't be called out for a reprimand, especially after his previous escapade over the wall had resulted in a thorough chastisement. Yet, it was as if nothing had happened at all, except for a few close friends in the class who noticed the injuries on Wei Wuxian's face and hands and inquired about them. Most remained oblivious. Wei Wuxian was uncertain if Chen Hao from Class 1 had been released from the hospital, but on Thursday morning, while they were in class, several police cars arrived at the school and subsequently departed. Curiosity buzzed among the students about what had transpired. Later, Nia Huaisong inquired and learned that Chen Hao's family had been caught for tax evasion, involved in a significant amount of money, facing both hefty fines and imprisonment. It turned out that Chen Hao was quite the debaucher, indulging in all manner of vices. The police had come to the school to gather evidence. Upon hearing Nia Huaisong's account, exclamations of "no way" echoed around. The Chen family was a prominent enterprise, and rumors had circulated that they were vying for a project involving overseas investment recently. How could such a scandal erupt so suddenly? Indeed, how could it happen so abruptly? If one conducts themselves honestly, they have nothing to fear. If they act with integrity, no scrutiny will unveil anything untoward. The atmosphere was rife with astonishment and murmurs. Jiang Cheng glanced at his watch. Resting his chin on the desk, karma has a way of cycling back. This outcome is quite satisfying. Wei Wuxian surveyed the animated chatter around him, ultimately resting his gaze on the quietly seated Lan Wangji. Compared to the shock and curiosity emanating from the others regarding the unfolding events, Lan Wangji maintained an air of calm detachment. Chapter 76 Seeking Wenqing. Wei Wuxian gently tapped Lan Wangji, who was engrossed in reading. Lan Wangji set down his book and looked at him. "What is it?" Lan Wangji's words were gentle, and even the warmth in his gaze was a stark contrast to the memories in Wei Wuxian's mind, causing him to momentarily freeze. It was not until a nearby person exclaimed, "What the hell?" that Wei Wuxian snapped back to reality. Lan Wangji had been watching him, waiting for him to speak. His expression focused. Unconsciously, Wei Wuxian felt his cheeks flush once more. Clearing his throat to feign calmness, he said, "Lan Zhan, isn't it quite a coincidence? Just the other day, I dreamt of something quite similar, and here we are today. It seems to have come true. Is this what they call metaphysics?" Lan Wangji replied softly, "Perhaps so." Wei Wuxian chuckled. Lan Wangji's gaze shifted from Wei Wuxian's face to his neck, and he inquired, "I've noticed you have been wearing this thing for the past few days. What is it about?" Wei Wuxian touched it and replied, "I don't really know. I just feel that wearing it makes my body feel a bit better, and it's neither red nor itchy now." Lan Wangji asked, "May I take a look?" Without hesitation, Wei Wuxian agreed. He pulled his chair closer to the aisle and rested his head on Lan Wangji's desk. Lan Wangji gently tugged down the collar of Wei Wuxian's shirt to examine the patch beneath. His fingertips lightly pressed against it. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Wei Wuxian shook his head. Lan Wangji cautiously peeled back a corner of the patch to inspect the area beneath, but before he could uncover it, Nia Huaisong's booming voice interrupted, "Heavens! What are you two doing?" At this, Lan Wangji withdrew his hand. Nia Huaisong grinned mischievously. "In broad daylight, you two should be so lovey-dovey. This is in class." He covered his eyes with his hands, peeking through his fingers. Wei Wuxian sat up and retorted, "You idiot. If you don't need your eyes, just donate them." Nia Huaisong shot back, "You're practically in his arms and still won't admit it. The stench of young love is suffocating." He fanned the air in front of him, laughing with those around him. Nia Huaisong turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "Jiang Wanin, look at what your brother is up to." Truly uninhibited. Jiang Cheng didn't even turn his head, muttering, "I can't bear to watch." Laughter erupted from those around them, all reveling in the spectacle. Wei Wuxian threw a book towards Nia Huaisong and the others, who dodged it. "Give the book back," Wei Wuxian demanded, realizing he had thrown Lan Wangji's book. When Nia Huaisong attempted to throw it back, Wei Wuxian warned, "You dare." Nia Huaisong chuckled, passing the book to a classmate named Tiao Lei. Before running off, "It's broad daylight and you're not even embarrassed." "I'm dying of second-hand embarrassment, idiot," Wei Wuxian muttered at Nia Huaisong's retreating figure. Tiao Lei glanced around, and seeing that Nia Huaisong had fled, he felt a sudden chill under Lan Wangji's gaze and quickly returned the book to him, saying, "My girlfriend is calling. I must take my leave." And with that, he too scurried away, with the instigators gone. The rest of the class, though curious about the duo's earlier antics, dared not stare openly. Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji, who was rearranging his book. "Lan Zhan, don't take their jokes to heart. They simply enjoy making foolish remarks." Lan Wangji replied, "I wonder." With that, he gestured for Wei Wuxian to recline on the desk again for further inspection. Under the patch, the area on the back of Wei Wuxian's neck appeared much redder than the surrounding skin. Looking tender and as if it could bleed with a mere pinch. It's still itchy?" Lan Wangji inquired. Wei Wuxian shook his head, "Neither itchy nor painful." When Lan Wangji lightly touched the area, Wei Wuxian's entire back shuddered. Suddenly, Lan Wangji noticed that the redness where he had touched began to noticeably fade. He shared this observation with Wei Wuxian. "Then you should touch it more," Wei Wuxian suggested. Lan Wangji's other hand clenched into a fist at his side. This Friday afternoon, as agreed, Wei Wuxian was to visit Wangxian University for a medical consultation with Wenqing. Upon learning of this, Lan Wangji accompanied him. When they arrived at the usual spot at Wangxian University, Wenqing was already waiting for them. Wei Wuxian lay on the examination bed, being pushed into a machine. After some time, When Qing announced, "It will take about an hour to get the results," as Wei Wuxian observed the various instruments in the examination room. He absent-mindedly touched a test tube, only to be lightly scolded by Wen Qing. "Don't touch the equipment here." Wei Wuxian quickly withdrew his hand. "Oh." Wen Qing continued, "You two can explore the campus a bit. There's no need to wait here all the time." As they stepped outside, the atmosphere of Yunxin University was strikingly different from that of the military academy Wei Wuxian had previously visited. They strolled through the campus, passing the sports field. Observing from the outside, they saw numerous couples sitting on the grass, some reading, some dancing, and others playing sports. Entering the field, they walked along the track on the edge. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, "Excuse me, fellow students, wait a moment." It was the photographer who had been taking pictures, now aiming his camera at them. Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji turned to face him. "What's the matter?" Wei Wuxian asked. The photographer scrutinized them and said, "You two must be a couple, right?" Lan Wangji remained silent, while Wei Wuxian, fearing a misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "No, we are." The photographer chuckled, "Don't try to fool me. I observe couples all the time. I can tell you both have feelings for each other, even if you aren't a couple now. It won't be long before you become one." Wei Wuxian was at a loss for words, glancing at Lan Wangji, who was also looking back at him. Wei Wuxian felt heat rising to his cheeks and awkwardly averted his gaze. The photographer continued, "I'm a student in the photography program here, and my assignment is to capture the tender moments of couples in love. To convey that feeling, it can't be forced or staged. I've been searching for the perfect models, and when I saw you two, I knew I had found them. I hope you can help me with this project. I can offer compensation." Wei Wuxian glanced at Lan Wangji for confirmation, who nodded that we can indeed help, but we might not achieve the effect you desire, as we're not. The photographer interrupted confidently, "Don't doubt a photographer, Asai. You're sure to succeed." They were led to a less crowded spot on the field where the photographer directed them for the shoot. After several sets of photos, the photographer excitedly called them over to view the results. In the photos, Wei Wuxian and Lan Wangji had not engaged in any overtly intimate actions, not even holding hands. Yet, their shared glances conveyed a depth of emotion that transcended words and gestures. Lan Wangji asked, "Could I get your contact information?" The photographer replied, "Of course. I'll send you the edited photos once I'm back." Wei Wuxian waved goodbye, and as he and Lan Wangji exchanged glances, the realization that they had been photographed as a couple made them both instinctively look away, a mix of shyness and excitement blooming between them. They settled on a bench at the edge of the field. And Wei Wuxian, resting his hands on the seat, swung his feet. They had been silent for several minutes, a stark contrast to Wei Wuxian's usual chatter. Lan Wangji's quiet demeanor was expected, but Wei Wuxian's silence felt unnatural. He fidgeted, touching various things, unable to remain still. Suddenly, Lan Wangji spoke, "Are you nervous?" Wei Wuxian straightened up abruptly. "How could that be?" "Ha ha ha, what could I possibly be nervous about?" Lan Wangji pointed out, "Your shoelace is undone." Wei Wuxian had been unaware that his shoelace had come loose while he fidgeted. He bent down to tie it, and as he straightened, took a deep breath. It seemed he had shifted his mindset. Returning to his usual loquacious self, "By the way, Lan Zhan, did you know our fathers were classmates?" He continued, "Uncle Jiang has an album filled with photos from their university days, and I saw your father there. He really looks a lot like you." Though Wei Wuxian's words were somewhat jumbled, they reflected a significant improvement from his earlier nervousness. Lan Wangji replied, "I know." Wei Wuxian, surprised, asked, "You know? When did you come to know this? And why am I unaware?" If it weren't for Zhang Fengmian showing them that album, Wei Wuxian would indeed remain oblivious. Lan Wangji averted his gaze to another direction. "Quite some time ago." Leaning back in his chair, Wei Wuxian chuckled. "It must be that I resemble my father closely, and thus you recognize me in the photograph." Lan Wangji shook his head, replying, "Wei Ying." Wei Wuxian exclaimed, "What?" Lan Wangji changed the subject. "Do you still remember your childhood?" Wei Wuxian stated, "I recall most childhood events, but if we delve further back, my memory fails me." Lan Wangji inquired, "What about when you were 5? Wei Wuxian shook his head, for his parents had passed away when he was 5. Wei Wuxian remarked, "I don't remember much. I seem to have had a high fever, but I do recall an incident involving a slide and you, June." Lan Wangji urged, "Do tell." Wei Wuxian recounted, "At that time, we were all just children. That rascal Yujun enjoyed bullying others from a young age, monopolizing the slide and preventing other children from playing. He even tormented a lovely little girl, and I gave him a good beating, playing the hero who rescued the damsel in distress. From that moment on, we became rivals. Wei Wuxian's tale was succinct, many details eluding him. He only retained a general recollection of the events. When he spoke of the heroic rescue, his eyes sparkled with joy, genuinely elated. So from then on, whenever I saw him, I wanted to hit him, and of course, he wanted to hit me too. Lan Wangji queried. Do you remember who that girl was? Wei Wuxian shook his head. I've forgotten. She was rather aloof back then. Even after I saved her, she wouldn't speak to me, but it didn't matter. She was simply too beautiful, Lan Wangji asked. Why did you think she was a girl? Wei Wuxian sat up straight, looking at Lan Wangji in confusion. Of course, she was a girl, with long hair tied in little braids and wearing a white dress. How could she not be a girl, even if my eyesight were poor? I could still distinguish between boys and girls. Wei Wuxian spoke with such certainty, as if he could still vividly recall the appearance of that little girl. Lan Wangji remained silent, as they discussed the matter. Suddenly, Wei Wuxian seemed to have a realization. By the way, Lan Zhan, although my memories are somewhat hazy, I distinctly remember that there were many children at that place. Even Jian Zishuan was there. Previously, I hadn't given it much thought while looking at Uncle Zhang's cherished album, but now I recall, there were me, Zhang Cheng, Yu Jun, and Jian Zishuan, and I've forgotten who else. Our fathers were all classmates. And it seems this gathering was a reunion of their generation. Thus, the father of that little girl must also have been in those photographs. I wonder how she is now. I believe she must be even more beautiful than in our childhood. After speaking, Wei Wuxian turned to Lan Wangji. By the way, Lan Zhan, did you attend back then? I have no recollection of you. Lan Wangji fixed his gaze on Wei Wuxian's eyes, slightly parting his lips as if he wished to say something, yet ultimately refrained. Just then, Wei Wuxian's phone rang. It was Wen Qing calling to inform them about the examination results. Upon returning, Wen Qing presented the test results to both of them for their perusal. Wen Qing stated, indeed, Wei Wuxian is allergic, but his allergen is the pheromones from AIFAs. This means he must avoid any contact with AIFA pheromones, especially from the glands at the nape of his neck. Otherwise, his entire body will break out in redness and rash. Lan Wangji questioned. How does this condition arise? Wen Qing explained. It's due to an acute stress response, a rejection of pheromones. I witnessed Wei Wuxian's allergic reaction that day. It seemed he had gotten into a fight, and I suspect the other party was an AIFA who intended to exert dominance over him. Wen Qing spoke so bluntly, offering no consideration for Wei Wuxian's dignity. In an instant, Wei Wuxian appeared somewhat embarrassed. Dr. Wen, could you refrain from being so curt? It sounds as though I was truly wronged by someone.